Roar. Listening to the howls of the zombies outside the door, Lin Xiu's face turned deathly pale. He clutched the fruit knife in his hand with a rigid grip, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Gazing at the sky outside the window stained entirely blood-red, Lin Xiu could only sigh helplessly. He had only just rejoiced at having transmigrated back to a parallel world version of his university days, ready to make something grand of himself, when the apocalypse abruptly descended. Bang! 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 The shoddy wooden door shook under violent impacts, visible cracks spreading across its surface, sending a chill, like plunging into an ice cellar, through Lin Xiu's heart. He swept his gaze carefully around the room at everything that might hold back the zombies. Even though his hands were trembling, nothing could suppress his desperate desire to survive. After all, a transmigrator who dies the moment he arrives would utterly disgrace the mighty army of transmigrators. This was a storage room for the university's hobby clubs, and he was a member of the anime club. So as he looked at the various costumes and props displayed around him, a faint sense of confidence rose in his heart. Even if those cosplay props were made of wood, they would be more than enough to deal with zombies. Yet when his gaze swept over these things one by one, he suddenly realized that just like items in a game, faint words had appeared on them, can be synthesized. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the restless pounding of Lin Xiu's heart calmed in an instant. His system had finally arrived. He swiftly grabbed a wooden prop Tang lying beside him, then lightly tapped it against the fruit knife in his hand. Synthesis wasn't this exactly how it should work. His system was simple and practical, a truly wonderful thing. In an instant, an option appeared before his eyes. Consume synthesis coins to proceed with synthesis. First time free. Synthesis coins. Whatever those were, he put the question aside. He would synthesize first and ask later. In the next instant, both blades vanished without a trace, replaced by a Tang shimmering with soft white light. At this moment, although the Tang felt as light as the wooden one from before, its edge had become incomparably sharp. And just then the zombie at the wooden door actually forced an arm through the splintered crack. Seeing this, Lin Xiu did not hesitate. He thrust the Tang in his hand straight forward. A wet tearing sound rang out. The roar outside the door cut off at once, and the arm stuck through the doorway went limp, ceasing all movement. At the same time, a cold mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding! You have slain an ordinary zombie. Synthesis coin 1. System bound. Newbie reward issued. As the words fell, a personal status panel belonging solely to him unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin Xiu. Title none. Strength E ordinary. Agility E ordinary. Endurance E ordinary. Skills none. Synthesis coins 1. Looking at his 3 basic attributes, Lin Xiu could not help raising an eyebrow. He had never imagined that in this system the rating for an ordinary human would actually be E. However, the fact that his agility was rated E, could that perhaps be thanks to his frequent practice of that so-called ancestral craft? After indulging in this wicked little thought, Lin Xiu pushed the matter to the back of his mind, and instead fixed his gaze on an M4A1 rifle made from stiff cardboard. Seeing the gray words "can be synthesized" hovering above the M4A1, a bright gleam flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. If this gun could be made real, then in an apocalypse crawling with zombies, his chances of survival would soar. But at the moment, he had no synthesis coins to spare and did not even know what materials were needed, so he had to temporarily abandon this idea. After storing every item in the room marked with "can be synthesized" into his system backpack, Lin Xiu opened the newbie gift pack. Ding! You have opened the newbie gift pack and obtained melee weapon mastery 1 E synthesis coins 50. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiu tightened his grip on the Tang at his side and immediately sensed the difference. Now the sword felt as familiar to him as his own arm. Even the motions of his swings had been refined. Every strike he made was the most economical and yet the most ruthless way to attack. In the apocalypse, melee weapons were the most convenient and readily obtainable tools of survival. With such a skill in hand, it was equivalent to having gained an extra life. At the same time, Lin Xiu instantly realized that his synthesis ability likely extended to skill-type items as well. With this in mind, he once again took out the M4A1 model, but to his disappointment, even with the 51 synthesis coins on him, it was still not enough to complete the synthesis. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu stopped paying attention to anything else and walked to the main door. Even though he knew this was a parallel world, the mere half-day he had spent here had already filled him with deep attachment. At the very least, his 3 dorm mates, brothers who had stayed in close contact with him in his previous life even after entering the workforce, were here. So his first priority now was to fight his way back to his dormitory. Of course, the most important consideration was safety. Lin Xiu thought it through clearly. At this time of day, classes should be in session, and once the zombies appeared, the crowded teaching buildings would be the first places to suffer total annihilation. By contrast, each dormitory building had only a single main passage, and the population inside was relatively sparse, at most 6 people to a room. Thus, making for the dormitory buildings was at this moment the best possible choice. Drawing in a deep breath, Lin Xiu stared at the already splitting door before him and suddenly lashed out with a fierce kick. Bang! The dull boom echoed abruptly across the sports field, and only then, upon seeing the playground packed with zombies, did Lin Xiu remember that this storage room was right beside the football field. Without a moment's delay, Lin Xiu bolted, running as fast as lightning. Although he now had melee weapon mastery, facing so many zombies would still require his physical strength to keep up. The instant they saw Lin Xiu break into a run, the zombies on the field surged toward him like sharks scenting blood. Fortunately, their speed was just like in the movies. They all moved like 80 or 90-year-old elders. Because of that, Lin Xiu did not feel quite so overwhelmed. Once he calmed down looking at these zombies, Lin Xiu suddenly realized that each and every one of them was in fact a pile of synthesis coins waiting to be claimed. At that thought, a sinister smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xiu's lips. Lifting the Tang Dao in his hand, he charged straight toward the encroaching zombies. With a single slash, and without even using his full strength, the zombie before him was cleaved cleanly in two. This discovery caused his confidence to surge. Even so, he was not foolish enough to plunge deep into the densest part of the horde. Instead, he advanced along the route leading toward the dormitory, cutting his way forward. Howling zombies lunged at him one after another, but under Lin Xiu's Tang Dao, they were transformed into one synthesis coin after another. Bursting out of the football field and seeing the dormitory building only 500 meters away, his gaze fell upon the entrance on the first floor, and his expression abruptly stiffened. He had clearly forgotten if there were still survivors in the dormitory building, they would almost certainly have locked it down completely. Yet seeing the horde of zombies behind him, he could no longer afford to overthink. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he shouted up toward the window of his dorm room housey. "Ergo, Lao Jiang, open the door for me." Even as he shouted, he beheaded 2 more zombies in quick succession. At that moment, a head suddenly popped out through the balcony railing, and an astonished voice yelled, "Lao Lin, you're actually still alive." Hearing Guzi's words, Lin Xiu almost stumbled. He lopped off another zombie's head with a single stroke and couldn't help roaring, "Cut the damn nonsense. Hurry up and open the dorm door." The 3 people who had been sticking their heads out over the railing were jolted awake by Lin Xiu's shout. They hastily pulled back and yelled, "Hold on. We're coming. Right away. Good. Move it." Seeing that all 3 of them were there, Lin Xiu finally let out a breath of relief. At least for now, the 4 brothers were all safe and sound. He swung the Tang blade in his hand once more, then drew in a ragged breath. Although the saber was light enough and he had mastered cold weapons, he was after all just an ordinary person. The exertion of swinging 100 times in a row was still overwhelming. I wonder if there's anything that can be synthesized to enhance stamina. As this thought flashed by, Lin Xiu glanced back and saw that the horde of pursuing zombies was now only a few dozen meters away. Startled, he forced himself to speed up once more. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters from the main entrance of the dormitory building. Fortunately, there were not many zombies under the dorm. There was nothing blocking his path ahead, all he needed to do now was run with everything he had. Just then, the dormitory's front doors swung open. Leading the way, Hausi charged out wearing a mask and brandishing a broken chair leg. Guzi and Lao Jiang also rushed out, each wearing an improvised face shield and gripping a fruit knife, charging straight onto the road outside the dorm. The zombies outside the doors, seeing 3 people suddenly dash at them, turned to pounce, only for the burly Lao Jiang to slam straight into them. As the zombie toppled, the chubby Hausi immediately rushed over, swinging the chair leg down to smash its skull. Guzi sprinted directly toward Lin Xiu, ready to grab hold of his failing, exhausted body. Seeing how seamlessly the 3 of them coordinated, Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned. Instead, it was Guzi who rushed up to him, let out a strange yelp, and shouted, "Damn Lao Lin. You really stirred up a zombie nest. Why are there so many?" The other 2 shuddered when they heard Guzi's words, then immediately bolted for the dorm doors, ready to slam them shut at any moment. Guzi grabbed Lin Xiu's left hand in a fierce grip and dragged him madly toward the dorm entrance. 100 meters vanished in barely 10 seconds. As Guzi hauled Lin Xiu through the doorway, Hausi and Daqing slammed the doors shut from left and right. Bang, bang, bang. Barely 3 seconds later, countless blows thudded against the doors, making the scalps of all 4 of them prickle. Yet in this hellish situation at the dorm entrance, the 4 of them suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Lao Lin, your damned life is really tough," Hausi said. Hausi sat on the floor and looked over at Lin Xiu, who was sprawled on his back, gasping for air. "I thought you were a goner. Just now I was telling Lao Jiang and the others that if you turned into a zombie, we wouldn't even know if we could bring ourselves to finish you off." Lin Xiu raised a hand and flipped the 3 of them off, then sat up a moment later, eyeing them suspiciously. "Something's off," he said. "You 3 bastards don't seem scared at all. In fact, you look downright excited." The fattest of the dorm, Hausi, let out a light chuckle and looked at Lin Xiu with open disdain. "Are you kidding? The zombie games we've played, any random scene is way more intense than this. You think this could scare us?" But Lao Lin, you're seriously impressive. One knife, and you hacked your way from the sports field all the way back to the dorm. That's something. I'm thinking you must have some kind of dorm leader buff on you. Lin Xiu stared dumbfounded at the three chubby, grinning faces before him, his thoughts momentarily unable to keep up. They were even calmer than he was a transmigrator. Where was he supposed to put his pride in that? Listening to the constant thudding on the doors, Lin Xiu opened his mouth, but couldn't find any words. He simply flopped back down and gulped for air, silently marveling at how badass these shootin' fatties were. He opened his system panel once more. Host Lin Xiu. Title none. Strength, E ordinary. Agility, E ordinary. Endurance, E ordinary. Skill mastery of cold weapons. Synthesis coins 123. Staring at the more than 100 synthesis coins, Lin Xiu once again focused on the M4A1 model in his system inventory. To his disappointment, the synthesis available button for it was still grayed out. Seeing this, Lin Xiu sat up at once. His gaze swept over the dorm manager auntie lying on the floor with her skull smashed, and then finally turned back to the three of them. So you're saying you three have already gotten used to this? The three exchanged a look, and the ones who had been joking moments ago now all wore bitter expressions. Howsy sighed helplessly. What choice do we have but to get used to it? If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I'd have been bitten to death the moment I opened the door by Wang Hao from next door. Guzi nodded as well. It's still bearable now. At least the four of us brothers are together. As long as nothing happens to us, I honestly don't have much to be afraid of. At that moment, the always sentimental Lao Jiang suddenly choked up. Our class monitor. He always helped me answer roll call. But in the end, I'm the one who smashed his head in. Seeing Lao Jiang's expression, Lin Xiu, knowing he was the most easily moved to sadness, gently patted his shoulder. Lao Jiang, don't torture yourself. You had no choice. He wouldn't blame you. He'd only thank you for releasing him. Yeah, Lao Jiang, none of this is under our control, someone added. Now that Lao Lin is here figuring out how to survive is what really matters. Lin Xiu smiled faintly. Their dorm 203 had only the four of them, and as the oldest, he had naturally become the dorm leader. Among the shootins of the dorm, Lin Xiu was the least reclusive and often looked after them, so he held a certain weight in their hearts. Seeing that even Hausi was speaking this way, Lin Xiu slowly got to his feet and asked the three of them, have you cleared out this dorm building? The three understood what he meant and nodded in unison. Hausi replied directly, everyone went to class. If nothing unexpected happened, that wave we cleared earlier should have been all the zombies in this building. Guzi continued, now in this whole building, we're probably the only four still alive. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's expression barely changed. Aside from these three, the others had never held much weight in his heart. He waved his hand, motioning for them to return to the dorm. They opened the door to their room, each sat down on his own bed, and looked at the stockpile of food the four shootins had hoarded. They couldn't help but smile faintly. At the very least, they no longer had to worry about food. With that thought, Lin Xiu opened the system. Seeing the word synthesis available hovering over the piles of food in the room, he fell into deep thought. Based on how the Tang blade had been synthesized earlier, Lin Xiu's gaze fell on the Blue Bull energy drink, and a bold idea suddenly took shape. He immediately grabbed 2 cans and headed for the bathroom. Hey, old Lin, what are you doing with those drinks? Heading to the restroom. As Lin Xiu rushed toward the bathroom, clutching a can of Blue Bull and a bottle of Lebby, the three others present exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Xiu paid them no mind. He shut the bathroom door firmly, gently tapped the Blue Bull against the Lebby, and turned his gaze to the system prompt that shimmered into view. Confirm synthesis at a cost of 30 synthesis coins. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, synthesizing these 2 beverages demanded a full 30 coins. Yet he well understood the adage, cheap goods lack quality, and true quality commands its price. Without hesitation, he confirmed the synthesis. In an instant, the 2 bottles vanished from his hands, replaced by a single transparent glass vial brimming with crimson liquid. Physique elixir superior. Synthesis cost 30. Formula Blue Bull Lebby effect reshapes the physical form and subtly enhances all bodily attributes. 1 dose per individual. Staring at the vial, its label glowing in emerald green script, Lin Xiu paused for only a breath before drinking it down in one smooth motion. He had just been wishing for something to boost stamina, and now it stood fulfilled. A pity, though, that each person could consume only a single dose. The moment the final drop slipped into his stomach, a searing heat surged through his body, followed by sharp abdominal pressure and the sudden emergence of grime upon his skin. Lin Xiu grinned. So this was truly a meridian-cleansing, bonheur-forging elixir. Still, he remained grounded. This was the apocalypse after all. Fortuitously, he stood inside the shower stall. Without delay, he shed his clothes and turned on the faucet, letting warm water cascade over him. Unbeknownst to him, his musculature was already swelling, gradually, imperceptibly, into harmonious sculptural symmetry. Simultaneously, the exhaustion from his earlier sprint dissolved entirely. Emerging from the shower, he felt astonishingly lucid. His senses sharpened, his mind crystalline. When Lin Xiu stepped out wrapped in a towel, the three men froze mid-breath. Whoa, who are you, handsome? Hosey gaped, jaw slacked, before leaping up in disbelief. Guzzi cursed, damn it. Brother Lin, you're unfair. We've all been sitting side by side, but you've got abs. Even Zhang Qing, who'd been lost in quiet sorrow moments before, stared blankly and murmured, Brother Lin. That is unfair. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, then arched a brow. Envious. Call me Dad, and I'll grant you abs too. Dad. In unison the trio shouted, without pause, without irony. Lin Xiu twitched at the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes skyward. Yet as he studied their faces, his expression hardened. The guttural moans of zombies echoed ceaselessly from below. Their fleeting joy was but a fragile interlude. He bore a system, his shield against the undead. But they possessed no such safeguard. Bestowing the physique elixir upon them was not generosity. It was duty, brotherhood made manifest. The dilemma, however, lay in concealment. Revealing the system was unthinkable. He would need another means, another guise, to place the elixir in their hands. Ironically, these three were legendary middle school syndrome sufferers. Their unervingly swift acceptance of the apocalypse betrayed something deeper. In that fleeting instant, Lin Xiu forged his words with deliberate gravity. What if I told you? I possess an ability. Would you believe me? Brother Lin, come on. Enough already. Oh, did a zombie bite you? Are you hallucinating? We were just joking. We say it all the time, no need to take it seriously. Whoa. Holy. Though their grins betrayed amusement, Lin Xiu calmly synthesized another vial of physique elixir, right before their very eyes. That audacious display sent Hosey and the others leaping upright, mouths flapping one word in stunned repetition, Whoa. Whoa, no way. Brother Lin, you actually. Stammering, they stared helplessly, until Lin Xiu burst into laughter and tossed 3 vials into their hands. Drink it all now? Then you'll look like me. They stared at the vials, speechless. After a long silence, Hosey finally broke the spell. Zombies are real, so why not an ability? I'll drink first, cheers. He downed it with the grim resolve of a condemned man, making Lin Xiu itch to slap him. The others followed suit, gulping theirs down. Guzzi even licked the empty vial clean. Once finished, all 3 locked eyes on Lin Xiu, leaving him inwardly wincing. He'd forgotten to stagger the doses. With resigned sigh, he said, I strongly suggest you strip and shower, immediately. Hosey's face twisted. He clutched his abdomen and wheeled on Lin Xiu. Whoa. Brother Lin, your water's poisoned. He bolted for the bathroom. Moments later, Guzzi and Daqing doubled over in identical agony and sprinted after him. Whoa. Guzzi, get out. Hurry, I can't hold it. Wait, me too. What the hell is happening to me? Strip. Now. Whoa, hold it in. Lin Xiu buried his face in his palms, refusing to imagine the chaos unfolding behind the bathroom door. An hour later, when the trio reappeared before Lin Xiu, they were transformed, utterly unrecognizable. They hadn't become hulking muscle-bound titans like Lin Xiu, but their bodies had shed excess weight, settling into healthy, balanced proportions. More importantly, their physical capacities had risen markedly. Ha ha ha. Never imagined this day would come. That dad wasn't wasted. Hosey gazed ecstatically at his lean, fat-free frame, then lunged to embrace Lin Xiu, who sidestepped coldly. Guzzi laughed. Sure, your body's improved, but your face, still ugly as ever. Ha ha ha. Whoa, you talk too much, you know that. Like you're any better looking. Lin Xiu nodded gravely. To be fair, of this dormitory, only Daqing rivals me. You too. Dead even. Hosey and Guzzi flipped him double middle fingers, while Daqing leaned forward earnest. Brother Lin, how did you get this ability? Can we have one too? Lin Xiu paused. So did the others, their expressions turning serious, expectant. He merely shrugged. A zombie bit me. I didn't turn. That's all. Care to try it yourself? They recoiled, instantly shaking their heads, abandoning the notion entirely. Lin Xiu then turned to Guzzi. Right, I need to step out. Hand over your prized possession. I'll borrow it. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Guzzi did not hesitate, directly dragging out a large box from beneath the bed, while smacking his lips and saying, I hadn't thought this thing could be used like this. The so-called treasure is a set of Iron Man armor that Guzzi, a fan, spent a considerable amount of money to acquire. Looking at the Iron Man armor stored in the box, Lin Xiu noticed the 3 words can be synthesized in gray, and his heart suddenly jolted. If this set of equipment could be synthesized through the system, then there would be nothing in this apocalypse that could threaten him. However, considering that a bottle of green physical strength potion costs 30 synthesis coins, the number of synthesis coins required for this Iron Man armor is hard to say. But Brother Lin, this thing is so heavy, will it be convenient for you to go out? This set of Iron Man armor was a custom item that Guzzi spent over 100,000 to purchase. The main reason was that he knew his body type wouldn't fit, so to make it realistic, he directly customized a full metal version. Thus, although it was merely an empty shell, it weighed nearly 100 pounds. Lin Xiu knocked on the Iron Man helmet, listening to the crisp sound it made, and shrugged slightly. I don't know, let's try it first. With the help of the three of them, Lin Xiu finally managed to put on the armor. Holding the Tang knife through the armor after a gentle swing, Lin Xiu discovered that his current physical condition could fully handle this set of armor, and he smiled at everyone. It's not a big deal, drawing the knife is no problem, it just affects my running speed. Hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Daqing looked at Lin Xiu with a slight frown and asked, Old Lin, what are you going out for? We have food and drink in the dormitory, this is Magic City, we can just wait for rescue, right? Lin Xiu, of course, would not tell them that he was going out to kill zombies for synthesis coins. He merely smiled lightly and said it's only been an hour since the mutation occurred. There might still be survivors in the school. I'm going out to look for them and to bring back some useful items. Daqing nodded and said, all right, I'll go down with you. Lin Xiu made an O gesture and Daqing followed him downstairs. As for the rescue that Daqing mentioned, Lin Xiu actually had no expectations. The mutation occurred only a few minutes ago. Even if the government had corresponding emergency plans, it would be of no use in the face of such a large-scale outbreak. Fortunately, he had acquired the synthesis system, otherwise once the food in the dormitory ran out, the four of them would only have one way out. Arriving at the dormitory door, the sound of zombies banging on the door had already stopped. Aside from the zombies on the playground, most had been drawn to the dormitory below, and everything had returned to calm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu exchanged glances with Daqing. As Lin Xiu closed the Iron Man mask, Daqing suddenly opened the door. Lin Xiu rushed out, and Daqing quickly closed the door. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of all the zombies outside the dormitory. Roar! The howls erupted instantly. This roar, filled with primitive, beastly desire, reverberated throughout the entire dormitory area. Seeing the zombies charge towards him, Lin Xiu was unafraid. With the equipment in hand, these zombies were nothing more than walking synthesis coins to him. The nearby zombies stumbled towards him, but Lin Xiu charged ahead at an even faster speed, swinging his Tang knife and cleaving them in half. With the Tang knife in hand, this synthesized ordinary Tang knife could easily take down these zombies, one knife per zombie. This extraordinarily sharp Tang knife even sliced through the zombies' bones without hesitation. Each strike would surely split a zombie in two. At this moment, Lin Xiu walked among the horde of zombies as if he were playing in his own backyard. This effortless display left the three upstairs wide-eyed. Huh, Brother Lin is amazing. Old Lin, the task of saving the world is entrusted to you. Hearing the shouts from the second floor, Lin Xiu didn't know what to say about their gaming mentality in this apocalypse. He simply raised his middle finger at them while slaughtering. However, just as he waved the Tang knife, dozens of times an unexpected system prompt rang in his ears. Ding! You have beheaded and killed a normal zombie, earning 3 synthesis coins and receiving the title Beheading Master. Hearing the sudden change in the system prompt, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and immediately checked the title he had obtained. Beheading Master, when you behead a zombie, earn 2 synthesis coins. Seeing this explanation, a hint of joy immediately appeared on Lin Xiu's face. He had just begun to get used to the synthesis system, but had not fully grasped the synthesis mechanism yet. This was precisely the time he needed a large number of synthesis coins for experiments. And now such a reward had come, truly a timely help. As for beheading attacks for someone like him who had mastered cold weapons, it was simply a piece of cake. Lin Xiu swung his knife and beheaded the approaching zombies, discovering that the synthesis coins indeed increased from 1 to 3, and he immediately scanned the entire dormitory area. The current situation of the entire school is unclear, but the dormitory area is likely always the safest place. Before grasping the rules of the system, I suppose I should stay here. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and immediately stopped thinking about rescuing in other places of the school. With the passive effect of having a title, now his synthesis coins had tripled. Prioritizing the clearing of zombies in his base was the best strategy. In this apocalyptic world, the safety of his own people was still the most important. Saving people was something he would only do as the situation allowed. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu suddenly raised his head and shouted to the few people on the second floor, "They'll clear all the zombies in the dormitory. First, you all wait for me to finish, then come down and move all the stuff from the convenience store to the dormitory." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the three upstairs immediately nodded in agreement. However, Daqing, after hearing this, said, "If we are going to stay in the dormitory for a long time, I think it's better to lure the zombies further away to kill them to avoid infection. We should be cautious about such matters." As people who had experienced countless apocalypses, upon hearing Daqing's words, they immediately praised him. "Haha, as expected of Daqing, you all clear the zombies in the dormitory and allure them away." Lin Xiu responded with a light laugh, feeling quite assured about Daqing's caution and steady demeanor. Thus, Lin Xiu swung his knife to behead zombies while rushing towards the playground, which was the best choice for a mass grave for zombies. However, just as Lin Xiu stepped out of the dormitory area and arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the back door of the cafeteria. Boom. The sudden explosion echoed right beside Lin Xiu's ear. Watching the flames erupting from the cafeteria's backyard, Lin Xiu paused slightly before rushing toward the cafeteria. Zombies lack the intelligence to trigger explosions. The probable cause of the blast was the presence of survivors. Although Lin Xiu did not intend to be a savior, he felt compelled to investigate the incident at hand. After all, in the apocalypse, having one more person means an additional strength. However, before Lin Xiu could reach the back door of the cafeteria, he already heard the sounds of shouting from inside. Hurry! They've already been blown to bits. Quick! Climb up through the first floor window. Rope? There's a rope here. Come lend a hand. While I'm out of strength, save me quickly. I can't climb, pull me up quick. When Lin Xiu arrived at the cafeteria's backyard, his first sight was 3 girls grabbing a rope, climbing up from the first floor bathroom window to the second floor of the cafeteria. On the second floor stood 6 boys pulling the rope to hoist them up, and judging by their movements and strength, it was evident there were more than 6 people on the second floor. However, what surprised Lin Xiu was that these 3 girls were coincidentally members of their anime club. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, they had clearly lost their usual composure. Their makeup was smeared from crying, their clothes were dirty, and even their skirts were torn, exposing their underwear without concern. In the backyard, sparks were flying everywhere, and the aftermath of the explosion left pieces of zombie flesh scattered around. From the fragments on the ground, it was evident that small bombs had been made from the cafeteria's oil. This fact slightly surprised Lin Xiu. He hadn't expected such skilled individuals here. However, at the moment Lin Xiu stepped into the backyard, those observing from the second floor also noticed him. Oh crap! A horde of zombies is coming. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Damn it. They even have Iron Man. Quick. Hearing the sudden shouts and cries, Lin Xiu's face darkened. He clearly had not realized that although he was wearing an Iron Man suit and jogging looking quite cool, he was being followed by hundreds of zombies. Seeing the flurry of movements ahead, in order to prevent any mishaps that would cause someone to fall, Lin Xiu reluctantly lifted his visor and shouted, "Don't panic. I'm human, here to rescue you. You all go up first, I'll hold them off here." With that, Lin Xiu positioned himself at the entrance of the backyard, flipping his Tang sword and swiftly decapitating the nearest zombie. The moment those words escaped his lips and he executed the decapitation, an aura of invincibility surrounded him. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned, but then they quickly regained their composure. At that moment, Lin Xiu's stance at the entrance, effortlessly slaying one zombie after another, clearly demonstrated that he indeed possessed skill. Even the 3 girls climbing up the rope had calmed down and recognized Lin Xiu. "Lin Xiu, is that you?" "Lin Xiu, it's Lin Xiu. I can't be mistaken." Lin Xiu waved at them and said, "It's me, you all go up first." "Okay." Seeing Lin Xiu attract all the girls' attention, the boys on the second floor were suddenly somewhat discontent. As modern young men, they clearly did not realize what the apocalypse and zombies represented, still immersed in their hormones. Thus, after pulling all 3 girls up, a burly man and another lanky guy immediately raised 2 watermelon knives and prepared to jump down and kill. "Bro, don't panic, we're here to help you." At that moment, Lin Xiu stood at the entrance of the backyard, having to fend off the zombies outside, while also dealing with those coming from the first floor into the backyard, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. However, in reality, he was quite composed. With his mastery of cold weapons and the ample energy provided by the Physique potion, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, the crucial point was that to him, these zombies were nothing but synthesis coins, a valuable resource. So upon noticing that the 2 were about to descend the rope, Lin Xiu immediately called out to stop them. "Don't come down. I can handle it by myself. You all stay on the second floor." This statement was both for his own synthesis coins and for their safety. After all the weapons they had, the cafeteria watermelon knives were barely adequate for slicing watermelons. He could easily dispatch zombies, completely relying on the strength of the weapon. However, this statement was entirely interpreted by the 2 as Lin Xiu mocking their weakness. After exchanging glances, the burly and the lanky one hastened their descent. "Don't worry. We're stronger than you. Yeah, who do you look down on? We're only here out of goodwill to rescue you." Hearing their taunts, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze fell upon several girls suddenly appearing at the second floor windows, and he instantly understood. Therefore, he no longer responded, but focused on wielding his Tang sword, preparing to kill a few more zombies before they rushed in to snatch kills. Only from the corner of his eye did he keep an eye on these 2. Fortunately, their combat power was not bad. The watermelon knives in their hands swiftly severed the zombies' heads, indeed alleviating some pressure from Lin Xiu. However, at that moment, Lin Xiu suddenly noticed a large group of zombies surging from the back door of the cafeteria on the first floor. These were the students who had been dining on the first floor. Their sudden appearance was evidently drawn by the commotion caused by him and the others. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu immediately shouted at the two, "It's not good. All the zombies in the cafeteria have come out. You don't have protective gear, hurry up." However, Lin Xiu's shout not only failed to make them go down, but that lanky guy again shouted to the second floor, "Old Wong. You all come down. Let's chop them together." Alright. I've wanted to try out what it feels like to chop zombies for a long time. With that, two lanky guys wielding watermelon knives jumped down from above. From the basketball jerseys they wore, Lin Xiu immediately understood why they dared to act so recklessly. It turned out all 6 from upstairs were members of the basketball team. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. A team of players together chopping zombies made the fear of zombies vanish instantly, leaving only the thrill of violence. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu knew there was no longer any need for persuasion. Since they wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. What he could do now was to guard against the zombies outside, preventing them from entering the yard. In this way, even if this group perished, he wouldn't bear the blame. Before he could fully retract this thought, a scream suddenly echoed from behind him. "Ah, Old Wong. Damn it. Old Wong. Quick help." Just as the tall and thin one called out for Old Wong to come down, Old Wong leaped down. To everyone's surprise, Old Wong stumbled and fell to the ground upon landing. Before he could even assess his injured ankle, the zombies that had already emerged lunged at him, sinking their teeth into his shoulder. The girls upstairs screamed at the sight, while the tall, thin guy and the dark-skinned boy rushed forward with a watermelon knife to intervene. One person swung the watermelon knife, directly decapitating the zombie, while the other blocked the advance of the other zombies. But when Old Wong finally wriggled free from the zombie's mouth, everyone fell silent, staring at the large chunk of flesh that had fallen from his shoulder. "Ah!" Old Wong's screams rang out clearly, even drowning out the roars of the zombies. However, in the next moment his mind reacted, and he suddenly turned to look at the two people behind him. Under Old Wong's gaze, the dark-skinned boy and the tall, thin boy both took a step back, while Old Wong struggled to lean against the wall, and with a knife slashed at the zombie in front of him, asking Liu Wu Jia, "What do you two mean by this?" The two were taken aback by Old Wong's words, but with the overwhelming tide of zombies, Liu Yu, the tall, thin one, was the first to speak. "Old Wong, what are you panicking about? Aren't we all here? Let's deal with the zombies first. There aren't many in the cafeteria, and the 3 of us can handle them." Lin Xiu, who was watching from the door, couldn't help but smirk coldly. He had never seen someone risk their life just to show off, not in this lifetime, and certainly not in the next. "I think you should keep an eye on him to see if he turns into a zombie before cleaning up the others." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the 3 people paused in their actions, but though they continued to cut down zombies, Liu Yu and Wu Jia quietly distanced themselves from Old Wong. Lin Xiu, witnessing this scene, shook his head gently. It was evident that the scenario that had played out countless times before was about to unfold before his eyes. However, he remained unperturbed. If these 3 dared to charge at him, he would swing the Tang knife in his hand with a precision that would be far cleaner than dispatching zombies. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Aside from the continued roars of the zombies, even the boys and girls watching from the second-floor windows held their breath. Yet their focus was no longer on the zombies, but rather on Old Wong, who had been bitten. Lin Xiu shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in the group. Just as he prepared to leave the system, in his ear chimed again, "Ding. Current number of zombies killed, 300. Exchange shop unlocked." Hearing this, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon noticed the words "can be synthesized" emerging from the pile of zombie corpses in front of him. This discovery startled Lin Xiu, and as everyone's attention was elsewhere, he quickly used the system to stash the item into his backpack. Looking at the sudden disappearance of a large number of zombies and the 2 additional items in his system backpack, Lin Xiu first took a discreet glance at the people behind him and then immediately opened his inventory. Zombie blood level common description: zombie blood containing viruses which can be used to create mutagenic toxins or synthesize supplies for the apocalypse. Zombie flesh level common description: flesh of zombies, which can be synthesized into supplies for the apocalypse or consumed to exchange for other food using synthesis coins. Upon seeing these 2 items, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately thought of the exchange shop he had unlocked earlier, a joyful expression appearing on his face. Although the exchange shop only contained basic food supplies for him, it was already an extremely useful resource. The only pity was that the lay-by and Lan-Yo exchange from this shop could no longer be used for synthesis. Thus, in the real world, food could not be neglected, but the demand was not as great as before. More importantly, in this system shop, even expired food could be exchanged for qualified food with just 1 synthesis coin. Such resource exchanges would greatly improve his survival conditions in the apocalypse, and utilizing this function could even enable Lin Xiu to accomplish more in this dire time. It must be understood that aside from the zombies, the greatest problem in the apocalypse is food. Although Lin Xiu could only see a small school in front of him, judging from the already severed connections of the network, it seemed the entire world had fallen into crisis. In such a crisis, all production would inevitably cease, and the production and storage of food would become a significant issue. In this situation, Lin Xiu held an unlimited granary of power that could potentially allow him to rebuild order even in the apocalypse. However, the current problem was that relying solely on himself to kill zombies, the amount of synthesis coins obtained was far from sufficient. Even with the bonus of being known as the master of decapitation after slaying 300 zombies, he had only acquired a little over 700 synthesis coins. Just as Lin Xiu pondered whether there was any way to enhance the acquisition of synthesis coins, a sudden scream erupted behind him. Turning abruptly, he found that among the three who had cleared the zombies from the cafeteria, Old Wang had actually slashed Lu Ye's arm. Lu Ye's scream coincided with the girl's cries from upstairs, and Old Wang with bloodshot eyes yelled at the two, "Ha! There's zombie blood on this knife. You're going to turn too." Wu Jie was frozen in place, staring at Lu Yu, who had been cut, and shouted, "Old Wang, are you out of your mind?" "Out of my mind. I'm damn crazy." Old Wang pulled out the watermelon knife and pointed it at Wu Jie. "I'm the one who's been harmed by you two bastards." Wu Jie watched as Old Wang charged at him again, quickly raising the watermelon knife to block in front of him, shouting, "You fell and got bitten yourself. Oh, what does that have to do with us? Besides, you haven't turned yet. Why are you blaming him?" Upon hearing this, Old Wang looked at Lu Yu, who lay on the ground screaming, and laughed. "If it weren't for you wanting to show off in front of those girls, would I be like this? You all deserve to die. Die, die." Saying this, Old Wang raised the watermelon knife, once more heedless of the consequences, and swung it down repeatedly at the fallen Lu Yu. In the astonished silence of the crowd, Lu Yu, who could still make sounds, was brutally hacked to death by him. At this moment, the wound on his shoulder had clearly begun to mutate, his sanity was fading, and he raised the watermelon knife again, aiming it at Lin Xiu at the door. "And you?" Lin Xiu watched Old Wang stride toward him. Though unafraid, his expression beneath the Iron Man helmet darkened with quiet disdain. He had leapt from a building solely to impress, only to land himself at death's door, and now inexplicably blamed an innocent bystander. Utterly irrational. As Old Wang lunged forward, Lin Xiu slashed his Tang sword in one fluid motion, first disarming him of the watermelon cleaver, then delivering a thunderous kick that sent him crashing at Wu Jie's feet. Clad in the Iron Man suit and fortified by the prior Physique enhancement serum, Lin Xiu's kick resonated with a sickening crack, the unmistakable shattering of ribs audible to all present. After dispatching the last zombie before him, Lin Xiu pointed coldly at Old Wang, "And Wu Jie, you chose death. Do not blame others. Neither you nor that corpse lying there. First understand what world this is." Old Wang writhed on the ground, clutching his shattered ribs as he clutched Wu Jie's pant leg. "Wu Jie, save me. Save me. I don't want to become a zombie. I can't die." Wu Jie recoiled a step, evading the desperate grasp. Before him, life and death unfolded in brutal clarity, leaving the hormone-fueled youth utterly stunned. He stared, first at Old Wang crawling toward him, then at Lu Yu's motionless body lying in a pool of blood, his mind completely blank, frozen beyond thought. He'd mistaken it all for a game, a simple post-apocalyptic survival scenario. With their physical prowess, surviving the end times surely wouldn't be difficult. Yet he never imagined how abruptly reality would shatter. Stunned into paralysis, he stood frozen, even though the watermelon cleaver remained tightly gripped in his hand, utterly immobile. Only when Old Wang lunged at his feet and sank his teeth deep into his calf, blood gushing forth, did the searing pain jolt him back to awareness. His cleaver descended violently onto Old Wang's back, again and again, until white bone gleamed through torn flesh. Only then did he drop the blade, collapsing numbly onto the ground. Gasping his last breath, Old Wang still grinned up at him. "Ha! You're doomed too. You've been infected. Now wait for death." Lin Xiu observed it all in silence. Glancing briefly at the crowd upstairs, most already unconscious with terror, he shook his head faintly, closed the cafeteria courtyard gate, and walked away. Those who failed to grasp the nature of this new world Lin Xiu believed were not worth saving. Should he ever need loyal hands, perhaps he'd return to reconsider. Next, he would scout other areas, gathering zombie flesh and blood as strategic reserves. But first he turned toward the dormitory, to check on Haozi and the others and see how thoroughly they'd cleared it. Now equipped with the exchange mall, Lin Xiu collected usable zombie biomass along the way, each piece carefully gathered as he walked. He soon noticed a pattern: only intact corpses he himself had slain could be reclaimed by his system. Zombies crushed by falling debris or flattened beneath vehicles never triggered the system's eligible for synthesis prompt. Fortunately, nearly every zombie near the dorms had fallen to his own blade, so his methodical collection left the entire dormitory zone eerily pristine. Well, except for that one zombie outside the dorm entrance dispatched earlier by Haozi and his crew. Just as Lin Xiu reached the dorm door, it swung open violently. Before he could react, Haozi burst out exclaiming, "Holy! Brother Lin, what was that just now?" Another ability. Can you eat zombie corpses? No more talk. I've never admired anyone in my life, but I swear from this moment on you're my eternal idol. Watching Haozi and Guzi flail in astonishment, Lin Xiu arched a brow and turned sharply to Deqing. What's wrong with these two? To his surprise, even steady Deqing raised his eyebrows and said honestly, even Bear Grylls couldn't pull off what you just did. Lin Xiu's lips twitched. He instantly understood. They'd witnessed his roadside harvesting. With a sigh, he removed his helmet. It's my ability. I convert the energy from these corpses into edible food. Thankfully, he'd already briefed them on his ability, making this explanation seamless. To reinforce credibility, Lin Xiu immediately exchanged 2 synthesis coins and 1 portion of zombie biomass for a freshly made sandwich from the exchange mall. The moment the steaming sandwich materialized in his palm, Haozi and Guzi froze, speechless, eyes wide. Lin Xiu lifted it slowly, waving it teasingly under their noses until its aroma bloomed. Then he sighed. I used to think this ability was decent, yet judging by your horrified faces, I suppose I'll have to eat all such meals alone from now on. With that, he took a deliberate bite, the tangy burst of salad dressing spraying outward, while savoring it with theatrical relish. All 3 swallowed hard in unison. Haozi slapped Guzi's shoulder. You idiot. How dare you speak to Brother Lin like that? Call it zombie meat. This isn't zombie meat. Give me one too, Brother Lin. Guzi shot back, slapping Haozi's hand away. You dog. You said it first, yet you scold me. Brother Lin, it's lunchtime, we're starving. Make me one too. Lin Xiu chuckled at their antics. Oh, afraid to eat zombie. Haozi jabbed a finger at the sandwich. If this is zombie, bring me 100. Exactly. If this is zombie, I'll devour every last one on earth. Grinning, Lin Xiu pulled 3 more sandwiches from the mall and handed 1 each to the trio, 1 per person, no extras. And once more, this is not zombie. Only because the mall labeled it exchange, not transmutation, did Lin Xiu dare consume it. Had it read converted into food, even he would have hesitated. After the 3 devoured their sandwiches, Deqing asked what caused that explosion earlier. Did you investigate? Lin Xiu shrugged. I did. A group of fools jumped off a building just to show off and got themselves killed. A few survivors remain, including several girls from our anime club, but rescuing them holds no appeal for me. What began as a weary aside landed differently on Haozi and Guzi's ears. They exchanged knowing glances, and both turned grinning toward Lin Xiu. Sister. Hey Lin Gu, that's not fair. Lin Xiu looked at the 2 cheeky individuals speaking in a sarcastic manner and promptly kicked each of them in the rear, saying, get lost. Don't think about those irrelevant things. Our own situation isn't stable yet, so we shouldn't be concerned about others. Lin Xiu's kick was not forceful, and they had taken physical enhancement potions, so it was inconsequential. However, Haozi and Gu rubbed their behinds, looking aggrieved as they said to Lin Xiu, Lin Gu, we haven't said anything yet. At this moment, Deqing chuckled and said, who doesn't know about this dormitory? Oh, no one in our class who doesn't know that you 2 are seasoned veterans. As soon as you open your mouths, I can guess what you're going to say. Hearing this, Gu and Haozi stopped pretending and directly embraced Lin Xiu from either side, saying, Lin Gu, about this matter, think of it this way, rescuing 2 sisters can not only alleviate our monotonous life in the apocalypse, but who knows, given our current situation and physiques, one of them might end up single. Exactly, Lin Gu, with the apocalypse upon us, if we remain single, it would be a regret, even in death. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, naturally understanding the mentality of the 2, and said to Deqing, do you think we should go rescue them? Deqing shook his head and replied, I think we can save them, but given the current situation, it's unnecessary. Lin Xiu smiled broadly and patted the shoulders of the 2, saying, did you hear that? That's the right opinion. You need to think clearly. For every person we save, our supplies will be reduced by 1. Moreover, do you really believe that the people we rescue will unite with us? As brothers who have watched countless films, once Lin Xiu voiced this concern, everyone understood what he was worried about. At that moment, Deqing further added, there's an even more important point. Lin Xiu's powers signify our brotherhood. If others come, how will we explain this? Given how closely we interact, it's impossible to keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu even thought to give Deqing a thumbs up, while Gu and Haozi immediately abandoned their previous thoughts. Though they were all single in an apocalypse, saving a few sisters is certainly less important than ensuring their own safety. However, Deqing then stated, Lin Xiu, there's one thing I feel, if we can save people, we should indeed rescue some, but we should choose those who can follow commands and have abilities. That way, when we encounter issues, there will be someone to help solve them. But the final decision rests with you. I'm just offering a suggestion. Lin Xiu laughed and patted Deqing's shoulder, saying, haha, I think you would make a good strategist. I enjoy the feeling of chopping zombies up front, it's exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Haozi immediately said, then I'll be the logistics minister. Handling food and daily needs is my forte. Gu immediately mocked, just you. Have you inflated after eating a sandwich? How did you lose those few pounds of meat before? Don't you know your own situation? Seeing the 2 about to bicker again, Lin Xiu immediately stopped them and turned to the now clean corridor, saying, as for rescuing people, we should indeed follow Deepening's method. However, how to arrange the rescued individuals and allocate supplies is something you need to devise a plan for. At this point, Lin Xiu took a deep breath and looked at the blood-red clouds in the sky, sighing, if we do not receive any wireless communication from the government, then the school is very likely to be our long-term residence. The three exchanged glances and gazed out at the blood-red clouds, their eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Deepening continued, if that's the case, what we need to do is quickly eliminate the zombies in the school and seal it off so we can operate better here. Lin Xiu nodded and said, so my next objective is to continue killing zombies in the school while your goal is to devise a perfect plan before I finish clearing the zombies. Got it. The three nodded, even Haozi and Ergu, who usually loved to bicker, nodded seriously at this moment. However, Deepening lightly smiled, saying that's no problem. Since the power is still on, let's quickly use the laptop to create a document. The dormitory has a printer, so we can print it out in black and white. Hearing this, Lin Xiu laughed as well, but Haozi suddenly grinned and said, damn, I feel like we're about to dominate the world. Lin Gu is a powerful ability user, terrifyingly strong, and we might just get to ride on his coattails and become some kind of leader, right? Just you as a leader. A dog's head is more valuable than you. Ha, dog head. You're the dog head out with your diarrhea. Do you think you're more valuable than me? If it weren't for the lack of internet, I'd blow up your dog head with my keyboard right now. Hearing the two start to bicker again, Lin Xiu kicked each of them, saying, all right, have you cleaned out the dormitory? Where did you throw those zombies? Haozi rubbed his behind, saying, we just threw them out of the dormitory window into the hallway. However, while we have the dorm supervisor's key, we haven't checked every room, yet we only cleaned the hallway. Hearing this, Lin Xiu stroked his chin and said, all right then, let's leave it at that for now. You guys make a plan in the dormitory while I continue to kill zombies outside. It's almost dark, and since the zombies will begin to mutate in just a few hours, I'll see if there are any survivors left in the school. Everyone nodded, and as Lin Xiu opened the door to leave, the three of them reminded him to be careful. They knew their own capabilities at dealing with a few scattered zombies in the dormitory was no problem, but if it were like Lin Xiu, they could only take a step back. Moreover, as an ability user, why would Lin Xiu fear these weak zombies? So they willingly took on the role of Lin Xiu's support. Exiting the dormitory building, Lin Xiu looked at the sky. Although the clouds were still blood-red, that did not mean night would not come. The time was around 6 o'clock, and it had already been 5 hours since the zombie outbreak at noon. Even Lin Xiu himself hadn't realized how quickly time had passed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu's eyes swept across the area outside the dormitory as he pondered before deciding to head towards the domed building. Looking at the Tang Dao covered in blood, Lin Xiu grabbed a pillowcase hanging nearby, wiped the blood off, and sheathed it, stepping forward. I hope this time there won't be any idiots like in the cafeteria. Lin Xiu chose the sports hall as his location this time. Compared to the teaching building, he felt that the probability of survivors in the sports hall was much greater. After all, most of the people in the sports hall were students with good physical fitness. Even if a zombie mutation occurred with their physical condition, as long as their psychological acceptance was slightly higher, they could deal with these zombies and find a place to hide. Moreover, the sports hall had separated exercise rooms, changing rooms, and restrooms, providing ample space for people to hide from zombies without much difficulty. Furthermore, even if there were no survivors in the sports hall, the library was right next door, allowing him to search both places at once, saving time and effort. Lin Xiu's university was a prestigious institution in the Magic City with a relatively large flow of people exceeding 30,000. Therefore, on his way, numerous zombies continually charged at him, and Lin Xiu welcomed these zombies that posed no threat to him. Basically, he would behead them with a single stroke, and before their heads hit the ground, he would directly absorb them into the system space. As his movements became more skilled, his frequency increased, and more importantly, during the 10 minutes of slaughter, his synthesis coins had surprisingly surpassed 1,000. At that moment, Lin Xiu noticed that the previously gray model of the M4A1 rifle under the synthesizable option was now displayed as able to be synthesized. This news excited him greatly. After all, this M4A1 rifle model was a fully equipped item in the game, and if it could become real, his combat power would soar. However, the excitement was evidently a bit premature, as he suddenly realized that although this gun could be synthesized, he had no idea what he should use for the synthesis. What if this gun were to synthesize with something else and turned into a knife or a stick? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Thus, after a brief moment of excitement, he suppressed his impulse to synthesize immediately. Anyway, now that he knew the number of synthesis coins required for the M4A1 rifle, he just needed to continue collecting synthesis coins and attempt to figure out the rules of synthesis products. The straight line distance from the dormitory area to the sports hall was only a few hundred meters, but for Lin Xiu it took a full half an hour. During this half hour, his gains were quite abundant, and what made him even happier was that when he dealt with the zombie in front of him, the system unexpectedly issued a prompt ding. Having killed more than 500 zombies in one day, you have obtained the title Zombie Slayer. Another title. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrow, and in that instant he felt that the strength within his body seemed to have increased again. A title of Master Beheader granted him the benefit of 2 synthesis coins, and facing this zombie slayer Lin Xiu couldn't wait to click on it. Zombie Slayer, your damage to zombies is increased, and all your attributes receive a double boost when facing zombies. Lin Xiu couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. This title was immensely powerful for him, and no wonder he felt his reflexes had strengthened once more. Amidst the surprise, Lin Xiu immediately opened his panel. Host Lin Xiu titles Master Beheader Zombie Slayer, Strength D Excellent, Agility D Excellent, Stamina D Excellent, Skill Proficiency in Cold Weapons, Synthesis Coins 1058. He first glanced at the title of Master Beheader, which had not been replaced, letting out a sigh of relief, and then upon seeing his 3-dimensional attributes, he was momentarily astonished. Although the ratings in parentheses bore an asterisk indicating that these were only temporary attributes, jumping directly from E to D made him feel the changes within himself. Looking at the last zombie before him, Lin Xiu put away his Tang knife and approached it with clenched fists. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch. Bang! To Lin Xiu's surprise, his punch did not send the zombie flying several meters, but instead shattered it into pieces. The enhancement of his attributes combined with the title's increase in damage to zombies surprisingly allowed Lin Xiu to achieve the effect of turning a person into mincemeat with a single punch, which greatly astonished him. Such an enhancement left him quite satisfied, although they were all dead just based on this effect, let alone zombies. Even if people witnessed it, they would probably tremble in fear. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Xiu then walked towards the interior of the sports hall. With this title in hand, he believed he could handle even the muscular zombies with ease. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the sports hall, Lin Xiu clearly overestimated the situation here. Just from looking through the main entrance, the sports hall was already a scene of blood with countless zombies wandering inside. Through the glass door, he had already spotted a zombie that was swaying and beckoning its companions to come towards him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu raised his eyebrow and quickened his pace to enter the sports hall, directly picking up a chair leg from the ground and wedging it against the glass door handle. This way, those zombies wouldn't be able to go out, increasing the survival chances for those outside the sports hall, while also ensuring Lin Xiu's future synthesis coin gains. This massive sports hall with just a glance revealed that the number of zombies here would definitely not be less than 500, and it was even possible that it exceeded 1,000. If he were to take down all these zombies, it would yield thousands or even tens of thousands of synthesis coins. By then, not to mention an M4A1 rifle, he might even be able to synthesize a tank. Quickly stepping into the sports hall, Lin Xiu had already drawn his Tang knife, and as he walked, he had already beheaded dozens of zombies. However, just as he had taken several steps down the aisle, Lin Xiu suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from his right side. With the boost from his attributes, he instinctively swung his knife towards the right. Clang! Hiss! The Tang knife suddenly struck the metal railing beside the aisle, and a shadow flew over his head at that moment. This sudden turn of events made Lin Xiu break out in a cold sweat, and as he focused on the falling shadow, he gripped his Tang knife tightly. It was a zombie that stood only a meter tall. No, to be precise, it was a zombie crouching on the ground. Its face was completely rotted, and Lin Xiu could even see its eye sockets, with the entire face revealing bone, and even the eye sockets had writhing flesh inside. Just looking at this appearance nearly made Lin Xiu vomit, and what was even more alarming was that based on the previous attack, this zombie had extremely agile speed. However, when Lin Xiu checked its panel through the system, the previously fearless Lin Xiu suddenly felt a bit nervous. Listener level Excellent Strength D, Excellent Agility C, Elite Stamina D, Excellent Ability, can discern the target's position through sound, with extremely fast movement speed, exceptional jumping ability, and sharp claws, far surpassing ordinary zombies. Weakness Loud noises can disrupt its judgment, and may even incapacitate it. Of course, if your speed is faster than its, you can also take it down. Although he could see the data panel of this zombie, Lin Xiu's expression was not good. Just these 3-dimensional attributes were enough to make him feel alarmed, and the worst part was that this zombie's agility had surprisingly reached the elite level of C. More importantly, from what Lin Xiu observed about this zombie, he had already realized that the apocalypse was heading toward a situation he was most unwilling to see. Evolution. Humans have yet to discover any ability users, but among zombies there are already evolved beings, which is definitely not good news for him. With his system, this apocalypse was indeed not to be feared, but if faced with these evolved zombies, he would struggle to protect himself. Looking at the ordinary zombies approaching him, and the listener crouched on the ground, seemingly listening for his movements, Lin Xiu had to temporarily set aside these thoughts and focus on dealing with it. Fortunately, his system was powerful enough to inform him of this zombie's weakness. Given his own level agility, it was impossible for him to confront it hidden, so he had to choose to interfere with sound. However, in this gymnasium, the only thing that could create a loud noise besides the whistle in the equipment room was the brass bell that had been placed in the corner of the gym hall. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. His Tang Dao shook in his hand, emitting a light sound, and as the listener turned its ears toward him, he fiercely swung his knife. With the effect of the title, Zombie Slayer, the Tang Dao, which would usually be capable of decapitating with one strike, now possessed the destructive power akin to a heavy sword. The zombies that charged forward had their upper bodies shattered as if struck by a giant hammer. Fortunately, the benefits from his title, Master of Decapitation, were not diminished. However, just as he struck, the distant listener had clearly captured Lin Xiu's location and suddenly leaped from the ground. To his utter surprise, this little creature managed to leap straight to the ceiling and then swiftly transformed, diving toward Lin Xiu headfirst. With his gaze fixed on it, Lin Xiu would never allow it to attack. As it dove down, he suddenly flipped the Tang Dao in his hand and swung it at the listener who was just about to land in front of him. The unstoppable Tang Dao, combined with the enhancement from the title, Zombie Slayer, meant that even an evolved zombie would be doomed. However, despite not being impossible to catch, the elite-level agility had significant advantages in subtle maneuvers. Just as Lin Xiu's knife was about to strike the listener's head, it seemed to hear the wind whooshing past its ears, and in the nick of time slightly turned its head to evade. Immediately after, its right claw struck the side of the Tang Dao, using the force to twist its body and land directly on the Tang Dao, leaping into the horde of zombies. All these movements were completed in just a second, and even Lin Xiu had to regard this listener with newfound respect. However, the current situation was not optimistic. The listener's evasions and attacks indicated that it was vastly different from the mindless zombies. It even possessed a notable level of intelligence. So, taking advantage of its entry into the horde of ordinary zombies, Lin Xiu neither charged in recklessly nor stood still. Instead, he quickly sped through the aisle towards the center of the gymnasium. Hiss! It seemed that the sound of Lin Xiu's Iron Man armor running on the ground greatly irritated the listener, prompting it to roar angrily in the midst of the zombie crowd. At this moment, Lin Xiu realized he had actually become accustomed to the heavy armor, having initially not noticed it. However, he did not stop. Utilizing his Iron Man suit to confront the listener was risky, as his level strength, even if armored, might still be easily cut through. So the urgent task was still to rush to the center of the gymnasium to find that large competition bell, which was the safest course of action. It seemed that as Lin Xiu's voice drifted further from the listener, chaos suddenly erupted among the ordinary zombies. The listener realized its prey was fleeing and directly extended its claws, charging through the horde of zombies towards Lin Xiu. With a casual swipe of its sharp claws, the zombies blocking its path were sliced into several segments, demonstrating sharpness comparable to Lin Xiu's Tang Dao. However, Lin Xiu was not to be outdone. Wielding his Tang Dao, he dispatched the zombies in his way and finally reached the center of the gymnasium. But when he saw the densely packed zombies in the gym, he couldn't help but gasp. In his original estimation, there should have been no more than 500 people in this gym, but unexpectedly, there were actually over 1,000. Damn, it's Friday. There's a competition in the gym. Only then did Lin Xiu suddenly realize this fact, but it was already too late to regret. Looking at the listener rushing toward him from behind, he could only proceed according to his plan. Fortunately, although there were many zombies here, he was equally familiar with the layout. After observing the zombies in the hall, he dashed directly toward the left corner. Yet another wave of slashing, but the listener had already come up behind him. Just as Lin Xiu was about to reach the corner, a roar suddenly came from behind. Huh! The listener leaped again, diving towards Lin Xiu headfirst, its fingers spread wide behind its back, clearly aiming to deliver a fatal blow at the moment of landing. But at this moment, Lin Xiu's eyes had already spotted the bell hanging on the rack in the corner. The listener was descending just 1 meter away from Lin Xiu's head, and its arms had already begun to glide forward. If this continued, Lin Xiu would undoubtedly die in the next second. In this critical moment, Lin Xiu suddenly executed a fish leap and rolled to evade the listener's claws, narrowly avoiding the strike. He landed firmly in front of the bell, grasping the Tang Dao in reverse, and looked at the descending listener with a fierce smile. "Hee, you dog thing, let me show you my power." With that, Lin Xiu slammed the hilt of his knife against the bell. When, aunt! In the next instant after Lin Xiu rang the bell, a chilling scream echoed throughout the gymnasium like a wraith. The fallen listener, swept of its earlier vigor, could only cover its ears and collapsed to the ground, letting out a howl. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiu grinned. He first beheaded all the surrounding zombies with a single stroke, then immediately struck the bell again with his fist. When a aunt! The listener's scream intensified, and Lin Xiu felt completely at ease. However, as a transmigrator, Lin Xiu knew he could not let his guard down in this situation, as he was unsure whether the listener would develop resistance to noise. Thus, after striking the bell, once more Lin Xiu dashed towards the listener, without hesitation his Tang, Dao, suddenly swinging towards its head. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed as the listener's head along with its blade-laden hands separated from its body under Lin Xiu's strike. But in the next moment Lin Xiu stood frozen in place, overwhelmed with joy. Ding! You have slain the listener, excellent tier, earning 500 synthesis coins. Ding! Killing a special zombie within a short time has granted you the title Quick Attack Elite. Ding! You have more than 3 titles opening the title panel. Ding! First kill of the special zombie listener, gain choice reward, agility, level up, enhancement of auditory attribute. The 3 significant rewards left Lin Xiu somewhat dizzy. He had anticipated that killing special zombies would yield a large number of synthesis coins. However, he never expected that the system would present 4 notifications at once, 2 of which were related to titles. First, he opened the title panel, which was quite ordinary, merely listing the titles he had earned while detailing their effects and how to acquire them. For instance, the new title Quick Attack Elite on his panel appeared as follows: Quick Attack Elite Effect 1. When facing special zombies, your attributes will be comprehensively enhanced. Effect 2. The attribute corresponding to the strongest attribute of the special zombie will be further enhanced. Effect 3. When facing ordinary zombies, the overall attribute enhancement is only 10, with no corresponding attribute enhancement. Unlock condition: resolve a special zombie with 3-dimensional attributes not lower than yours within 5 minutes. Upon seeing this title, Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, as it was incredibly overpowered. This meant that the next time he encountered a strength-type special zombie, not only would his attributes be comprehensively boosted, but his strength attribute would also be reinforced. Though even after the enhancement, his strength attribute might not surpass that of the special zombie, at the very least, it wouldn't let the zombie use its advantage to pin him down. This was a life-saving title. Moreover, significantly, there was a title progress bar on this title panel. Once he reached a certain number of titles, he would receive additional rewards. With a grin while looking at the system panel, Lin Xiu felt quite pleased, even finding the zombies scratching at his Iron Man mask somewhat adorable. Since these ordinary zombies couldn't harm him while in the Iron Man suit, Lin Xiu began to review his rewards again. The last reward from the system was decent, but unfortunately, he could only choose one. Moreover, these 2 attributes were from the listener. He wondered if killing other zombies in the future would yield similar rewards. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu suddenly hesitated over the 2 options. The agility attribute was currently his highest attribute, and he believed it was the most powerful attribute in the apocalypse. As long as he was fast enough, the zombies wouldn't be able to catch or grasp him. But if this reward was unique, what if he missed the hearing enhancement? Would there be no chance in the future? However, after hesitating for several seconds, Lin Xiu decisively chose the agility attribute. Though hearing enhancement was good, agility was what he needed to evade crises. He did not possess the ability of the listener to discern sound location, so agility was the most practical for him. As soon as his thoughts settled, the system immediately transmitted a notification: ding. Agility attribute level 1, current agility attribute D. Feeling it out, Lin Xiu did not sense anything different, but when he opened his eyes, he was almost furious. Damn, my corpse. You bunch of dogs. He swung his fist violently, obliterating the zombie in front of him into a mist of blood, while continuously brandishing his Tang Dao to guard the listener's corpse. Looking at the listener's body, which had been gnawed on by zombies, Lin Xiu felt heartbroken and immediately stored its entire body, including its head and hands, into his system backpack. While ordinary zombies' flesh could be exchanged for supplies, the corpse of this special zombie might have greater uses. Seeing the listener's corpse in his system backpack suddenly turn into incomplete listener's corpse, Lin Xiu wished he could behead all those zombies. You were the first to bite. And you, the second bite. You, the third one. Damn. I tell you to bite. I tell you to bite. In his rage, Lin Xiu even disregarded the synthesis coin reward, launching a fierce attack on the zombies, devouring the listener's corpse, turning them into mush. After chopping up dozens of zombies, he finally caught his breath and looked at his battered Tang Dao, stunned. With a slight twitch of his mouth, Lin Xiu truly didn't know what to say. Could this be the so-called extreme reversal of fortune? After acquiring a good haul of rewards, would he start to encounter bad luck? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu quickly halted his venting actions, first collecting all the zombie corpses around him that could be salvaged before swinging his knife and moving on. After all, his purpose for coming to the gymnasium was to rescue people, not to engage in meaningless slaughter. With this in mind, Lin Xiu first went to the highest seats in the gymnasium, checking the interior to confirm there were no hidden survivors before closing the 3 large doors connecting the gym to the outside. He then stood at the upper spectator area by the last door, shouting to the entire gym, "Are there any survivors left in the gym? If not, I will be leaving." After shouting 3 times and only hearing his own voice, he cleared the area at the door, closed it, and left the hall preparing to check the changing room and equipment room behind the gym. Who would have thought that just as he closed the last door, a loud crash suddenly echoed from the direction near the equipment room in the corridor. Clang. The sudden sound made Lin Xiu instantly alert. He swiftly drew his Tang Dao with one hand, while retrieving a small bell he had found in the corner with the other. This cursed place is too eerie. He certainly did not wish to encounter another sound listener. Following the sound, although Lin Xiu lacked the ability to discern sounds like a sound listener, he could still grasp the general direction. He could confirm that the source of the sound was the equipment room, and the noise of something falling was likely the sound of heavy dumbbells hitting the ground. Zombies wouldn't move these things. Could there be someone in the equipment room? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu placed the bell into the chest plate of his Iron Man armor and slowly approached the equipment room, holding his Tang Dao. Most of the zombies were gathered inside the gym. The number of zombies in the corridor outside the gym was significantly fewer. Especially since he had closed all the main doors, Lin Xiu managed to clear the zombies in the corridor in just 3 minutes. At this moment, he cautiously approached the equipment room. The door of the equipment room was a security door, and judging by the bloodstains on it, there were signs of being scratched by zombies. This made Lin Xiu more certain that there were survivors inside. However, just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard a voice from inside. "Senior sister, let's get out. Staying here will only lead to death." When Lin Xiu heard the voice of a girl speaking, his interest diminished by half, and since she referred to someone as senior sister, his curiosity waned even further. It wasn't that he disliked girls, but the situation he had witnessed in the cafeteria of the back courtyard left him feeling helpless regarding the girls in this world. In these times, it was mostly pampered young ladies who in the apocalypse at the very least should possess some survival skills. However, these young ladies clearly did not, and instead they would adopt a posture of a spoiled rich girl complaining and being picky, which was what he despised the most. Moreover, if there was a beautiful girl, several boys would fixate on her, which not only would elicit a certain misplaced pride in her, but would also create discord among the boys. This could disrupt the harmony of the entire team, and further could even lead to the team's downfall. This was a bloody lesson revealed by countless apocalyptic narratives and films, and having lived 2 lives, he would not commit such a basic mistake. Nevertheless, since he was here, he had no intention of leaving. The people inside were unaware of his presence outside, which might reveal their true thoughts. Thus, it was better to listen to their conversation. At the very least, after rescuing them, he could decide their treatment based on their words. This was not something Lin Xiu enjoyed doing. After the girl finished speaking, another girl continued, "No, Shaoling, calm down. In this situation, the more anxious we are, the more likely we are to make mistakes. You heard the commotion and the bell outside, didn't you?" Lin Xiu nodded slightly, thinking that this senior sister was quite calm. However, immediately afterward, the girl named Shaoling spoke again. "Are we not in trouble now? The coach was bitten and the senior brother has turned into a zombie. It's just the 2 of us hiding in a gym filled with zombies. Who can save us?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. For the 2 girls, this situation indeed felt like a dead end. Placing their lives in the hands of someone else's chance was akin to courting death. Therefore, he somewhat agreed with Xiaoling's statement. At that moment, Xiaoling said again, "There are 2 of us with 2 knives. Let's charge out. The straight line distance from here to the dormitory is only 500 meters. Even if there are zombies everywhere, we can still fight our way through." The room fell into a brief silence, as it seemed that this senior sister was contemplating the feasibility of this idea. Lin Xiu at that moment hesitated whether to knock on the door or quietly leave. After all, he had already cleared all the zombies along the way, and even if new ones emerged, there wouldn't be many. He could spare himself the trouble of rescuing them. However, just as he prepared to step back, the senior sister inside spoke. "All right, let's take the plunge. I'll count to 3. You open the door, I'll charge ahead, and you cover the back." "Okay. 3. Great, now he couldn't run away. Lin Xiu immediately took a few steps back quietly, and then used the metal suit of Iron Man to make noise, pretending to approach them. Upon hearing this sound, the 2 women immediately stopped counting, and the senior sister quickly admonished Xiaoling, "Wait, there's a sound." At this point, Lin Xiu stopped pretending and knocked on the security door, asking, "Is there anyone inside? If there is, hurry out and follow me." After hearing this, there was silence for 2 seconds inside, and then the senior sister's voice came out, "There's someone. Who are you? Are you from the rescue team?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that her vigilance was quite high. He responded, "I'm a student from the school. You can call me Lin Xiu. I'm here searching for survivors, so I came to check. If you want to come with me, then open the door. If not, I'll be leaving." Wait. Xiaoling suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, what about the zombies outside? Are you alone?" "Just me, I've cleared the zombies. If you want to come out, hurry up. It's getting dark." Hearing Lin Xiu's urgent tone, the security door inside quickly opened, but it only revealed a narrow gap, showing a pair of eyes. Seeing Xiaoling peering cautiously through the door crack, Lin Xiu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "So have you seen enough? I told you there are no zombies. However, unexpectedly Xiaoling did not respond. Instead, she suddenly asked, "Are you human or some kind of thing?" Looking at her scrutinizing gaze as if observing a gorilla in a zoo made Lin Xiu laugh angrily. He immediately gave her the middle finger and said, "What do you think I look like? Are you coming or not? If not, I'll go find someone else." Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Lin Xiu, who was lifting his Iron Man mask, and then responded with a middle finger. She opened the security door, turning to the senior sister who was hiding behind the door, saying, "Senior sister, he's human. The outside is all cleared up." Only then did Lin Xiu see that both of the people in the room were holding a Tang Dao, and both were sharpened weapons. As his gaze fell upon the senior sister dressed in a white sports outfit with her ponytail and bangs, Lin Xiu felt that he had seen this senior sister somewhere before. At that moment, the senior sister who stepped out from behind the door nodded at Lin Xiu and said, "Hello, I am Shi Mengxian." Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, suddenly realizing, "Oh, Shi Mengxian, it's actually you." Only after the person in front, Shi Mengxian, introduced herself did Lin Xiu understand why these two individuals dared to rush towards the dormitory in such a situation, hoping to seize a chance of survival. Shi Mengxian was the recognized campus belle of Lin Xiu's university, but if that were the case, Lin Xiu's impression of her wouldn't be too deep. The key point was that Shi Mengxian was also the senior sister of the university's martial arts association, having participated in numerous competitions on behalf of the school and won several awards. Even at the entrance of the gymnasium, her photo was posted, making it impossible for anyone not to have a lasting impression of her. The girl here called Xiao Ling referred to her as senior sister, which clearly indicated that she was also trained. With this alone plus the Tang Dao in their hands, they indeed had a chance of survival by taking a risk. However, when Lin Xiu noticed what was behind Shi Mengxian, he felt even more excited than when he saw Shi Mengxian herself. Because the equipment room here was exclusively for the Martial Arts Association, amidst various training equipment, Lin Xiu saw countless weapons that displayed the words "can be synthesized." Seeing Lin Xiu in a daze, Xiao Ling thought he was infatuated, and even Shi Mengxian awkwardly lowered her head, unable to look at him. Just as Lin Xiu marveled at this bonanza, Xiao Ling poked him with her Tang Dao, saying angrily, "Hey, even if you're infatuated, don't do it here. Besides, there are only two girls, and you're only infatuated with my senior sister. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me?" Awakened by Xiao Ling's words, Lin Xiu was slightly stunned, his mouth twitching involuntarily, but upon hearing her words, he suddenly pretended to be serious and carefully scrutinized the two of them. Shi Mengxian had a standard oval face and almond-shaped eyes, appearing pure and adorable, with her bangs slightly covering her face, creating an irresistible allure. Not to mention her well-trained physique, which was not only tall and slender, but also had a remarkably strong waist. At this moment, her sports tank top paired with a thin shirt made her well-defined waistline even more visually appealing. As for Xiao Ling, although she was also pretty, her height was a disadvantage. Moreover, being so young and already having such wealth, directly owning an airport was truly hard to describe. Thus, after Xiao Ling made that remark, Lin Xiu pretended to scrutinize again and suddenly laughed, saying, "With your petite frame, even if I wanted to be infatuated, you wouldn't give me the chance. You." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Xiao Ling immediately brandished her Tang Dao as if to strike, but Shi Mengxian, standing beside her, slightly reddened and said, "All right, Xiao Ling, let's leave here first and talk later in a safe place." At this point, Shi Mengxian bowed slightly to Lin Xiu, saying, "Thank you for clearing the zombies, but we want to go back to the dormitory. If it's not on our way, I think it's better for us to act separately." Worried about how to take the weapons from this equipment room, Lin Xiu immediately smiled and said, "That's great. I was planning to go to the library. With your skills, if nothing goes wrong, you shouldn't need my help. You can go ahead." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's response, Xiao Ling was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to be so different from the flashy individuals outside. Wouldn't a normal man at this moment say something like, "That's wonderful. I want to go back to the dormitory too," and then escort them all the way back? Shi Mengxian was not surprised by this answer. She suddenly paused and sighed, saying, "If you're looking for survivors, there's no need to go to the library." Lin Xiu, seeing Shi Mengxian's expression, seemed to have guessed the answer, but still asked, "Are there no survivors left in the library?" "Yes, we escaped from the library to the gymnasium, only to find that this place had also been turned into this, which is why we hid in the equipment room." Hearing Shi Mengxian's reply, Lin Xiu helplessly shrugged. The only place to hide in the library was the restroom on each floor, and the restroom doors were only thin wooden doors unable to withstand any collision. Since Shi Mengxian had said so, he probably really didn't need to go there anymore. So he nodded and said, "All right, that makes things easier for me. I'll stay in the gym for a bit longer while you go ahead." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Shi Mengxian was stunned again and then slightly furrowed her brows, asking, "Aren't you coming with us? Staying here alone is very dangerous." Clearly, she felt that since Lin Xiu had saved them, leaving him alone here seemed a bit ungrateful. However, Lin Xiu's thoughts were completely different from theirs, as the Tang Dao in his hand had already been damaged, and he now needed to synthesize a new blade. Otherwise, if he encountered other special zombies outside the gym, he would be left defenseless. Therefore, after hearing Meng-Xiu's words, he lightly tapped his Iron Man suit and laughed. "Don't worry, I have this suit. It's not a problem. You go ahead while the zombies I just dealt with haven't respawned yet." Seeing Lin Xiu so determined, Meng-Xiu no longer insisted. Xiaoling, also confused by Lin Xiu's thought process, immediately waved her hand and left. Once the two disappeared around the corner, Lin Xiu hurriedly put on his helmet and entered the equipment room. After all, it was the Martial Arts Association, and they had all kinds of weapons, each labeled with the words "can be synthesized." Lin Xiu didn't care about whether they were suitable. He simply waved his hand and collected all the weapons into his system backpack. Then Lin Xiu raised the Tang Dao in his hand again, and seeing the words "can be decomposed" on it, decisively chose to decompose it. Ding! You have decomposed the damaged Tang Dao ordinary and received nothing. Ugh! Lin Xiu's face darkened. So it turns out that the rewards from decomposing equipment were random. However, it was just a common little item, so he didn't care. He took out another Tang Dao from his system backpack. This time, he focused on the items left for him by the listener. This time, since he wanted to synthesize a superior Tang Dao, the material level certainly couldn't be too low. The best synthesis material he had at the moment was probably just the series of items left by the listener. Blood corpses, skulls, and claws, but what caught Lin Xiu's attention was that all the other items were merely green excellent grade items, while this claw appeared to be blue elite grade equipment. This is incredible. He immediately took out the pair of bone-like hands, and looking at the sharp blades on them, Lin Xiu quickly checked their properties. Once he fully understood the capabilities of these claws, he immediately fell into a state of ecstatic joy. The claws of the listener level elite. Description: the most lethal part of the listener, unmatched in sharpness, capable of exchanging for high-level resources and synthesizing high-level weapons. Special 1. When synthesizing melee weapons, it grants a 10 increase in sharpness. Special 2. When synthesizing one-handed weapons, it increases the holder's agility by 10. Lin Xiu's smile was impossible to hide at this moment, especially as he looked at the Tang Dao in his hand, which was both a melee and one-handed weapon, maximizing the effect of this item. However, Lin Xiu was not satisfied with this. Given such a significant gain, he decided to inspect all the items of the listener. The blood of the listener level excellent. Description: the excellent blood of a high-level zombie capable of synthesizing military supplies, far superior to ordinary levels. The corpse of the listener, incomplete level excellent. Description: the corpse of a high-level zombie usable for exchanging high-level resources and synthesizing high-level items. The head of the listener level excellent. Description: the head of a high-level zombie, a special item for exchanging strategic resources, also usable for synthesizing specific items. Having reviewed the 4 items, Lin Xiu realized that the greatest reward was not the series of prompts from the system, but the listener itself. The flesh and blood of high-level zombies differ from those of ordinary zombies. They can not only be exchanged for high-level resources, but also be used for synthesis. Especially the last item, the head, which could actually be exchanged for special strategic items. However, Lin Xiu specifically checked the exchange mall and found no new items, indicating that he still needed certain conditions to trigger the appearance of special items. But at that moment, Lin Xiu had no patience. He made an extremely bold decision. He took out all the listeners' corpses, placed them on the ground, then focused his gaze on the Tang Dao, simultaneously pressing the synthesis button for these 5 items. This time he actually intended to spend all the materials on a single Tang Dao. He wanted to see if this synthesis system was purely about qualitative combinations like in games, or if it could also rely on quantity. Ding! Do you wish to consume 1,000 synthesis coins for the synthesis? Seeing this prompt, Lin Xiu's eyebrows shot up. 1,000 synthesis coins were a significant portion of his fortune, but it also confirmed that this synthesis was definitely something valuable. Silently reciting synthesis, the 5 items in front of Lin Xiu vanished in an instant, and soon a bizarrely shaped Tang Dao appeared before his eyes. This blade was long and narrow, with the front shimmering with a cold light, while the back featured a serrated wave pattern. Upon closer inspection, the gear-like center seemed to have holes. The hilt also changed, becoming not only pitch black, but also intricately carved with a skull pattern resembling that of the listener. Even more strangely, the end of the hilt was coated with a blue layer resembling flowing seawater. When the entire sword fell into Lin Xiu's hands, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have synthesized the Tang Dao Listener Elite. Tang Dao Listener Level Elite. Synthesis price 1,000. Synthesis formula: Tang Dao Listener's Corpse. Ability 1. The listener will absorb surrounding noise while swinging, enabling the user to enter a silent attack state. Ability 2. After absorbing enough noise, the listener can detonate it, creating a sound wave impact in front of the blade. Ability 3. The listener deals 50 more damage to the listener and can repair or evolve by consuming the listener's flesh and blood upon taking damage. Special 1. the weapon's sharpness increases by 20. Special 2, the weapon holder's agility increases by 20. Description: this weapon is condensed from the flesh and blood of the listener, making the listener prioritize the weapon's holder as the target. Please use it cautiously. Note: this weapon cannot be synthesized again. It is a unique equipment. Hiss. Looking at the extensive description of the listener, Lin Xiu felt a tingling at the back of his head. He never expected that his bold move would yield such rewards. Not to mention that he obtained an elite-level weapon in one go. Just based on the various skills of this blade, he was already in an invincible state against excellent-level zombies. This was the apocalypse, and a world where zombies could level up to every bit of strength guaranteed an extra measure of survival. However, this also indirectly validated one point: the system not only required qualitative existence, but also needed quantitative accumulation and perhaps some logic behind it. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but wonder if next time he took down a special zombie and synthesized a treasure blade from its corpse, would he not also create a weapon similar to the listener? Wielding the listener with vigor a few times, he indeed found that, as mentioned above, he could not hear any sound while swinging the sword. Moreover, whether it was due to his enhanced attributes or the blade's own characteristics, Lin Xiu felt that it seemed even lighter than the previous Tang Dao. Strangely, despite feeling light, the blade still had considerable weight. At the very least, when he released it towards the ground, gravity caused it to embed half its blade into the floor. However, just as Lin Xiu was admiring his new weapon with great satisfaction, a sudden rush echoed down the corridor, accompanied by a flurry of curses. Lu Yong, damn it, you're such an idiot. Open the damn door. Wait, you're no good either. Are you asking me to open the door with just a few people? What do you mean just a few people? You lost because you threw a stone, didn't you want to die? If you have the guts, don't run. Damn it. If I die, I'll take you with me. Xiaolinjun, you're no good either. Can you all just stop arguing? Let's find a place to hide. Run. I remember there's a gear room up ahead. I just don't know if it's open. Hurry. If the door isn't open, Wei will drag you down with me. Hearing the hurried footsteps and curses from outside the gear room, Lin Xiu realized it was too late to shut the door. Thus, he simply stood still with the sword, sheathed the listener back into the system, and quietly positioned himself in the corner. Just as he got into position, a figure burst through the door of the gear room. Hurry up. Faster. Huff. Damn it. You're a track and field athlete. Who could possibly outrun you? Before the words had fully faded, a second figure darted into the equipment room, then a third, a fourth. In total, 6 people rushed inside before the first among them slammed the door shut. Bang, 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 bang. The pounding of zombies against the door outside finally subsided into muffled thuds, and only then did the 6 exhale in unison, a trio of men and a trio of women. Their positioning suggested 3 couples. Yet since all 3 men had entered first, the 3 women now stood with unmistakably frosty expressions. The man who'd entered first immediately sensed the tension and turned to explain to the woman beside him. Qianqian, I'm sorry. I was just too. Slap. She slapped his hand away as it reached for her cheek and scoffed coldly. Wei Zhong, how fortunate. I never agreed to be your girlfriend. Even before I said, yes, you abandoned me without hesitation. What would you do once I actually became yours? Sell me out without blinking. Wei Zhong's face darkened, not from guilt over abandoning Zhang Jiai, but because she'd publicly exposed their relationship's lack of formal commitment. That revelation humiliated him profoundly before the 2 rivals he'd always despised. Yet the other 2 men had no time to mock him. They'd already noticed the same unease flickering across their own girlfriends' faces sparked by that raw exchange. Hui, just now no explanations needed, Lu Yong. I see you clearly now, you're no good. I fell on the road, and you didn't even pause. You kept running forward. It was an emergency. Lu Yong flushed crimson, about to protest, but Wu Hui cut in sharply. Emergency? I was right beside you. The zombies were nowhere near us, and yet you didn't even lift a hand to pull me up. I froze. I was terrified, Hui. It wasn't what you think. Lu Yong stammered, still trying to deflect, but Wu Hui, having long seen through his hypocrisy, snapped, froze. I'd be the fool if I believed that. You stood there hesitating for 3 full seconds, and that final glance you shot me, what was it meant to say? That you'd simply left me behind. In an instant, 2 couples erupted into bitter quarrels, while the third pair remained silent, scanning the sparse equipment room, empty save for metal racks and one lone figure, Lin Xiu. They had no idea, of course, that beneath the Iron Man armor sat Lin Xiu himself. That armored suit concealed not a mannequin, but a living, breathing Lin Xiu. Jiai, about just now, Xiaolinjun began, but Zhang Jiai waved him off lightly. What happened was perfectly normal. Besides, we don't even know each other. Whether or not you helped was entirely your choice. Her effortless forgiveness startled him. Then he laughed heartily. Still, I ought to explain. Running off alone was rather embarrassing. It was embarrassing. Lin Xiu watched their banter with quiet amusement, but remained silent, unsure how to justify his presence inside the armor. Zhang Jiai frowned, scanning the suit curiously. This is the equipment room. So where are all the gear? Why is there an Iron Man model instead? And then, her gaze lingered not on the suit's sleek contours, but on the scattered flecks of dried blood staining its surface. Though Lin Xiu possessed mastery over cold weapons, carving through hordes of zombies without a single drop of blood clinging to him was pure fantasy. Those stains instantly drew Zhang Jiai's sharp attention, and Xiaolinjun, equally puzzled, reached out and tapped the armor with his knuckles. Clang, clang, clang. Hollow, or solid iron. Zhang Jiai's brows lifted, and she called out firmly to the quarreling group, "Stop arguing. We've found a way out." At those words, all four heads swiveled toward her, and then as one locked onto the Iron Man suit. Zhang Jiai gave the suit a light tap, then continued, "It's a full iron replica. If any of us can wear it and move freely, we'll have a chance to escape. You three are all athletes. Who among you can manage it?" Without hesitation, Xiaolinjun locked eyes with the others, and in that same breath his hands flew to the helmet, ready to lift it off and don it himself. After all, such an opportunity was too rare to pass up. Wearing this suit meant walking past zombies unchallenged, going wherever he pleased. As for rescuing the rest, that depended entirely on his mood. But just as Xiaolinjun gripped the helmet, everyone around him suddenly recoiled in terror, stumbling backward, while he found himself utterly unable to remove it. Lin Xiu could hold back no longer. He spoke directly to Xiaolinjun. "How long do you plan to keep yanking at it?" Even as he spoke, his hand moved, swift and decisive. Enhanced by his augmented attributes, he seized Xiaolinjun, same height, same build, and lifted him effortlessly, hurling him backward with a single motion. Zombies. It's a zombie. The others cowered in the corner, except Zhang Jiai, who stepped back only a few paces, then narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "We've been here for minutes. Why haven't you spoken until now?" Lin Xiu met her gaze and grinned. "What should I have said? That you'd invaded my space, and I'd kick you all out." Relief washed over them. Lin Xiu was no zombie. But in the next breath, outrage flared anew at his audacious words. Wei Zhong, still smarting from the slap, seized the moment, pointing furiously at Lin Xiu's head. "Your space. This is the equipment room, a public space. And besides, I'm on the track team. If anyone owns this place, it's me." Lin Xiu had watched them all closely and held no respect for Wei Zhong, so he merely smiled faintly and asked, "Yours? Do you even grasp what world we live in now?" Wei Zhong sneered. "I don't care what world it is. You want to claim ownership? I'll debate it with you. So what? So what?" Lin Xiu's smile vanished, and in 3 swift strides he closed the distance. With enhanced agility, his iron-fisted blow sent Wei Zhong retching bile onto the floor. "Now I've hit you, so what?" As Wei Zhong lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, due to Lin Xiu's arrogant behavior, he could do nothing but suffer. Everyone present instinctively took a step back, watching Lin Xiu's actions. Although there was no attribute bonus while hitting someone, Lin Xiu's formidable physique allowed him to deliver a punch to Wei Zhong's abdomen that was enough to cause him pain for a while. His gaze swept over the crowd, his expression calm. In just one day, from the cafeteria to the gymnasium, he had witnessed several scenes of human drama, and it was fortunate that he had lived 2 lives. In his previous life, as a seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms, he had become accustomed to most issues of human nature. Otherwise, today's events would have dragged him into emotional turmoil. Thus, whether these people were abandoning their companions out of panic or deliberately forsaking them, it was of no concern to him. However, one thing was certain: they did not meet the criteria for his rescue. Cowardice, timidity, and a tendency to shirk responsibility. These were traits of cannon fodder in a world on the brink of collapse, and there was no need to waste his resources on them. Therefore, Lin Xiu looked down at Wei Zhong again, lifted him up, and tossed him aside. He then approached the door and said, "It seems you are unaware of the state of the world and what it means to have confidence in your words in this era." With that, Lin Xiu suddenly opened the equipment room door, causing everyone inside to scream in shock. "What are you doing? No. Are you trying to kill us?" The girls screamed, and the boys shouted angrily, but it meant nothing to Lin Xiu. In fact, it was the horde of zombies rushing into the room as soon as the door opened that silenced them all. Lin Xiu swiftly drew his Tang, dousing foam from a blind spot in their view. At that moment, the crowd only saw Lin Xiu sweep the black blade forward, and all the zombies congested at the doorway, trying to enter the room, were decapitated. For a brief moment, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Lin Xiu sheathed his sword lightly and turned to Wei Zhong, saying, "This is confidence. I initially intended to see if there was anyone worth saving here, but it's clear that none of you are." However, halfway through his sentence, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon Zhang Jiai, who had remained impassive throughout. At that moment, Zhang Jiai began to walk slowly towards him, saying, "I want to follow you." Lin Xiu looked at her, surprised that she showed no fear of him. Recalling her previous actions, he asked, "Do you have any special skills?" Zhang Jiai paused slightly before replying, "Does singing count?" Lin Xiu smiled and said, Very well, I enjoy listening to others sing. If you're willing, you can follow me, and at least it won't be a wasted trip. Zhang Jia hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting to the others in the room, as if she understood something. Then she nodded and stepped behind Lin Xiu. Seeing this scene, everyone present became lively, preparing to follow Lin Xiu out. However, Lin Xiu brandished Xing Feng horizontally and shouted, "If you dare to follow my blade, will not hesitate to strike you down. Trust me, in this world, killing is not a crime." Hearing this, the 5 people present froze in place, while Lin Xiu held his sword in one hand and closed the equipment room door with the other. With Xing Feng in hand, the zombies that surged toward him didn't even have time to scratch him before they all became headless corpses. Glancing back at Zhang Jia, Lin Xiu said softly, "Stay close to me, or I won't take responsibility if something happens." Okay. Having already experienced the slaughter along the outer corridor of the gymnasium, Lin Xiu was naturally familiar with the route. This time with Xing Feng in hand, it was even smoother. On this journey, he encountered hundreds of zombies, yet he managed to reach the exit of the gymnasium in only 3 minutes, closing the main entrance that Wei Zhong and the others had opened. Just as Lin Xiu was closing the main door, Zhang Jia, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked, "Did you agree to save me so easily because you wanted to make those people uncomfortable?" Lin Xiu turned to Zhang Jia, took off his helmet, and raised an eyebrow at her, saying, "Oh, you noticed that?" Zhang Jia smiled, a rare sight, and replied, "Before I revealed my identity, you agreed so readily to save me. The only reason I can think of is that one." However, upon hearing her words, Lin Xiu chuckled lightly and said, "If I didn't want to save you, even if you revealed your identity, I still wouldn't save you. Haven't you realized what this world has become?" Zhang Jia looked at Lin Xiu and said, "I'm not talking about identity in the previous world, but rather our identities in this apocalypse." Hearing this, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and smiled again. "Oh, you still have an identity in this apocalypse? Then I consider myself fortunate. Should I pamper you once I return?" Having had a fruitful day, the sky had already darkened when Lin Xiu emerged, and in his good mood, he couldn't help but make a few flirtatious remarks. However, unexpectedly, when Zhang Jia heard his words, she didn't even frown, but seriously nodded and said, "You saved my life. Your request isn't unreasonable. As long as you don't mind, I will do my best." Moi. Lin Xiu's body jolted, looking at Zhang Jia as if she were a monster. Boys hope to see girls shyly say they dislike crude jokes. If any girl were to suddenly respond disdainfully or tell a more violent joke, that girl would either have zero luck with men from then on or be treated as one of the guys. But Zhang Jia was even more peculiar, as she seriously agreed to Lin Xiu's teasing remarks. This left Lin Xiu amazed at her understanding of the world, while also questioning whether there was something off about Zhang Jia's mind. However, Zhang Jia clearly understood the expression on Lin Xiu's face and immediately responded, "I'm completely normal. Moreover, the identity I mentioned is also perfectly normal. Once the signal from this gymnasium disappears and you draw this blade, I can confirm one thing." Looking at Zhang Jia's serious expression, Lin Xiu even stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brow, asking, "What is it?" Zhang Jia pointed at Lin Xiu's sword and slowly said, "I'm like you, but not as strong. If I'm guessing correctly, you're also an ability user, right?" Zhang Jia's sudden words caught Lin Xiu completely off guard. After stepping back 2 paces, Lin Xiu scrutinized Zhang Jia for a full half-minute before finally abandoning the idea of drawing his blade. To be honest, his mind was a bit foggy. Just today, he had killed a listener and was still guessing whether there really were superhumans when unexpectedly he had saved one. Moreover, from what Zhang Jia said, it seemed she could tell he was also a superhuman through the knife in her hand. Did this mean she belonged to the perception-type superhumans? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu finally set down his knife and slowly said, "How did you know I was a superhuman? Also tell me clearly what your superpower is, when and how you got it, and only then will I take you with me." He was not a superhuman himself, and Lin Xiu was very clear about this. He only had the ability to synthesize items because of the system. Thus, he still harbored doubts about Zhang Jia's words. Seeing Lin Xiu put down his knife, Zhang Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained, "During the zombie outbreak, I had a severe headache, and then I developed superpowers. I can't explain how it happened." Lin Xiu twitched his lips. Although it sounded somewhat fabricated, he couldn't find any flaws and could only tacitly accept it. "As for recognizing you, it was actually because I sensed a special signal suddenly appear in the gym. Shortly after perceiving it, it disappeared, and when it reappeared, it transformed into the knife in your hand." Hearing this, Lin Xiu's brow furrowed, confirming that Zhang Jia was not lying about this. The special signal she sensed was probably a special type of zombie known as a listener, and the reason it later sensed as his knife was likely because his knife was synthesized from that listener. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt slightly more at ease with Zhang Jia, but he remained cautious and continued to ask, "So, is your ability solely about sensing special zombies?" "Special zombies?" Zhang Jia furrowed her brow slightly then suddenly realized, are you saying that the signal I sensed is a special zombie? Then what about your knife? Looking at Zhang Jiai's expression, Lin Xiu suddenly smiled coldly and said, that's right, my ability is to devour these special zombies and convert them into my power. At this point, Lin Xiu suddenly leaned closer to Zhang Jiai and said, however, I still don't know if I will gain the ability to sense them if I devour you. Bang! Zhang Jiai was pushed back against the wall by Lin Xiu's sudden eerie smile. His chilling tone combined with the streetlights under the blood moon sent a shiver down Zhang Jiai's spine. Struggling to swallow, the previously calm Zhang Jiai was now completely flustered. Because she knew that if she encountered an ordinary zombie, she could still manage to deceive them, but facing Lin Xiu, a living person, she could only yield. However, Lin Xiu was indeed someone who knew how to keep his distance. Seeing Zhang Jiai's trembling legs, he understood that his intimidation had taken effect. Next, even if he brought her back to the dormitory, she could only think about how to survive in his hands rather than causing any trouble in his dorm. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu suddenly returned to his previous smile, gently lifting Zhang Jiai's chin and saying, but don't worry, I'm not interested in eating people. You looking like this are just a normal girl, you don't have to pretend when you're with me, understand? Zhang Jiai looked at Lin Xiu, who had switched expressions so quickly, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu had already put on his helmet and glanced at the zombies swaying under the streetlight in the distance, saying, all right, let's go. It seems that the zombies are more active at night than during the day. I cleared this area before, and now there are surprisingly so many again. As he waved the knife, silently, seemingly remembering something, Lin Xiu turned to ask, by the way, based on your perception, how many special zombies are still in this school? Where are they located? Zhang Jiai frowned slightly, seemingly recalling. After Lin Xiu swung his knife and dealt with the dozens of zombies in front of him, she responded, there are 4 more, but I only have a rough idea of their locations, I can't perceive them in detail. Lin Xiu sheathed his knife, and while leading her forward, asked why. Because if I perceive in detail, they will also discover my location, so I can only sense a general direction. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, not expecting her ability to have such a drawback. However, being able to sense a rough direction was still a good outcome for him. At the very least, he wouldn't have to search aimlessly for such zombies in the future, and with Zhang Jiai by his side, he could also avoid running into them. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiu charged directly towards the next wave of zombies that appeared. But Zhang Jiai thought Lin Xiu was dissatisfied with her ability, so she quickly explained, however, the school's area is quite small. Although I can only sense roughly the direction won't be too far off. Having completely mastered the Tang knife technique, Lin Xiu, with his proficiency in close combat weapons, took mere moments to deal with the crowd of dozens of zombies that had closed in. Standing still, he waved at Zhang Jiai, while asking, where are those 4 located? In the library, teachers, dormitory, teaching building, and experimental building. Hearing this, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. The zombies at night seemed unusually active. In just a short span of 10 minutes, he had dealt with nearly 100 zombies. Although the synthesis coins had returned to 1,000, having Zhang Jiai, who had no combat capability, made Lin Xiu feel uneasy. Thus, after resolving the group of zombies in front of him, Lin Xiu no longer inquired about other matters. He looked at the zombies that seemed to come from nowhere and said to Zhang Jiai, next you need to stay close to me. For some reason, these zombies are increasing in number, and now it's dark. We should head back to the dormitory first. Zhang Jiai, seeing the continuously approaching zombies, said nothing more. She nodded gently and closely followed Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, seizing the time, did not hesitate. After swinging his knife twice, the listener in his hand suddenly emitted a faint sound. Hearing this sound, Lin Xiu seemed to recall something. A smile suddenly appeared on his face as he pointed the tip of the listener at the incoming zombies and abruptly pressed the blue button behind the hilt. Ding! When Lin Xiu returned to the dormitory, the stunning scene of the sound wave unleashed by the sound of music still echoed in his mind. An invisible sonic wave erupted from the tip of his blade, and in an instant, all the zombies in front of him were reduced to a mist of blood. How terrifying is the sight of hundreds of zombies self-destructing simultaneously. Just look at the blood-soaked appearance of both individuals at this moment along with the expressions of the others, and you will understand. After that sound explosion, it was as if a rain of blood fell over the entire area. Lin Xiu, protected within his Iron Man suit, fared relatively well. However, Zhang Jiai, being a girl, was directly turned into a person drenched in blood, and amidst the torrential downpour of blood, she was knocked unconscious. This was also a source of frustration for Lin Xiu. Although the sound explosion was said to be directed at the tip of the sword, in reality it affected all directions except for the rear. After being drenched in the blood rain, Zhang Jiai became a bit disoriented and inadvertently walked into the attack range of the sound of music, which knocked her unconscious. Fortunately, Lin Xiu reacted quickly and adjusted the direction of the sound attack in time. Otherwise, she would have inevitably turned into blood mist. Old Lin, are you okay? Lin Gu, damn it, Lin Gu, don't scare us. The four people in the dormitory panicked when they saw Lin Xiu leaning against the wall motionless after entering the dorm. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was able to calm down from the previous scene and immediately said, "Quick, get me a dorm room and prepare some hot water. I need to wake her up." Seeing Lin Xiu remove his helmet without any issues, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced at the woman Lin Xiu was holding, and without asking further questions, they hurried upstairs to prepare. Daching immediately said, "Howsy, go get the keys from the dorm room and open the door to our adjacent room. Guzi, while there's still electricity, hurry and boil 2 kettles of hot water. They'll go to the 3rd floor to grab some medicine from the dorm infirmary." The 3 of them proceeded in an orderly manner while Lin Xiu took a deep breath and carried Zhang Jiai towards the 2nd floor. As of now, Zhang Jiai was the only person he had saved and the only supernatural being. She was of great importance to their group. One could even say that only Zhang Jiai was the true supernatural being within this team. The only regret was that Lin Xiu could not find a way to become a supernatural being through her. Since zombies could evolve, and there were supernatural beings among the survivors, it indicated that acquiring such abilities was by no means a random occurrence. This principle is akin to the fact that not everyone could possess the same system as he did. Upon reaching the dormitory on the 2nd floor under the significant gazes of Haozi and Erguzi, Lin Xiu carried Zhang Jiai into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Haozi entered the dorm with a sly grin, holding a bag of clothes, and said, "This is a set of clothes left over from our anime club's last event. It can be used to change her. Lingo, the bed is all set. You don't have to go back to our place tonight." "We understand." Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and raised his middle finger at Haozi, saying, "Stop blabbering nonsense, get lost." "Okay." However, just halfway out, Haozi suddenly poked his head back in and said, "By the way, it seems we just saw the school beauty heading to the girls' dorm. Lingo, do you have any thoughts?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you saying that Shi Mengxian and the others went back to the girls' dorm?" Haozi was taken aback and nodded. "Yeah, wait, how did you know?" "Damn, they can't be the ones you saved, right?" Lin Xiu nodded. "Damn, no way. Lingu, I want to go save people with you tomorrow." "Me too." Unknown to where Erguzi had been eavesdropping, he suddenly shouted loudly in the dorm. Looking at Zhang Jiai, who was still covered in blood, Lin Xiu really did not want to deal with the 2 fools and immediately scolded, "If you don't leave, I swear, I'll send you both out to become survivors, believe it or not." Hiss. Hearing this, the 2 of them gasped in shock and immediately fled, slamming the door shut behind them. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief. He leaned Zhang Jiai against the bathroom wall and then with a thought stored the Iron Man suit into the system's backpack. As he escaped from the armor, he instantly felt much lighter. After retrieving the suit again, he cleaned the blood off it before turning to look at Zhang Jiai. Lin Xiu did not know how high the damage from the sound explosion was, but seeing those zombies explode into blood mist, the power must be considerable. Therefore, he did not expect Zhang Jiai to wake up, and even if she did wake up tomorrow, he would consider it a blessing. However, facing the current situation, it would be impossible to say that Lin Xiu was unaffected. First, he picked up the shower head and used a towel to clean Zhang Jiai's face. Looking at her delicate features lying in his embrace, it was impossible for him to remain composed. "Sigh, and you said you would serve me well tonight. Giving you a bath is making me feel suffocated." Helpless as it was, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the maid outfit Haozi brought outside the bathroom, playfully scolding that dog for being resourceful. Thus, when he looked at Zhang Jiai in his arms again, Lin Xiu felt less apprehensive. A man who had lived 2 lifetimes still had his reason in such circumstances. After a swift bath, Lin Xiu changed Zhang Jiai into the maid outfit and placed her on the bed before leaving. Little did he know, as soon as he opened the door, he was startled to see Erguzi and dead Haozi lying in front of the door. "Oh, look at you both. You're getting brave." Erguzi and Haozi pretended to run away, but they were no match for Lin Xiu's strength and agility, and he easily lifted them, bringing them to his dorm. "Ouch. Lingu, I was wrong." After throwing the 2 scoundrels to the ground, Lin Xiu helplessly looked at Daching and said, "Daching, why didn't you stop them from doing this? They were betting on whether you 2 would do that, and the wager was your sandwich, so I had no choice but to let them go." Daching shrugged. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and scolded the 2, saying, "Betting with my stuff? I declare that you 2 won't be able to eat sandwiches within 3 days. Damn." Both of them let out a wail of despair, but Lin Xiu ignored them. Clearing his throat, his expression suddenly changed as he sat down in a chair and said, "All right, the relationship between me and her is not what you think, and the matters coming up are very important, so listen carefully." Everyone immediately sat up straight, but Lin Xiu's first sentence left them dumbfounded. "The girl next door is named Zhang Jiai. She is also a supernatural being." "What a—" Lin Xiu's words were nothing short of explosive, instantly putting the 3 people in the room on edge. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xiu naturally understood what they were thinking, but could only helplessly say her ability is perception, capable of sensing high-level zombies and ability users, but she herself does not know how she acquired her powers. Upon hearing this, the three present, as expected, all revealed looks of disappointment. In this apocalypse, who wouldn't want to possess supernatural powers? Even Deepening among the three in the dormitory envied Lin Xiu's ability to move freely. However, everyone fell into a brief silence before suddenly realizing several key points in this statement. Zhang Jiayi's ability is to perceive ability users and high-level zombies. Does that mean there are only two ability users in this school, Lin Xiu and her? And what exactly are high-level zombies, and how powerful are they? How can one judge? Deepening immediately asked, what are high-level zombies? Has she encountered them? Or did she just sense them? Lin Xiu shook his head and pulled out his Tang Dao, saying, I have encountered them, but I killed it, and then my Tang Dao became like this. Upon seeing this Tang Dao, everyone's eyes lit up, and Hao Zi and Ergo directly ran in front of Lin Xiu to examine it closely. Wow, awesome. This blade, this back, and this color, it's so shiny and black. Lin Gu, can I take a look? Ergo looked at Lin Xiu with a starry-eyed expression, which made Lin Xiu's scalp tingle. He quickly handed it over, saying, sure, but don't touch the blue part of the hilt. Why not? Because that's how Zhang Jiayi fainted. Upon hearing this, Ergo was startled and instinctively withdrew his hand, but the next second, he still grasped the hilt. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because he realized that he seemed unable to lift this sword at all. Hey, Lin Gu, let go. Lin Xiu looked at Ergo in bewilderment, his hand obviously open. Oh, what more did he need to let go? Hao Zi rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. You're just pretending. Why don't you say this sword weighs 10,000 pounds and shatters the void? Ergo was equally stunned, but when he tried again and found he still couldn't lift it, he got angry and shouted at Hao Zi. Come on then, you're so great, lift it, and he'll call you dad. Upon hearing this, Hao Zi immediately got fired up, while Lin Xiu suddenly sensed something was off. Sure enough, he was effortlessly holding this Tang Dao, which felt as light as a vegetable knife to him, while Hao Zi in front of him was already turning red in the face, struggling to lift it. Wow, this is Lin Gu. This sword can't be lifted by anyone, but you right. Lin Xiu also looked at the Tang Dao in his hand with an odd expression, then turned to Deepening and said, Deepening, come try and see if you can lift it. If there's anyone in the dormitory he trusted the most, it was undoubtedly Deepening. After all, although Hao Zi and Ergo looked sincere now, they were very likely pretending. Deepening glanced at Hao Zi and Ergo and felt they were pretending, so he approached Lin Xiu, grasped the Tang Dao with one hand, and tried to lift it. But then he was stunned, because he found that it seemed he really couldn't lift this sword. Even when he tried using both hands, it still didn't work, and he ended up turning red in the face like Hao Zi, unable to lift it. So how about it? I told you this sword is unliftable for you. Do you admit it now, eh? At this moment, not only the three of them, but even Lin Xiu was baffled, because the description on the sword did not indicate that only he could use it, yet in reality, no one else in the dormitory could lift it. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu frowned, immediately put away the Tang Dao, and took out a new one, saying to the three, try and see if you can lift this one. Hao Zi gently exerted some force, and then lifted the ordinary Tang Dao, nodding at Lin Xiu. Then Lin Xiu took out another Tang Dao, but this time he used ordinary zombie blood to synthesize it. Ergo looked at it and lifted it again. At this moment, Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief and picked up the Tang Dao again, saying, fortunately, it's highly likely this sword has some special reason that only I can use it, but the other weapons I synthesized can be used normally by you all. Everyone nodded. They were already aware of Lin Xiu's abilities, so it was nothing new. However, Lin Xiu continuously pulling things out from his pocket was hard to ignore. Ergo immediately said, but Lin Gu, don't you have another ability? Lin Xiu was stunned, not quite catching on, and asked, another one? What other one? Where did you pull out all these things from? You don't have another spatial ability, do you? Lin Xiu was taken aback, having forgotten about this, and immediately said, didn't I mention to you before? I can collect zombies, isn't that pretty obvious? In order to prevent them from probing further, it was best to turn the tables. As expected, after this statement, Hao Zi immediately chimed in, forget it, Io, with his dull brain, he probably won't ever understand the logic behind this. It's better to say it straightforwardly, so he can comprehend it. Hey, you a dead rat, don't act cool with me. Lin Xiu saw the two were about to argue again, and quickly raised his hand to stop them, saying, let's get down to business. I won't go out tomorrow. First, let's clean up the zombies in the dormitory. We'll talk about it again once she is better. As for Hao Zi and Ergo suggesting we go save people together, let's hold off for now. At this moment, Deepening suddenly asked, what about the people in the cafeteria? Should we save them or not? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback. He had already said they wouldn't conduct rescues as this was an apocalypse. There was no extra food, even for the landlord's family, so it was impossible to save so many people. But now that Deepening suddenly brought it up again based on Lin Xiu's experience, it was likely that Deepening had some thoughts, so he looked at Deepening and asked, "Do you have any ideas? Let's hear it, and we can analyze it together." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Deepening's face as he pointed to his computer saying, "Today they cleaned the dormitory building. I summarized some regulations based on some books I've read, and suddenly realized a problem based on your words." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What problem?" "The number of people or numbers are too small. Whether the awakening of abilities is coincidental or not, it definitely cannot be a high probability event, right? So if we save enough survivors and establish a ranking system, wouldn't it be possible for all ability users to work for us while you are in charge?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's gaze towards Deepening suddenly changed. "Old Qing, this is rather dark." Upon hearing Deepening's words, Haozi instinctively leaned back in tactical surprise, stunned into silence for a long moment before finally uttering that line. But Lin Xiu, after a brief pause of contemplation, narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "So you already have a proposal?" To Lin Xiu, Deepening's suggestion was precisely the kind of pragmatic response one would expect in an apocalypse. In a world consumed by ruin, clinging to ideals of freedom, democracy, or equality was sheer folly. Those who insisted on doing so were simply fools. Armed with a system and backed by an awakened cultivator, Lin Xiu's mission was clear. Centering on the school, he would forge it into a survivor stronghold. So long as he and his brothers remained safe, the stronghold was viable. Its longevity or population size held no relevance to him. Seeing the unwavering seriousness in Lin Xiu's and Deepening's eyes, Haozi and Guzi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately ceased their bickering. Haozi glanced at Lin Xiu and said, "If we're truly going down this path, then two critical issues must be resolved." Lin Xiu and Deepening turned toward him in unison and asked in one voice, "What are they?" "Weapons and food." Guzi nodded beside them and added, "Food won't be a problem. We have Lin Xiu, but weapons are non-negotiable. If we begin classifying survivors, tensions will inevitably arise. Without sufficient armed force, even our own safety hangs in the balance." Deepening nodded gravely. Indeed, in an apocalyptic world, food and arms are the twin pillars of dominion. With only sustenance and a single combatant, Lin Xiu, we'd be nothing more than morsels waiting to be devoured. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow slightly and tapped the audio recorder in his hand. "Are cold weapons insufficient?" All three shook their heads firmly. Guzi added emphatically, "No, they're too easily acquired. We need real firearms. Actual guns." At this, Deepening turned to Lin Xiu and asked, "Lin Xiu, if you can synthesize food and blades, surely firearms shouldn't be beyond your reach." On this point, Lin Xiu exuded quiet confidence. Beyond all else, the mere presence of various calibers of ammunition in his exchange mall confirmed he would obtain firearms. Thus he nodded and replied, "Firearms themselves aren't the issue, but I'll need both raw materials and controlled trials." Hearing this, a flicker of hope lit up their faces. If they could produce guns, most of the apocalypse's immediate threats would dissolve. Deepening quickly pressed further, "What materials do you need, and how will you conduct these trials?" Lin Xiu paused thoughtfully. "My synthesis requires a physical template. To create a functional firearm, I'll need an authentic gun model." At those words, everyone nodded in understanding, until Guzi suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn, I know where weapon models are kept." All eyes snapped toward him. Guzi continued, "Our school has a military club, doesn't it? Its members are diehard enthusiasts. Their storage room houses full-scale replicas of every imaginable weapon, including machine guns and even missile models." At that, Lin Xiu shot upright, his gaze blazing with sudden intensity. "Where is their storage room?" Guzi scratched his head. "I don't know the exact location, but I do know all club equipment rooms are on the second floor of the gymnasium." Lin Xiu nodded. He'd just visited the gymnasium earlier. Returning posed no difficulty. And incidentally, it would grant him another chance to earn synthesis credits. Once that matter was settled, Lin Xiu turned back to Deepening. "Let's address the immediate plan. If we follow your approach, I'll rescue the cafeteria staff tomorrow. How do you propose we accommodate them?" Deepening retrieved a sheet of paper from the printer. "Military-style management, food and water distributed strictly according to labor contribution, starting with basic duties like cleaning. This keeps them occupied while maintaining order." Lin Xiu nodded, but then shook his head. "Still insufficient. We also need a search and rescue team." "A search and rescue team?" Confused, they waited. Lin Xiu explained slowly, "Survival in the apocalypse demands hope. Assigning some to the SAR team gives them purpose, and perhaps through hardship triggers latent abilities. Moreover, I'll need capable allies." Hearing this, they understood. Yet when Guzi and Haozi's eyes gleamed with eagerness, Lin Xiu swiftly intervened. "You two are not coming. I can abandon recruits if danger arises, no moral burden. But if you accompany me, my hands are tied." They exchanged glances, melancholy warring with quiet relief. Daqing clapped their shoulders and said Lin Xiu's right. Right now, we'd only hinder him. Better to stay here, eat, well, plan wisely, and venture out only once awakening abilities becomes reliably attainable. Lin Xiu smiled and said, rest assured, if I ever uncover the method, you'll be first in line. Just make sure your awakened abilities don't embarrass me. That drew laughter from all three. Then with sudden earnestness, Haozi and Guzi declared, don't worry, brother Lin. We train daily. We will not hold you back. Lin Xiu chuckled. Fine. Let's eat first and get proper rest. Early to bed, early to rise. Tomorrow's work awaits. With that, he summoned a fast food meal from his exchange mall, eliciting yet another collective gasp. Holy hell, I love you, brother Lin. Burgers and fizzy cola. This fried chicken leg is incredible. Wait, this isn't the apocalypse. It's better than ordinary life. Starving for a full day, they devoured the feast in a whirlwind, only to slump onto chairs satiated, when abruptly the entire dormitory plunged into darkness. The four froze, then glanced at the laptop glowing softly on the table. Instantly comprehension dawned. The campus power had finally failed, and in that very instant the true atmosphere of the apocalypse descended. A world without electricity marked societal regression, and as if to underscore its cruelty, the blood-red clouds parted, revealing a full crimson moon suspended high in the sky. Beneath its eerie scarlet glow, the world seemed drenched in gore. Then from across campus, guttural roars erupted, deepening the terror of the dying world. Watching his three companions drift into deep slumber, Lin Xiu finally closed his eyes, awaiting tomorrow. When Zhang Jia opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the bed, her body now clean and tidy. However, the maid outfit she was wearing and the emptiness around her made her cheeks involuntarily flush. Oh, yesterday you didn't seem so shy. Zhang Jia sat up and looked at the bowl of 8 treasure porridge in Lin Xiu's hands, swallowing hard, and asked, did you help me change? Lin Xiu shrugged and replied, of course, who else could it be? Then you. The latter part of her sentence remained unspoken, while Lin Xiu cheerfully remarked, I didn't do anything else. You clearly promised to serve me, yet you slept like a dead pig. Zhang Jia sighed in relief, but Lin Xiu immediately added, but to be honest, your figure is quite nice. His words made her stiffen again, and she glared at him. Lin Xiu burst into laughter, saying, what? You were the one who said it yesterday. Why can't I even look now? I thought you were joking. Zhang Jia defended herself. But Lin Xiu was not buying it. He placed the bowl of 8 treasure porridge down and directly cornered her against the wall, laughing. Really? How come I feel like you weren't joking back then? Zhang Jia bit her lip and stopped speaking, while Lin Xiu stepped back, offering the 8 treasure porridge in front of her, saying, all right, girls, shouldn't make such jokes with boys, otherwise you'll always be the one at a disadvantage. Hurry and eat, it's still warm. Zhang Jia stared at the steaming 8 treasure porridge in a daze, first sniffing it, then picking up a spoon and taking a bite. She kept glancing at Lin Xiu, making him feel both amused and exasperated. You don't look like a good person. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. He wanted to tip the 8 treasure porridge immediately, but thought about needing her later, so he could only helplessly shrug and say, I'm really not a good person. Giving you food is because I need you to work later. If you die, I suffer a loss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jia seemed to have found her answer and started scarfing down the 8 treasure porridge. After all, she hadn't had a drop of water since yesterday afternoon. Another bowl. Hey, do you think this is a buffet? Another bowl. Zhang Jia stared intently at Lin Xiu, saying, I can guess what you want me to do. If I don't fill up a bit just in case I don't come back, it'll just be a glutton. Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Jia. For this oddly charactered woman, he truly couldn't figure out her thought process. If she were timid, she boldly shouted to leave the equipment room with him yesterday. If she were bold, she was still startled by the blood and became dazed. If she were conservative, she eagerly responded to the dirty jokes yesterday. If she were open-minded, she blushed when he changed her clothes. Moreover, today, having known each other for less than a day, she immediately transformed from a cold demeanor to one that was overly familiar, even bluntly talking about being a glutton. Perhaps if danger arises later, she would definitely be the first to run away. Thus, Lin Xiu did not refuse Zhang Jia's request. After stepping out, he exchanged for another bowl of 8 treasure porridge and returned to hand it to her, saying, I need to deal with all the special zombies in the school. Follow me and report their locations. Zhang Jia glanced at him, but remained silent, continuing to focus on her meal, while Lin Xiu stood up preparing to leave. Finish eating and stay here, don't wander around. They'll come to get you before we set off. After some thought, Lin Xiu took out a sandwich and placed it on the table, saying, eat well and work hard for me. I won't let you die, at least you should serve me well first. Zhang Jia froze for a moment, then immediately grabbed the pillow from the bed and hurled it at him, but Lin Xiu had already closed the door and left the room laughing. Perverted scoundrel. Lin Xiu greeted Guzi and the others, then set off lightly towards the girls' dormitory. He intentionally wore a backpack to avoid raising suspicions about pulling out things from thin air. Although the boys' and girls' dormitories were in the same area, they were separated by an artificial river, a convenience store, and a hot water room. With such architectural planning, it was no wonder countless men and women had cursed the designer. Even Lin Xiu at this moment felt the same. Yesterday, Lin Xiu cleared the boys' dormitory area while Guzi and the others emptied the convenience store's resources. However, the zombies in the girls' dormitory were still unaffected. Thus, Lin Xiu couldn't ascertain whether Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling had safely returned to their dormitory. Crossing the arched bridge over the river, the elderly woman guarding the bridge had already turned into a swaying zombie. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, she charged towards him. With a swift motion, he drew his weapon, and the black blade sliced through the air, decapitating the zombie, which stumbled twice before collapsing. At this moment, seeing the condition of the girls' dormitory, Lin Xiu felt relieved. Clearly, the zombies here had been cleared out by someone, and the knife marks on the bodies of those zombies were enough proof that they had been dealt with by Shi Mengxian and her companion. However, it seemed they had rushed out as the cleanup was not thorough, leading to several zombies still wandering around when Lin Xiu arrived. With multiple enhancements to his attributes, Lin Xiu did not wear the heavy Iron Man suit anymore. After all, with his current strength, ordinary zombies couldn't harm him even if they tried to swarm him. And if it were special zombies, wearing protective gear would instead hinder his agility. As he hacked his way through the zombies, Lin Xiu finally arrived at the dormitory building where Shi Mengxian was located. However, seeing the endless stream of zombies approaching, he did not immediately call out for Shi Mengxian, but chose to clear the zombies first. After all, his task next was to find a way to synthesize firearms. The consumption of synthesis coins was enormous. And despite the impressive synthesis system, failed attempts would not refund the synthesis coins. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu became quicker with his blade, and his synthesis coins surged to 1,500. Once he confirmed there were no zombies around, Lin Xiu approached the only locked dormitory building, knocking on the door while shouting, "Is there anyone alive in this building? If there is, make a sound. If there's no one, I'll be leaving." After shouting 3 times, Lin Xiu looked up at the windows only to find no one peeking out to respond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lin Xiu looked at the heads popping up one after another from the windowsill, a slight twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had never anticipated that the survival rate in the girls' dormitory would be higher than that in the boys' dormitory. What kind of nonsense is this? There are 5 buildings in the boys' dormitory, and after clearing a considerable number of zombies yesterday, there was no sign of life. Now, just by shouting in the girls' dormitory, there were over 20 heads. Just as he felt awkward, the door to the dormitory swung open, and the person who appeared was none other than Xiao Ling from yesterday. "You're still alive." Seeing her astonished expression, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh in anger, saying, "What's wrong? Not happy? If you're not happy, then I'll leave." As he turned to leave, his sudden gesture left Xiao Ling stunned in place. Fortunately, Shi Mengxian stepped forward, giving Xiao Ling a sharp tap on the head, and said to Lin Xiu, "Wait, Fong Ling speaks like this, sorry." Seeing Shi Mengxian like this, Lin Xiu finally stopped and asked, "Have you eaten?" Before Shi Mengxian could answer, Xiao Ling's stomach let out a fitting growl, causing both of them to blush. Lin Xiu shot Xiao Ling a glance and said, "I didn't ask you, what are you responding for? You." Just as Xiao Ling was about to retort, Shi Mengxian shot her a fierce glare, silencing her. Lin Xiu, unfazed, pretended to rummage through his bag and handed her 2 sandwiches. Shi Mengxian accepted the sandwich in surprise and quickly handed one to Xiao Ling, thanking Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu waved his hand and said, "Don't rush to thank me. I came to find you for a reason. You say as long as you can help, I will definitely help." Lin Xiu smiled and casually exchanged for over 20 sandwiches from his bag, handing them to Shi Mengxian, saying, "Can you call all the girls here down? Distribute these food items to them first, and then I'll explain." The moment Shi Mengxian opened her bag, several people had already appeared in the lobby on the first floor. In fact, this group of girls had long been hiding in the hallway, observing Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu's ability to come here alone and eliminate all the zombies here was enough to prove his strength. Even Shi Mengxian had only barely managed to clean up the zombies before returning to the dormitory. So upon seeing the food, these desperate and hungry girls lost their restraint. After receiving the sandwiches, they quietly stood in the lobby and began to eat, thanking Lin Xiu. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at Shi Mengxian again and asked, "Are these all the survivors in the girls' dormitory, or just from this building?" Shi Mengxian sighed and replied, "It's all of them. After I returned yesterday, I took advantage of the daylight to move them all here. Including me and Xiao Ling, there are only 24 people in total." Hearing this, Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief. If only this building had survived so many people, he really would have wanted to find a block of tofu to smash his head against. Not many, but not few either. I'll be straightforward. Shi Mengxian, and you all, I will only say this once. I have come to ask you whether you want to live together with my group. Everyone present was taken aback. Shi Mengxian stopped eating and slowly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiu said seriously, "This is the apocalypse. You've all seen the zombies outside. My team has the power to kill zombies and sufficient supplies for you to eat and drink, but we feel our numbers are too few to control the entire school, so we need other survivors from the school to join. Hearing this, Shi Mengxian frowned slightly. Instead, are you saying you want to clear the entire school of zombies and then become the king of the mountain? Although Shi Mengxuan's wording made Lin Xiu feel slightly off, he still nodded calmly and said, I want to clear the zombies from the entire school and turn this place into a survivor base. So your description of becoming the king of the mountain is roughly the same meaning. At this moment, Xiaoling also paused her actions and stared at Lin Xiu, asking, what will happen if we don't join you? Everyone in attendance stared intently at Lin Xiu. Many of the girls had seen Lin Xiu's fierce fighting earlier. Even Shi Mengxian and Xiaoling had secretly observed from the second floor, and it was precisely because they witnessed Lin Xiu's strength that they felt suddenly tense. Lin Xiu smiled and said, if you don't join, nothing will happen to you. I will still clean up the zombies in the school and turn it into a safe zone. Hearing this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief, but Lin Xiu continued, however, our food will only be provided to members of our group. In the future, you will need to find ways to take care of your own food, clothing, and shelter. Everyone looked at the steaming sandwiches in their hands, falling into deep contemplation, while Lin Xiu quietly observed their expressions. Shi Mengxian understood Lin Xiu's words well. It was clearly a veiled threat. A group of girls, even the strongest among them, could barely survive, let alone the long days ahead where they would just be waiting to die. Shi Mengxian took a deep breath, scenes from in off-world movies flooding her mind, her mood plummeting. The girls present knew that they, being powerless, had very few options in this apocalypse, and most of the time, they would not have a good ending. Ultimately, Shi Mengxian still spoke up, saying, if we follow you, what do we need to do? Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled and said, according to our current plan, girls generally won't do any dangerous rescue work. They will only handle logistics, cleaning, washing clothes, and similar tasks. Food and resources will be distributed fairly based on labor. Upon hearing this, Shi Mengxuan's eyes lit up, though it didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. However, she didn't make a decision for the others, slowly saying, I can only represent myself. As for their choices, you should ask them directly. After saying that, Shi Mengxian stepped aside, while Lin Xiu smiled at the group of over 20 people, saying, you've all heard me. We are not the bad guys. As long as you follow the arrangements, everything will be fine. Now make your choice. Lin Xiu's tone was calm, yet for the more than 20 people present, it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, Lin Xiu had made it very clear that following him would ensure their needs for food and clothing were met. Given the capabilities of this group, even the wandering zombies outside could easily put them in a dire situation, so they could not refuse Lin Xiu's proposal. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Xiu addressed the crowd. If you want to follow me, please raise your hand to indicate your choice. Among the more than 20 people present, they exchanged glances. One slightly bolder girl looked at Lin Xiu's bloodstained Tang Dao and asked, will you force us to do things we don't want to do? Lin Xiu shook his head and replied, in our plan, everyone will have their own responsibilities. Aside from that, we won't assign you any tasks unless you request it yourself. Seeing the doubtful expressions on the faces of the crowd, Lin Xiu chuckled lightly, saying, if you don't trust me, that's fine. You can just leave when the time comes. Now please make your decision. For Lin Xiu, the presence or absence of these 20 girls made no difference to him, as they held no significant value. His true objective from the beginning was to recruit Shi Mengxian and Xiaoling, two girls who possessed considerable martial arts skills. He intended to form a rescue team to clear all the zombies from the school. If he were to do it alone, both the speed and safety of the operation would be compromised. Thus, he urgently needed Shi Mengxian and Xiaoling as his assistants, while the others were merely supplementary. After all, to win over the two girls, he first needed to leave a good impression on them. It was unclear whether the girls present had noticed Lin Xiu's indifference towards them, but ultimately they chose between hunger and sandwiches. As the first girl raised her hand, the second and third followed suit. In just a minute, all 22 individuals present raised their hands as expected. Lin Xiu nodded and then looked at Shi Mengxuan, asking, what about you two? Will you follow me or go solo? Shi Mengxian glanced at Xiaoling, then surveyed all the girls before finally looking back at Lin Xiu and saying, since they have chosen to join you, it seems we have no other options. Lin Xiu sighed in relief upon hearing this and addressed the group. Then let's not delay further, we should set off now. For Lin Xiu, the remaining special zombies and the firearms stored in the gym were what he desperately needed at that moment. He was eager to leave with Shi Mengxian and Xiaoling, but considering the preparations still needed, he restrained his impatience. Leading more than 20 people out of the girls' dormitory, Daching, filled with excitement along with the enthusiastic air, Guzi immediately took out prepared papers for them to register. This registration was something Daching had prepared. Since tasks would be assigned based on labor division, they had to be tailored to each individual's strengths. Thus, aside from basic information like name and age, there was also a key section for skills and specialties. Of course, the most important aspect was to check if any of the survivors had any signs of having been harmed by zombies. However, the body search would naturally be conducted by Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling, so there was no need to worry. As long as they weren't foolish, they wouldn't conceal anything in this matter. Once the registration was completed, as Guzi and Daqing eagerly arranged accommodations for the girls, Lin Xiu took Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling to Zhang Jiai's room. The atmosphere was a bit peculiar, leaving Shi Mengxian and Xiao Ling somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu calmly began introducing both parties. This is Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling, who will be joining us in the rescue efforts. This is Zhang Jiai, who will be with us moving forward. In future operations, you will need to protect her as much as possible. Noticing the confusion on Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling's faces, Lin Xiu chuckled and asked, "How much do you two know about this apocalyptic world? Or rather, what do you understand? Do you only know that there are zombies outside?" Shi Mengxian was taken aback, looking at Lin Xiu and retorting, "Isn't that the case?" Lin Xiu glanced at Zhang Jiai and then smiled, saying, "Don't you want to know why we are bringing her along for the rescue?" Shi Mengxian shook her head and replied, "I don't care about your reasons, but I will only help you complete the task if I can ensure my own safety." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that the caliber of his rescue team seemed quite impressive. If he didn't know Shi Mengxian was the school beauty, he might have thought she was a mercenary only concerned about the job and not her background. Definitely a skilled individual. As for Zhang Jiai, she also seemed to be someone unafraid of danger, daring to accompany him even knowing about the advanced zombies. However, Fang Ling seemed to understand less. He wasn't sure, but from previous observations she appeared to be somewhat simple-minded. At that moment, Zhang Jiai expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Hey, what do you mean by asking why you would bring me along? Am I a burden?" Lin Xiu rolled his eyes at Zhang Jiai, signaling her to remain silent, then turned to Shi Mengxian, stating, "This is something I think needs clarification. Zhang Jiai is the first ability user I discovered in this apocalypse. Her ability is to sense the advanced zombies nearby." Hearing this, even the usually composed Shi Mengxian's gaze sharpened as she turned to look at Zhang Jiai, while Fang Ling's mouth hung open in shock. At that moment, Lin Xiu nodded to Daqing, prompting Daqing to bring out 3 bottles of lay-by and Lan Niu in front of everyone. Shi Mengxian looked confused, but soon everyone saw Lin Xiu holding 6 bottles of drinks, which after a gentle shake, transformed into 3 glass jars filled with red liquid. This, Shi Mengxian seemed to realize something, and Lin Xiu took the opportunity to explain, "This is my ability, allowing me to create various potions that enhance physical capabilities. These 3 bottles are prepared for you to improve your physical functions." Zhang Jiai widened her eyes and picked up a glass jar ready to drink from it, but Lin Xiu stopped her, saying, "Wait, I suggest you take turns drinking it, and it's best to do so while taking a shower." Lin Xiu then looked at Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling, saying, "If you doubt what I'm saying, you might as well try the effects first. Once you drink it, we can discuss further operations afterward." With that, Lin Xiu and Daqing stood up and left the room, leaving the 3 girls exchanging glances. When Zhang Jiai opened the door again, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling, who had changed into new clothes. Clearly among the 3, only Zhang Jiai took his words seriously, while the other 2 were forced to change their clothes. "How do you feel?" Lin Xiu looked at Shi Mengxian with a half-smile as if caught in a secret thought. Shi Mengxian's face turned slightly red, and she nodded, saying, "I do feel that my physical fitness has improved somewhat." Lin Xiu chuckled and handed the clothes in his hand to Zhang Jiai, who was dressed in a maid outfit, saying, "Change your clothes, we're leaving now." At this moment, the newly joined girl had already been settled in. The dormitory has 5 floors. The topmost floor is locked by Lin Xiu, which he claims is used for storing food. The 3rd and 4th floors are the girls' living quarters, while the 1st and 2nd floors are for the boys. This arrangement is quite reasonable given the current number of people, and everyone is satisfied. What remains is for the 2 Shuzi and Guzi to help them move their belongings from their dormitory. However, just as Zhang Jiai finished changing and walked out, Guzi and Shuzi came running over with joyful expressions, speaking mysteriously, "Lin Go. Guess what we found?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, looking at the items behind them and smiling. "What is it? Hurry up and show us. We need to set off." Upon seeing the fully armed rescue team, Shuzi immediately understood and revealed, "We found this when we arranged for the girls' dormitory to be cleaned. Each of the 4 girls in this dormitory has a walkie-talkie, and they are old-fashioned wearable types." Hearing this, Lin Xiu quickly took the walkie-talkies, turned them all on, and discovered that all 4 were working properly, powered by ordinary batteries. Truly a Doomsday artifact. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu took 3 of them, putting one on himself, and gave the other 2 to Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai, explaining, "Keep one at home for emergencies so you can support each other at any time. These 2 are for you. If I charge forward, Shi Mengxian will be responsible for what happens behind, while Zhang Jiai needs to guide me, so one must be reserved." Everyone nodded, finding this distribution quite reasonable. Lin Xiu wasted no time and waved his hand, and the four left the dormitory area. After a night of changes, the area around the dormitory that Lin Xiu had previously cleared was once again filled with zombies. Upon seeing the zombies outside the iron gate of the dormitory, they immediately rushed towards the entrance upon spotting the four. Fortunately, the intelligence of these ordinary zombies is not high. They wouldn't manage to open the iron gate even if the latch was just pulled down. Seeing this, Lin Xiu turned to the three behind him and said, "I will go out first. You all gauge the situation before coming out. Just be mindful of your safety." Mingxuan, not knowing where Lin Xiu's confidence came from, immediately asked, "Are you sure? You are not Iron Man right now." Lin Xiu smiled and said nothing, but it was Zhang Jiai who spoke up. "Don't worry, even advanced zombies are not enough for him to handle. These zombies are nothing to be concerned about." Mingxian and Fong Ling looked at Zhang Jiai in surprise while Lin Xiu had already pulled open the door latch and dashed out. Just as Mingxian was about to rush forward to rescue him, she suddenly saw Lin Xiu swing his Tang knife, and all the dozens of zombies that had been blocking the entrance were instantly decapitated with a single stroke. This Mingxian and Fong Ling were wide-eyed, and in the next moment, all the zombie bodies disappeared without a trace. Only then did the two suddenly remember what Lin Xiu had said when he found them yesterday. They finally understood why on the way back there were only bloodstains on the ground and no zombie corpses. Lin Xiu had not concealed the existence of his spatial system, as he had already used his powers to cover it up. Since he had already revealed his abilities, there was no need to hide this matter that everyone knew, otherwise it would only raise suspicion. However, Zhang Jiai was unaware of Lin Xiu's ability and said to Mingxian and Fong Ling, "That knife of his should be able to absorb these zombies, thus making him stronger." But Mingxuan's expression was focused on Lin Xiu's powerful knife-swinging motion. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized that Lin Xiu's martial arts foundation was indeed superior to hers. "He is indeed very strong. I have practiced martial arts since childhood, yet his movements are more agile than mine." Fong Ling wide-eyed looked at Lin Xiu, who had sheathed his knife, and asked Mingxuan, "No way, senior sister, is he really that impressive? I think he's just mediocre. That knife of his is quite good." At that moment, Lin Xiu suddenly looked at Fong Ling and said, "If you speak ill of me again, I will cut your meals. If you're going to talk bad about me, at least turn off the walkie-talkie, right?" Hearing this, Fong Ling suddenly looked at the walkie-talkie at Mingxuan's waist, which was glowing green, feeling helpless. Mingxian rolled her eyes at Fong Ling, who was about to speak, but Lin Xiu smiled and said, "The techniques you use in competitions are neat, but not vicious. Traditional martial arts competitions focus on performance, but the techniques I learned are for killing." Mingxian was silent for 2 seconds, seemingly considering how to refute, but ultimately had to accept this reality. But soon she shifted her thoughts and looked at Lin Xiu, saying, "Can I learn from you?" Hearing this, Fong Ling quickly raised her hand and said, "Me too." "Me too." Lin Xiu glanced at her and said, "Did you not think I was just average?" Fong Ling was embarrassed, but Lin Xiu immediately added, "Let's talk about this later. We have quite a lot to deal with today, and we at least have to resolve one special zombie." With that, Lin Xiu turned to Zhang Jiai and asked, "Is that one at the library still there?" Zhang Jiai nodded, saying, "It's still in that direction, but I'm not sure if it's in the library. I can't sense it carefully right now. Wait, Halfway through her words, Zhang Jiai's expression suddenly changed, and her whole body suddenly went limp, about to fall. Fortunately, Mingxuan, who was nearby, caught her, while Lin Xiu pulled out the listening device, his expression serious, as he asked, "What happened? Did you sense something?" Zhang Jiai, supporting herself against Mingxuan, anxiously said, "Quick, go to the library. It seems that this zombie is about to upgrade again. In my perception, its signal is getting stronger." As if to corroborate Zhang Jiai's words, the zombies rushing towards them suddenly stopped in their tracks and turned to look in the direction of the library. Hearing the sudden roar, Lin Xiu's expression changed dramatically. He was able to kill the listener entirely because he knew its weaknesses, and the environment happened to have elements that targeted it. However, even so, he, clad in an Iron Man suit, felt somewhat at a loss. It was only after obtaining the title and the Tang Dao listener that he felt emboldened enough to seek out other special zombies. In Zhang Jiai's current description, the zombie in the library was clearly about to evolve into a more advanced form than the listener. This was something he had never anticipated. He hadn't even figured out how to use his powers yet, and the zombies could actually evolve. However, this only strengthened Lin Xiu's resolve to deal with them. With a sudden twist of the Tang Dao in hand, he rushed into the horde of zombies, hacking away while asking into the intercom, "Has this zombie completed its evolution? Has its position changed?" Mingxian handed Zhang Jiai to Fong Ling and began to clear the remaining zombies herself. Zhang Jiai shook her head, gently signaling to Fong Ling that she was fine before replying, "No, it seems to be in the process of evolving. The signal here fluctuates, but I think we should be able to interrupt it." Upon hearing Zhang Jiayi's words, Lin Xiu abruptly pulled the listener horizontally, simultaneously throwing punches and kicks, squeezing out a moment to say good. Then let's hurry, can you run now? Zhang Jiayi, protected by the three, looked at Lin Xiu wielding his knife ahead and took a deep breath, saying yes. The effect of the potion you gave is great. Charging into the library shouldn't be a problem. Good. Everyone pay attention. Follow my lead, we'll kill our way through. After saying this, the listener in Lin Xiu's hand emitted a light sound, and with a joyful expression, he immediately said to everyone, everyone come to me. Hearing the soft sound from Lin Xiu's Tang Dao, listener Zhang Jiayi's expression changed instantly, as if recalling last night's scene, and she hurried towards Lin Xiu. The other two also moved closer to Lin Xiu. Watching the zombies surging on the path ahead, Lin Xiu suddenly leveled the listener, pointing the tip of the blade forward, and unleashed the sound explosion. Ding! Like the lingering sound of a crisp silver bell, an invisible sound wave surged forward. Wherever it passed, the zombies rushing towards Lin Xiu and the others exploded into blood mist. In just this technique, hundreds of zombies along the entire road were reduced to blood mist. This. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling were dumbfounded, while Zhang Jiayi breathed a sigh of relief. After all this time, Lin Xiu had completely mastered the use of the sound explosion, ensuring not a drop of blood fell on them. Just then a pleasant prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Xiu's ear. Ding. Kill 100 zombies within 3 minutes to earn the title Berserker. Berserker Effect 1. Continuously killing over 100 zombies in a short period will increase all your attributes by 50 and unlock additional effects. Effect 2. If the kill interval is within 5 seconds, every time you kill a zombie, one of your attributes will be increased, accumulating until the effect ends. Effect 3. After killing more than 200, each zombie killed will restore a small amount of your stamina. Effect 4. After killing more than 500, every time you deal damage to a zombie, it will activate additional effects. Seeing the effects of this title, Lin Xiu couldn't help but suck in a breath. The existence of this title meant that as long as he kept killing, he could grow more powerful, directly transforming into a perpetual motion machine. And the setting for this title was precisely the scenario they were in now. Seeing this, Lin Xiu immediately said to the three, Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling, you two just need to protect Zhang Jiayi. I'm going to start a slaughter. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the three women hadn't even had time to react before Lin Xiu charged forward, holding the listener. At this moment, having activated the effect of Berserker, his strength and agility surged again, covering 10 meters almost in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiu understood clearly that given the number of zombies along the roadside, whether they could reach the library before that zombie evolved was still uncertain. However, before that he could fully stack the effects of his title Berserker. By then, even if that zombie had completed its evolution with the effects of Zombie Slayer and Swift Attack, elite titles, a battle with it would not be impossible. Ding. You are under the effect of Berserker. Having killed a normal zombie, agility increases by 0.1. Noticing the system's prompt, Lin Xiu's brow furrowed slightly. A 0.1 increase was merely 1,000th of a probability. Calculating this way, even if there were 1,000 zombies, applying the attribute increase to the same point would only double it. However, with a mindset of any improvement being better than none and a determination to eliminate the library zombie, Lin Xiu began his frenzied slaughter against the zombies pouring in from both sides. Under the current enhancements, none of the zombies could withstand a single blow. Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling even witnessed Lin Xiu directly turning a zombie into blood mist. Such power instantly made her realize how fortunate it was to join Lin Xiu's team, but it also sparked her yearning for supernatural abilities. Zhang Jiayi's expression remained grim. After all, her perception indicated that the signal from this zombie seemed to be stabilizing. Lin Xiu, that zombie is about to evolve successfully. Upon hearing Zhang Jiayi's words, Lin Xiu's expression changed as he looked toward the library entrance 100 meters ahead, shouting, to everyone, everyone gather around me. With the continuous slaughter, the sound explosion skill of the listener was ready again, and Lin Xiu had already accumulated over 300 kills with Berserker. If he utilized this sound explosion skill to clear this batch of zombies, it would undoubtedly activate the full effects of Berserker. In such a situation, challenging that zombie afterward would be the wisest choice. Watching Lin Xiu hold the listener high, the three women understood what he intended to do and all moved closer to him. But at that moment, Zhang Jiayi's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted at Lin Xiu, not good. It has discovered us. It's coming out. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, the roar heard earlier outside the dormitory echoed again from within the library, but this time it was deafening. Roar. In the next moment, the library's door was violently broken by a massive figure, and Lin Xiu disregarded everything else, directly activating the sound explosion against this colossal being. When the towering zombie, standing nearly 2 meters tall and with robust limbs, crashed through the doors of the library, Lin Xiu decisively adjusted the tip of his sword, aiming the sonic blast directly at it. Ding! A familiar sound echoed, but this time the effect was far less powerful than before. This special zombie charged ahead, initially intending to crash straight into Lin Xiu, but it had to halt its advance in the face of the sonic blast. However, the sonic skill, which shattered ordinary zombies upon impact, only left countless tiny scratches on this particular zombie. What surprised Lin Xiu even more was that these scratches, some as long as a foot, began to heal as soon as the sonic skill ceased. Fortunately, the ordinary zombies beside it were all turned into a blood rain under this sonic blast, ensuring that Lin Xiu's berserker effect did not dissipate. Realizing this zombie was difficult to deal with, Lin Xiu shifted his gaze to the towering special zombie before him, examining it carefully. The most significant difference between this zombie and others was that aside from its height, there were no signs of decay on its body. If it weren't for its blood-red eye sockets, Lin Xiu might have mistaken it for an ordinary person. Opening the system panel, he again focused on this zombie, and its information appeared before his eyes. Devourer level: Elite Strength C, Elite Agility D, Excellent Stamina C, Elite Ability Tough Skin and Strong Power, without special attack means, but capable of quickly healing wounds and evolving by devouring other zombies. Weakness: Agility is its disadvantage, do not let it near ordinary zombies. Use flanking tactics to let it die in despair. Seeing this information panel, Lin Xiu finally understood why this zombie had leveled up so quickly. This is the Devourer. Its speed is lacking, but it can consume ordinary zombies for repair and evolution. Keep your distance. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's warning, everyone was taken aback, not expecting that there was a devouring zombie with evolution methods. Zhang Jiai pointed to the library in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look at the library." No wonder it evolved so quickly. All the zombies in the library were consumed by it. Lin Xiu looked around, and sure enough, the entire library was eerily empty. It seemed that his previous sonic blast had dealt with the last batch of zombies here. While Lin Xiu communicated with his companions, the Devourer, clearly unhappy about being beaten for nothing, let out another furious roar and locked its gaze on Lin Xiu. Seeing this, Lin Xiu swung his Tang Dao among the ordinary zombies, stacking up his berserker kill count, while urging the three others, "You all hurry into the library and find a place to hide." Shi Mengxian glanced at Lin Xiu and didn't foolishly suggest staying to help. The three of them could see that Lin Xiu's combat skills and strength had far exceeded their expectations. Staying here would only hinder him. Thus, the three decisively dashed into the interior of the library, taking away some zombies, which alleviated some of Lin Xiu's pressure. Roar! Just as the three were retreating, the Devourer roared again and charged towards Lin Xiu. But as Lin Xiu's kill count increased, his agility had long surpassed the D grade. So after the Devourer charged, Lin Xiu had already moved to another spot to continue slashing at the zombies. The Devourer glanced at Lin Xiu but did not pursue him further. Instead, it grabbed an ordinary zombie beside it, twisted off its arm, and stuffed it into its mouth. Listening to the crunching sound of chewing, Lin Xiu felt a wave of nausea. After consuming one arm, the Devourer still seemed unsatisfied and directly ate the other arm as well. While slashing ordinary zombies, Lin Xiu watched the Devourer, curious about how such a zombie managed to consume so many zombies in the library. But at that moment, a voice from the walkie-talkie broke through Lin Xiu. "Hurry up and stop it from eating. It's about to complete its evolution." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu had no interest in watching the spectacle any longer. With a swing of his hearing device clearing the area in front of him, he charged directly at the Devourer. Along the way, he swung the hearing device again, and after slaying over a dozen zombies, his berserker kill count finally exceeded 500, triggering all effects. At this moment, the Devourer seemed to have noticed Lin Xiu charging at it, and it threw down the zombie it was holding, raising its thick right arm, intending to deal with Lin Xiu in one punch. For such a primitive attack, Lin Xiu hardly cared. With a slide kick, he swung the hearing device directly at its ankle. The harsh sound flashed by, completely absorbed by the hearing device, but Lin Xiu had already realized that this formerly unstoppable hearing device had little effect on the tough-skinned Devourer. Especially seeing the wounds on the Devourer's ankle healing at that moment, he finally understood what the system's hint about flanking tactics meant. Perhaps the only benefit of this strike for Lin Xiu was that while dealing damage to the Devourer, his attributes increased from 0 to 1. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked at the equally calm Devourer and opened his attribute panel while slashing at the surrounding zombies. Host Lin Xiu titled Decapitation Master Zombie Slayer. Fast Attack, Elite Berserker Strength C, Elite Agility C, Elite Stamina C, Elite Skill Mastery of Cold Weapons Synthesis. Coins 3426. Seeing his attribute panel, even Lin Xiu was taken aback. Under various enhancements, his current attributes were surprisingly comparable to the Devourer's. Even though he was slightly inferior in strength, his agility was far superior to that of the Devourer. Seeing this, Lin Xiu revealed a cold smile. "Stronger than stamina. Then let me show you what despair looks like." With that, Lin Xiu once again brandished his hearing device and charged towards the Devourer. However, this time his target was the group of zombies around the Devourer. Since it was a contest of stamina, he naturally needed to cut off its chance to repair itself, so Lin Xiu immediately changed his offensive strategy. Whenever the Devourer attempted to consume a zombie, Lin Xiu would launch an attack, first directly severing the zombie in its hands, then collecting it into the system, while also leaving 2 wounds on it. By doing this, it became evident that the Devourer's wound healing speed was noticeably slowing down, even showing signs of stopping. The scales of victory had begun to tilt toward Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu continuously waved the listening sound, the ordinary zombies in the arena steadily diminished, while the Devourer seemed to have reached its end. Seeing that the Devourer had wounds that were not healing even after coagulating blood, Lin Xiu knew that his hunt was coming to a close. At this moment, the kill count for the Berserker had surpassed 600, and his various attributes had doubled once again due to the countless damages inflicted on the Devourer. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, Lin Xiu knew that matters here must be resolved quickly, for Zhang Jia had already mentioned twice that there were too many zombies inside the library. With the listening sound held high, Lin Xiu launched his final attack on the Devourer from 5 meters away. Faced with the currently fragile Devourer, he struck, certain that he could sever its neck, regardless of what kind of zombie it was. Once the head was severed, it was done for. 5 meters was merely a second's distance for Lin Xiu at this moment. After a sudden dash, he leaped up, his listening sound slashing downwards towards the Devourer's neck. Just as Lin Xiu thought he had succeeded, he suddenly noticed that the Devourer's wound was visibly healing at an astonishing speed. The deep gash on its neck actually healed in the split second before the listening sound struck. Not good. In that moment, Lin Xiu realized that although the Devourer appeared clumsy, it had played a clever trick on him. Ding! Roar! Just as the listening sound struck its neck with a crisp sound, the Devourer simultaneously let out a furious roar and lifted its fist to smash down on Lin Xiu. At this moment, even though Lin Xiu was far more agile than the Devourer, he could not evade in time. In a moment of desperation, he activated the sound explosion skill of the listening sound. Ding! A faint sound rang out as the sound wave shot from the blade forcefully, pushing Lin Xiu back, while the Devourer staggered backwards. After rolling upon landing and stabilizing himself, he pressed forward rather than retreating, launching another attack on the Devourer. For him, that moment had indeed been perilous, but the sound explosion used in a crisis exerted its maximum power at that instant. The invisible sound waves had punched countless holes through the Devourer's body, even leaving 2 finger-width holes in its neck. Though it was uncertain whether the previous Devourer still possessed the ability to heal, the current Devourer had truly fallen into a desperate situation. Its pierced throat rendered it unable to make any sounds, and it could no longer devour zombies either. The flesh and blood it had swallowed only just went down, leaking out through the punctured throat. Amidst the blood, Lin Xiu could even see its rolling Adam's apple. Realizing it could no longer feed, the blood-red eyes of the Devourer fixated intently on Lin Xiu as it charged towards him. However, Lin Xiu, who had long been on guard, would not be caught off guard by its attack. As they both rushed towards each other, the Devourer's fist had barely been raised when Lin Xiu's blade had already sliced across its neck. At this moment, it had truly become a spent force. The originally limited damage of the listening sound effortlessly pierced through its skin, severing its head. Bang! The Devourer's body fell heavily, while the ordinary zombies nearby instantly shifted from being the prey to the hunters. They even disregarded Lin Xiu, the living person, and all pounced towards the Devourer. Having learned from the previous encounter with the listener, Lin Xiu would not allow such a situation to occur again. The moment the Devourer's corpse hit the ground, he recalled the body. All the zombies paused momentarily, clearly bewildered as to why their meal had suddenly vanished. Yet with the food gone, Lin Xiu, the living person, still remained, so they shifted their targets once more. Lin Xiu, of course, would not stop. While listening to the system prompts in his ear, he dashed towards the library. Waving the listening sound in hand, he alleviated the pressure on the 3 people in the gym. Ding! You have killed the Devourer Elite, earning 1,000 synthesis coins. Ding! First kill of the special zombie Devourer reward choice: strength and endurance, increase attribute recovery enhancement. Looking at this system reward, Lin Xiu sighed. This time's harvest seemed less than that of the listener. This time he did not earn a title. Since he had not reached 5 titles, he could not receive the special rewards on the title panel. However, this time's system choice reward made Lin Xiu's eyes light up, because this time the attribute enhancement was actually for recovery. After carefully examining the recovery enhancement description, Lin Xiu chose it without a second thought. At this moment, he even regretted not choosing the hearing enhancement during his last upgrade of the listener, for it was only now that he realized all attribute enhancement abilities could be reinforced again. Take the recovery enhancement he just received as an example. He had slain the Clevel Devourer, and the obtained recovery enhancement was ranked D. This D rank could already double his recovery capability, and if he could synthesize the corresponding potion, his recovery ability would increase to 4 times 8 times. Eventually, he could even attain a perverse ability like that of the Devourer, capable of healing instantly. Moreover, an even more important point was that the enhancement of recovery ability not only strengthened his resilience, but also granted him a passive effect of not turning into a zombie. This was precisely why he chose this attribute without hesitation. Lin Xiu, the signal from the Devourer has disappeared. Where are you? As Lin Xiu felt excited, the voice of Zhang Jia came through the intercom. Listening to her urgent call and seeing the number of zombies in the library, Lin Xiu realized what kind of trouble the 3 of them had encountered. With a swift slash at the zombie in front of him, Lin Xiu immediately took out the intercom and asked, "I dealt with it. Where are you?" "In the second floor restroom." "Hurry. For some reason the zombies keep increasing no matter how many we kill." Lin Xiu glanced at the zombies inside the library and then at the ones outside that had mostly been cleared. His brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was off. He had been slaying the zombies outside the library since the beginning, and even now, counting all, there were only about 500 to 600 in the entire library, so how could they keep increasing? Suddenly Lin Xiu seemed to think of something. His expression changed drastically as he dashed towards the second floor. As Lin Xiu swung his knife and reached the second floor, he looked up and instantly understood the situation here. Although it was the second floor, the number of zombies had far exceeded that of the first floor, densely packed and almost entirely comprised of zombies. Even during the busiest times at the library, it never looked like this. However, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon the corridor of the second floor library, where he noticed zombies continuously approaching. Cursing under his breath, he activated his communicator while rushing towards the corridor. "Hold on. All the zombies on the second floor are coming from the outer corridor. They'll go close the door there. Hurry up." The library was located just outside the back door of the teaching building. Leaving through the back door of the teaching building only required a 100-meter walk to reach the library. Moreover, by using the stairs in the outer corridor, one could directly access the second floor of the library from the outside. The zombies flooding in at this moment were surging in through this route. However, what Lin Xiu was worried about was not this. No matter how many ordinary zombies came, they were just crops waiting to be harvested in his eyes. The issue was that from his previous encounters with the Devourers, it was clear that these special zombies had no restrictions based on terrain. In other words, he had faced the listener in the gym and the Devourer in the library, but the Devourer could directly break open the library door due to his presence. Thus, what Lin Xiu was worried about at this moment was whether the commotion from their small team in the library had already attracted the attention of that special zombie in the teaching building. If it was discovered, would it charge out like the Devourer to confront them? More importantly, from the intelligence provided by Zhang Jia, 2 of the 4 special zombies in the school were located in the teaching building and the laboratory building. And the laboratory building was situated right next to the teaching building. If they attracted the one in the teaching building, the one in the laboratory might also come out. Currently, he could handle these special zombies unknown with ease, but if there were 2, he wouldn't hesitate to flee. Therefore, Lin Xiu swiftly cleared the zombies in the corridor and immediately returned to the library. After closing the entrance door on this route, he began to clear the zombies inside the second floor. Fortunately, without the continuous influx of outside zombies, the pressure on Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling eased considerably. Although they were just guarding the bathroom door, the zombies that appeared before them were still numerous, but the frequency of their killing could slow down. At that moment, the sound of the listener in Lin Xiu's hand made a light noise again, indicating that the sonic explosion skill was ready. Seeing this, Lin Xiu immediately opened the intercom and said, "You guys hide quickly, I'm about to clear the area." Upon hearing this, Shi Mengxian and the others immediately understood Lin Xiu's meaning, quickly sheathing their knives and hiding in the bathroom, while Lin Xiu raised the listener and activated the sonic explosion. Ding! The ear-splitting sound of the sonic explosion echoed, and immediately a gust of wind swept through the entire second floor of the library. At the same time, the sound of countless zombies bursting mixed with the sound of bookshelves shattering and pages fluttering. In an instant, the pristine white walls of the library were stained red with blood. The 3 people in the bathroom, upon hearing the commotion, cautiously poked their heads out and let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Jia covered her nose, trying to avoid the nauseating smell of blood, while Shi Mengxian frowned slightly. However, Fang Ling, the little girl, upon seeing the scene in the library, first let out a retch and then said to Lin Xiu, "Big brother, can you control this move of yours a bit? Don't make them explode so much." Lin Xiu glanced at her and said, "I didn't see you being so particular when you were chopping zombies." Being retorted by Lin Xiu, Fang Ling fell silent, while Shi Mengxian walked over and said, "All right, Lin Xiu is doing this for us, so let's not argue unnecessarily." With that, Shi Mengxian looked towards the entrance on the first floor, where zombies were still pouring, and raising her Tang knife to ask Lin Xiu, "What should we do now? Should we go back or continue?" Lin Xiu had not stopped wielding his knife from the very beginning. Upon hearing Shi Mingxuan's words, he paused slightly before his expression became serious as he said, "You all go back the way you came. I will take the opportunity to deal with the remaining 2 special zombies and quickly clear the school before we plan our next step." At this moment, not only had he not had the chance to check what effect the Devourer's corpse would have, but he also had not yet lost the effect of his Berserker. Taking advantage of the fact that his attributes had already broken through to the level, it was best to resolve the remaining 2 zombies. Thus he made this decision. However, he did not know that his decision startled the 3 girls in front of him. What? No way. The first to speak was not Shi Mingxian or Fang Ling, but Zhang Jiai, who looked at him with a worried expression. Lin Xiu suddenly stopped his knife and turned to Zhang Jiai saying, "Oh, you actually care about me." Zhang Jiai's expression momentarily froze, but she quickly replied, "Don't think too much. Right now you're the only one who can fight here. If you leave, what will happen to our safety?" Lin Xiu pointed with his chin outside the window while continuing to swing his Tang knife. "Look at the road outside before you speak." The others leaned closer to the window and looked down only to find that there were no zombies on the road leading to the dormitory. The previous fighting outside had attracted nearly all the zombies nearby. With the disappearance of the Devourer and Lin Xiu entering the library, all the zombies on the road had already entered the library. Thus the road outside was now the safest place. Shi Mingxuan opened the window and let them jump down. "You all took the potions. If you can't even jump down from the 2nd floor, then don't follow me out in the future." Lin Xiu swung his Tang knife, looking at the dwindling number of zombies. It was simply not enough for him to kill, and if he delayed any longer, he might lose the effect of Berserker. So he didn't want to say any more nonsense, but instead became serious and spoke coldly. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, the expressions of the 3 stiffened, not understanding why he suddenly turned cold. However, Shi Mingxian clearly did not want to be seen as incompetent by Lin Xiu, so she was the first to open the window and leaped onto the windowsill. This was the side of the library, and even if the zombies inside saw them, they couldn't chase after them, so they remained safe. Seeing Shi Mingxian jump down, without a word Fang Ling naturally followed, but Lin Xiu frowned at Zhang Jiai, who was frozen in place. Zhang Jiai seemed to notice Lin Xiu's gaze and slowly walked to the window. However, just as she was about to step out, she suddenly turned back and said, "If you come back safe, I will agree to that thing tonight." Looking at Zhang Jiai's figure leaping down, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting to continue his slaughter, thus interrupting the effect of the Berserker. "Could it be that my charm is this great?" Lin Xiu seized a zombie and used its body to wipe the blood off the mirror, then decapitated it. Then he looked at his own face in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Although his face was smeared with blood, it was indeed quite handsome. However, after a moment of vanity, seeing the 3 figures that had already run far away, Lin Xiu's expression returned to its previous coldness. With the 3 gone, only a few dozen zombies remained in front of him. If he didn't head to the teaching building soon, the effect of his Berserker would likely be lost. So he slowly retreated towards the outer corridor while timing his strikes to kill the zombies that followed him. Just as he opened the door to the outer corridor and decapitated the last zombie in the hall, the system notification sound suddenly rang out again. "Ding. You have accumulated over 3,000 kills of zombies. Your title of Zombie Slayer has been changed to Zombie Nemesis." Hearing this notification, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, and while rushing towards the teaching building, swung his knife while checking the effects of his newly changed title. Zombie Nemesis Effect 1, your damage dealt to zombies is increased, and all your attributes receive a 3-fold boost when facing zombies. Effect 2, after you consecutively kill multiple zombies, your gaze will cause them to tremble, impairing their movement. Effect 3, the damage dealt to you by zombies will be reduced by 10 due to their fear of you. Seeing this effect, Lin Xiu shuddered. This updated title not only increased his damage against zombies from 2 times to 3 times, but also granted him 2 additional effects. The reduction in damage is an extremely important ability, which made him very satisfied, and the second effect's ability even excited him somewhat. After slaying another zombie with his Tang knife, his gaze suddenly turned towards another zombie charging at him. From the beginning until now, Lin Xiu had killed over 1,000 zombies, yet just a single glance made the dozens of zombies in front of him freeze in place, as if under a binding spell. "Haha, good." Lin Xiu laughed heartily, raising his Tang knife and swiftly severing the heads of these zombies. He took this opportunity to open his attribute panel and check the attributes he had stacked up. Host Lin Xiu, Title Master of Beheadings, Zombie Nemesis, Quick Attack, Elite Berserker Strength C, Elite Agility, B Hero Stamina C, Elite Attribute Recovery Enhancement D Skill Mastery of Cold Weapon Synthesis Coins 5432. Seeing his current attributes, even he couldn't help but be astonished. Not to mention the synthesis coins exceeding 5,000, his 3 attributes had surprisingly reached the elite level. Even his agility had surpassed the elite level, reaching the hero level. More importantly, within his attribute enhancements, his recovery enhancement would also increase in level. As he swung the Tang knife, it seemed to move in such a way that countless still knife shadows could be seen by the naked eye. In less than a second, the dozen or so zombies that had been frozen in place were all decapitated. Looking at the Tang knife in his hand, Lin Xiu's face revealed an excited smile, though he knew this was not a permanent change. However, the enhancement of attributes that could have such a powerful effect was enough to intoxicate anyone. Holding the Tang knife horizontally, Lin Xiu made a starting motion while the knife's edge remained at the side. In the next instant, Lin Xiu shot forward like a car with full horsepower, dashing ahead like the wind. As he sprinted, every zombie's head was sent flying by the horizontally held blade, and by the time Lin Xiu came to a stop, the first zombie's head in the 100-meter corridor had just landed. Lin Xiu looked back in disbelief at what lay behind him, utterly unable to fathom that this was the agility of a hero. The fastest human 100-meter sprint speed is merely Usain Bolt's 9.58 seconds, but with his hero-level agility, he had only taken 3 seconds. This was merely 1/3 of 9.58 seconds. Seeing this effect made Lin Xiu's breath slightly quicken. This feeling akin to superpowers made him yearn for extraordinary abilities for the first time. However, he also knew that such things could not be rushed, so he merely entertained the thought for a moment in his heart before focusing again and decapitating the approaching zombies. Looking at the back door of the teaching building, Lin Xiu tightened his grip on the Tang knife. He knew that to permanently enhance his attributes, the only method he currently knew was to slay special zombies. However, just as he was about to charge into the teaching building for a mass slaughter, a sound of slicing air suddenly came from in front of him. With his hero-level agility, he naturally rolled to the side at the first sound of the slicing air, simultaneously dealing with a passing zombie and refreshing the effect of his berserker. Looking back at the spot where he had once stood, Lin Xiu was horrified to discover a fist-sized dent behind that position. Before he could think further, the sound of slicing air came again from ahead, and this time it was much denser than the last. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of dozens of sounds came, making Lin Xiu dodge continuously while feeling a surge of anger in his heart. After decapitating a zombie, Lin Xiu rolled again, grabbing a living zombie and charging into the back door of the teaching building with it. However, even at this point, he still did not see the shadow of the zombie that had attacked him. The back door of the teaching building was located in a shaded area, so the lighting was dim. With even the emergency lights out, he could only see the zombies wandering in the corridor gathering towards him. As he swung his Tang knife, he still did not see the shadow of that zombie, which made him somewhat angry. All right, want to play hide and seek with me? They'll kill all the zombies here. Let's see how you hide. Just as if hearing Lin Xiu's muttering right after he finished speaking, 2 more sounds of slicing air appeared behind him. In the narrow corridor, such sounds were particularly clear, causing Lin Xiu to turn his head at the first moment. After dodging this attack, he finally saw the appearance of this zombie. Assassin. Level excellent. Strength D excellent. Agility B heroic. Stamina D excellent. Ability extremely abnormal agility, allowing it to always maintain a safe distance from its prey, and from its fingerless palms, it can fire hardened bullets that will inevitably infect anyone hit. Weakness: its high agility renders it incapable of contending with humans in terms of strength and stamina. It is an incredibly fragile zombie. As long as one gets close, victory is assured. Lin Xiu looked at the system panel's introduction, his brow furrowed. Although this zombie's overall rating was merely excellent, its abnormal agility had already surpassed that of the berserker, which had accumulated layers beyond 1,000. It was just one step away from entering the epic level. No wonder he couldn't see it despite moving so quickly before. Watching the assassin observing him from a distance, Lin Xiu was simultaneously cutting down zombies in the corridor as he approached it. This zombie's appearance was not much different from ordinary zombies. At this moment, Lin Xiu saw nothing that could distinguish it from others except for its pair of pitch-black eyes. Moreover, as he continued to approach this assassin, it behaved exactly as the system described. Lin Xiu took a step forward, and it retreated a step. Not only that, but this assassin seemed to be teasing Lin Xiu, refraining from attacking, and instead emitting a sinister laugh reminiscent of a horror film. Pop. Hearing the light sound emitted by his sound wave, at this moment Lin Xiu looked at this assassin, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. This was a narrow corridor in the teaching building, barely wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side, making it impossible for his sound wave to fully unleash its power. If he used a sonic explosion in such a place, this fragile assassin would undoubtedly perish. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he continued to slash away step by step, forcing this assassin back. He knew that this assassin's speed was extremely abnormal. With the distance between them too great, if he used a sonic explosion, it could very well escape the corridor by virtue of its speed. If he slowly drove it into the dead end of the corridor, no matter how fast it was, it could only be blasted to pieces. With one knife after another, zombies fell one after another. To reduce this assassin's alertness, he even refrained from using his habitual corpse recovery. Yet this assassin remained completely unaware, and it seemed to be trying to figure out Lin Xiu's attack patterns, even pushing an ordinary zombie towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed as his three-dimensional attributes were fully enhanced, allowing him to control the distance with great precision. He noticed that this assassin consistently maintained a distance of exactly 23 meters from him, neither more nor less. Lin Xiu did not know what this number meant, but having been outsmarted by the Devourer, he remained cautious as he advanced to push this assassin back. At a distance of 23 meters for him, who had his agility boosted to level, it would take less than a second at full effort. Although this distance would be faster for the assassin with agility at level, it was undoubtedly a dangerous range for long-distance killers. Taking another step forward, Lin Xiu's sound wave had already cut down dozens of zombies in this corridor, and at this moment, he successfully pushed this assassin to the other end of the corridor. In this space, the assassin could only dodge his sonic explosion by crashing through the classroom doors on either side or directly jumping out the window behind it. However, regardless of which option it chose, as long as it faced the slightest obstruction, even if it was delayed by a fraction of a second, it would surely be severely injured. Thus, watching this assassin still grinning at him, Lin Xiu raised his sound wave, pointing the blade directly at the assassin. At this moment, Lin Xiu strangely noticed that the assassin's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly scrutinizing Lin Xiu's actions with gravity. But in the next second, it understood, for the sound wave in Lin Xiu's hand had already unleashed a long-accumulated sonic explosion. Ding! The invisible sound wave suddenly surged forward, and almost simultaneously the zombies in front of Lin Xiu exploded into a mist of blood. It was only at this moment that the assassin realized what the earlier movements meant. Its sinister laughter instantly transformed into a terrified scream, and its entire body hurriedly retreated, crashing towards the classroom door beside it. Bang! The scream and the sound of the door shattering rang out simultaneously, but Lin Xiu clearly saw that the assassin's body had already suffered damage. Lin Xiu revealed a hint of a smile, listening to the screams of the assassin inside the classroom, while rushing towards the classroom door with his Tang Dao. As his gaze fell on the arm at the classroom door, Lin Xiu finally discovered the biggest difference between this assassin and ordinary zombies. This arm had clearly been injured during the door impact, having suffered from Lin Xiu's sonic explosion, so it was directly severed by the sound waves. However, the sonic explosion seemed to have no abnormal enhancement on special zombies, for this arm bore only numerous cuts resembling those made by a knife. The most significant difference in this arm lay in its palm, which had no 5 fingers, but was exceptionally large. Where 5 fingers should have grown, there were 5 dark holes, likely from which the bullets that had attacked him earlier had been fired. Storing this arm in the system space, Lin Xiu listened to the sounds of impact inside the room, a smile appearing on his face. Stepping into the classroom with his Tang Dao, he found the assassin crashing against the classroom window railings, causing him to smile even wider. "You mutt. Stop wasting your effort. This is a stainless steel railing, you can't get out." Seemingly having heard Lin Xiu's voice, the assassin turned in fear, and the two locked eyes. Lin Xiu could even easily see the anger in the assassin's eyes. "Oh, you mutt, you're still quite angry. Cutting off one of your arms counts as interest for your sneak attack on me, and next I'm going to take your life." Although he didn't know if the assassin understood him, Lin Xiu felt quite pleased to have avenged the previous sneak attack. However, whether or not the assassin understood Lin Xiu's words, its anger slowly faded, replaced by intense focus. Watching it raise its remaining left arm, Lin Xiu naturally understood what it was about to do. But in this multimedia classroom, which was only 25 meters long, Lin Xiu could confidently say that the assassin's bullets could not be faster than his knife. At this moment, the assassin stood in the corner of the classroom, diagonally opposite Lin Xiu at the doorway. Strangely, this assassin did not retreat, but instead moved closer, reducing the distance slightly. And just as the assassin stopped, Lin Xiu's heart, suddenly filled with alarm, for this distance was precisely 23 meters. In that instant, the assassin suddenly launched an attack. Lin Xiu was unaware of the extent of harm this 23-meter distance would bring from the assailant, yet he trusted the ominous warning in his heart. In the moment before the assailant fired, he suddenly bent down and shifted sideways, moving away from the direction indicated by its 5-fingered aperture. In the very next instant, a loud bang erupted from the spot he had just vacated, and a pit nearly a foot wide appeared on the wall. During this process, Lin Xiu didn't even catch a glimpse of the bullet's trajectory. So this is what 23 meters means. Lin Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. Even with the system's introduction, he never anticipated that this assailant possessed the perverse ability to omit the bullet's trajectory within 23 meters. Fortunately, he had already severed one of its arms beforehand. Had it retained both, Lin Xiu couldn't guarantee he could evade its attacks. However, from the first moment of attack, Lin Xiu had grasped its greatest tactic, which was simply to avoid facing its gun barrel during the assault. After the first strike missed, the assailant went berserk, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, while Lin Xiu found himself too frightened to advance and could only evade. Bang, 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 bang. With every shift in position, Lin Xiu made a pit would appear behind where he had previously stood. His seemingly erratic movements were easily tracked by the assailant, which further discouraged him from attacking. The assailant screeched and shot wildly, while Lin Xiu could only dodge in distress. This made Lin Xiu realize how foolish it was to corner such a special zombie into a dead end to kill it. As of now, the only stroke of luck for him was that the zombies following him from the classroom door wouldn't cause him to lose the effect of the frenzied one due to being unable to touch the assailant. But fortune and misfortune never come singly. Just as he was frustrated about his inability to kill the assailant, his walkie-talkie suddenly relayed Zhang Jiayi's urgent voice. Lin Xiu, are you in the teaching building? Run. Hurry. Lin Xiu activated his communicator and quickly responded to Zhang Jiayi's frantic call. I'm in the teaching building. What happened? I don't know, but I can sense that the zombies in the experimental building seem to be heading toward your teaching building. They want to surround you. Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he looked at the assailant before him, never expecting that the reason for its frantic counterattack was that it had found allies. Huh. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, you filthy creature. Lin Xiu sneered while the assailant's scream morphed back into a mocking laugh, now laced with derision. Yet being in an advantageous position and still unable to deal with a single zombie made Lin Xiu feel that perhaps it was better to just be killed. Not to mention he was a man with a system. As he moved again, a Tang knife appeared in Lin Xiu's hand, a trophy he had acquired from the gym. At this moment, it was the perfect tool for distraction. In the next instant of movement, taking advantage of the assailant's renewed attack, Lin Xiu suddenly hurled the Tang knife at it. With Lin Xiu's current strength, if the knife landed solidly, it could interrupt its flurry of attacks, even if it didn't pierce all the way through. At a distance of 23 meters, he only needed a second to slay it. This assailant was indeed clever, but it was not as intelligent as a human. Seeing the flying Tang knife, it clearly understood that the knife was meant to distract it, so it disregarded it completely and continued to shoot ferociously at Lin Xiu. However, it had evidently underestimated Lin Xiu, a human nearly as agile, as it was not realizing that he had already attained great strength. So when the Tang knife penetrated its thigh, even pushing it back a step and nearly causing it to stumble, only then did it realize what it was facing. The mocking laugh transformed once more into a scream, and Lin Xiu, with a sinister grin, rushed forward to confront it. With a sudden downward slash of the knife in his hand, this strike would surely split it in two. In a moment of desperation, the assailant disregarded this lethal blow and charged straight for the door. Thud! With a swift slash, the assailant's right leg was left behind, and losing its balance, it crashed into the corridor wall after bursting out the door. Having called for reinforcements, it now only wished to escape, but with one arm and one leg severed, it could not match Lin Xiu's speed. As the knife came down, Lin Xiu quickly retrieved its severed thigh and charged towards the front door to block its escape. This classroom was located at the end of the corridor, and the assailant had exited through the back door. As long as Lin Xiu stood at the front door, he could corner it here. Just as Lin Xiu reached the front door, he never expected that the assailant would also be charging at the front door at the same time. Seizing this opportunity without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiu kicked out fiercely, slamming it against the wall. Hey! A roar echoed as the assailant, realizing it was about to die, aimed its palm at Lin Xiu in a desperate attempt. But Lin Xiu would not give it a chance. After a solid kick, he swung the knife in his hand, severing its arm before it could even raise its limb. The voice of terror echoed once more while Lin Xiu swung his knife again, chopping off the last remaining leg, and only then did he open the communicator and ask, "How long until the other zombie arrives?" "I don't know." Zhang Jiayi's surprised exclamation came through. "Are you crazy? It moves slowly, but based on the energy signal, it will be stronger than the one at the library." Hearing this, Lin Xiu felt even more excited and moved the walkie-talkie closer to the subdued assailant, chuckling. "Did you hear that? This one in the classroom has already been subdued by me, so you can rest assured. When it arrives, who kills whom is still uncertain." Wow, Lin Gu is awesome. Is killing zombies now as easy as playing a game? Not really, is it that intense? Subduing zombies? Lin Gu, I'm willing to call you the #1 person in the apocalypse. Hearing Lin Xiu's words before Zhang Jiayi could respond, the two others' mouths and ergo began to tease. Facing these two, Lin Xiu merely smiled slightly and said, "Since my taste is so heavy, you two might as well not eat my stuff in the future." "Lin Gu, we were wrong, we shouldn't have talked back." "Lin Gu, it was ergo who said it, just take it out on him." Listening to their foolish banter, Lin Xiu was about to respond, when suddenly a metallic clanging sound came from the side of the teaching building, making him instantly alert. "The zombies are coming, we'll talk later." With that, he moved the knife swiftly, and the assailant's body was cleaved in two. Ding. You have slain the assailant excellent level and obtained 500 synthesis coins. Ding. You have perfectly annihilated the assailant without a scratch, earning the title Stealth Killer. Ding. You have reached 5 titles and received a title gift pack reward. Ding. For your first kill of the special zombie assailant, you have received a selection reward agility level upgrade, enhanced 6 cents. 4 rewards in a row. This time the rewards filled Lin Xiu with excitement. Although he didn't have time to open the title gift pack for now, the title and the 6th sense enhancement thrilled him immensely. Stealth Killer Effect 1. When attacking from the enemy's field of vision blind spot, all your damage will be doubled. Effect 2. If you remain still in a dark environment for over a minute, all your actions will be completely silent. Effect 3. When your attack power and stamina levels are lower than your enemies, there is a 5 chance that your attack from the field of vision blind spot will result in a one-hit kill. Special Effect 1. If you are detected by the enemy before causing damage, while under Effect 2, the damage you receive will be doubled. After seeing the 4 effects of this title, Lin Xiu almost forgot to use the Tang Dao in his hand to stack the effect of Berserker. This title is the only one that can be used not just on zombies, but it is also the only title that imposes a detrimental effect on oneself. The enhancements from Effect 1 and Effect 3 allow him to trigger against any enemy, and the restrictions based on power and stamina attributes even enable him to inflict damage on those with special abilities. What's more, Effect 2 almost completely guarantees the activation of Effects 1 and 3. More importantly, the attribute enhancement he obtained this time is the 6th sense. The so-called 6th sense is intuition, and it is this intuition that allowed him to make a preemptive judgment when facing the assailant from a distance of 23 meters, escaping disaster. This reward actually further enhances his abilities, granting him not only a sense of danger, but also a hint of crisis judgment regarding the unknown. In other words, when he prepares to attack an enemy, he can activate this intuition to roughly assess the strength of that enemy. Though this feeling may not be entirely accurate, it can still serve as a warning to him. The sounds outside grew louder, seemingly indicating that the zombie was approaching the main entrance from the side. Lin Xiu looked at the title Stealth Killer he had just obtained, feeling a surge of eagerness as he directly cut his way to the 2nd floor of the teaching building. He quickly reached the window and looked down, discovering the zombie, while opening the system panel. Producer level Elite Strength C, Elite Agility C, Elite Stamina C, Elite Ability. Within the protruding abdomen are small zombies, which will burst forth when she needs to attack, while she commands from a safe position. Weakness: the producer has extremely balanced attributes and does not possess significant flaws, but if you kill all of her children, she will fall into madness, becoming easier to slay. Looking at the female zombie with a protruding belly below, Lin Xiu's expression changed. Ew, just the word producer was enough to evoke many thoughts. Upon seeing the system's description, his suspicions were confirmed. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xiu decided to test the power of the stealth killer he had just acquired. Though he had never seen the children of the producer, judging by her attributes, they shouldn't be easy to deal with. Her attributes are higher than those of the previous devourer, and she even possesses the ability to spawn. No wonder Zhang Jia, far away in the dormitory area, couldn't help but warn him. Looking at the producer slowly approaching the entrance of the teaching building, Lin Xiu cleared the surrounding zombies with one slash and already had 1 foot on the windowsill. Just as the producer took a step beneath him, Lin Xiu leaped down. From the jump to the landing, all actions occurred within the producer's field of vision blind spot, ensuring that this strike would trigger the double damage effect. And if he were to slice off her head, even if Lin Xiu's strength and stamina attributes did not exceed hers, he could still take her down with 1 blow. However, things did not develop in the direction Lin Xiu anticipated. Just as his sound attack was about to land on the producer's head, she strangely lifted her head, her sharp nails suddenly slashing upward, blocking the Tang Dao in Lin Xiu's hand. Clang! With a missed strike, and even failing to activate his stealth killer effect, Lin Xiu retreated 3 meters, creating distance to observe her once more. Her nails were sharper yet shorter than those of the sound attacker, and her hair moved as if blown by wind, with her head tilting at an unnatural angle. Every part of this producer exuded strangeness and disgust. When Lin Xiu's gaze fixated on the producer's hair that seemed to float without wind, he nearly retched at that moment. He believed his tolerance was very strong, at least he could remain indifferent when faced with the rotting flesh and corpses of zombies. But when he discovered that the hair on the producer's head was actually intertwined with corpse worms nearly a meter long, he couldn't help but feel his stomach churn. Moreover, this producer seemed to be sizing him up in the same manner, her neck tilting at an angle nearly ready to snap. Yet the longer their gaze met, the tighter the producer's brow furrowed. As if she suddenly thought of something, she made a light, sniffing gesture. After lightly sniffing, the producer unexpectedly pointed at Lin Xiu and let out a piercing scream. Roar! With this roar, Lin Xiu bizarrely noticed that all the zombies around him suddenly stopped moving, causing him to momentarily halt his Tang Dao. And then this producer suddenly spread her arms wide and thrust them forcefully into her abdomen, performing a cesarean section right before Lin Xiu's eyes. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Xiu continued layering the passive effect of Berserker while staring intently at the blood-red flesh lumps that fell. These blood-red lumps, less than half a meter in diameter, indeed resembled human infants, but Lin Xiu knew things were not that simple. He immediately opened the system to take a quick look at those blood-red lumps, and in an instant he was horrified. Only then did he understand why the producer had suddenly glared at him with fury and launched an attack. Producer offspring level excellent strength, agility, stamina, ability. These offspring are nurtured by the producers, feeding, excelling in group attacks, capable of evolving into ordinary zombies, and upon consuming fresh blood, have a slight chance of evolving into special zombies. Weakness: although these offspring are only 1 meter tall, they possess considerable strength, and their weaknesses are difficult to discern, requiring adaptive strategies. Upon seeing this panel, Lin Xiu instantly comprehended the anomaly of this producer and the ordinary zombies surrounding it. The reason the attacker could summon the producer was not due to any connection between them, but because this attacker was in fact the child of this producer. The producer's ability to command its offspring further explained why the zombies before him had suddenly come to a halt. Because all these ordinary zombies were also its children. Connecting this with the countless zombies that had suddenly appeared on campus at night, Lin Xiu understood everything in an instant. Initially, he wondered how there could be so few survivors in a school with over 30,000 people, even if zombies were preying on humans. Moreover, only 2 days had passed since the apocalypse began. How could there be 4 special zombies in one school? Now he understood that these many survivors must have been used by the first appearing producer to feed its offspring. Every special zombie in this school was its offspring, and even the numerous ordinary zombies present were its children. This was evident from the orderly march of all the zombies attacking him at a single command. Thinking of this, a surge of anger arose in Lin Xiu's chest. As a human, he found it quite normal to be devoured by zombies in the apocalypse. He could rationalize this, even accept it. However, what he absolutely could not tolerate was the zombies treating humans as lambs to be slaughtered at will. This producer alone had so many children. Who could know how many humans it had consumed? Thus, at this moment, Lin Xiu, filled with rage, no longer waited. His agility, now enhanced to level B, allowed him to charge directly in front of the producer in an instant. The sudden attack startled the producer, which let out a shriek as its claws slashed forward. Lin Xiu, wielding his weapon, blocked the strike and swiftly turned to slash at the growing mass of flesh. With a swift cut, the less than half-meter mass, still in the process of growing, was abruptly severed in two by Lin Xiu's blade, its body writhing like a cut worm before collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the producer let out a sharp scream, but its movements halted as it quickly retreated. As it retreated, the open belly could not stop dropping its offspring, while simultaneously the ordinary zombies around it charged at him like mad. Lin Xiu was unperturbed by such a small scene, swiftly wielding his weapon amidst the sea of zombies, continuously slaying ordinary zombies and stacking the layers of his Berserker ability. In just one day, he had accumulated over 1,000 layers of Berserker. More importantly, his three-dimensional attributes were on the verge of reaching hero level. Once his attributes reached hero level, even if this producer could produce offspring indefinitely, it would only mean more synthesis coins for Lin Xiu. The blood-red mass fell to the ground, gradually expanding from the half-meter diameter as Lin Xiu slaughtered zombies. The viscous flesh, resembling liquid, slowly transformed into limbs, finally solidifying as it reached a length of 1 meter. Lin Xiu glanced to the side. After taking shape, the skin of these masses rapidly aged, resembling the skin of the ordinary zombies before him. The only difference was that their bodies had not begun to rot. The wrinkling of their skin appeared more like the wrinkles of old age. However, their speed was far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Even when Lin Xiu opened his attribute panel, he discovered their agility was surprisingly equal to his own. Although their strength and stamina were rated only D, their agility had reached level B, matching his. With a slight change in expression, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon the producer cackling in the distance, and he suddenly realized. The attributes of the producer's offspring were inherited from the producer, who could control their growth direction until they matured. It must have been during their earlier confrontation that this producer recognized its exceptional agility, thus enhancing the offspring's attributes towards agility during their incubation. Interesting, let's see who is faster. Wielding his weapon, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and immediately retreated, creating distance from the few offspring, before suddenly raising his weapon to unleash an audio explosion. Ding! The invisible sound wave exploded, transforming all the zombies in front of him into mist in an instant, while the offspring had already flanked him from both sides, as the sonic boom occurred. A cold smile crept across Lin Xiu's lips. He was entirely unafraid. Thanks to this sonic boom, the layers of his berserker ability had already exceeded 1500. In this moment, all his three-dimensional attributes had reached hero level, and the feeling it brought him instilled an indescribable confidence in Lin Xiu. But what thrilled Lin Xiu even more was that at this moment the system once again sent a notification ding. All attributes have advanced to hero level, granting temporary ability enhanced senses. As the system's notification finished, Lin Xiu's mind suddenly cleared, invigorated, as if he had just awoken from a long sleep. At the same time, his vision, which had barely kept up with the movements of these offspring, now clearly discerned the 6 moving offspring. Moreover, every frequency of the myriad sounds around him was discerned with great detail. Even the sound of the producer's abdomen thumping from a distance was clear to his ears. At this moment, 5 offspring had closed in, and the combined attack from all sides appeared rife with openings to Lin Xiu. Stepping forward with his left foot, Lin Xiu swiftly reached out with his left hand, instantly grabbing the neck of the first offspring. Simultaneously, he used his right hand to position his weapon behind him, blocking the claws of the 2 on his right, while he forcefully slammed the offspring he had captured towards the 2 on his left. Clang! Bang! The sounds of metal clashing and flesh colliding rang out simultaneously, and the 5 offspring who had charged in with fierce momentum were all repelled in that instant. With force, Lin Xiu crushed the neck of the offspring in his hand and swept away the other 4, declaring to the producer, coldly, "Soon I'll send you on your way." Host: Lin Xiu. Title: Headchopper, Zombie Slayer, Swift Attack, Elite Berserker, Stealth Assassin. Strength: B Hero. Agility: B Hero. Stamina: B Hero. Attributes: Recovery, Enhancement D. Ability: Enhanced 5 Senses B. Skill: Mastery of Cold Weapons. Synth coins 6,820. With a quick glance at his attribute panel, Lin Xiu once again swung his sound weapon. The 2 cubs on the left, still reeling from Lin Xiu's powerful strike, had not yet regained their footing when they caught sight of Lin Xiu appearing before them in a gust of wind. The sharp claws, disregarding direction, began to strike wildly as they realized their imminent demise. But with only level strength, how could they possibly stand against Lin Xiu? With a single stroke, the 2 cubs became headless corpses, not even letting out a scream. The producer in the distance let out an enraged roar, never expecting an ordinary human could kill 3 of its children in such a short time. Thus, amidst the roar, it served as a signal for the other 2 cubs to retreat. However, before Lin Xiu, who had fully stepped into the hero level, how could they escape? With merely level agility, they moved as slowly as a turtle under Lin Xiu's nearly epic speed. Collecting the corpses, Lin Xiu stomped his right foot down fiercely, and with hero-level strength, he shattered the floor and soared upwards like a cannonball. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing Lin Xiu's speed, the 2 cubs let out terrified shrieks, but as a flash of white light surged through, they instantly became headless corpses. Before the heads even touched the ground, Lin Xiu had already stored them in the system space, and his sound weapon appeared before the producer without a pause. The enraged and terrified producer, facing Lin Xiu's attack, suddenly found its claws elongating and began to strike wildly at Lin Xiu. With enhanced 5 senses, Lin Xiu navigated through the storm of attacks with ease, though the visibly strengthened strikes still left him puzzled as he glanced at the producer's panel. It turned out that after all of the producer's newborn cubs died, while she entered a berserk mode that made her easier to kill, her attributes would undergo a comprehensive enhancement. However, even with the comprehensive enhancement, it was still nothing impressive, and having already mastered all her data, Lin Xiu saw no need to prolong the fight. With a tremor of the sound weapon in hand, the producer was forced to retreat several steps, and in that instant of retreat, Lin Xiu's blade had already sliced through her neck. Splat! As the blade cut through her neck, fresh blood erupted from the producer, which took Lin Xiu by surprise. You can rest assured to go. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found he could not store the producer's corpse in the system space. This situation left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly became alert and looked towards the corpse. The only limitation of the system space is that it cannot store living beings. It is impossible for there to be a case where something cannot be collected. The only possibility is that the producer right before him is not dead. Sure enough, just as Lin Xiu prepared to leave, the producer's head was eerily propped up by her disheveled hair and began to flee frantically. Seeing this, Lin Xiu dared not let it escape. After collecting the remaining parts, he immediately swung his sound weapon down towards its head. Clang! The sound weapon struck heavily against the floor, even cracking it, while the producer's head split in 2 at that moment. At that moment, her head finally stopped moving, and as a milky white sphere fell, a system prompt appeared in Lin Xiu's mind. Ding. You have killed the producer elite and gained 500 synth coins. Ding. First kill of the special zombie producer reward choice, all attribute level increase, attribute enhancement, energy perception. This time the kill did not yield the bountiful rewards one might expect, but the choice rewards were exceptionally good. The all-attribute level increase goes without saying, but as a mandatory attribute enhancement, the energy perception this time greatly surprised Lin Xiu. The effect of energy perception is to grant Lin Xiu the ability to mark. This mark can be placed on people, objects, or even directly on a space. Those marked individuals, objects, or spaces can be clearly sensed by Lin Xiu within a certain range akin to long-distance surveillance. Although Lin Xiu can currently activate only 2 marks as he levels up, not only will the distance increase, but the number of marks will also rise. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu chose this attribute enhancement, yet he did not stop wielding his knife, while simultaneously opening the intercom. "Jia, are there any high-level zombies left at the school?" Upon hearing Lin Xiu's voice, the radio immediately buzzed with excitement. "Brother Lin, are you alright?" "I'm fine, how about you guys?" "All good, just waiting for you to come back for a meal." Hearing this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but roll his eyes, directly choosing to ignore the chatter, and continued, "Where's Jia? "Oh, getting cozy, Brother Lin, where's Jia?" Lin Xiu's face darkened, replying with a smile. "Hey, Guzzy, your meal is gone." "It's gone, I've sensed it, the school is safe now." From the moment she heard Lin Xiu's first sentence, Zhang Jia's tense expression relaxed. However, noticing Lin Xiu's address, she suddenly found herself unsure how to respond. Seeing Guzzy and Lin Xiu joking, she finally found an opportunity to answer Lin Xiu's question. After hearing Zhang Jia's affirmation, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, that's good then," and preparing to head back. However, just at that moment, with enhanced senses still active, Lin Xiu suddenly looked up at the ceiling, his gaze locking onto a chair falling from above. Bang! The chair crashed heavily to the ground, startling everyone on the radio, while Lin Xiu saw several figures on the 6th floor of the teaching building waving at him. Big brother, here, save us. Brother Lin, what happened?" Lin Xiu frowned, looking at the figures above, and spoke into the intercom. "Nothing much, I found survivors in the classroom on the 6th floor of the teaching building. I'm going up to check it out." Everyone finally understood, while Lin Xiu directly cut off the communication and shouted upwards, "Wait, I'm coming up right now." Having said that, Lin Xiu charged directly towards the 6th floor, but in that moment of looking down, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Changgu, we saw this person fighting from start to finish. I'm afraid we can't take him on." "Yeah, Changgu, look at his speed, he's clearly not normal, and that zombie is likely the one that was banging on the door before." The boy known as Changgu bare-chested sneered, saying, "What are you afraid of? We go in one after the other. No matter how strong he is, can he avoid an ambush? I'll open the door to let him in, and you attack from behind." "Changgu, I really don't think this will work." "Wang Jun, how come I never noticed you were such a coward? If you can't do it, then let Meng Chu take over, but you won't follow me after this." Having said that, Zhang Chong didn't care how grim Wang Jun's expression was, and slapped the girl next to him, cursing, "Have you gotten used to being naked? Did you not hear that others are coming? Put your clothes on." The girl who was slapped looked at him expressionlessly, then slowly got up to put on her tattered clothes, squatting in the corner with another girl. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the room. Lin Xiu looked at the security door in front of him, raised his hand to eliminate the last zombie, but the killing intent in his eyes was growing stronger. When his senses enhanced, he clearly heard the voices inside the room. "They're coming. They're coming." A boy's voice came from inside the room. The security door was opened with a click, revealing a crew-cut man and a slightly chubby man in front of Lin Xiu. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, the crew-cut man's face instantly showed a look of surprise as he said, "Big brother, you came so quickly. What about the zombies outside?" As he spoke, he turned his head to look outside. Lin Xiu waved the sound-absorbing weapon in his hand, flicked the blood off the blade, and then sheathed the knife. The man immediately stepped aside for Lin Xiu, inviting him and saying, "Big brother, my name is Zhang Chong, this is Meng Chu. We've been trapped here for a whole day, finally seeing a living person." Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Chong, recognized the voice, but did not respond, instead focusing on the 2 girls in the corner. Their eyes were vacant, hair, disheveled clothes in tatters, and there were even tear stains on their faces. The exposed legs of the short skirts were bruised. Lin Xiu subconsciously tightened his grip on the knife, suppressing the anger in his heart as he asked, "What happened to those 2? Zhang Chong glanced at them, shrugged helplessly, and said, "They were scared. They saw the zombies eating people right in front of them, and were scared silly. I brought them in." Lin Xiu squinted his eyes, coldly looking at Zhang Chong, and said, "If you brought them in, why are they in this state?" Zhang Chong's expression stiffened for a moment, then he replied, "It was a rough journey. They were just injured. It could be worse." "Big brother, are you alone? Or has the school organized a rescue?" "Rescue?" Lin Xiu laughed coldly. "In this situation, do you still expect to have a good life after being rescued?" Zhang Chong looked at Lin Xiu, his face instantly turned cold, stepping back to distance himself from Lin Xiu, and said, "You know better than I do what the situation is. I advise you not to meddle." To this powerless threat, Lin Xiu smiled indifferently, saying, Oh really? Then I'm curious what will happen if I meddle. What will happen? Zhang Chong curled his lips. You will die. As soon as Zhang Chong finished speaking, the chubby man next to him rushed forward to grab Lin Xiu, while the back door suddenly slammed shut and Wang Jun swung a metal rod towards Lin Xiu. However, for Lin Xiu, who had already seen through the three of them, how could he be deceived by such a crude trick? Even without the effect of the berserker, his agility was still above that of an ordinary person. As the fat man lunged at him, Lin Xiu had already drawn the sound-absorbing weapon from his waist. Grabbing the fat man's neck with his left hand, his right hand wielded the Tang knife swiftly, leaving a spray of blood behind. Then he flipped the sound-absorbing weapon in his hand, which was now held in reverse, and as he turned back to face his body, he severed the fat man's head. Zhang Chong stared in disbelief at this, seeing his whole body collapsing to the ground, mumbling incoherently. Seeing the two men die, the two girls in the corner suddenly regained a glimmer of light in their eyes. Do you think this knife in my hand will only fall upon zombies? Lin Xiu's gaze fell on Zhang Chong, and the killing intent made Zhang Chong immediately shut his mouth. One thing you said correctly, I know better than you what kind of world it is now, so I should kill you. No. With a splatter of blood, it shot up to the ceiling in an instant, while Lin Xiu merely flicked the sound-absorbing weapon to shake off the blood and once again sheathed the knife. Ding. You have eliminated a survivor group, earning the title Cold-Blooded. The sudden system notification caused Lin Xiu's actions to pause slightly, but he did not rush to check it, instead focusing on the two girls in the corner. Looking at the girls whose expressions were constantly changing in the corner, Lin Xiu stepped over the corpses and attempted to speak gently. Our school has a survivor base located in the dormitory area. Would you like to come back with me? The two girls did not respond. Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback, then closed his mouth, because at this moment the two girls still had their gazes fixed on the three fallen boys. Time seemed to stand still for an unknown period until the three fallen bodies no longer bled and Lin Xiu's feet had been stained red with blood. The two girls finally moved. Oh. Almost simultaneously both girls jumped up, but their target was not Lin Xiu, but the three fallen corpses. One girl picked up the fallen iron rod and began to beat the already dead body madly, while the other grabbed something and fiercely smashed it against the corpse. The sounds of screaming, crying, and howling were incredibly piercing to Lin Xiu at that moment. Slowly turning around, quietly waiting for the two girls to finish their outburst when they were all exhausted from hitting, Lin Xiu finally asked softly, "Will you come back with me?" The two girls, still hugging each other, finally looked at Lin Xiu, both revealing a difficult smile. Just when Lin Xiu thought they would agree, the two exchanged glances, kissed each other, and slowly stood up to walk in front of Lin Xiu. You? Halfway through his sentence, the two girls unexpectedly kissed Lin Xiu's cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, he found them standing by the window, hand in hand, smiling at him. Lin Xiu stood there as if frozen, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Then two dull thuds sounded from outside the window, heavy strikes against Lin Xiu's heart. Slowly arriving at the corner of the room, he picked up two student IDs lying there, and in the photos they were indeed the two girls from earlier. Compared to their disheveled appearance before, they looked more youthful and joyful in the pictures. From the heart symbols on each of their student IDs, as well as the wet kiss before they jumped down, Lin Xiu could easily guess their relationship. Jiang Wenli Lu. Lin Xiu slowly pronounced their names, walking to the window to look at the two bodies below, feeling a heaviness in his chest. However, noticing the approaching zombies below, he quickly collected all the items in the broadcasting room and hurried down. After dealing with the scattered zombies and storing the bodies of the two girls into his system space, he slowly made his way toward the dormitory area. Brother Lin, how many survivors do you have over there? Why did you suddenly hang up? Listening to the intercom, Lin Xiu connected the communication and took a deep breath before slowly uttering 5 words, "There are no survivors." The people on the other end of the intercom were all stunned. The 6 of them exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Xiu's tone, while Zhang Jiai and Shi Mingxuan, the two girls, clearly sensed the unusual emotion in his words. Just as Guzi was about to speak again, Zhang Jiai suddenly shot him a glare and softly said, "All right, let's talk when we get back." After cutting off the communication, Lin Xiu took a deep breath, looking at the campus that was now free of zombies, and managed to squeeze out a smile. Glancing at the 2 student IDs in his hand, he stored them in the system space and stopped thinking about these matters. Today's operation had yielded rich rewards. He had surprisingly taken down 3 special zombies, and he hadn't even had a chance to examine their spoils yet. So, taking advantage of the time, while walking, Lin Xiu immediately browsed through them. First, he looked at a title he had just obtained that didn't particularly excite him. Cold-Blooded Effect 1. When you begin to kill, emotional thinking will be suppressed, making your logic more meticulous, and you will gain enhanced senses. It had only one effect, and the enhancement of the senses could not compare to the comprehensive enhancement obtained after reaching the hero level, making it a rather negligible title. However, upon seeing the rewards from his recent kills, he was left stunned, engulfed in a state of ecstasy. The Devourer, the Assailant, and the Producer. Lin Xiu had thought that these three zombies, like the listener, would only be useful in attack with nothing else of value. But in reality, each of these three zombies brought him surprises. First was the Devourer. Devourer's flesh level elite description: the flesh of a high-level zombie that can be exchanged for high-level resources and can also be used to synthesize high-level items. Special 1. When synthesized into wearable armor, this item will increase the user's strength and endurance by 10. Special 2. When synthesized into equipment-type armor, this item will enhance the armor's defensive attributes by 30. Special 3. When synthesized into restorative potions, the effects and duration of the potion will be enhanced by 50. Special 4. The synthesized equipment has a chance to gain a connection ability combining armor and weapon, converting damage into healing for the user. The Devourer's attacks relied on its fists, so the special effects that appeared this time were not from its fists, but from its flesh. The Devourer itself had extremely strong recovery abilities, and its flesh surprisingly possessed 4 special abilities, each one exceptionally powerful. More importantly, this was the first time Lin Xiu had seen materials that could be used to synthesize potions. However, what delighted him even more was the Assailant. Assailant's arm level elite description: the most lethal tool of the Assailant, usable for synthesizing specific weapons. Special 1. When synthesized into firearms, the weapon's power is increased by 10. Special 2. Shooting weapons with trajectories have a certain chance to trigger a direct hit effect. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiu nearly jumped up because this item directly solved his urgent need for a firearm. In fact, at this moment, he felt like pulling out a long-saved M4A1 model and performing the synthesis on the spot. However, the biggest surprise awaited him with the last kill, the Producer. Its flesh and arms had no special effects, but when Lin Xiu checked its data, he nearly jumped up. Producer's head level elite description: the head of a high-level zombie, a special item used to exchange for strategic resources and can also be used to synthesize certain specific items. Special 1. When you are seriously injured, you can choose to directly consume this item to gain a chance of healing. Healing from serious injury. This is a treasure that can save a life in critical moments. Seeing the data on the Producer's offspring, Lin Xiu burst into laughter. Producer's offspring level excellent description: the energy from these Producer offspring possesses untapped growth potential and is excellent material for synthesizing enhancement potions. Enhancement potions. He had finally found materials to synthesize enhancement potions. Finally, he could improve his three-dimensional attributes. At this moment, Lin Xiu even regretted why he hadn't waited a bit longer to slay the Producer. If he had let it breed a few more offspring before killing it, his attributes might have skyrocketed to the hero level. At this moment, with the effect of rage wearing off and all attribute bonuses dissipating, he returned to being an ordinary person with only D attributes, and Lin Xiu felt somewhat reluctant. Moreover, losing the temporary ability of enhanced senses made Lin Xiu feel a bit out of sorts for a moment. But as his gaze continued to scan the system panel, Lin Xiu was once again frozen in place, staring at the pearl he had previously overlooked. Energy Crystal Core Level None description: a special item that can only be nurtured by special zombies, a crystallization of energy. Special 1. When used directly, the user will gain a certain ability from the zombie that dropped it. It can also be synthesized first to identify its powers before use. Special 2. After synthesis, any item will undergo special enhancements with at least one special effect added. Special 3. This item can also enhance any skills and upgrades on the system panel with effects determined by the levels of the skills and upgrades. Lin Xiu never expected that at the moment of his ecstasy, this milky white small pearl would turn out to be the greatest harvest of his actions today. With it, Lin Xiu had the chance to become a power user. More importantly, through this energy crystal core, he had already learned the method to become a power user. After a brief moment of joy, Lin Xiu immediately fixed his gaze on the last reward. On the title panel, there is a progress bar specifically for titles, which allows Lin Xiu to receive a gift pack every time he gathers 5 titles. Moreover, more importantly, the quantity of this gift pack is limitless, and its contents will improve as the number of titles increases. Ding! You have opened a title gift pack 1 and received synthesis form. Synthesis form level elite description: this item will display the formulas for synthesizable items when viewing the items in the system backpack with a level cap of elite. Seeing this item, Lin Xiu nearly burst into laughter. His most awkward situation currently is that he has collected many items, yet he doesn't know what he can synthesize. That is why he had prepared over 7,000 synthesis coins on hand, ready to experiment with synthesizing his M4A1 rifle. Now it feels like someone has provided a pillow when he is sleepy. Although he can only see the synthesis formulas for his own items, and the level is capped at elite, this undoubtedly significantly reduces his workload. At this moment, he could hardly wait to take out the M4A1 rifle model he had stored for a long time. At this moment, the system text above the M4A1 rifle had changed, and in addition to the word synthesis available, there were several rows of small text below. Lin Xiu did not expect that such a small rifle model could have so many synthesis methods and require so many components. M4A1 model zombie flesh, any metal 1000 synthesis coins. This is a common synthesis formula, and Lin Xiu has all the required materials, making it highlighted. However, what Lin Xiu did not anticipate was that synthesizing firearms, even at a common level, requires a high price of 1000 synthesis coins. Continuing to look down, this ordinary M4A1 model can actually synthesize into a golden legendary weapon. However, the synthesis coins required are a staggering 100,000. However, amidst this long list of formulas, Lin Xiu suddenly discovered that there was actually a heroic level synthesis formula, and apart from the synthesis coins, he had all the required materials. M4A1 model, large amounts of metal devourers, heads devourers, flesh assailants, arms producers, heads, energy crystals, 10,000 synthesis coins. Upon seeing this string of formulas, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, as this string of formulas nearly encompassed all of his recent gains. The producer's heads, which could save a life, being on the list is one thing, but based on the current situation, this item does not seem overly important. But the crucial point is that the energy crystals which would grant him powers are also included in this formula. This situation instantly made Lin Xiu somewhat embarrassed. According to the synthesis of this Tang Dao sound of listening, the stronger the synthesized item, the more materials are required. If a synthesis that used all the corpses of listeners could be so powerful, how formidable would the M4A1 rifle be, having integrated so many powerful items? However, faced with the temptation of possessing powers, he could never give up, and at this moment his synthesis coins were still insufficient. Naturally, when synthesizing items, one must aim for the best. Anyone would think this way, but the current conditions left him somewhat depressed. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's originally joyful mood suddenly turned slightly sour, especially as he suddenly remembered the few survivors that existed inside the gym. However, this time the task also included moving the firearm models outside the gym, so he could only step inside. Roar. Puff. As soon as he stepped into the gym, Lin Xiu found that the internal corridor was already filled with zombies. After swiftly slaying several zombies, Lin Xiu returned to the entrance of the inner area. Looking at the already smashed door, Lin Xiu realized that the door had clearly been shattered from the inside, indicating that the zombies inside had pushed it down. Although he didn't know why they had pushed down the door, Lin Xiu, feeling particularly displeased at the moment, took up his weapon and began to vent. At this moment, he had already cleared all the special zombies within the school, so the next step was to eliminate all the zombies inside the school. Calculating this way, it seemed that this task was indeed his primary target, so Lin Xiu worked even harder. Time flew by, and after Zhang Jiai had called him twice on the walkie-talkie, Lin Xiu finally stopped his actions, looking at the now empty gym. In this short half-hour, Lin Xiu had actually stacked his berserker effect to 1,000 layers. Lin Xiu, are you coming back now? Lin Xiu heard Zhang Jiai's voice again. After venting a lot of his frustrations, he suddenly froze. Facing Zhang Jiai, he couldn't deny that he had feelings for her. In his past life, he had worked as a corporate slave until nearly 30, still a single dog. Therefore, he held a favorable impression of Zhang Jiai, a girl who was awkward, yet cared for him for some reason. Moreover, as a system transmigrator who saves people in the apocalypse, his ambitions extend beyond just wanting Zhang Jiai. However, a sense of conscience still exists within him, who has not faced any dire circumstances of the apocalypse, so he has never done anything morally corrupt. Understanding the apocalyptic environment, he could agree with those actions, but still felt indignant when faced with them. Not yet, I just finished clearing the zombies in the gym. You all go ahead and eat. I need to wait here for a bit. With 1,000 zombies slain, the passive ability of the beheading master had brought his synthesis coins close to 10,000, and he was heading towards the staircase to the second floor. Hearing that Lin Xiu was no longer simply responding with an Zhang Jiai breathed a sigh of relief, as it indicated that Lin Xiu was no longer as repressed as before. However, the current situation made her somewhat conflicted, so she hesitated on how to continue the conversation. Noticing that the communication had not ended, Lin Xiu seemed to realize something and stopped asking, "What is it? Is there anything else?" Lin Xiu's sudden gentle inquiry caught Zhang Jiai off guard, and she immediately blurted out, "Lin Xiu, we discussed earlier that we need the survivors in the gym if possible." Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I've arrived at this place, and if I can, I will save them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiai sighed in relief and said, "Okay, I'll wait for your return." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiu looked at the equipment room before him, flipping his weapon and suddenly slashing forward. Slicing sound. The Tang Dao, despite being merely an excellent cold weapon, was still enough to cut through such a subpar security door with a single strike. As the security door was sliced cleanly in half, Lin Xiu had yet to make a move when a piercing scream echoed from within the room. However, upon entering, he found everyone frozen in place. Lin Xiu was taken aback because he noticed that originally expected to be 5 people in the room, there were now only 2 girls left. The 2 girls were stunned because Lin Xiu was dressed in an Iron Man suit, and it was their first time seeing him, leaving them unsure how to react. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, and then asked, "Why are there only you 2? What happened to the 3 boys?" Hearing Lin Xiu's familiar voice, the 2 girls exchanged incredulous glances and pointed at him with a hint of excitement, exclaiming, "It's you." "Yes, it's me. But what happened to the other 3? Lin Xiu asked impatiently. To be honest, he found their dramatic reactions quite annoying. Sensing Lin Xiu's impatience, the 2 girls fell silent. Zhao Qianqian looked at Lin Xiu and said, They left. Left? Where did they go?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. The 2 girls shook their heads, and Wu Hui coldly snorted, "Those 3 thought we were a burden. They just opened the door and ran off while we were asleep last night." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. He had clearly seen the conflict among the 5 before leaving and hadn't expected those 3 boys to have such audacity. They ran off in the dead of night. Lin Xiu shook his head with a chuckle. Although there might not be any zombies in the gym last night, the streets of the campus were teeming with them. Even he had chosen to quickly return to the dormitory area due to the numerous zombies outside. Given how quiet the dormitory area had been last night, it was evident that the fate of those 3 must have been to fall prey to the zombies. Zhao Qianqian nodded pitifully, looking at Lin Xiu with a pleading expression, while Wu Hui coldly snorted, "They're probably being bitten by zombies right now. Men really are no good." Lin Xiu frowned, feeling the urge to turn around and leave on the spot. However, Zhao Qianqian, startled by Wu Hui's words, quickly covered her mouth and smiled at Lin Xiu, saying, "Senior, don't listen to her nonsense. The fact that you can be here means you must have a way to take us out, right? Can you take us to a safe place?" Hearing Zhao Qianqian's words, Wu Hui, who had been angry, calmed down at that moment, realizing the gravity of their situation. With the door broken and zombies approaching, they were undoubtedly doomed, and the words she had just spoken seemed to have offended this man. So she couldn't help but repeatedly apologize to Lin Xiu, saying, I'm sorry. I was just upset. Senior, please take us away from here, okay?" Lin Xiu looked at the 2 girls' side lightly and decided not to hold a grudge over a single remark. He nodded, saying, "You 2 can follow me, but once we return to the base, you must listen to my instructions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. Just then, both of their stomachs suddenly growled in unison. Gurgle. The 2 girls lowered their heads, slightly embarrassed. But in the next moment, 2 bags of bread and bottles of water were thrown in front of them. "Stack those iron frames at the door to block it. I'll head to the 2nd floor and come down quickly. Don't make any noise to attract the zombies, understood?" The 2 girls grabbed the bread and water, eating ravenously, while Lin Xiu placed the iron frames back at the door to obstruct the zombies, then dashed towards the 2nd floor. Previously, his goal had been all the weapon models from the military club, but now that he had the synthesis form, his objective had naturally changed. At this moment, he chose not to search directly for the military club's room, but rather proceeded to cut open the doors of each room, collecting all items labeled with synthesizable into his system backpack. After all, anything below elite grade could be seen directly in the form, making everything simple and clear. So he had no reason to fear any troubles. While clearing out the remaining zombies on the 2nd floor and smashing doors to collect items, Lin Xiu found himself unexpectedly exhilarated by this bandit-like behavior. Our school actually has a campus security team. There might be defensive weapons inside. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the door labeled campus security team. Now that Lin Xiu had the synthesis form, he was in urgent need of defensive weapons. Once the school truly became a survivor base, he would require a large number of weapons to arm his people. However, just as he sliced through the wooden door and stepped inside, he suddenly heard several piercing sounds coming from ahead. With heightened agility and mastery of cold weapons, Lin Xiu instinctively swung his hearing instrument forward. Ding, ding, ding. As he deflected 3 arrows with consecutive swings, Lin Xiu realized that what he had cut down were indeed 3 arrows. Scanning the room, he discovered that 5 people were staring intently at him. Even the closest one at the door was a man holding a machete poised to strike at him. Fortunately, everyone reacted well. Lin Xiu had destroyed the arrows, and the man beside him also halted his attack. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain who would end up getting hurt. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, and then grinned at the 4 boys and 1 girl in the room, saying, "Oh, so there are actually people still alive here." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the 5 in the room lowered their weapons. The 3 who had shot arrows awkwardly stood up and looked at Lin Xiu. Among them, the girl with the crossbow hesitated for a second before walking toward Lin Xiu with a smile, saying, "Sorry, we didn't know anyone would break in and we thought it was that zombie." Hearing this, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and blurted out, "That zombie. The hearing attacker." The five exchanged bewildered glances, but the girl furrowed her brow and said, "The hearing attacker. Is it that short zombie that attacks when it hears sound?" Lin Xiu realized he had spoken too quickly, but he didn't hesitate in responding to the girl's question, nodding, "Yes, that's the one." At this moment, a boy beside Lin Xiu holding a watermelon knife peeked outside and immediately asked, "Have you seen it too? Where is it now? Where is it?" Lin Xiu smiled slightly, looking at the hearing instrument in his hand, and said, "It has already become a soul under my blade." The crowd was taken aback by Lin Xiu's words, and their gazes swiftly fell upon Lin Xiu's blade. However, someone immediately laughed and said, "Brother, don't brag if you're impressive. We witnessed its transformation. Once it strikes, you have no chance of survival, and its speed is astonishing." Lin Xiu looked at the speaker, not angry, but in that moment he suddenly perceived a crucial point. They had been watching the changes of the sound listener. This was extremely important to Lin Xiu, so he raised his left hand to signal everyone to be quiet before abruptly leaving the room. Then, just as the others were preparing to follow him out, he reappeared before them, this time holding a backpack. This item, of course, was obtained from the exchange market. After tossing the contents of the backpack into the room, Lin Xiu said, "I have food and drink here. It's rare to encounter survivors. Oh, let's eat and talk." The crowd stared at the bread and bottled water spilling from the backpack, and after a brief moment of shock, they rushed forward. They had no choice. Based on calculations, the people in the room, including today, had not eaten for at least 3 days. After the five of them wolfed down the food, Lin Xiu slowly crouched down, watching them with a smile, and asked, "Can you tell me how the sound listener you saw appeared?" Although Lin Xiu was smiling, he felt a surge of excitement within, as he knew this question was likely related to the emergence of special abilities. He did not know why Zhang Jiayi's ability had appeared so suddenly, but if he could understand the emergence of the special zombies, it might provide insight. One could not bite the hand that feeds. Although the five did not yet know, Lin Xiu, having eaten his food, naturally reduced the barriers between them. One of the boys who had shot at him looked at Lin Xiu and said, "Brother, you really don't know. If we hadn't run fast back, then we would have ended up as either pieces of meat or zombies by now." "What do you mean?" At that time, we were still in the competition, watching from the stands, when suddenly one brother below fell to the ground. Then several others beside me also collapsed. I was completely stunned. As the boy spoke, he seemed to recall the scene, and his expression turned somewhat pale. When I scanned the whole venue, I found that apart from a few scattered individuals, everyone else was down. And guess what happened next? Lin Xiu laughed along, asking, "What?" "They turned into zombies." The boy quickly shook his head. "No, if they had turned into zombies, I might have run back to the dormitory immediately, and I wouldn't have starved here for 3 days. The boy's face revealed a hint of fear as he continued. "The first guy who collapsed suddenly howled at the sky, startling me. Then the people around him who had fallen all spewed blood at him. At least 20 people in the crowd sprayed blood toward him. It was a gruesome sight." Lin Xiu frowned. Although he had never witnessed such a scene, he could still feel the disgust of that moment. Then the guy who got sprayed looked like he had acid poured on him. His face was entirely disfigured, and his bones seemed to evaporate as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. This was clearly the appearance of the sound listener. He immediately asked, "Did he turn into a sound listener?" The boy nodded, saying, "Yes, that clawed monster. It howled at the sky, then swiped its claws, instantly turning dozens of zombies around it into chunks of meat." Everyone screamed, and at that moment the other fallen people transformed into zombies and began to eat. Lin Xiu observed that the boy's hands were still trembling slightly as he recounted this, clearly haunted by the memory. Then everyone started to run, and that sound listener chased after the sound. It got faster and faster. I ran too. But I was far from it, the first to escape. He followed right after, but we found zombies at the entrance, so we ended up hiding in this place. After hearing this, Lin Xiu nodded slightly, but still felt a bit regretful. Although he had witnessed the emergence of the sound listener, he had gained little from it. Thus, he did not wish to waste more time on this matter, and said directly, "Now I have established a survivor zone. If you are willing to follow the rules, I can take you there. If not, the food in this backpack is yours, and we part ways here. What do you say?" Lin Xiu scanned the crowd, and everyone present was momentarily stunned by his words, then fell into silence. Clearly, Lin Xiu's words brought them joy, but the phrase "follow the rules" naturally evoked some inherent aversion, leaving them in a state of hesitation. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xiu did not press further, but smiled and said, "It's up to you to decide whether to come or not. They'll go ahead and see if there are any supplies left. When I return, you can tell me your answer." With that, he turned to leave. After Lin Xiu departed, the remaining five looked at the backpack in the room and the door that had been cut in half, quietly shifting positions and beginning a hushed discussion. Lin Xiu naturally did not care about their decision, for him, whether they came or not posed no loss. Instead, he smiled at the military group's room before him. To avoid a repeat of the previous shooting incident, Lin Xiu did not directly break down the door this time. Instead, he gently knocked on the door and, finding he could not open it from the outside, asked from inside, "Is anyone there? If not, I'll be coming in." Pressing his ear to the door and hearing no response, Lin Xiu suddenly made a decisive motion with his listening ability, breaking the door open. What met his eyes was just as Guzi had said. This military group was indeed filled with all kinds of weapons. Moreover, most of these weapons were firearms, and even heavy weapons like poison-tipped missiles and Gatling machine guns were present. More importantly, among this vast array of weapons, Lin Xiu unexpectedly discovered several synthesis formulas for handguns, all in highlight status. What does this imply? It implies that with Lin Xiu's current resources, he could directly turn them into real firearms. Grabbing a handgun, Lin Xiu couldn't help but grin widely. He found that none of these synthesis formulas required special materials. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu immediately held the handgun in his hand and silently recited to the system. Synthesize. Glock 19 level common synthesis price, 500 synthesis, formula Glock 19 model, with a small amount of metal and zombie flesh. Description: a standard Glock 19 pistol, but its performance has been optimized in all aspects. Looking at the real Glock 19 pistol in his hand, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Any normal man would have every reason to love guns, and he even wanted to pull the trigger and fire a couple of rounds right now. As this thought crossed his mind, it became impossible to suppress. Moreover, the Glock 19 was equipped with a silencer, so he didn't fear the 5 people in the distance hearing it. Therefore, after glancing at the exchange shop where a magazine could be obtained for just 10 synthesis coins, Lin Xiu readily paid and equipped the gun with a magazine. Then, with a wave of his hand, he collected all synthesizable items in the room into his system backpack before aiming at the wall. However, he currently had no shooting experience and was not proficient in shooting. His only knowledge of shooting came from military training in his previous life. So he felt a little nervous gripping the Glock 19 tightly in his hands. Although it was a pistol, he didn't know what effect the system-modified performance would have, but he at least knew that if he didn't stabilize the pistol, the recoil would definitely be a painful experience. He disengaged the safety, took a deep breath, aimed at the corner of the wall, and after waiting for a few seconds, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out of the chamber and struck the wall with a loud noise, creating a large hole, while Lin Xiu stared wide-eyed at his hands. It was only after the bullet was fired that he realized the recoil of this gun was surprisingly negligible. This discovery made him ecstatic. If that were the case, even without any shooting experience, this gun wouldn't cause him any trouble. As for shooting accuracy, if he couldn't hit a target within 100 meters, how could he possibly miss something so close, just 4 to 5 meters away? With this thought in mind, Lin Xiu directly stored the Glock 19 in his system backpack and returned to the previous room. Upon Lin Xiu's arrival, the 5 people present all stood up. Lin Xiu glanced at the zombie that had been shot in the forehead at the doorway and asked, "So, how are you all doing?" The only girl among the 5 nodded and said, "We will go with you, but we want to know in advance what we need to do when we get there." Lin Xiu roughly guessed their concerns, mostly fearing some restrictive rules, so he explained resources are distributed based on labor. We start with basic tasks like cleaning. Work for a day and you'll earn a day's worth of food. As for everything else, it's entirely voluntary. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone sighed in relief, and Lin Xiu didn't elaborate further, scanning the room. After discovering that there was nothing valuable aside from the weapons they held, Lin Xiu headed towards the first floor. The others exchanged glances, nodded, and followed Lin Xiu down to the second floor. Calling the 2 girls on the first floor, the group marched towards the dormitory building. However, just as they reached the entrance of the internal hall, the girl cautioned Lin Xiu, "Be careful." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow at her and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I've already cleared out the zombies here." The others exchanged looks, and seeing Lin Xiu walk through the entrance without any zombies following him after leaving the gym, they curiously peered into the hall. In their eyes, the gym hall that should have been crawling with zombies was strangely devoid of any movement. Even if there were zombies, it was just a single corpse lying on the ground. Even more bizarrely, the number of zombie corpses inside was pitifully small, not even 1% of what there had been when they fled. Could they have all run outside? With this thought, the group gripped their weapons and slowly moved towards the exit of the gym. However, they spotted Lin Xiu effortlessly slicing through a zombie's head with the knife in his hand. But in the next moment, what horrified them was that the zombie's head hadn't even hit the ground before Lin Xiu waved his hand, and the entire body of the zombie vanished. The group was left dumbfounded, and Lin Xiu happened to turn around to witness this scene. After a brief moment of astonishment, he pondered and asked directly, "Did you all see that?" "No, not at all." Hearing their mixed responses of nods and shakes, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh. But at the same time, in order to intimidate them and reduce trouble after they returned to the dormitory area, he waved the knife in his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, this isn't a secret. To put it simply, I'm an ability user, and what you just saw was merely my ability." Upon hearing this, the people present widened their eyes, staring intently at Lin Xiu. The boy who had previously mentioned the appearance of the ability user even stepped forward excitedly and asked ability. Is it really an ability? Lin Xiu shrugged and said, since you saw how the ability user appeared, you should find it easy to understand that I have an ability, right? The boy nodded repeatedly, excitement evident on his face. I understand. I understand. So big brother, how did you gain your ability? Can you tell me? Lin Xiu looked at his expression, seemingly amused, which made the girl behind him feel something was off. Qian Sheng, what are you doing? This girl pulled the boy named Qian Sheng back and apologetically said to Lin Xiu, I'm sorry, senior, he's not very bright. Lin Xiu waved his hand, deciding not to pursue the matter further. It seemed Qian Sheng realized how foolish he had just been, awkwardly lowering his head and falling silent. At this moment, however, everyone in the group gained a moment of understanding. No wonder this boy, who appeared similar to an ordinary person, dared to navigate the school alone. It turned out he was an ability user that only appeared in such situations. With this thought, the 5 people who had been on the second floor finally understood why they had shot 3 arrows in what seemed like an unavoidable situation, yet Lin Xiu had managed to cut the arrows apart with 3 strikes. With this realization, a similar thought arose in everyone's minds. Although they didn't know if they could gain abilities themselves, at least they no longer had to worry about food and safety. Moreover, as long as they were in Lin Xiu's base for such a long time, would they not have opportunities to learn how to gain abilities? Looking at Lin Xiu, who was ahead, effortlessly dealing with zombies, everyone had varying thoughts, and Lin Xiu clearly hadn't anticipated that this kind of intimidation would produce the opposite effect. You're back. Back again. At this moment, Lin Xiu returned to the dormitory area. Downstairs, apart from the brothers of Haozi and Zhang Jia, everyone who had been rescued from the girls' dormitory gathered on the first floor to welcome Lin Xiu's return. Lin Xiu smiled and gestured to everyone, then looked back at the 7 individuals behind him and said, they are the survivors I have brought back this time. I hope everyone can get along well. Haozi, please register them, and tonight we will have a nice meal together. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and they dispersed. Haozi and Guzi went to register the 7 individuals. After greeting Sherming, he directly took Zhang Jia upstairs. Listening to the cheers of the people around, Lin Xiu smiled, while Zhang Jia's face flushed red. However, as if recalling something, Zhang Jia quickly calmed down. The 2 closed the door and sat on the bed. Lin Xiu looked at her with a grin, making her feel a bit uneasy. She hurriedly pushed him and said, hey, what are you doing? With so many people around, if you pull me in here, others will definitely misunderstand. Lin Xiu laughed heartily, recalling what she had said before leaving today, and couldn't help but ask, what? Are you trying to back out on what you said? Zhang Jia's face turned red again. After holding back for a long time, she said, you don't need to rush, it's only this early. Lin Xiu reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and smiled. What's wrong? I'm an ability user, my combat power is enduring. Is there a problem? Her retort left Zhang Jia speechless, while Lin Xiu's face leaned closer. In a panic, she could only close her eyes. However, she only felt a heavy breath in front of her face before Lin Xiu fell back onto the bed behind her. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Jia looked back curiously and found Lin Xiu staring at the ceiling with a troubled expression. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Jia suddenly realized Lin Xiu's strange behavior and words during their communication earlier. Lin Xiu, what happened to the survivors in the teaching building? At this moment, Zhang Jia seemed to see the vulnerability of this strong man, although he could single-handedly slay powerful zombies among thousands of them. But at this moment, he must be carrying some heavy thoughts in his heart. Thus, she cast aside her previous shyness and slowly lay on Lin Xiu's chest, saying, can you tell me about it? Feeling the warmth on her chest, Lin Xiu and Zhang Jia locked eyes, and he suddenly began to laugh. Zhang Jia was taken aback, frowning slightly, and asked, what are you laughing at all of a sudden? Lin Xiu shook his head, recalling how in his past life, he had been a wage slave pursuing women for over a decade, while still single. Unexpectedly, in this apocalypse, within less than 2 days, someone had already voluntarily lain down in his embrace. In that moment, he found it hard to understand whether it was his newfound charm in the apocalypse that drew others to him, or if everyone at this time was simply in need of companionship to soothe their souls. But regardless, this was a good thing for him. At the very least, he now had a companion, and there were many things he could say in private that he couldn't share with Guzi. So facing Zhang Jia's slightly annoyed inquiry, Lin Xiu wrapped his arms around her waist, turned to face her, and smiled. I'm laughing because it seems like it's only been 2 days since the apocalypse started, yet I feel like I've been stuck in it for a whole month, and I've known you for many years. Hearing this, Zhang Jia's face suddenly turned red again, but she rolled her eyes and said, how many girls have you said that to? Lin Xiu chuckled and replied, I swear to heaven, I've never said that to a woman in this life or the last. You are the first. I don't believe you. Zhang Jia. How about being my girlfriend? Lin Xiu could clearly sense that Zhang Jia's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked earnestly at Lin Xiu and asked Lin Xiu what happened in the teaching building. Does this have anything to do with it? Zhang Jia didn't answer, but kept looking at him seriously. Lin Xiu, feeling helpless, finally recounted everything that had happened in the teaching building. Seeing the 2 student IDs that Lin Xiu took out, Zhang Jia's eyes turned red. With a faint smile at the corner of his eye, Lin Xiu embraced her, but Zhang Jia pushed him away and seriously asked, "Were you serious about what you said earlier?" Lin Xiu helplessly replied, "Why would I lie to you about these things? Not that it's about what you said before." Zhang Jia's face turned red and Lin Xiu immediately understood, nodding seriously. Of course. However, just as Lin Xiu thought Zhang Jia would agree, he saw her seriously say, "But what about Shi Mengxian and the others if I become your girlfriend?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, unable to react, as he said, Shi Mengxian, what does this have to do with you being my girlfriend?" Lin Xiu paused as if he had thought of something, but Zhang Jia directly pinched Lin Xiu's ear and said, "What are you thinking about? Don't get it twisted." Lin Xiu was speechless. "If you say that, any man would think otherwise." Zhang Jia continued, "You may not see it, but I can assure Mengxian and Feng Ling are both interested in you. If you announce us, it would make things awkward for them." Hearing Zhang Jia's words, Lin Xiu widened his eyes. "You say Shi Mengxian likes me, and I can temporarily bask in that, but Feng Ling, this girl, she wouldn't hesitate to retort 10 times for every word I say likes me. Surely you can't be serious." Just then there was a sudden knock on the door from outside, and Guzi shouted, "Lin Ge, take care of yourself. Dinner is ready. If you're not free, I'll help you to finish your portion." Hearing this, Lin Xiu felt an urge to kick Guzi out immediately and shouted, "Get lost." "Hey, all right." But just as Lin Xiu was about to get up, Zhang Jia suddenly climbed on top of him and seriously said, "I'm not sure how I feel right now, but I still think it's too early to talk about your proposal in this currently unstable survivor zone." Lin Xiu sighed and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Fine, I'll personally ask them when I have the chance. But if it's really like you said, wouldn't the outcome be the same?" "Not the same." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "How is it different?" "At that point, we'll compete fairly, and whoever gets the girl first wins." Lin Xiu instantly laughed. Here he was a lifetime single dog, and now he was suddenly the center of attention. However, in the next moment, Zhang Jia suddenly leaned in and gave Lin Xiu a deep kiss, then grinned and said, "But I will still keep the promise I made to you tonight." "Old Lin, this is a schematic of the school. I copied one, and I've marked the areas that still need to be cleaned on it. Lin Ge, this is the list of materials we have gathered so far, along with the main issues we are currently facing. Lin Ge, these are all the people among us who have special skills or hobbies. Take a look. Lin Xiu, these are a few individuals I found suitable for joining the rescue team. Have a look." After finishing their meal, everyone in Lin Xiu's original dorm room was jotting down notes and sketches summarizing to hand into Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu frowned as he reviewed their forms and questions one by one, then took a deep breath. The problems aren't too significant, but they are a bit trivial and quite troublesome. Hearing Lin Xiu's deep breath, everyone turned their attention to him. After all, the operation of the entire dormitory area relied almost entirely on him, and his significance to the dormitory was beyond words. Jiang Qing looked at Lin Xiu's frowning expression and couldn't help but speak up. "In that case, let's put everything aside and focus on clearing the zombies in the school first. What do you think?" Lin Xiu nodded, but Shi Mengxian asked, "Aren't we going to save people? Given the time is short, there may still be survivors alive." Everyone paused for a moment and then looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the few people in the cafeteria. The reason he hadn't rushed to rescue them was that they had left a very bad impression on him, making him reluctant to help. Secondly, they were inside the cafeteria, and there was no shortage of food, so delaying the rescue for a few days wasn't a problem. He hadn't expected to clear the special zombies so quickly, resolving the school's greatest crisis in just 2 days. Therefore, it would be best to recruit the people in the cafeteria as soon as possible. Otherwise, while they were full and satisfied, he would have cleaned up the school, which might lead to some conflict. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Xiu nodded and said, "Shi Mengxian is right. They'll bring the people from the cafeteria over tomorrow. Also, one more thing." At this point, Lin Xiu slowly pulled out his handgun from behind him, leaving everyone stunned. "Holy cow! What is this?" Guzi was about to yell, but Taching quickly covered his mouth and pointed outside. Guzi instantly understood, nodded vigorously, and then quietly asked Lin Xiu, "Lin Ge, is this real?" Lin Xiu nodded, and in front of everyone unloaded the magazine to show them. Watching their excited expressions, Lin Xiu said, "I have something extremely important that I need you to do." Everyone's expressions immediately turned serious as they all looked at him. "None of us here are outsiders. You all know my abilities. If we need to equip a large number of firearms, I need materials." Everyone nodded, and Guzi added, "Lin Ge, just tell me. In the past few days, Huazi and I have been cleaning and organizing the dormitory, and we've found quite a few good items." Lin Xiu shook his head and said, What I need is very simple scrap metal and firearm models. As long as there's enough quantity, I can synthesize real guns, but the issue doesn't lie there. Then what is the reason? Lin Xiu looked at Guzi and asked, what was your impression of the 7 people who came today? Guzi frowned when he heard this, and then shook his head saying, I just registered and left, so I don't have a strong impression. However, there's a girl named Sun Jiao, she seems to be their leader. Lin Xiu nodded and said that's the point. For our large group to be stable, we cannot allow any other groups aside from us, especially since they have weapons like bows and crossbows. Bows and crossbows. Holy cow. Guzi suddenly stood up. I specifically said to report if they have weapons, and they didn't tell me. Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed. Deepening then said, they'll go find them and make them hand it over. Lin Xiu quickly stopped him and handed the Glock 19 to Deepening, also giving him 2 extra magazines, saying, Deepening, you are steadier than those 2. You will use this gun for now. You should know what to do. Deepening's hand trembled slightly as he took the handgun, but faced with Lin Xiu's trust, he nodded firmly and asked, what about you? I have another one. Don't worry. Lin Xiu smiled. Given his current synthesis coins and materials, synthesizing another handgun was completely feasible. After explaining this, he continued, now is not the time to create internal conflicts. Everything can wait until the school stabilizes. The materials you collect must be kept discreet. Aside from you guys, no one else should know that I can synthesize items. Lin Xiu's gaze fell on Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling. When Shi Mengxian saw Lin Xiu looking at her, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she still nodded and said, I won't say anything. There's no need for me to do so. Fang Ling glared at Lin Xiu and said, who do you look down on? Do you think that everyone is like you 2 people in a room during the daytime? Before she could finish, Fang Ling's ear was yanked by Shi Mengxian. Seeing the killing intent in her senior sister's eyes, Fang Ling shivered and quickly shut her mouth. Lin Xiu could only smile wryly. He glanced at Zhang Jia and said to everyone, additionally, tomorrow I will clean the school with full effort. Guzi and Huazi will come with us. There are only ordinary zombies left now, which is just right for training you all. Once we rescue the people from the cafeteria, you can come back. Deepening suddenly looked at Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu smiled and said, you don't need to go. There's no one from our side at home, and I don't feel at ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the gun with you. Hearing this, Deepening chuckled and withdrew his gaze while Lin Xiu glanced at Zhang Jia and stood up, smiling at everyone. All right, the meeting is dismissed. Rest well, we need to set off early tomorrow. Everyone nodded, and after Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling left, Lin Xiu grabbed Zhang Jia and left the dormitory amid the mischievous smiles of the 3. Now that the power was out by the time the meeting ended, it was completely dark outside. Zhang Jia lit a candle. The 2 sat by the window again. Lin Xiu was about to say something when Zhang Jia pressed her hand over his mouth and said, don't speak. Let me handle it, though I'm not very good at it. Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Jia, her face illuminated by the candlelight, adding a touch of allure, and the mist in her eyes brought more enchantment. How could Lin Xiu, who had been single for 2 lifetimes, possibly resist? With both hands extinguishing the candlelight before Zhang Jia could react, he lunged at her. Perhaps it was because humanity had ceased production, but early in the morning Lin Xiu surprisingly heard the chirping of birds from his dormitory. Opening his eyes and glancing at the still sleeping Zhang Jia, Lin Xiu couldn't help but grin and planted a kiss on her forehead. Zhang Jia slowly opened her eyes, staring at Lin Xiu's smiling face, and suddenly blushed all the way to her neck, burying her head into the blankets. Lin Xiu chuckled and slowly got up, saying, you don't need to go out today, just rest well. As he spoke, he exchanged for steaming 8 treasure porridge and braised eggs from the exchange shop, pulled back the covers, and pinched her cheek, saying, remember to eat it while it's hot, okay? Hurry up. I'm so annoyed. Lin Xiu left with a smile, and as soon as he opened the dormitory door, he found that everyone had already started eating. However, what they were holding were the emergency breads Lin Xiu had given them yesterday. What's going on? Lingu, you can't be up this early, right? As soon as Guzi saw him, he began to tease, while Lin Xiu, after exchanging glances with Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling, pulled out the 8 treasure porridge and said, I'm definitely not up for it, so this porridge is not for you. Guzi looked at the steaming 8 treasure porridge and then at the bread in his hand, immediately standing up and grinning at Lin Xiu, saying, hey Lingu, what you just said, I was just kidding. It's precisely because you're capable that you can be up this early, right? As an ability user, this little thing is certainly not a problem. Everyone chuckled while Shi Mengxian took the 8 treasure porridge without saying a word, and Fang Ling snorted coldly. Lin Xiu then remembered what Zhang Jia had said to him yesterday and couldn't help but grab Guzi's ear, saying, can't you see there are girls here? What can you say? At this moment, Haozi burst out laughing, took the 8 treasure porridge from Lin Xiu's hand, deliberately waved it in front of Guzi, and took a deep breath, saying, so fragrant. It's a pity some people can't have any. Lin Gu. I was wrong. I was wrong. Seeing everyone eating, Lin Xiu finally took out half a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and placed it in front of Guzi, saying, "Go eat your food." "A half a bowl." You've already had several pieces of bread, so what's half a bowl to you?" "Huh." Guzi, with tears in his eyes, finished breakfast with everyone, but Lin Xiu felt that the atmosphere on site was somewhat off. He couldn't tell if it was because of what Zhang Jia had said to him yesterday, but he felt that Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling's emotions were problematic. However, if he were to approach and ask about it, it would likely make the atmosphere even more awkward, so he could only silently distribute the tools to everyone and lead them out. This time, without Zhang Jia, the whole team felt much lighter. The last time he took Zhang Jia out, it was because he thought they needed her as a radar. Yet in actual combat, he found that Zhang Jia's presence seemed to complicate things, and he could still play a role through the intercom from the dormitory. Now that their relationship had also become unusual, Lin Xiu thought it was best to have her serve as support for the rescue team. Among the five of them, although Hao Zi and Guzi had no combat experience with the foundation set by the physical enhancement potion, their combat strength was still commendable. However, since this time was to train them, Lin Xiu did not walk at the forefront, but instead fell to the back after leaving the dormitory area. At the same time, he synthesized the Glock 19 again and said to the four, "This time all the zombies are ordinary zombies. With the tools I provided you, you can handle them completely, so you will lead the way to the cafeteria." As he spoke, he shook the Glock 19 in his hand. "They'll cover you from behind, but if anyone makes me take a shot, they'll have one meal deducted. Do you have any objections?" Shi Mengxian remained silent. Fang Ling rolled her eyes at him, while Guzi chuckled and said, "Got it, I understand. But if I reach the cafeteria without you shooting, can I get an extra meal?" Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, but nodded, saying, "Fine, as long as you can make it, I'll give you an extra meal." "Hee how's he, step it up, don't hold me back." "What the hell? Am I holding you back?" Seeing the argument about to start again, Lin Xiu immediately said, "All right, the zombies are coming. Let's move quickly." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone immediately looked ahead, and sure enough, some zombies were wandering at the roadside, already rushing towards them in groups. Although Lin Xiu had gone out with them yesterday, the library and cafeteria were in completely opposite directions. Thus, there were still many zombies in the direction of the cafeteria that hadn't been cleared. Hao Zi and Guzi had long wanted to chop zombies. What kind of thing was it for grown men to stay at home? Real men should go out with Lin Gu to chop zombies. So when they saw these scattered zombies rush out, the two of them didn't even look back at Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling and charged straight ahead. At this moment, the zombies were pouncing from all directions, and if the two of them rushed in like this, they would certainly fall into the encirclement of the zombies. "Damn! Slow down for me," Lin Xiu shouted, immediately drawing his weapon to keep up, while Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling also moved closer, forming a square formation. Fortunately, Guzi and Hao Zi were not as reckless as Lin Xiu imagined. They only rushed forward for a dozen meters, and each took down two zombies before stopping. Lin Xiu also stopped, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Because just now, when Guzi and Hao Zi had taken down the two zombies, he had also received synthesis coins. Although the amount of synthesis coins was only 1 coin for the two zombies, what did this imply? It indicated that the ways to obtain synthesis coins had increased. "Haha, Lin Gu, your knife is awesome. Lin Gu, with this extra meal, I'm definitely getting it." Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xiu, who was in a great mood, said, "All right, you just keep chopping your way through." Sure. In an instant, Lin Xiu had already guessed the reason behind his acquisition of synthesis coins. It was likely due to the weapons. Last time when Shi Mengxian and the others used their own tools, they did not receive any synthesis coins during their journey. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu looked towards Shi Mengxian and Fang Ling. The four formed a square, while Lin Xiu stood in the middle, able to effectively cover all four. Sure enough, when Shi Mengxian swung her knife and severed a zombie's head, the system indeed prompted him with the acquisition of 1 synthesis coin. It seems that directly blowing a zombie's head can double the synthesis coins. Lin Xiu's face lit up with joy, but he then suddenly recalled that if he could obtain synthesis coins when they killed zombies, did it mean that he could also store these zombies in the system space? With this thought, Lin Xiu focused on the downed zombies, his mind moving. As Lin Xiu watched the zombie vanish before his eyes and saw that the item count in his system backpack was 1, he let out a hearty laugh and said to them, "When chopping zombies, aim for the head. That way, with a single strike, they are guaranteed to die." Guzi and Hao Zi nodded in agreement. Although they were not as skilled in cold weapons as Lin Xiu, their Tang swords were quite light, making it an easy task. Thus, Lin Xiu stood joyfully among the four, watching as his synthesis coins increased. Of course, to speed up their progress, he occasionally fired a couple of shots with his Glock 19 merely to indulge himself. The distance from the dormitory area to the cafeteria was not far, and it was even less winding than the route from the dormitory to the gym. Yet for some reason, Lin Xiu felt that the number of zombies was somewhat outrageous. At this moment, Shi Mengxian seized a moment of respite from the slaughter and said to Lin Xiu, "Something feels off. The number of zombies is increasing." Lin Xiu nodded. He had noticed this as well. However, he feared that things might be as he suspected, so he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked Jai, quickly sense if there are any new special zombies in the school. Old Lin, is something wrong? Daching inquired right away, clearly anxious, prompting Lin Xiu to reassure him. It's nothing, I just noticed a problem, so I wanted to confirm it. At this moment, Zhang Jai responded, I've sensed it, there are indeed no signals of special zombies in the school. I felt a strong sense this time. Alright, I understand. After hanging up the communication, the other four naturally heard it, and Haozi and Guzi immediately asked, Lin Gu, what should we do now? Our current position is quite awkward. We are about to reach the cafeteria, and we can't just retreat, right? Lin Xiu naturally had no intention of retreating. Not to mention they were closest to the cafeteria. Even if they wanted to retreat, Lin Xiu would not agree. The increasing number of ordinary zombies, despite the absence of special ones, was clearly not a trivial issue. As someone preparing to establish a survival base here, he needed to address this problem as soon as possible. So he drew out his listening device and said to the four, stay close to me, I will clear the way ahead. Let's get to the cafeteria quickly. Everyone nodded and immediately changed their formation, allowing Lin Xiu to lead the way while the other four followed behind. Although it was their first collaboration, they coordinated quite well. However, Lin Xiu's handling of the zombies was far from gentle. With a sweeping motion of his listening device, the area in front of him was cleared of any zombies. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Xiu had freed up his left hand to hold the gun, helping to eliminate several zombies while wielding his sword. Go! Hurry up! Unbeknownst to him, as he called out to move forward, similar words were spoken at the school gate. This is Modi University. As long as we clear this place, close the school gate, and we'll be safe and sound. A man dressed in a white t-shirt and sporting a buzz cut stood on a truck, calling into the walkie-talkie while gesturing for the several minibuses behind him to speed through the school gate. It was as if everyone ignored the frenzied zombies rushing into the school, allowing them to enter the campus. Only a few zombies were turned into mush by the vehicles that ran them over. What was even stranger was that these zombies seemed completely oblivious to the convoy of minibuses mindlessly surging toward the school. Once all the vehicles entered the school, a young man in a white shirt jumped down from the last truck. An even more astonishing event occurred. As soon as he landed, not only did the zombies not attack him, but they appeared to fear him, parting to create a path. The young man on the truck looked at him and smiled. Old Air, your ability is increasingly tempting. It's just so damn easy. The shirt man chuckled and walked straight to the school gate, pushing the heavy doors with all his might. Once the gate was completely shut, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. I was hoping to trade with you, otherwise all the heavy work falls to me. Look at my skinny arms and legs. The people in the truck burst into laughter, and the young man in the vest reached out, pulling the shirt man back into the truck, then slapped the front of the truck, signaling for it to depart. However, at that moment, the young man's walkie-talkie rang. Big brother, we are unfamiliar with this place. Which way do we go? The man frowned slightly. Although he was a native of Modu, he had never been to this school. He could only point in the direction of a distant building and say, go there. It looks like a cafeteria. Let's see if there's anything to eat, and then we can settle everyone down. All right. Lin Xiu and his group were evidently unaware that the reason they felt the sudden increase in zombie numbers was due to the school gate being wide open, allowing a large wave of zombies to be brought in. For them, the current situation was the most troublesome. As they reached the second floor of the cafeteria and looked at the 8 people collapsed in the staff dormitory, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Guzi, holding a knife, reached out to check one person's nose and found a breath. He then checked another. After checking all 8, he scratched his head and said, what's going on? They're not dead, but fainted. There are no wounds, and they haven't been bitten. Lin Xiu glanced at everyone, opened the system panel to scan, and ultimately found it amusing as he said, no need to guess, they fainted from hunger. Hungry. Fainted. The other 4 were instantly bewildered. Fainting from hunger in the cafeteria? This was truly ridiculous. Lin Xiu pointed to the blasted door of the employee dormitory and chuckled softly. We fought our way up, and the hall on the second floor was open, filled with zombies. They didn't dare to go out. Guzi was taken aback and rolled his eyes, saying, this is really absurd. There are only a few zombies outside. Can they compare to the ones we've been hacking through? There are 8 of them, 5 big men, and they didn't dare. Lin Xiu looked at Guzi, feeling somewhat amused. Not everyone was like them, eagerly awaiting the apocalypse to showcase their skills. So he could only helplessly exchange for bread and mineral water from the exchange mall and said to the 4, all right, stop complaining. Wake them up one by one, then let's have a meal and take them with us. Guzi and Haozi exchanged glances, chuckling. They might not be adept at killing zombies, but slapping them awake was their forte. Especially knowing that they would have to take care of these people in the future, they increased their strength considerably. Slap, slap, slap. Inside the staff dormitory of the cafeteria, the cramped space was filled with the sounds of slaps. However, the person who woke up did not care about their flushed face. Instead, they expressed gratitude to Guzi and Haozi, who took out bottled water and bread. As for Shi Mengxian and Feng Ling, who were responsible for 3 girls, they were much gentler, simply pinching the girls' philtrums to wake them. The first thing the first girl said upon waking was Lin Xiu. "I thought you no longer cared about us." This left everyone present stunned. Seeing the admiring expressions on Guzi and Haozi's faces, Lin Xiu covered his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like an accusation of being a heartless man who abandoned his wife. However, before Lin Xiu could defend himself, Feng Ling chuckled, "Oh, I didn't expect our leader Lin to have quite a few romantic entanglements." Looking at Feng Ling's teasing gaze, Lin Xiu twitched his mouth and handed a bottle of mineral water to the speaking girl, saying, "Classmate Xiang Na, your words are ridiculous, do you know that?" These 3 girls were members of the anime club, and not only did Lin Xiu know them, but Guzi and Haozi did too. However, their acquaintance was merely at the level of knowing each other's names. Nevertheless, since they were somewhat connected, Lin Xiu spoke much more politely and even had the leisure to joke. However, after drinking a sip of the mineral water, the girl named Xiang Na suddenly looked at Lin Xiu and cried, "The 3 with the biggest guts are dead, and the rest are too scared to go out. The only 2 who dared to go out didn't come back. I thought we were going to die." Hearing Xiang Na's lament, the few boys who had been awakened in the room all stopped eating and lowered their heads. Lin Xiu gave these boys a faint glance, but did not speak. After all, fear is a normal human emotion, especially since he had witnessed the tragic scene of them killing each other. Therefore, he still had some understanding of their cowardice. However, Xiang Na, as the beauty of the anime club, was originally delicate, and now her weak appearance while crying made Lin Xiu feel uneasy. Especially since he couldn't stand seeing women cry, he felt a sense of having done something wrong. At this moment, both Haozi and Guzi's eyes were burning with curiosity, and even Feng Ling and Shi Mengxian were looking at him, wanting to know what was going on. Lin Xiu looked at the 4 curious eyes, shrugged helplessly, and said, "Let's save the people first, we can discuss this later. I'm going out to take a look." Before he could finish, the walkie-talkie between him and Shi Mengxian suddenly crackled to life, and Zhang Jiayi's voice came through Lin Xiu. "It's not good. I discovered." "Wait." Lin Xiu directly interrupted her, switched the external speaker to his ear, gestured to the 4 people in the room, and then left the room. Shi Mengxian understood Lin Xiu's meaning, directly turned off the communication, and continued to wake up the others with Feng Ling, while Lin Xiu went to a corner of the cafeteria hall and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" "Just now I sensed that 2 ability users arrived at the school, and they are heading in your direction." Lin Xiu's expression suddenly tightened as he asked, "Can you sense their strength?" "No, but their signal strength is about the same as that zombie in the gym, slightly stronger, but one person is very strange." "Strange." "Their signal fluctuates, sometimes it's strong, sometimes weak, and sometimes it even disappears. It might be related to their ability." Lin Xiu furrowed his brows, completely unable to understand this situation, and asked why. "Do you know the reason?" "I don't know. You are the only one I know is an ability user, but I can't sense their signal, so I speculate that their ability might be similar to yours." Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled bitterly. He wasn't even a proper ability user. He was at most a hanger-in with no real abilities. However, since Zhang Jiayi had already said this much, he didn't ask further. Just as he was about to turn off the communication, Zhang Jiayi suddenly said, "They've arrived at the cafeteria." Just as Zhang Jiayi's words fell, Lin Xiu heard the sound of brakes outside the cafeteria. Tang Dao suddenly appeared in Lin Xiu's hand, and after listening intently for 2 seconds, he said to Zhang Jiayi, "Jiayi, they're here. I'll hang up now and see what's going on. Be careful." Understood." Just as Lin Xiu hung up, Shi Mengxian, who also heard the sound of brakes, rushed out from the staff dormitory to look at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu made a shushing gesture to her, then pointed to the entrance on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria and slowly walked out with his knife. Shi Mengxian understood and made the same shushing gesture to the others in the dormitory before following Lin Xiu towards the entrance on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Next to the entrance on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, there was a row of floor-to-ceiling windows, and with the cover of the curtains, they could observe the situation below very well. A truck, 4 minivans, and from the top of the covered truck, it seemed that the number of people on that truck would not be less than 10. When Lin Xiu saw this number, his heart sank suddenly. At this moment, Shi Mengxian also came to Lin Xiu's side, closely observing the situation below. When she also noticed this number, her brows furrowed deeply, just like Lin Xiu. "What is this?" Shi Mengxian asked in Lin Xiu's ear. Lin Xiu didn't care about their proximity at this moment, and simply whispered, "These are people who just came from outside the school. There are 2 ability users." Hearing this, Shi Mengxian's brows furrowed even deeper. Having seen Lin Xiu fight, she naturally knew what ability users represented. If a conflict erupted next, there was a high possibility of casualties. But then Shi Mengxian noticed something was wrong. Although all the vehicles were parked at the entrance of the cafeteria, there were no zombies lurking or attacking around their vehicles, as if they simply did not exist. Why can't the zombies see them? Shi Mingxian frowned deeply. If their abilities were so powerful that even zombies dared not approach, then were they not completely passive? Lin Xiu recalled what Jiayi had said earlier, and made a rough estimate, relaxing somewhat as he explained to Shi Mingxian. It's very likely one of their abilities allows them to be undetected by zombies, but they haven't gotten out of the car yet. I'm a bit unclear about that. However, as if to slap him in the face, just as Lin Xiu finished saying this, the people in the truck began to move. Unexpectedly, only one person got out this time, and as soon as this person landed, their gaze was directed towards the second floor. The sudden lift of their heads caused Lin Xiu and his companion on the second floor to immediately shrink back. However, the two, already close together, ended up squeezed into each other's space, with Shi Mingxian practically nestled into Lin Xiu's embrace. A faint body fragrance wafted from Lin Xiu's nose, momentarily distracting him, but he quickly regained his composure, listening intently to the movements below. The young man in a shirt frowned slightly as he gazed at the second floor of the cafeteria, halting his steps forward. The man in a tank top standing behind the truck looked at the young man in a shirt, unable to help, but asked Qinglin what's going on. I don't know, replied the man, called Qinglin, shaking his head. Since I entered this school, I felt like someone has been watching me, and that feeling has only intensified. The man in the tank top frowned, also looking up to the second floor. Is there someone up there? Hard to say. The tank top man paused, then said, then you shouldn't go out. Let the brothers stretch their legs. The young man in the shirt hesitated, then nodded thoughtfully, saying, all right, tell them I'm letting go. Maintaining this is quite tiring. The tank top man let out a hearty laugh and opened the intercom, saying, brothers, can you hear me? Today we're going to stretch our muscles. The cafeteria is inside. Take as much as you can. The more you take, the better you eat tonight. At his words, loud cheers erupted from several vehicles, while the young man in the shirt continued, however, there may be someone above. Those who can give me this feeling are probably like us, so everyone stay calm and don't act impulsively. The tank top man nodded and opened the intercom again, asking, brothers, did you hear that? We heard. Everyone shouted in unison, and the tank top man grinned, being the first to jump off the truck, shouting, everyone move out. Yay! Hey! The shouts coming from below caused Lin Xiu and Shi Mingxian to furrow their brows even tighter. For safety, the two quickly changed their positions to look down. When they noticed that everyone had already gotten off the truck and the surrounding zombies had started to attack, the two felt somewhat steadied. At that moment in the staff dormitory, Guzi and the others were also startled by the shouts below and quietly stepped outside. What's going on? The three of them approached Lin Xiu's side and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at the scene below. Almost instantly, they were frozen in place. What the hell? What's happening? Why are there so many people? Guzi exclaimed softly while the others wore serious expressions. Even the mouse remained silent. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and said to the group, you guys go stabilize a few people in the dormitory and see if they are willing to come with us. If not, the five of us will leave from the backyard right now. Lin Xiu understood clearly that even though he had a gun in hand, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. He could intimidate them, but he couldn't completely subdue them. Moreover, he had no idea if the other party was also armed, and the sheer number of people below along with 2 ability users made the situation precarious. On their side, aside from him possibly having the strength to fight, the others would essentially be food if a battle broke out. Killing people is not the same as butchering zombies. As someone skilled in cold weapons, he could tell at a glance that the way the people below slaughtered zombies was a skill acquired only through long-term practice. Thus, his first thought was to avoid confrontation. At this moment, Lin Xiu, disregarding the consumption of synthesis coins, synthesized another handgun and handed it to the mouse beside him, saying, take the gun, just in case. You all go and he'll stay here. Seeing the suddenly added 2 guns, everyone felt more at ease. Since they had always regarded Lin Xiu as an ability user, they naturally felt reassured leaving him alone here. Therefore, after Lin Xiu finished speaking, everyone except him returned to the narrow staff dormitory to carry out their tasks as planned. Meanwhile, the dozens of people below had already rushed into the cafeteria. Lin Xiu's gaze remained fixed on these individuals, counting carefully until he arrived at an accurate number 26. And this was not even the full count of the group. Watching the last 2 individuals walk in, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, these 2 must be the ability users mentioned by Zhang Jiayi. At that moment, the young man in the shirt surprisingly lifted his head again to look at him, startling Lin Xiu into hiding immediately. Stepping away from the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Xiu sat down at the central dining table in the cafeteria hall, beginning to contemplate countermeasures. He did not want to initiate conflict, yet he felt a strong aversion towards those who intruded into the school. After all, he did not have full control over this campus, and the existence of outsiders meant a division of territory. This could significantly undermine his plans or even create obstacles. Thus, he only had 2 current options. Either avoid confrontation and wait until he becomes a true ability user to find them and bring them under his command. Or he could launch a strong offensive now to drive them out of the school. Clearly the conditions for the second option were not met, but now that they had entered the cafeteria, there was no opportunity to retreat through the backyard. Therefore, the only viable solution at present was to stabilize all of them here. However, he currently lacked the confidence to deal with ability users, even with a gun. Moreover, let alone ability users, even he with an agility attribute reaching C could easily dodge bullets within 10 meters. Wait, attributes. Lin Xiu suddenly started in shock, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something. Opening the system backpack, he glanced at the most unassuming item among the spoils from yesterday, and a smile crept onto his face. Producer's offspring level excellent description. The energy in these producer offspring possesses untapped growth potential, making it excellent material for synthesizing enhancement potions. Enhancement potions. Isn't this exactly what he has been wanting? Although he did not know how much of an attribute boost a bottle of enhancement potion could provide, or if there was a limit on quantity, it was extremely important at this moment. As fortune would have it, several formulas were highlighted on his synthesis list for this item. There was no need to think about what this meant. Quickly pulling out several bottles of the drinks listed in the synthesis formula from the backpack, Lin Xiu confirmed the synthesis. Blue Cow, Thunder Blue, and Milk. These three types of drinks simply vanished and reappeared in front of Lin Xiu. However, when they reappeared, all three drinks transformed into a single glass vial the size of a syringe. The colors of the three drinks made up of red, yellow, and blue perfectly represented his three attributes. Without a second thought, Lin Xiu grabbed them and began to consume them one by one. Enhancement Potion Strength Level Elite Synthesis Price 100 Synthesis Formula Producers Offspring Blue Bull Effect Description increases Strength Attribute Level by 1. Note: an enhancement potion synthesized with the same formula can only be used once. 3 bottles of potions represent strength, agility, and endurance, each capable of increasing by only one small level. Although the conditions are somewhat harsh, Lin Xiu noticed an interesting setting in the notes. That is the same synthesis formula. Upon seeing these words, Lin Xiu instantly understood the meaning above. Although this enhancement potion can only be consumed once, if he synthesizes another enhancement potion using different materials, he can drink it again. After all roads lead to Rome, and it is indeed valid here that the same item can have several synthesis formulas. After consuming the 3 enhancement potions, Lin Xiu felt a warm current coursing through his body akin to the spiritual power from a fantasy world. Host Lin Xiu, Title Master of Decapitation, Zombie Slayer, Quick Attack, Elite Berserker, Stealth Killer, Cold-Blooded Strength, E Normal Agility, D Excellent Endurance, E Normal Attributes, Recovery Enhancement, D Quantum Sensation, D Skills Mastery, of Cold Weapon Synthesis. Coins 6826. Upon seeing that all 3 attributes on the panel had indeed increased by a small level, Lin Xiu had not yet had the chance to check on the situation in the dormitory when a violent bang came from the door on the 2nd floor. Hiding the Glock 19 at his waist and laying the listening device flat on the table, Lin Xiu sat back in his seat, exuding the demeanor of a gallant hero. In order to not appear awkward, he even exchanged for a steaming cup of tea to hold in his hand. Bang! Bang! The rolling shutter door on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria was violently struck, causing the 4 people in the dormitory to peek out, but at Lin Xiu's sign, they all returned to their rooms, awaiting his orders. It was uncertain whether it was because the door was weak or because of their technical expertise, but after a few seconds of booming, the rolling shutter door automatically rolled up, revealing the crowd outside. Haha, opening a door like this, I wouldn't need 30 seconds. Back in the day, Just as the man was about to continue boasting, everyone outside the door suddenly fell eerily silent. This was because their gazes were all drawn to Lin Xiu, who was quietly drinking tea in the hall. Although this was not a fantasy world, Lin Xiu's bizarre behavior still left them all suspicious. After all, the leaders they followed were both superhumans, and they had encountered several strange zombies in recent days. With this in mind, no one stepped into the cafeteria. Instead, after a few whispers among themselves, several rushed downwards to find their leader. Lin Xiu appeared calm on the surface, but inside his heart was pounding. However, he understood that he could not show any signs of fear, nor could he adopt a friendly attitude towards them. Otherwise, if he faltered, his brothers behind him would likely suffer the consequences. More importantly, from the very beginning, Lin Xiu had not seen a single woman among this group, which made him even more anxious about the safety of the girls behind him. This was the apocalypse, and from the actions of this group wielding weapons against zombies, he could tell they were not good people. In just a few seconds, a distinct sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside the cafeteria, and the crowd at the door immediately made way. As Lin Xiu expected, the 2 people who appeared before him were indeed the 2 men he had seen earlier. One had a crew cut and a tank top, while the other wore a shirt with a sideswept bang. They appeared to be a rough man and a scholar, but from their earlier series of actions, Lin Xiu knew they were both ruthless individuals. However, what surprised Lin Xiu was that just as he was about to take a chance to check their attributes, the system unexpectedly provided their panel. Xu Chongbin rating level superhuman strength. Agility, endurance. Ability, Iron Hand description. Xie Lin rating level superhuman strength, agility, endurance, ability, mental shield description. Looking at the screen full of question marks on his panel, Lin Xiu secretly cursed the system while also deducing quite a few things. From the previous battles against special zombies, he had already discovered the system's flaws. It could indeed provide him with ample information, but the actual battle scenarios often revealed details not visible on the panel. This time, being able to see the panels of these two people, Lin Xiu speculated that it might be because they were both superhumans. As for why some attributes were displayed while others were not, it was likely because the panel only showed attributes lower than his own. However, while Lin Xiu was deep in thought, he did not notice that the man in the shirt had been frozen in place the moment Lin Xiu first looked at him. Just at the instant Lin Xiu looked at him, he once again felt the sensation of being watched, but this time, it was stronger than before. As someone with the ability of mental shielding, Xie Lin was extremely sensitive to sights and thoughts, and thanks to this ability, he had led his team to survive bypassing the powerful zombies in the city. Yet this time, just a single glance made cold sweat bead on his forehead. This was simply unbelievable. Just as he was about to remind his older brother beside him, Xie Lin's gaze suddenly narrowed again, sharply focused on the Tang listening device in front of Lin Xiu. His mental shielding had a slight perceptual effect. Although this ability was weak, it did not hinder him from identifying some special people or zombies. But regarding Lin Xiu before him, he could not determine whether he was a superhuman. However, the energy emanating from the knife on the table was enough to catch his attention. Big brother. Xie Lin tugged at Xu Chongbin, a hint of surprise flashing across his face as he quietly said to him, "This person is very strong. I can't see his depth." Hearing this, Xu Chongbin raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Xiu with a serious expression. However, being someone who had made a name for himself in Modu, he generally had a certain level of courage. Moreover, Lin Xiu's appearance at the moment was nothing more than a young man in his early 20s, giving him an upper hand in experience. So after a moment's hesitation, the two of them walked towards Lin Xiu while smiling, saying, "Young brother, we didn't know someone was already here. Are you here alone waiting for someone?" Xu Chongbin sat down in front of Lin Xiu with a smile, while Xie Lin also took a seat. However, when his brothers tried to follow him, and Xu Chongbin suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Lin Xiu was aware of the disturbances that would arise from a conflict between two ability users, and it was evident that both of them knew this as well. Yet having lived two lives, he could clearly sense a hint of wariness in Xu Chongbin's politeness. Wariness. Lin Xiu felt a bit puzzled. When his gaze fell on Xie Lin and noticed that he was intentionally keeping his eyes on Lin Xiu's knife, he understood. It was this very knife that Zhang Jia had used to determine his identity as an ability user, and it seemed that these two had reached the same conclusion. Thus, this wariness in a situation where there were more of them than him started to make sense. However, this aligned perfectly with Lin Xiu's intentions. So upon noticing Xie Lin looking at his sound-absorbing knife again, Lin Xiu suddenly reached for it. Lin Xiu's sudden move made both men immediately adopt a defensive posture, but Lin Xiu smiled and raised the knife, saying, "What's the matter? This big brother has been eyeing my knife. It seems he really likes it." After Lin Xiu's question, their defenses instantly relaxed, and Xie Lin awkwardly shook his head, saying, "Haha, brother, you're joking. I just found this knife quite peculiar, so I looked at it a bit longer." Lin Xiu glanced at the sound-absorbing knife, then smiled. However, upon seeing the younger brothers behind them with their hands on their waist knives, Lin Xiu gave up on the idea of attacking directly and instead hung the knife back at his waist. Slowly bending over, Lin Xiu again exchanged 2 cups of tea and handed them to the two. They took the cups, sniffed the faint aroma of the tea, and first praised it as good tea, but did not drink it. Xu Chongbin put down the teacup and smiled, "So, brother, what are you doing here all alone?" Xie Lin also looked at him, waiting for his answer. Lin Xiu smiled, took a sip of tea, and slowly replied, "I am not alone." The two men became alert again, but after looking around, they found no one else, not even a sound, and couldn't help but look back at Lin Xiu. In fact, Lin Xiu also felt uncomfortable at this moment, so while waiting for the two to look back at him again, he downed the tea in his cup and said, "Since we are all ability users, I want beat around the bush." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of both men changed. Without revealing their abilities, Lin Xiu had directly stated this fact, which surprised them and simultaneously affirmed Lin Xiu's power. "Brother, just tell us we're listening." Lin Xiu nodded and then placed his hand on the sound-absorbing knife at his waist, saying, "This school is our territory. However, since we did not warn you beforehand, it is understandable that you barged in. As for the food in the cafeteria, it is of no use to us, so feel free to take it." Xu Chongbin and Xie Lin frowned, then a cold smile appeared on their faces. If Lin Xiu had directly told them to leave earlier, they might have actually prepared to endure and leave. But now Lin Xiu's words had given them a sense of security. Food is of no use. At a time when food and drink are problematic, someone actually told them they didn't need food at all. To say such a thing, one must be a madman or a fool. Therefore, after Lin Xiu said this, the two immediately concluded that he was merely bluffing, trying to intimidate them. In fact, they probably hoped that their group would leave early to avoid threatening them. Although they did not know how many people Lin Xiu referred to, they were certain that it couldn't be more than their own numbers. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on the faces of the two. Shu Chongbin sneered, "Oh really? Then what if we don't leave? What will you do?" After saying this, he waved his hand and directly called in the younger brothers waiting outside. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he was clearly unaware of what was wrong with his words, but he did not panic at the sudden attack from these two. After all, he had exposed his hand, and the initial wariness from these two indicated that their strength was not that great. Moreover, with the introduction from the system panel, the attributes of these two showed that only Shu Chongbin's strength and endurance as an ability user surpassed his. His agility, however, remained a significant advantage. More importantly, from the current situation, it seemed they did not have guns while he did have two. Thus, as Lin Xiu saw the crowd approaching, he smiled lightly and shook his head, saying, "Are you sure you want to make a move?" Seeing Lin Xiu's demeanor, Shu Chongbin frowned, but in the next moment, he slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Trying to bluff me? I've been in this society for decades, and you, a young punk, think you can bluff me?" Saying this, he suddenly stood up and shouted to the people behind him, "Go find the others for me. I want to deal with this punk." As everyone filed in, a hint of ferocity flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. He then coldly smiled, taking out the walkie-talkie, and said, "Anyone who dares to trespass, kill, without mercy." Humph. Shu Chongbin suddenly punched down on the table, instantly shattering the wooden dining table, causing Lin Xiu's brows to furrow. "Kill without mercy? I want to see how you can kill without mercy." Shu Chongbin roared, and his fists suddenly turned black after his furious shout. Lin Xiu then understood what the term Iron Hand on his system panel meant. Xie Lin stepped back, seemingly not a combatant, which also eased Lin Xiu's mind considerably. After all, unlike zombies, human beings possess intelligence. Even if their attributes are not as good as his, he would not underestimate them. Therefore, upon realizing it was an unknown situation, Lin Xiu swiftly drew the sound-absorbing knife and coldly responded, "Very well, since you are looking for death, I won't hold back." Before his words had even faded, Shu Chongbin had already charged over. In his perception, Lin Xiu was just a young kid. No matter how impressive his abilities were, his skills wouldn't be too strong. However, he was unaware that Lin Xiu was more than eager for a close-quarters fight. Shu Chongbin's black fist suddenly struck towards Lin Xiu, who with his high agility slightly tilted to the side, while simultaneously slashing towards his wrist. Clang! The sudden crisp sound caused Lin Xiu's palm to sting. He had anticipated that Shu Chongbin's hand would be hard given his Iron Hand ability, but he never expected that this hand could even block the sound-absorbing knife. "Haha, today I'll play with you," Shu Chongbin said, preparing to attack again, but Lin Xiu kept retreating, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Play. I have no intention of playing with you." Having said that, right before Shu Chongbin's astonished eyes, Lin Xiu pulled out a Glock 19 and aimed it at his head. All the onlookers froze at the sight of the weapon suddenly drawn by Lin Xiu. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shu Chongbin's forehead as he stared at the gun in Lin Xiu's hand, yet he dared not move. Holding the gun in his left hand, he raised his right hand to check if Tang was unharmed. After marveling at the system's capabilities, Lin Xiu coldly sneered at Shu Chongbin, saying, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to play with me? Why aren't you dancing yet?" In the face of Lin Xiu's taunt, Shu Chongbin showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he slowly raised both hands and smiled apologetically, saying, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." As a man who had fought his way through decades in the face of life and death threats, he simply did not care about his pride. Even though he was uncertain whether the gun in Lin Xiu's hand was real after narrowly escaping death at the hands of zombies, he would never gamble. Thus, he quickly acknowledged defeat, almost kneeling and calling Lin Xiu daddy. Lin Xiu sneered, but found himself caught in a dilemma. If he shot Shu Chongbin directly, the crowd would surely riot. Lin Xiu knew he couldn't rely on a mere gun to intimidate those who had survived the apocalypse. If a fight broke out, even with a gun and a sword, he could not possibly take on more than 20 people, especially since more were gathering on the second floor blocking the doorway. But if he let Shu Chongbin go just like that, not only would he lose face, but Shu Chongbin might think he was bluffing and seize the opportunity to strike. To be honest, he was quite averse to killing. In the teaching building, had they not attempted to kill him, he would not have acted. Moreover, Shu Chongbin had not shown any murderous intent from the beginning. Even when Lin Xiu swung a knife at him, he merely intended to throw a punch. However, Lin Xiu also understood that in an apocalypse, mercy was a grave mistake. The current situation was somewhat tense and required a breakthrough. He needed to ensure the safety of the two leaders while demonstrating the authenticity of his pistol and his own ruthlessness. Interestingly, just as Lin Xiu was worrying about not having an opportunity, a sudden noise came from behind him. It turned out one of the underlings attempted to sneak up on him from behind, but accidentally stepped on a puddle, making a sound. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiu quickly turned around, aimed his gun, and coldly snorted, seeking death. Bang! 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 The distance was merely 5 or 6 meters, so Lin Xiu's 3 shots were accurate, hitting the man's chest, abdomen, and forehead. Raising his gun again, he coldly looked at Xu Chongbin and said, "I don't want to waste bullets, but if your people don't withdraw, I won't mind using a few more rounds." As he spoke, Lin Xiu exchanged 2 magazines from the exchange shop and quickly loaded them in front of everyone, causing a sinking feeling in their hearts. Xu Chongbin gritted his teeth, glancing at his brother lying in a pool of blood, and shouted, "Everyone get out. Big brother, get out." All eyes turned to Lin Xiu, filled with flames of anger, yet they had no choice but to head toward the exit. At that moment, the door to the staff dormitory suddenly opened, and Guzi charged out, with Shi Mengxian and 2 others. Xu Chongbin and Xia Qinglin's pupils dilated as they looked at the gun in the hands of the underling. They glanced at Lin Xiu with a hint of apprehension. Thankfully, they had been decisive, otherwise if a fight broke out it would not end well for them. 2 guns. How could a student possibly have 2 guns? Xu Chongbin and Xia Qinglin frowned, regretting not leaving when Lin Xiu had initially suggested it. At that moment, Lin Xiu looked at Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling as they emerged, suddenly shouting, "Men handle matters, why are women here? Go back." Fong Ling looked puzzled, unable to understand why Lin Xiu was yelling at them when they had come to help him. Just as she prepared to retort, she was suddenly pulled back by Shi Mengxian, who shot her a fierce glare before returning to the dormitory. Seeing the person lying in a pool of blood behind Lin Xiu, the underlings quickly realized the gravity of the situation and followed suit. Lin Xiu looked at Guzi and suddenly frowned, asking, "Where's your gun?" Guzi was taken aback. Lin Xiu had only given them 2 guns, one with Da Qing and one with the underling. Just as he was about to ask if Lin Xiu was mistaken, he suddenly realized, scratching his head awkwardly, "I didn't take it." Hearing this, Xu Chongbin and Xia Qinglin dared not even breathe. A group of students actually had 3 guns. Did they raid an arms depot? No. Xu Chongbin quickly understood. Observing their relaxed demeanor, he realized they probably had more than just 3 guns. Just as he was about to speak to plead for peace, he never expected Lin Xiu to pull out a Glock 19 from behind and hand it to Guzi, saying, "Then use this for now, keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to move, just shoot." Guzi's excitement flashed across his face as the Oscar-winning actor's instincts kicked in. After receiving the gun, he deliberately checked the magazine before chambering around, scanning the surroundings with the demeanor of a sharpshooter. The university's military training had taught them how to handle guns, and as a homebody, Guzi had a particular fondness for firearms. So as he fumbled with it, he truly scared the opposing group into inaction. At that moment, Xu Chongbin could no longer sit still. The blackness on his hands had long disappeared, and he obediently smiled, saying, "Brother, you see, we barged in suddenly. It was our fault. While things haven't escalated, why don't we leave now?" Lin Xiu was clearly at an advantage now, and Xu Chongbin was willing to concede, but Lin Xiu would not let them off so easily. "Leave? Now you want to leave?" A cold smile appeared on Lin Xiu's lips, causing the smile on Xu Chongbin's face to stiffen. However, glancing at the corpse behind Lin Xiu, he managed to suppress his thoughts and said, "Then what do you mean? Just show us a way out, and we'll follow it." Looking at Xu Chongbin, Lin Xiu actually wanted to recruit this person, but given the current conflict, it was clearly impossible. Killing was not what he desired, and letting the tiger return to the mountain was foolish behavior. But since he didn't want to act, if he could remove their support and let the zombies take care of them, he would feel much better. Thus, after pondering for a few seconds, Lin Xiu slowly said, "You can leave, but if you want to live, leave everything behind. Your belongings, your vehicles, and just leave cleanly." "What?" Lin Xiu's words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, instantly provoking some of the younger brothers to curse. "You must be joking. Big brother. Let's take him on." "Yes, let's take him on. We have over 40 brothers while they have 3 guns, and they can't even fire enough bullets." "Exactly. We the Tianqing gang have survived the apocalypse. Are we still afraid of a few guns?" "Everyone shut up." Hearing the shouts from behind, and seeing the increasingly cold smile on Lin Xiu's face, Xu Chongbin could no longer hold back and shouted at his younger brothers. Xu Chongbin looked at Lin Xiu, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother, to be honest, when we came over we had nothing but knives on us. Could you leave us something for self-defense?" Xu Chongbin thought clearly, with Xie Qinglin on their side, and keeping their knives for self-defense. As long as they didn't encounter any particularly strong zombies, they could all survive and start anew. Now everything had collapsed. There were just a few broken cars. His younger brothers might not be good at much, but prying a few cars open and unlocking a few locks was not a problem. However, at this moment, Xu Chongbin had already made up his mind that after they went out this time, he must take a look around the police station. Once he found firearms, he would definitely return here to avenge his brothers. Meeting Shu Chongbin's gaze, Lin Xiu had already made plans in his heart, so he didn't mind and nodded, saying, "All right, you can leave now." Shu Chongbin nodded and waved to his younger brothers. Big brother, are we just leaving like this?" Everyone shut up. Shu Chongbin shouted again, "If you still recognize me as your big brother, we withdraw now. This time I have implicated all of you, and I will give you an explanation." The younger brothers were left speechless. After a heavy sigh, they began to leave the second floor one by one. However, Lin Xiu was looking at Shu Chongbin, resolutely determined to eliminate him. The younger brothers left one after another. Even Xie Qinglin left under Shu Chongbin's signal, but he himself stayed behind. "Brother, I apologize for today's incident, but could you allow me to take my brother with me?" Saying this, Shu Chongbin pointed at the corpse behind Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, secretly thinking that Shu Chongbin was indeed worthy of being the leader whom his younger brothers were devoted to. This display of brotherhood was indeed well played. But such a request was reasonable. Lin Xiu could only step aside to let him pass, indicating that he was free to do as he wished. Watching Shu Chongbin pick up the bloody corpse and carry it on his back, Lin Xiu's gaze was indifferent, while Guzi and Haozi's expressions changed. When Shu Chongbin disappeared from the second floor, Lin Xiu finally said, "Don't be moved, this is all part of the act." Part of the act. Guzi and Haozi turned to look at Lin Xiu. Today, in front of him as the big brother, I killed their brother, and he didn't dare say a word, even directly letting everyone abandon their vehicles and flee. How do you think his image will be? Of course his image would take a significant hit. There may even be some dissatisfaction. Lin Xiu nodded and said, "So he was the last to leave, directly carrying away the deceased brother. How do you think his younger brothers will view him?" Hiss. The two weren't fools, and given their familiarity with various web novels and anime, they quickly understood, instantly enlightened. "Damn," Guzi exclaimed, "so this leader has some tricks up his sleeve. Are we not just letting the tiger return to the mountain? Why not just shoot?" Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and said as he walked out, 3 guns against nearly 40 people. "Do you think you are sharpshooters? I certainly don't have the confidence to kill them all, not to mention there are still 2 ability users on the other side." Hearing this, Guzi and Haozi understood and sighed. As they reached the second floor stairs and found that the group had left a mess behind, Guzi instinctively put the Glock 19 he was holding into his bag. Lin Xiu gave him a glare, but didn't stop him, instead continuing, "But I also don't plan to let them go. I remember both of you can drive, right?" They both nodded, and Lin Xiu said, "Then that's settled. Get in the car immediately and return to the dormitory to pick up Zhang Jia. Pick her up. Don't worry about it. Oh, just go and come back quickly." Guzi shrugged, glanced downstairs to ensure there were no zombies, and immediately dashed down to start a van and leave. Lin Xiu opened the intercom and said, "Jia, Guzi is coming back to the dorm to pick you up. I want to ask you for a favor." "Okay." Zhang Jia didn't say much, just agreed and hung up the phone. Hearing the intercom, Mengxian and her companion walked out. Lin Xiu smiled gently and said, "Finally dealt with them." "They left." "Yes. What will you do next?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu's lips curled into a smile, very satisfied with Mengxian's reaction. Whether in looks or intelligence, she was always much stronger than Fong Ling, who only knew how to get angry. "Of course I won't let them leave alive. Letting a tiger return to the mountain is not something I would do. Are you planning to ambush?" Mengxian raised her eyebrows and asked, but then muttered to herself, "An ambush? Even if a few people go together, it's not very likely. It's not possible. Not to mention that the area is filled with buildings, making urban warfare extremely troublesome. Once we leave the school, our own danger will increase." "Then why did you ask Jai to come?" Just as Mengxian was about to ask, Guzi's van had returned to the cafeteria. Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Just wait and watch the show. While there are no zombies now, and we have a vehicle, let Haozi hurry to bring the people inside over. Of course, only those who want to come and follow the rules will be taken. Can I leave this to you? Is that okay?" Mengxian smiled and nodded, and Lin Xiu patted Haozi's shoulder, shouting to Zhang Jia, who was about to get off the vehicle, "No need to get off, oh, we're leaving soon." Watching Lin Xiu leave, Mengxian's gaze remained fixed on him. Although Lin Xiu didn't say anything, and she didn't ask, she knew in her heart that in such a situation earlier, Lin Xiu's sudden admonition carried a deeper meaning. That unexpected look of urgency and the concern in his serious tone made her instantly understand Lin Xiu's thoughts at that moment. Women are always sensitive in this regard, especially when a woman cares about a man. She becomes even more attuned. Sunshine, handsome, calm, strong, and the concern and decisiveness that emerged in times of crisis. Mengxian felt slightly dazed, a voice in her heart continuously calling out, "How wonderful it would be if this person belonged to me." Guzi drove the van, looking at the 2 people embracing each other in the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but scold, "Do you two have any sense of public morality? In the driver here, and you're feeding me dog food. Lin Xiu laughed heartily and said, "What's wrong? Not satisfied? There are plenty of girls in the dormitory, go find one yourself." "Humph, the girls in the dormitory. Sigh, if only Sure Mengxian were with me. Then go pursue her." Erguzi turned his head and sneered. "Do you even have a clue whether I would pursue her or not?" Lin Xiu was taken aback and at the same time felt Zhang Jiayi's hand gripping his waist, leaving him momentarily confused. "Wait, what does this have to do with me?" Erguzi rolled his eyes and cursed. "Damn it, Sure Mengxian has at least seen you a dozen times while having breakfast, don't you know it yourself? Do you believe I will immediately crash the car into a wall and perish with you?" Lin Xiu let out a wry smile. He truly didn't know this point. Even he himself was confused as to why he, a lifelong singleton, suddenly became so desirable. Fortunately, Erguzi clearly didn't want to continue this topic, and while crashing into the zombies by the roadside, he asked, "Why are we taking a detour to the school gate? What are you planning to do with Zhang Jiayi?" Lin Xiu chuckled and said to Zhang Jiayi, "I remember you mentioned that if you use your sensing ability seriously, it will alert all the special zombies in the vicinity, and they will come over, right?" Zhang Jiayi nodded and said, "That's right, but there are limitations. If I use deep sensing, the duration is only a few seconds, and my sensing will disappear immediately. I need to rest for at least 5 minutes before I can sense again." "That's perfect," Lin Xiu smiled and said, "My plan is very simple. Even with guns, it would be difficult to cleanly eliminate these nearly 40 people, so we let the zombies take care of them." Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned, then reacted. Erguzi exclaimed, "So you mean to say the reason you wanted me to get to the school gate early is to let her activate her sensing ability to attract special zombies to deal with them? Exactly. The outcome will either be that they all die and the zombies survive, or they struggle to survive and the zombies die. Either way, we profit." This plan was simple, cost-effective, and posed no danger. The school gate was the necessary path for them to leave, so having Zhang Jiayi sense here would draw all the sensed zombies towards this location. When they eventually met the zombies, Xu Chongbin and the others would inevitably engage in battle. The outcome of the battle would likely result in either the zombies dying or them dying. If the zombies died, they would surely suffer many casualties, and at that moment Lin Xiu could step out to finish off the remaining ones, which would obviously not be as dangerous as when they were fully staffed. Conversely, if they died, Lin Xiu could take action to eliminate the incoming zombies, earning himself some extra rewards and perhaps even obtaining valuable synthesis materials. In any case, it was a lucrative deal. Therefore, Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Jiayi and asked, "How about it? Can you do it?" "If you can, I have a backup plan." Zhang Jiayi shook her head and said, "I'm fine." After saying that, she closed her eyes and began to sense. Erguzi stopped the car. They had now arrived near the school gate, and the nearby zombies began to gather towards them. Fortunately, these vans had been reinforced by this group of people with protective railings welded around the outside and even iron bars added to the windows. So Erguzi and Lin Xiu quietly waited for Zhang Jiayi's response. At this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly recalled the situation from earlier when he checked Xu Chongbin and the others' panels and couldn't help but look at Zhang Jiayi's panel as well. Zhang Jiayi rating: Clevel ability, user strength, E-agility, E-endurance, E-ability, mental sensing description, can sense all abnormal mental fluctuations within a radius of 5 kilometers. After full use, it will be inactive for 5 minutes. Seeing this panel, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Having previously seen Xie Qinglin's attribute panel, he immediately noticed the differences upon seeing Zhang Jiayi's panel. Not to mention that the three-dimensional attributes of both individuals were identical and both possessed mental abilities. Zhang Jiayi's rating had reached Clevel. The additional empty attribute bar alone was enough to astonish Lin Xiu. Moreover, comparing the data panels of the two, it was evident that there was an issue. That is, the system's rating of ability users is not based on three-dimensional attributes, but directly assesses the type of abilities. Only in this way can it explain why both have full E ratings in their three-dimensional attributes, yet Zhang Jiayi is rated Clevel, while Xie Qinglin is only rated Level. At the same time, this also explains why Zhang Jiayi's attribute panel has an additional derivation attribute. Clearly, based on general reasoning, these two words already suggest that this mental sensing ability is far from its current capability. With future developments, it's very likely that some mutations will occur. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's eyes couldn't help but light up. From this perspective, Zhang Jiayi certainly qualifies as a person with extraordinary talent among ability users. Clevel is already at the elite level, while he himself still has no abilities, yet Zhang Jiayi starts directly from the elite level. This made Lin Xiu feel both joyful and somewhat awkward. At this moment, Zhang Jiayi opened her eyes and said to Erguzi, "Hurry up and drive, the two people behind are coming." Upon hearing this, Erguzi immediately started the car and left the school gate, while Lin Xiu asked, "So did you sense the special zombies?" Zhang Jiayi nodded, but her expression was not good. "I sensed them, and there are 3, but their signal strength is stronger than those we encountered before. This group of people is doomed, but Lin Xiu knew what Zhang Jiai was worried about and chuckled, patting her head. Don't worry, it's just 3 special zombies, there's no need to be afraid. Ugh. Urguzi retched, interrupting the warm scene of the two embracing, causing Lin Xiu to feel a headache. I beg you, Ling Gu, I really beg you, please don't do this. Being single for 20 years is really unbearable. Lin Xiu kicked towards the back of the driver's seat, while pulling out the listening device, startling Urguzi so much that he trembled all over. Damn, Ling Gu, it's not like that, is it? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes and cursed. It's not like that at all. Hurry up and stop the car at the foot of the stairs. We'll go upstairs and watch the fire from the other side. After saying that, he threw a knife to Urguzi and opened the car door first. Looking down at the 40 individuals marching toward the school gate, Lin Xiu once again witnessed the earlier scene. The 40 people walked closely together, and the outermost henchman wielded a machete, continuously swinging it. Yet no matter how much commotion they caused, the zombies outside seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing on their own path. Urguzi's eyes widened while Zhang Jiai suddenly enlightened, saying, no wonder when I sensed earlier one person's signal strength was flickering, it turns out to be like this. Just at that moment, Xie Qinglin suddenly looked up, seemingly discovering Lin Xiu once again, causing the 3 to immediately crouch down. Lin Xiu then asked, what did you find? Zhang Jiai nodded and replied, if I'm not mistaken, this person's ability should be able to shield my reconnaissance or block everyone's perception. Lin Xiu thought of Xie Qinglin's panel from before, frowning as he said, indeed, his ability is mental shielding. The fact that this group of zombies cannot see them already indicates a problem. Urguzi raised his eyebrows and said, so if we let them go, can they leave safely? Will the attracted zombies see them? Zhang Jiai looked at Lin Xiu with confusion. If the special zombies cannot see them, wouldn't that mean they are inviting trouble upon themselves? However, Lin Xiu was extremely confident about this. Not to mention anything else, even Zhang Jiai's class ability assessment couldn't evade the perception of special zombies. With his class mental shielding, how could he hope to evade special zombies? His ability must be rated at least B on the system panel. Lin Xiu shook his head and said, rest assured, if he were that strong, he wouldn't be able to bring so many people to school. He could easily enter any shopping mall without worry. The two considered this and found his reasoning valid, feeling relieved. At this moment, the 5-minute sensing gap for Zhang Jiai had passed. After slightly closing her eyes, she suddenly said seriously to Lin Xiu, one zombie has already arrived and 2 others are moving slower. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu and Urguzi's eyes lit up. Just then, a roar akin to a lion suddenly erupted from outside the school. Roar. The 3 immediately stood up to look out the window. They were currently on the 6th floor of a commercial building at the school gate, and they could clearly see the scene at the gate over 100 meters away. Xu Chongbin and his group had now left the school and arrived at the road by the school gate. The sudden roar stunned them momentarily. At the same time, Xu Chongbin suddenly looked at Xie Qinglin as the warnings about the special zombies were issued by him, which is why they had been smooth sailing until now. However, upon seeing Xie Qinglin's pale face, he knew that they were truly in trouble today. What happened? Xu Chongbin asked anxiously, but Xie Qinglin did not respond at all. Instead, he shouted to the brother who had just closed the school gate, quick, open the door. We need to retreat. Hurry. Hearing Xie Qinglin's words, the faces of everyone present changed. The brother who had just closed the school gate immediately rushed to push the door. However, it was too late. Just as Xie Qinglin was speaking, a black object the size of a basketball enveloped in dark mist crashed into the crowd. The henchmen struck by it had no time to react, and their bodies emitted a sizzling sound. Ah! The screams suddenly erupted, but the cries of those hit did not last 2 seconds. Their bodies were melted away, collapsing to the ground. Everyone scattered in horror. Xie Qinglin's mental shielding seemed to have failed at that moment, and the surrounding zombies immediately noticed the large crowd here, starting to rush towards them frantically. Immediately after, the black mist-emitting spherical object made another sound, and countless black mists suddenly spread out. The brothers who failed to dodge inhaled the black smoke and collapsed within 2 seconds. Only then did everyone present see that the black sphere was actually a skull. Xu Chongbin widened his eyes and glanced at the fallen henchman before putting down the corpse on his back and shouted, don't panic. First deal with the ordinary zombies. Others opened the door. We need to retreat. Saying this, Xu Chongbin was the first to move forward. As he walked, his arms were gradually covered in black until black stripes appeared all over his face. He stomped on the skull underfoot, glaring at the direction from which the head was flying. However, he had not yet figured out what was going on when those brothers who had inhaled the black mist began to rise again. But this time they had completely transformed into zombies. As a leader navigating the apocalypse with a group of henchmen, he naturally did not take the time to carefully check whether they had truly turned into zombies. Facing his former henchman, Xu Chongbin's response was merely a series of massive punches. His punches were incredibly powerful, and almost every strike would crush a zombie's skull, forcing Lin Xiu to reassess his strength again. However, just after he had dealt with his henchman, another head came flying toward him from the original direction. Shu Chongbin's eyes widened, and the black stripes on his face sealed his mouth and nose. He boldly stepped forward and punched at the flying head. Bang! With a loud explosion, the flying head burst apart, and the black smoke evaporated in an instant. However, Shu Chongbin's retracted fist was now emitting black smoke, seemingly corroded. At this moment, the direction Shu Chongbin had been vigilant about finally revealed a figure exposing its entire body. Upon seeing this figure, not only Shu Chongbin, but even Lin Xiu in the distance was momentarily stunned. Because the shape of this special zombie was not human but a dog. Its fur was pitch black, yet its eyes emitted the same black smoke as the flying head. Its body was nearly 2 meters long. Even standing on all fours, its height exceeded 1 meter. Just standing there was enough to instill fear in everyone. Worse yet, its abdomen appeared swollen, as if pregnant, emitting a transparent red glow like flowing magma. At this moment, upon seeing Shu Chongbin covered in black stripes, as if provoked, it let out a tremendous roar and opened its massive mouth. In the next moment, as its abdomen writhed, a black sphere was expelled, hurtling toward Shu Chongbin. Spitter level: Hero Strength C, Elite Agility B, Hero Stamina C, Elite Ability. Its massive mouth can tear apart any prey, leaving only the head of the consumed prey as a bullet to spit out toxic poison. Weakness: its abdomen is the storage location for ammunition and also its most vulnerable area. With a limited supply of ammunition, the spitter will choose to retreat if it has not dealt with the enemy once its ammo runs out. Looking at the data on this spitter, Lin Xiu turned his head to Zhang Jiai. Upon noticing Lin Xiu's gaze, Zhang Jiai met his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiu twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "You mean this thing is only a bit stronger than the previous zombies?" Zhang Jiai pouted and replied, "According to my sensing, it really is only a bit stronger than the zombies we encountered at school." Lin Xiu shook his head and said no more. His only hope now was that this spitter could deal with Shu Chongbin and the others before exhausting its ammunition and quickly leave. A zombie that can attack from such a long distance is indeed not something he can handle right now. It must be noted that from his vantage point above, he could clearly see that the distance of the first cannonball exceeded 500 meters. Even though he had a gun in hand, hitting a target required at least a distance of 100 meters. More importantly, the systems panel had an outrageous flaw: it never provided detailed information. From what he observed earlier, he could tell that the bullets fired by this spitter not only possessed strong corrosive properties, but the black smoke could also turn a person into a zombie upon inhalation. This alone was enough to elevate the threat level of this zombie by several grades, not to mention it was also a high-agility range shooter. Lin Xiu did not expect this zombie to be of the hero level, and Shu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin below certainly could not have imagined that either. However, Xie Qinglin's mental shielding had a special sensing ability. Although not as impressive as Zhang Jiai's, he could still sense the strength and weakness of the enemy up close. This was somewhat similar to the accompanying ability in Lin Xiu's attribute enhancement, but Lin Xiu's sensing ability was simply too weak. At this moment, as Lin Xiu and the others observed from above, Shu Chongbin had already engaged in a fierce battle with the spitter. However, the manner of combat was something Lin Xiu had not anticipated. Faced with the bullets from the spitter, the already corroded Shu Chongbin realized that it was not wise to confront them heat-on with his fists. Therefore, he mimicked the spitter, immediately picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at the opponent as it fired. Although Shu Chongbin's agility was lower than Lin Xiu's, judging by his performance at this moment, Lin Xiu could conclusively determine that Shu Chongbin's strength and stamina attributes had at least reached the sea level. Seeing him easily lift a motorcycle with one hand, Lin Xiu felt that his strength attribute might very well have reached the hero level. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot oppose 4 hands. No matter how impressive he was alone, he could not withstand the countless ordinary zombies surrounding him. It was evident that after activating his abilities, ordinary zombies could not inflict any harm on him, whether they grabbed or bit him. However, the sheer number of ordinary zombies severely restricted his movements, and by the 10th confrontation, before he could throw the stone in his hand, he was struck by the spitter's cannonball. Clang! Unexpectedly, Lin Xiu did not hear the dull sound of flesh and blood colliding. Instead, a crisp metallic sound echoed. Shu Chongbin was knocked back several meters by the impact, yet none of the onlookers showed any signs of worry. Shu Chongbin stood up after rolling over as if nothing had happened, smashing the heads of several zombies with his fists before lifting a stone to engage the spitter. At this moment, Lin Xiu realized just how wise his decision had been to choose a gun over melee combat in the cafeteria. "See, my brother, quickly block these zombies. They're too much of a nuisance." Shu Chongbin threw another stone while issuing orders to Xie Qinglin, who helplessly shook his head and shouted, "No way. It's over there. I can't control it at all." Hearing Xie Qinglin's words, Shu Chongbin smashed a few more zombies, seemingly having made some kind of decision, and yelled at Xie Qinglin, "Then you disrupt it. They'll rush in and take care of it first." Without giving Xie Qinglin a chance to respond, he directly grabbed the motorcycle on the ground, tore off the corpse sitting on it, and started it up. Lin Xiu, who was far away on the 6th floor, heard the vague conversation between the two and instantly became alert, his gaze towards Xie Qinglin slightly changing. If Xie Qinglin could not only shield ordinary zombies, but also disrupt the actions of special zombies, then this ability was indeed not weak. However, at that moment, Zhang Jiai suddenly grabbed Lin Xiu's arm, her expression slightly anxious as she said, "Another zombie is coming." Lin Xiu nodded, looking at Zhang Jiai's tense and fearful expression with a hint of guilt. He tightly embraced her and said, "This is the apocalypse. For those who harbor hostility towards us, death is their only fate. You did the right thing, there's no need to feel this way." Zhang Jiai slowly hugged Lin Xiu, her frown beginning to ease. Lin Xiu smiled and patted her head, continuing, "If you can't let it go, just think of it this way. This plan was proposed by me, and all of this should fall on my shoulders." Zhang Jiai looked up at Lin Xiu, gently shaking her head. "No, it was me. No, it was us who did this. You needed me to do it." Seeing the determination in Zhang Jiai's eyes, Lin Xiu shivered slightly, a smile curling at his lips as he said, "Yes, I need you. From now on, I need you every single day." In this moment, even Guzi sensed the atmosphere and moved to a corner of the room, watching the scene below. However, the intense battle below seemed to leave no room for further exchange between the two. Just as they were about to lean in for a kiss, an explosion suddenly interrupted their intimacy. Boom. Big brother. Big brother. No one knew what happened, but when Lin Xiu shifted his gaze back to the battlefield below, a fireball suddenly erupted on the road. Shu Chongbin, riding the motorcycle towards the spitter, had vanished from sight, and the explosion came from the motorcycle he was riding. Lin Xiu glanced at the explosion of flames, then turned his gaze to Zhang Jiai in his arms. Zhang Jiai instantly understood Lin Xiu's meaning, but after a brief pause she shook her head and said, "He is not dead, he is still alive." Lin Xiu frowned. Although he did not know what had happened earlier, it was astonishing that Shu Chongbin was still alive after the motorcycle explosion. This made him marvel at Shu Chongbin's resilience, which was truly terrifying. But then he turned his attention to the battlefield below, suddenly realizing that the motorcycle must not have exploded for no reason. Sure enough, just as he thought of this, a strange cry suddenly emerged from the smoke produced by the explosion. The sound was like the scraping noise of an insect's exoskeleton, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately after, two figures suddenly jumped out from that cloud of smoke, leaving everyone present stunned. The first to emerge was, of course, the pitch-black figure of Shu Chongbin. However, at this moment, he was still covered in blood, and even the blackness of his skin had faded significantly. Big brother. Big brother. As they watched Shu Chongbin fly out, everyone started to call out, but the next moment, Shu Chongbin shouted at his younger brothers by the school gate, "Run." Everyone was taken aback, unable to respond in time, but then they were horrified to see two enormous pincers suddenly emerge from the smoke. Then the ground began to shake, and when the smoke cleared, a scorpion at least 5 meters long appeared right before everyone. Everyone stood frozen in place. Even Guzi and Zhang Jiai, safely observing from the 6th floor, fell into a daze. However, Lin Xiu did not freeze. As a man with a system by his side, he did not panic in such a situation. Instead, he immediately scanned the attributes of the scorpion. Earthbreaker level: hero strength, B hero agility, C hero stamina, B hero ability. The Earthbreaker possesses a special ability to burrow underground for ambushes and moves faster underground than on the surface. Its pincers and the poison stinger at its tail are its means of attack. Weakness: the Earthbreaker is excellent at ambushes. Its attacks from underground are undetectable and extremely deadly. However, its intelligence is usually lacking. When provoked, it tends to forget to burrow underground and engage in hand-to-hand combat on the surface, which it is not adept at. Another hero-level zombie. Lin Xiu frowned, suddenly feeling that he might have messed up this time. At that moment, not only was Lin Xiu anxious, but even Guzi beside him lost his confidence and said, "Should we go back? It's too dangerous here." Lin Xiu looked at Guzi, his brow furrowed. After a few seconds of hesitation, he shook his head and said, "It's not the right time to leave now. It seems I messed up this time. If they can't deal with these two zombies, they will definitely enter the campus, and we will have to face them." Hearing this, the two present paused slightly and fell into silence. Lin Xiu then raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Jiai, asking, "Jiai, is the last one here yet?" "It's here. However, its position should be right under the wall. Oh, we can't see it." As she spoke, Zhang Jiai pointed to a spot below the wall, only about 100 meters away from the frozen crowd. But the younger brothers standing at the school gate were still frozen in place due to the 5-meter-long scorpion in the distance. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow. At that moment, if he led everyone to leave, without a doubt things would be as he said. These zombies would directly enter the campus after dealing with this group of people, forcing them to confront them, and by then it would be self-inflicted harm. Instead, it was better to use this group of people as cover to deal with these zombies, which was the best choice at the moment. At the very least, there were still 2 ability users who could fight alongside him. With these 2 fighting along with his various enhancements and firearms, the odds were still in their favor. With this in mind, Lin Xiu stopped to observe the specific attributes of the last zombie before making plans. Just then, the thrown Shu Chongbin suddenly let out a roar and charged at the Earthbreaker again. However, this time Lin Xiu noticed that Shu Chongbin's arms had transformed into blades, the cold gleam on them seemingly sharper than his hearing. The vomiter in the distance ceased its spitting due to the emergence of the Earthbreaker, which relieved Shu Chongbin significantly. After a brief moment of daze, Xie Qinglin seemed to realize that the current situation was somewhat tricky, so he also joined the battle. "Cover me." After shouting, Xie Qinglin suddenly sat down. All the younger brothers understood the importance of the 2 ability users. They were not foolish and knew that if the ability users died, they too would be met with death. Thus, this group of men accustomed to fighting pulled out their knives with all their might. For a moment, the waves of zombies that came pouring in showed signs of faltering. Meanwhile, when Xie Qinglin sat down, the battle between Shu Chongbin and the Earthbreaker had already begun. With his hands transformed into blades, Shu Chongbin faced the Earthbreaker's enormous pincers without losing ground. In fact, due to his years of combat experience, he even gained the upper hand against the not-so-agile Earthbreaker. However, despite the Earthbreaker being described as having a not-so-smart brain, on Lin Xiu's panel, it still had its stinger at the tail. Once struck by this stinger, it would not experience the typical death from scorpion venom, but would instead be punctured into pieces by the half-meter-thick sharp spike. However, something strange occurred. Lin Xiu noticed that ever since Xie Qinglin sat down, the battle between Shu Chongbin and the Earthbreaker had become increasingly favorable. Several times the poison stinger that should have landed squarely on Shu Chongbin's head would miss. If it had been just once or twice, it could be overlooked, but when the Earthbreaker missed several times in a row, Lin Xiu immediately understood Xie Qinglin's role. However, while they had their cooperation, the zombies also had their own coordination. Just as Xie Qinglin and Shu Chongbin gained the upper hand, a roar suddenly erupted among the group of younger brothers. When Lin Xiu saw the small sound listener appear among the crowd, his pupils constricted. At that moment, the sound listener, which had been wreaking havoc among the crowd, suddenly paused. Then, as if it had grown eyes, it abruptly looked up, glaring directly at Lin Xiu. In the room, Lin Xiu suddenly shouted fiercely, causing Zhang Jiai and Guzi, who were also present, to be taken aback. However, Lin Xiu had already rushed out, opening the door and charging downstairs, forcing them to follow. "Damn it! How can it be a listener?" Lin Xiu cursed loudly, revealing the Tang Dao listener in his hand, his gaze filled with a hint of helplessness. At the moment the listener in the crowd looked up, he suddenly realized a serious issue. That is, he possessed the Tang Dao listener. Immediately opening the Tang Dao listener's panel, Lin Xiu focused on the final description, swinging his blade fiercely at the zombie ahead. Description: this weapon is condensed from the flesh and blood of a listener, so the listener will prioritize the holder of this weapon as their target. Please use it with caution. The listener will prioritize the holder of this knife as their target. In other words, once he is within the hearing range of the listener, he has already become their target. This is also why the listener, who was previously slaughtering in the crowd, suddenly stopped its movements and looked at Lin Xiu when he glanced at it. Because at that moment, he had been forcefully pulled into the battlefield. However, Lin Xiu had not anticipated that holding the weapon did not mean simply wielding it. Instead, possessing this knife already counted as being in a holding state. Glancing back at the 2 who looked confused and panicked, Lin Xiu said, "While descending the stairs, you 2 need to get out of here immediately and wait for me at the dormitory. Jai, use your ability to monitor the surroundings for any special zombies apart from these 3 and notify me at once." Seeing Lin Xiu's anxious demeanor, Zhang Jiai asked Lin Xiu, "What happened? Don't scare me." "Yeah, Brother Lin, you just scared me." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu hurriedly exchanged for a Glock 19 and handed it to Zhang Jiai, saying, "Take this gun, just in case. I can't protect you when you go back. I need to stay here and focus on my own safety." Zhang Jiai took the Glock 19, but suddenly burst into tears, her eyes turning red as she exclaimed, "Lin Xiu, what on earth happened? Don't scare me, please." Seeing the sudden outburst, Lin Xiu took a deep breath while slashing through the zombies blocking his way and quickly said, "Do you see this knife in my hand? It is formed from the listener, the very zombie we saw jump into the crowd earlier. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 froze for a moment, but quickly adjusted as they were aware of Lin Xiu's ability to synthesize. However, Lin Xiu continued, "The problem lies here. Once I obtained this knife, I was tainted by the listener's aura. From that moment on, all the listenings in this world will treat me as their primary kill target upon discovering me. What will you do then?" Zhang Jiai displayed a worried expression, and Guzi also showed urgency on his face. Lin Xiu glanced at their expressions and hurriedly said none of this is an issue. With this knife my damage against the listener is greatly increased and I know its weaknesses. But the key issue is with you here it could accidentally harm you. Do you understand? Lin Xiu looked at them fearing they might not understand, then rushed out of the building and immediately came to the van, opening the door while signaling them to get in. He said, moreover, this exposes our location and the other two zombies will find us here, making it even more dangerous. So I need you to leave and not hinder me. Hearing this, Zhang Jiai and Guzi were both momentarily stunned, but Guzi quickly understood the urgency of the situation, gritted his teeth, and jumped into the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu spent nearly 1,000 synthesis coins frantically throwing magazines into the back seat. What about you? Zhang Jiai, seated in the passenger seat, had tear streaks on her face, which made Lin Xiu feel quite speechless. Don't worry about me. When have you ever seen me in trouble? I have my trump card, but having you here could lead to accidental harm, understand? With that, Lin Xiu threw the last of the magazines, swiftly closed the door, and looked at Guzi, saying, these bullets in the back are for you. When you go back, don't skimp on them. Once you return to the dormitory, gather people and start clearing out the ordinary zombies from the dormitory towards the school gate. Guzi nodded heavily at Lin Xiu, then gritting his teeth slammed on the gas, leaving no time for Zhang Jiai to speak, and sped away. Phew. Watching the two leave, Lin Xiu let out a long breath and then swept the listener, clearing the surrounding zombies. At this moment, he had no intention of joining the battle. Given his current attributes, fighting against a hero-level listener would likely lead only to a bloody defeat. Therefore, his current goal was to frantically clear out the ordinary zombies to stack the layers of the Berserker. As long as the layers of Berserker increased, and with the effects of Zombie Slayer and Quick Attack Elite, even a hero-level listener would not intimidate him in the slightest. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated, swinging the listener fiercely, and began to wield his blade against the zombies in the commercial area. Just as Lin Xiu started to stack layers of Berserker, the crowd at the school gate had already fallen into a completely passive state. A lackey without abilities had no qualifications to fight against a hero-level listener, which was already a daunting task for Lin Xiu. In just one encounter, the remaining 20 or so brothers had directly lost 6. Watching those 6 being cut into 5 pieces in a single blow, even those who weren't attacked were so frightened that their legs went weak. At this moment, Xie dared not be careless. Opening his eyes to look, he immediately closed them and shouted at the others, all distracted. You all hurry up. But he hadn't even started fighting when in the distance, Shu Chongbin was already sent flying. Without Xie Qinglin's interference, how could the injured Shu Chongbin contend against the fully powered Earthbreaker? In merely 5 seconds, he was injured again. But just at this moment, the flying and falling Shu Chongbin suddenly burst into laughter as he looked at the 3 special zombies around him. It's him. That damn kid. Huh. I never expected that after decades of navigating society, I would be outwitted by a brat. Hearing this, even Xie Qinglin, who was far away, shuddered slightly. Only after Shu Chongbin's reminder did he realize how coincidental this was. It was all a setup. In their despair, the two revealed a fierce determination. Although they realized it was a trap, it was at this moment that they gathered their strength. The more adverse the circumstances, the more they must rise to resist. This was the fundamental reason they had survived until now in this apocalypse. Shu Chongbin suddenly leaped up, his dual blades reverting back, shouting at the crowd behind him, who has any food to throw to me? None of his subordinates responded, as they were currently facing the disrupted listener, completely unable to spare any attention. However, Xie Qinglin closed his eyes, feeling around his body, and pulled out a squashed piece of bread from his back pocket, tossing it over. Shu Chongbin caught the bread, tore open the packaging, and astonishingly swallowed it whole, without even chewing, then dashed towards the Earthbreaker once more. While running, Shu Chongbin's blade manifested again, but this time a deeper black hue appeared on his weapon. If one observed closely, they would notice that the black stripes which had faded from his face were now climbing back up. Squeak! The Earthbreaker's limbs flailed, and its sharp mandibles produced a series of screeches, seemingly displeased by Shu Chongbin's provocation. Clang! In the next moment, the giant pincers collided with the blades, and Shu Chongbin's dual blades actually held off the Earthbreaker's massive pincers. This single clash caused the ground beneath Shu Chongbin to tremble violently, even creating fine cracks in the surface he stood upon. Die for me! Shu Chongbin roared, suddenly lifting his hands surprisingly, sending the Earthbreaker's pincers flying. More importantly, the once unbreakable black pincers now bore a long white scar from this cut. Squeak! This blow did not injure the Earthbreaker, but it felt humiliated. Its proud shell had been breached by a human. But Shu Chongbin did not care for such concerns. Having just replenished his energy, it was the peak moment for him. If he did not seize this opportunity to turn the tide, death was all that awaited them. Clang! 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 The dual blades clashed with the Earthbreaker's pincers, stabilizing the situation. In the distance, the spitter stood idly, seemingly watching curiously. However, among the crowd facing the listener, the situation was still tilted heavily in one direction. Despite Xie Qinglin's interference, 10 minutes had passed, and they had not inflicted a single injury on the listener, while the number of subordinates had dwindled to under 10. Although the listener was disrupted, it was a fast-moving zombie, and its long blades gave it a significant advantage over the short knives they wielded. At this moment, they seemed to have discovered the pattern of the listener's attacks. As they moved, they all slowed their steps, with some even holding their breath. However, they clearly underestimated the power of the elite-level listener. Even with the sounds of Shu Chongbin and the Earthbreaker clashing in the distance, it could still hear the heartbeat of everyone within 10 meters. If it weren't for Xie Qinglin choking it, it would have long since wiped out everyone present. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xie Qinglin could no longer suppress the listener and coughed loudly. In that instant, whether it was the subordinates blocking the ordinary zombies outside or those facing the listener, all turned pale with shock. As the listener freed from suppression and hearing Xie Qinglin's cough, let out a shrill scream and charged towards the source of the sound. Xie Qinglin, seeing the listener rush towards him, quickly covered his mouth, but the coughs continued unabated. As the listener's blades were about to slice through his body and despair flickered in his eyes, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! Clang! The distant gunshot echoed, the bullet striking the listener's blade and producing a sharp sound, prompting the synthesized listener to let out an intense howl. Immediately after, gunshots rang out continuously. Bang! 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 12 shots in a row without any pause. Lin Xiu had removed the suppressor from his Glock 19 to affect the listener. Although his aim was lacking, only the first shot hit the listener. Each shot forced it to step back. After expending a magazine, Lin Xiu swiftly retracted it into the system space, then immediately summoned a new magazine and fired again. At this moment, both Shu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin reacted, staring intently at Lin Xiu 100 meters away. It's you. Shu Chongbin swung his dual blades, shouting angrily at Lin Xiu, but Lin Xiu shouted back at Xie Qinglin, "How long are you planning to just sit there?" With that, he sprinted towards the school gate, while continuing to pull the trigger to distract the listener. At the same time, he drew out the Tang Dao, listening. The listener, already sensitive to Lin Xiu's presence, let out a screech upon noticing the Tang Dao in his hand. It disregarded the gunfire entirely and charged directly at Lin Xiu. Seeing this, Xie Qinglin urged everyone to enter the school, while shouting at Lin Xiu, "I need a break. 5 minutes. Cough, cough. 5 minutes. Lin Xiu cursed loudly, but his Glock 19 did not hesitate. He had acquired 5 Glock 19 models from the gym, and this was the 4th he had synthesized. Bang, bang, bang. As the listener drew closer, Lin Xiu's aim improved. In fact, more than half of this magazine's 12 bullets had already hit the listener. However, the hero-level listener was absurdly agile. Even as they moved towards each other, it could deflect the bullets aimed at it with a flick of its hand. Yet the suppression of gunfire meant that no matter how fast it charged, it could only remain 5 meters away from him. Interestingly, thanks to the existence of the system space, every time Lin Xiu emptied a magazine, he could directly summon a new one from inside the gun, achieving a 0.1 second reload. Each shot fired, even if the bullet was sliced by the listener, would still stack an additional layer of his rampager effect. Thus, at this moment, Lin Xiu was in no rush to attack, as he still had 3,000 synthesis coins on him. He could easily use this strategy to elevate his attributes back to the hero level, at which point he could effortlessly take down the listener. Due to Lin Xiu's intervention and the disturbance caused by the distant spitter, the previously one-sided situation suddenly became evenly matched. At this moment, neither Shu Chongbin nor Xie Qinglin questioned whether Lin Xiu had summoned these zombies. After all, with a chance to survive, no one would think of choosing death. Lin Xiu pulled the trigger one shot at a time, following his own rhythm, while simultaneously opening his attribute panel. Host Lin Xiu, Title Master of Decapitation, Zombie Slayer, Swift Attack, Elite Berserker, Stealth Killer, Cold-Blooded Strength, C. Elite Agility, B. Hero Endurance, C. Elite Attributes, Recovery Enhancement, C. Sixth Sense, C. Matter Energy Perception, D. Skills Proficiency in Cold Weapons Synthesis Coins 3122. With the boost from his title as Swift Attack Elite, Lin Xiu's agility attribute directly reached the hero level. Both strength and agility were only a hair's breadth away from reaching the full hero level. At this moment, Lin Xiu with his attributes surpassed all except the agility of the level listener. However, to be safe, Lin Xiu did not stop pulling the trigger. In fact, as he was so close, his rate of fire increased slightly. Ding! All attributes advanced to hero level, gaining temporary ability expansion of the 5 senses. With the system's prompt, Lin Xiu finally sheathed the infinite bullets Glock 19 in front of the incredulous gaze of Xie Qinglin. In the next moment after the gunfire ceased, the listener, who had long been unable to endure, let out a fierce howl and pounced toward Lin Xiu. A distance of 5 meters was merely an instant for the listener who was nearly at the level and on the verge of breaking into the epic level. However, Lin Xiu, also reaching level agility, exhibited an abnormal reaction speed under the ability of 5 senses expansion. Even Xie Qinglin far away could not clearly see the movement. The listener's sharp claws collided with the listener in Lin Xiu's hands. Ding! A crisp sound of collision rang out, surprising Lin Xiu slightly. It should be noted that one major characteristic of the listener is its ability to absorb all surrounding sounds. Normally when swinging it, even if someone coughed at it, others would not hear any sound, but during the fight with the listener it surprisingly failed to work. However, just as Lin Xiu was puzzled, the listener which had collided with him suddenly screamed and stopped its attack, choosing instead to cover its ears. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu realized that his listener had not failed, rather it had a targeted effect when dealing with the listener. With a smile slowly spreading across Lin Xiu's face, he began to slash fiercely at the listener. Ding, ding, ding. Oh. Each collision produced a sound that was not loud but exceptionally crisp. Yet it was this unique frequency that caused the listener who had previously rampaged through the crowd to struggle in agony at this moment. If it were to accept Lin Xiu's sword, the sound targeting it would ring out immediately. However, if it refused, the sharp blade of the listener would slice through its skin with each strike. This scene left Xie Qinglin, who was watching from a distance, in a stupor. Although he had sensed Lin Xiu's potential strength initially, he had never expected Lin Xiu to be powerful enough to confront this listener head-on. Moreover, in terms of both strength and speed, he was not at all inferior to this listener, and with the help of the Tang Dao in hand, he was directly pressing the listener into a disadvantage. That knife. Xie Qinglin's gaze fell on the listener, and he could clearly feel that the energy being emitted from the knife was far more powerful than when he had seen it in the cafeteria. Conversely, in Xie Qinglin's eyes, although Lin Xiu was strong, he did not sense any response from Lin Xiu that indicated he was an ability user. Furrowing his brow, Xie Qinglin fell into thought. At this moment, the situation stabilized, and finally, with Xie Qinglin offline, he began to piece together the entire sequence of events. After encountering Lin Xiu, his group was forced to leave only to be blocked at the school gate by 3 special zombies. If he were to say that there was no mischief from Lin Xiu, he would never believe that such a coincidence could happen. Furthermore, and more critically at this moment, he still felt a sense of being watched. This meant that there were likely other ability users within this school, probably other perceivers like him, but the opponent's abilities were far stronger than his own. Xie Qinglin indeed felt some regret. At the very least, he should have stopped him when Shu Chongbin was furious in the cafeteria, so as not to let his group encounter such a predicament. However, upon a change of thought, Xie Qinglin felt a sense of relief. After all, Lin Xiu's appearance was enough to show that the current situation was not what Lin Xiu wanted to see. Although Xie Qinglin did not know how Lin Xiu had attracted the zombies, the current situation clearly exceeded all expectations. "Do your 5 minutes only end when I kill it?" Just as Xie Qinglin was pondering, Lin Xiu's roar from a distance pulled him back. While Lin Xiu wanted to directly kill this listener to shock them, he found that this listener was exceedingly clever. Although his listener could subdue it, its defenses were exceptionally intricate. When he struck non-lethal points, the listener would not resist at all. However, as soon as he aimed for its neck or heart, it would recklessly accept the blow, knowing it would be shaken by the noise of the listener. Thus, although it seemed that Lin Xiu had the upper hand, in reality, it was a standoff where neither side could take the other down. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Xie Qinglin felt embarrassed to maintain his composure. Glancing at Shu Chongbin, who was still battling the cracking earth, Xie Qinglin immediately sat down, shifting his focus toward Lin Xiu. Instead of assisting in the disadvantaged phase, it would be better to directly eliminate the weaker side to liberate more combat power for greater victory. Just as Xie Qinglin began to interfere, Lin Xiu first sensed the unusual behavior of the listener. Not to mention the opponent's agility abruptly declining, he had just slashed off one of the listener's wrists with a single stroke. Oh! The listener, feeling the intense pain in its wrist, let out a howl. However, the flying wrist vanished before Lin Xiu could even retract his weapon. Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback, and at that moment a blue halo suddenly appeared on the Tang Dao listener. The flying hand under this blue halo was directly vaporized, ultimately merging into the listener. Watching the struggling and retreating listener along with the sudden tremor in the listener in his hand, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Lin Xiu's face. The battle had already been declared over after the listener's arm was severed. Especially upon witnessing the flesh and blood of the listener being directly consumed, Lin Xiu's attack frequency became even more frenzied. The Tang Dao named listener in his hand seemed to sense the joy of promotion, emitting a fierce sound of slicing through the air with each swing. To his astonishment, Lin Xiu discovered that in the ongoing confrontation, the listener's claws, which were originally evenly matched with his blade, had all shattered after just 3 of his strikes. The listener let out a desperate howl as its severed flesh and the blood flowing from its wounds all surged toward the Tang Dao listener. At this moment, even without the suppression of Xie Qinglin, Lin Xiu believed it couldn't last much longer. However, just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, his sixth sense suddenly stirred a warning in his heart. Lin Xiu suddenly retreated, thinking that the listener was preparing to counterattack as it was dying, but from a distance a shout from Shu Chongbin echoed, "Be careful." Looking out, Lin Xiu saw the spitter, which had been idle, suddenly stimulated by something and spewing forth dozens of black orbs. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, but he did not panic. With his full hero-level attributes, escaping this area of bombardment was a piece of cake. Thus, upon seeing the spitter's attack, Lin Xiu did not retreat, but instead closed in. First, he beheaded the listener, then leaped high, directly bursting out of the school. Just as he landed outside the school, the black orb attack from the spitter just grazed above his head. However, despite his high agility, the group of little brothers at the school gate was not so fortunate. The black skulls exploded like bombs among the crowd, instantly engulfing the remaining 10 members of the team in black smoke. They did not even have time to scream before losing their lives, with only Xie Qinglin, who hid in the security room, to cover for Lin Xiu, escaping unharmed. In the distance, the listener's corpse continuously melted, flying towards Lin Xiu's listener, even leaving a long trail of blood in the air. As this bloodline fully merged into the listener, a familiar notification sound rang in Lin Xiu's ears. Ding. You have killed the listener hero level and received 5,000 synthesis coins. Ding. Tang Dao listener has advanced. Please check the item panel. The reward of 5,000 synthesis coins made Lin Xiu slightly pleased, but when he discovered that this kill yielded only this reward, his joy diminished considerably. Even the effort to slay the surrounding zombies had increased significantly. It seemed that special attribute rewards were only found during the first kill of a zombie, and only synthesis coins were the fixed reward for killing special zombies. Roar! While Lin Xiu pondered, the spitter roared from a distance, and once again balls of black smoke flew toward him. Although he did not understand why the spitter was attacking him, this clarified his next target choice. Watching the black smoke balls rush towards him, Lin Xiu first swept the listener to clear all nearby zombies, then picked up the listener, and like playing baseball, struck the black smoke ball fiercely. Smack! Under Lin Xiu's hero-level strength and agility, the black smoke ball was sent flying. Moreover, with Lin Xiu's deliberate aim, the black smoke ball accurately smashed down onto the head of the earthshaker. Squeak! Shu Chongbin, who had been on a downward spiral, was about to be hit by the tail spike when Lin Xiu's strike fortuitously blocked it. Not only did it repel the earthshaker's tail spike, but it also struck heavily on its head. The corrosive effect of the black smoke ball instantly caused white smoke to rise from its head, and as it screeched, Shu Chongbin seized the opportunity to quickly retreat to Lin Xiu's side. The two exchanged glances, and before Lin Xiu could speak, Shu Chongbin preemptively said, "I can't hold on anymore." Lin Xiu's eyes widened. He dared to approach because he had two ability users cooperating, yet now, just as he began, one was hiding in the security room, and the other immediately told him he couldn't do it. Is this something a human would do? Hearing this, Lin Xiu prepared to turn and leave. Although he now possessed full hero-level attributes, he truly had no confidence in directly confronting two hero-level zombies. After all, just from the information on the system panel, one could see how troublesome these two were, not to mention that the information on the system panel was usually not comprehensive. Seeing Lin Xiu's movements, Shu Chongbin panicked. Now that the brothers were all dead, only he and Xie Qinglin remained alive. If Lin Xiu left again, they would truly have to wait for death. Lin Xiu punched and killed an approaching ordinary zombie. Noticing that Lin Xiu had also halted his strikes, Shu Chongbin gritted his teeth and said to Lin Xiu, "But if you have something to eat, I can still fight." This had already exposed his trump card after all. Although ability users had all sorts of strange abilities, there were always various negative effects. Just like Zhang Jiai, whose ability had a wide range and strong perception, but once used recklessly, it would not only reveal his position and attract zombies, but also render his perception ineffective for 5 minutes. Once such flaws were exposed, if targeted, it would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Shu Chongbin, revealing his flaws at this moment, undoubtedly served as a bargaining chip to make Lin Xiu stay and fight. Shu Chongbin's words made Lin Xiu raise an eyebrow. After looking at him seriously, he countered, "Are you saying you need to eat to use your abilities?" Shu Chongbin nodded. Having already exposed it, he decided to be straightforward and said, "The more I eat, the stronger my combat power becomes. It's that simple." Lin Xiu's eyes widened, revealing a look of helpless laughter. But at that moment, he understood why his ability, despite appearing so powerful, was still rated as level. In this apocalyptic era, food was the most scarce resource, and his ability relied on eating to exert its power. No wonder it was rated as a level ability. As he swept the listener to clear the zombies ahead, Lin Xiu casually tossed a piece of bread in front of him and asked, "Is this enough?" Shu Chongbin was taken aback as he had not seen where Lin Xiu had pulled out the bread from. Lin Xiu didn't care. Regardless, after dealing with the zombies, he would definitely take care of it, so he made no effort to hide. It was Shu Chongbin's gaze at that moment that made him think Shu Chongbin was looking down on his stinginess. Thus, in the next instant, in the astonished expression of Shu Chongbin, Lin Xiu directly threw 2 boxes of bread at his feet and shouted, "Here. Not enough. I dare you to finish it." While the two were conversing, the distant spewer had already prepared its next cannonball, charging towards them, while the Earthbreaker, struck in the face, also rushed towards them. Lin Xiu's expression grew serious, no longer in the mood to watch Shu Chongbin eat bread, and in a flash, he had bolted over 100 meters away. Shu Chongbin was quick to react, tearing open the bread bag in his hand, swallowing the bread whole, and then grabbing a box of bread in each hand as he fled to the side. Boom. The black smoke ball from the spewer was grand in momentum, yet its tangible effect was minimal. On the contrary, the seemingly slow Earthbreaker, upon reaching the spot where the two had been jabbed, its tail spiked lightly, directly destroying the entire road. Lin Xiu glanced at the distant spewer and turned to Shu Chongbin, saying, "This is up to you too." "Got it." Shu Chongbin did not waste words. He punched through the bread box, and seeing the steaming bread inside, a look of surprise crossed his face as he recalled Lin Xiu's earlier words in the cafeteria, his expression growing complex. It seems he really didn't need the supplies from the cafeteria back then. Sighing inwardly, Shu Chongbin had no time for sentimentality at that moment. He opened his mouth wide, tipping the entire box of bread into it. Unbelievably, his mouth, with its peculiar structure, managed to swallow the fist-sized bread without any obstruction, all of it sliding down into his belly. At this moment, the Earthbreaker seemed to realize its attack had missed. Letting out a shriek, it adjusted its direction, turning its massive pincers towards Shu Chongbin. Shu Chongbin, having just consumed an entire box of bread, was brimming with energy, and even his face, which had merely been marked with black stripes, was now completely enveloped in black. Clang! A metallic crash echoed as a giant fist collided with the enormous pincers. The originally small Shu Chongbin, with this strike, forcefully pushed the Earthbreaker back 2 steps, leaving it somewhat stunned. It naturally couldn't comprehend why this human, whom it had previously pressed down and rubbed against the ground, suddenly possessed such great strength. "Huh, this feels great," Shu Chongbin shouted with glee, his transforming giant fist wildly swinging. Lin Xiu observed Shu Chongbin's movements, slightly tilting his head as he opened the attribute panel. He had never expected that after eating a box of bread, Shu Chongbin's strength had directly reached the B hero level. To be clear, he had spent a full 10 minutes slashing zombies, then dealt with a hero-level listener, stacking the Berserker to nearly 2,000 layers just to achieve an all-attribute B status. Moreover, it seemed that from this moment on, no matter how his attributes increased, they could not surpass B to reach a level. Yet Shu Chongbin had jumped straight to this rating after consuming a box of bread. If not for noticing that his agility attribute had not changed and his endurance had directly dropped to E level, Lin Xiu might have cursed the system for its rating standard on the spot. Without endurance and agility, no matter how strong Shu Chongbin's power was, he would only be a reckless brute, posing no threat to him at all. Power affects attack and defense. Agility influences attack speed and reaction, while endurance is the most critical for persistence and vitality. Without endurance and agility, even with strength enough to kill someone with a single punch, if he could only throw 1 punch before exhausting himself, the next encounter would be just as tragic. Taking another glance at Shu Chongbin engaged in a clash with the Earthbreaker, Lin Xiu quickly refocused his thoughts on the distant spewer. Dodging one black smoke ball after another, and along the way slaying several zombies to ensure the duration of Berserker, Lin Xiu spent a full 50 seconds before finally arriving in front of the spewer. Roar! Seeing this human had actually evaded its attacks and reached him, the enraged spewer gave no opportunity and directly roared, swinging its front claws at Lin Xiu. The spewer stood on the balcony of a business building's 3rd floor with no other zombies around. Therefore, to maintain the effect of Berserker, Lin Xiu chose to face it head-on. Clang! The Tang blade met the spewer's sharp claws. The spewer, with only level strength, was evidently at a disadvantage against Lin Xiu's current level strength. Using the listener to block, he repelled the spewer's front claws, then twisted his wrist, the blade immediately arcing upwards to strike at its head. However, at that moment, his sixth sense issued a warning of danger once again, even more severe than when he had beheaded the listener. The sudden premonition forced Lin Xiu to retract and retreat swiftly, while his combat instincts, honed through proficiency with cold weapons, guided him to dodge the spewer's front and flick to the side. Just after he had narrowly evaded, a jet of black flame suddenly erupted from the spewer's mouth. Sizzling. The black flames, accompanied by thick black smoke, not only roared with explosive sounds as they shot forward, but also emitted a hissing, corrosive noise. The flames lasted only 2 seconds before stopping, but when Lin Xiu looked back at the spot he had just vacated, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This seemingly unremarkable flame had actually incinerated everything within a 2-meter radius in just 2 seconds. Whether it was metal railings or concrete floors, all that appeared before his eyes was a blank space. Damn it, this dog system. Lin Xiu inwardly cursed the dog system. Such a terrifying killing technique had not been mentioned at all on the panel, while the useless black smoke ball had a lengthy description. If it weren't for his sixth sense warning him, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. However, at this moment Lin Xiu had no time to curse anyone, as the spewer, having realized it hadn't hit him immediately, turned back towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at the spewer, which still had black flames at the corners of its mouth, without a second thought retreated, while promptly pulling out his Glock 19 from his system backpack, repeatedly pulling the trigger at the spewer. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps Lin Xiu's movements were too swift, or the spewer simply didn't realize this gun could harm it, as it was caught off guard and hit by Lin Xiu. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu lacked proficiency in shooting, and his aim was quite poor. Out of 3 shots fired at such a close distance, he only managed to hit once. Roar. Seeing the blood splatter from its body, the spewer let out an enraged roar at Lin Xiu. And right after Lin Xiu, who had already retreated beyond the spewer's fiery radius, felt his expression change once more. Without any hesitation at the sudden warning, Lin Xiu sprinted towards the side once again. However, the intelligence of the spitter seemed quite high. Having learned from the last time Lin Xiu fled, it kept its gaze locked onto him this time. The spitter was a highly agile zombie, sharing the same agility level of B as Lin Xiu, which rendered Lin Xiu's agility advantage completely ineffective in this encounter. Moreover, at this moment, as he dodged left and right, the sense of crisis from his sixth sense was only intensifying. The Glock 19 in his hand fired bullets madly, but the spitter, having learned from its previous encounter, also darted left and right, causing Lin Xiu's barrage to only graze it. Worse still, Lin Xiu realized that in this chase, he was actually getting closer to the spitter, nearing a mere 3 meters. Yet the distance exceeded its flame-throwing range, which made the warning from his sixth sense even more pronounced. The Tang Dao listening sound emitted a soft chime at this moment, and during this movement, it had completed its charging. With both creatures having reached the pinnacle of hero-level agility, the speed of the bullets posed no threat to them. Rather than holding the gun and letting it dodge, Lin Xiu decided to charge in directly and engage in close combat with listening sound. Just then, the spitter's mouth suddenly opened wide, and black flames shot toward Lin Xiu. At that moment, his sixth sense transformed into a lethal crisis. As Lin Xiu found himself with no way to retreat, a fierce expression suddenly appeared on his face as he raised listening sound, pointing the blade at the spitter. The sonic boom has an extremely long range and is incredibly fast. As long as his sonic boom struck the spitter's throat first, he would surely be able to neutralize this attack. However, this time his speed was a beat too slow, as the spitter's flames had already covered a radius of 2.5 meters when Lin Xiu raised listening sound. But just when Lin Xiu thought he was doomed, he oddly discovered that the flames only threatened within 2 meters, posing no threat to him beyond 3 meters. However, the warning in his heart did not dissipate. Just as he prepared to retreat, the lethal crisis surged again. Before Lin Xiu could react, a loud explosion erupted from within the 2-meter flames, and countless skulls engulfed in black flames surged towards him like a meteor shower. These skulls engulfed in black flames were beyond Lin Xiu's ability to withstand, and their sheer number, reaching dozens, instantly blocked all his escape routes. Yet Lin Xiu, still holding listening sound, did not give up. Although he could not touch them, the sonic boom skill did not require contact. Block it! Lin Xiu shouted fiercely, suddenly activating the sonic boom skill. But at that moment he discovered that this time the sonic boom did not produce the long sound as before, but rather a dull hum. The hum was akin to the roaring sound produced after a heavy blow to the head, causing discomfort. However, Lin Xiu noticed that this time his sonic boom skill only lit up with blue light on listening sound, and surprisingly, it produced no effect. Yet in the very next instant, just as the countless fireballs were about to collide with him, he was astonished to find that these fireballs were somehow halted midair. They seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, then fell to the ground, penetrating the floor before dropping to the next level. What the? Lin Xiu widened his eyes, and it wasn't just him. Even the spitter across from him appeared momentarily stunned, unsure why this was happening. However, as the danger signal from his sixth sense faded, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon the spitter's now deflated abdomen, realizing that this spitter had run out of ammunition. With this in mind, Lin Xiu grinned ferociously, seizing the moment. While the effect of raging berserker had yet to dissipate, he charged towards the spitter, and with a flash of the blade, a spray of blood erupted. Roar! With this strike, Lin Xiu directly severed most of the spitter's forelimb, and in a flash he stored it away in the system space. Seeing its arm disappear like that, the spitter let out an enraged roar, but having no bullets left in its abdomen, it turned to flee. Run. Do you think you can escape? Without a second thought, Lin Xiu pulled out the Glock 19 and began shooting. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the spitter with its forelimbs damaged had clearly slowed down, and Lin Xiu's accuracy with the sunset red shooting technique had improved. Although the bullets couldn't severely injure the spitter, they could refresh the effect of Raging Berserker, and during this chase Lin Xiu also found a moment to catch his breath. Remembering the earlier anomaly with listening sound, he opened its attribute panel. Tang Dao Listening Sound Level Hero Fusion Price 1000 Fusion Formula Tang Dao Listening Sounder's Corpse Ability 1 Listening sound will absorb surrounding noise when swung, allowing the user to enter a silent attack state. Ability 2, after absorbing sufficient noise, listening sound can detonate it, creating a sonic wave impact directly in front of the blade. Ability 3, listening sound increases the damage inflicted on the user by 50, and when damaged it can repair or evolve by consuming the flesh and blood of the listening sounder. Ability 4, listening sound can release absorbed noise in advance, forming a temporary sonic wave barrier to resist physical attacks with projectile paths. Special 1, the sharpness of this weapon increases by 30. Special 2, the agility of the weapon's holder increases by 30. Description: this weapon is forged from the flesh of the listening sounder, thus the listening sounder will prioritize the holder of this weapon as the target. Please use it with caution. Note this weapon cannot be fused again and is a unique equipment. Seeing the highlighted ability 4, Lin Xiu finally understood that the previous sonic boom incident was not due to an issue with listening sound, but rather he inadvertently triggered the sonic wave barrier ability amid the crisis. With this realization, Lin Xiu's heart settled, and he once again pursued the spitter, beginning to pull the trigger. However, after emptying the magazine in his hand, Lin Xiu chased after the spitter, abruptly striking down towards its tail with a swift slash. With one hit swiftly storing the tail in the system space, Lin Xiu came to a halt. For no other reason, at this moment the spitter seemed to realize it could not escape, so it chose not to flee, but instead joined forces with the distant Earthbreaker. As he came to a stop, the tail spike of the Earthbreaker came crashing down towards him. On the wide highway atop a massive scorpion stood a large black dog with broken forelimbs and a severed tail. Before these two creatures stood two motionless humans. Bang, bang, bang. Xu Chongbin dared not move, silently facing the two zombies opposite him. Lin Xiu also remained still, only occasionally firing his Glock 19 to eliminate the approaching zombies. The level of the Berserk had already exceeded 2,000, yet Lin Xiu helplessly discovered that his attribute enhancement was stuck at the B level, unable to progress further. Watching Lin Xiu reload another magazine, Xu Chongbin couldn't help but ask, "How are we going to fight now?" Lin Xiu glanced at him and asked, "Can you still fight?" From the system panel, it was clear that Xu Chongbin's strength attribute had once again dropped to level C. Clearly, even after consuming a box of bread, his sustained fighting time remained negligible. Lin Xiu was even more convinced that the system's level assessment of him was indeed accurate. Xu Chongbin was momentarily stunned, then opened the remaining box of bread and said, "Of course." He then poured the entire box of bread into his mouth. Lin Xiu twitched his mouth at this manner of eating, finding it hard to comprehend. However, seeing his power level soar once again, he refrained from mocking and instead said, "Have Xie Lin help me suppress the spitter. I'll take it out first, then we'll work together to deal with the Earthbreaker." Xu Chongbin was taken aback because during their previous conversation in the cafeteria, he had not mentioned any names to Lin Xiu. In fact, he still did not know Lin Xiu's name. But now not only had Lin Xiu revealed Xie Qinglin's name, but he had also named these two zombies. Xu Chongbin narrowed his eyes, replaying their encounters in his mind. The handgun without ammunition restrictions, the casually thrown bread, the peculiar Tang knife that could absorb zombies, and this ability to know others' names. In this moment, Xu Chongbin believed that the names Earthbreaker and Spitter were not ones he had named, but rather likely the true names of these creatures. Otherwise, by normal logic, the Spitter would have called him Big Black Dog or Hellhound, while the Earthbreaker could have simply been referred to as a large scorpion. There would be no need to give such convoluted names. Lin Xiu naturally had no idea that his casual words had triggered so many thoughts in the old hand Xu Chongbin. Thus, upon seeing that Xu Chongbin did not respond, Lin Xiu frowned after killing two more zombies with his Glock 19 and looked at him, saying, "What's the matter?" Xu Chongbin immediately came to his senses and quickly replied, "I'm fine, but Xie Qinglin." As he spoke, both their gazes fell outside the security room at the school. Their brothers had all turned into zombies due to the Spitter's attack and were now frantically banging on the security room's door. Lin Xiu frowned slightly and asked, "He can't use his ability if he can't see us." Xu Chongbin nodded, replying, "He must be within line of sight to use his ability." TSK. Lin Xiu clicked his tongue, casually tossing another box of bread, and said, "You handle this, I'll get him out." and find a safe spot. Shu Chongbin watched as Lin Xiu threw out another box of bread, his eyes narrowing before he nodded, though he did not immediately eat, indicating he still had limits. Lin Xiu paid no mind to that, his left hand gripping the Glock 19, while his right hand held the Tang knife, charging forward at breakneck speed. Seeing Lin Xiu move, the Spitter and Earthbreaker both let out roars. The Earthbreaker used its large pincers to grab a wandering zombie and threw it at its own back. The Spitter leaped up, suddenly biting off the head of this ordinary zombie, and before it could swallow, it already sprayed the head towards Lin Xiu. After throwing a zombie, the Earthbreaker immediately aimed its tail spike at Shu Chongbin. At this moment, Shu Chongbin, with plenty of food and back at his peak, would not let it succeed. The black energy gathered around his arms instantly transformed into giant hands, grabbing the incoming tail spike and yanking it down forcefully. The Earthbreaker, with only Blevel strength, when faced with Shu Chongbin's Blevel might, was nearly flipped over despite its massive size. Fortunately, it reacted in time, steadying its stance, and the Spitter sensed the current crisis. After seeing that the last cannonball had missed Lin Xiu, it immediately jumped off the Earthbreaker's back, biting onto an ordinary zombie, and quickly crafted another cannonball to shoot at Shu Chongbin. Looking for death, Shu Chongbin watched the incoming cannonball, suddenly letting go, then clenched his fist and punched towards the cannonball. Bang! The black smoke ball instantly exploded, scattering countless fragments, making hissing sounds against the surrounding cars and ground. But only he and the Earthbreaker remained unscathed. The scene fell back into a standoff, with the Spitter frantically devouring ordinary zombies to stockpile ammunition. Shu Chongbin's gaze fell on the security room, his heart jolting again. On this side of the highway, there was at least 200 to 300 meters distance from the security room, yet Lin Xiu had managed to arrive there within mere seconds and cleared out the zombies. Watching Lin Xiu grab Xie Qinglin and leap gently onto the roof of the security room, Shu Chongbin's brows twitched again. Although supernatural beings possess extraordinary abilities, that was only in certain aspects a conclusion he had drawn after encountering several supernatural beings. However, looking at Lin Xiu, he was somewhat stunned. In terms of speed, strength, combat skills, and stamina, he was far beyond anyone he had known. What are you dazing for? Suddenly, Shu Chongbin heard Lin Xiu's thunderous shout, and a gust of wind rushed toward him. When he came to his senses, he was horrified to find that the Earthbreaker's spike was already thrusting towards his head. Bang! Just as Shu Chongbin felt certain doom, he realized that the spike had missed and heavily struck the ground right next to his back. This scene felt all too familiar. In an instant, he shifted his gaze towards the security room. But as his gaze shifted, he was alarmed to find that Lin Xiu, who had been in the security room just a second ago, had now rushed to the side of the Earthbreaker. The dark blade, glimmering with blue light, elongated in an instant like a shooting star, leaving countless trails beside the Spitter. In less than 2 seconds, the Spitter, still in the act of spitting bullets, fell heavily with a scream. Ding! You have slain the Spitter hero and earned 5,000 synthesis coins. Ding! For the first kill of the special zombie Spitter, you have received a choice reward: agility level increase, attribute, enhancement, eye of insight. The kill reward and the choice reward for the first kill, but this time, there was no title activation. Raising his hand, Lin Xiu stored the Spitter's corpse in the system space, paying no heed to Xie Qinglin's surprised gaze, and retreated several dozen meters to check the choice rewards. There's no need to mention the agility level increase. Following previous conventions, he would undoubtedly choose the attribute enhancement this time. After all, Lin Xiu already knew that the enhancement of his three-dimensional attributes could correspond to synthesis, so he directly opened the description of the Eye of Insight. Then he decisively chose this skill. The so-called Eye of Insight allows Lin Xiu to perceive the weaknesses of his opponents. More importantly, it enhances his accuracy when using throwing or shooting weapons. This was precisely the function Lin Xiu needed the most. He had a gun in hand, but his shooting skills were like that of a novice, which left him in an awkward position. Although the accuracy boost provided by the Eye of Insight was certainly not as good as shooting proficiency at present, he had no better choice. At this moment, as if sensing Lin Xiu's prowess, the Landbreaker, which was battling with Shu Chongbin, suddenly turned and emitted a low, hoarse roar at Lin Xiu. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Lin Xiu, and even Shu Chongbin, who was engaged in combat with the Landbreaker, paused. Just as Lin Xiu prepared to retaliate, the Landbreaker suddenly thrust its scorpion tail wildly toward itself. Lin Xiu was unsure if this was its hidden attack, so he drew his Glock 19, retreating while shooting at the zombies along the roadside. However, just as Lin Xiu retreated to the roadside, preparing to wait for the Landbreaker's counterattack, he saw the Landbreaker suddenly swing its pincers and with a roar burrowed underground. The three people present were taken aback, and Xie Qinglin shouted at the two on the road, "It's gone. I can't sense it." Lin Xiu glanced at Xie Qinglin without speaking. He had little hope for his rather mediocre psychic ability. Instead, he pulled out his walkie-talkie and called Zhang Jiai, saying Jai has the zombie outside the school left yet. Zhang Jai, who had been focusing on the walkie-talkie, and the outside psychic immediately responded upon hearing Lin Xiu's voice. No. It's still right there, can't you see it? Right there. Lin Xiu frowned. It burrowed underground, we can't see. As he spoke halfway, Lin Xiu's sixth sense suddenly issued a warning. In that instant, he guessed the upcoming situation and immediately turned off the communication, leaping towards the nearby building. Boom. Just as Lin Xiu jumped, the ground beneath him shattered, and the landbreaker burst from the ground. At nearly the same moment, Lin Xiu left the ground. The massive pincers broke through the earth first. It seemed the landbreaker also had some sensory ability underground. Even before its face emerged, its pincers were already aimed at Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu would never allow such a level of ambush to hit him. As the pincers came rushing, he suddenly swung down with the Glock 19. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and with the current level and sharpness of the Glock, it only left a faint mark on the pincer, hardly even a scratch. Moreover, this mark only lasted for less than a second before being healed by the landbreaker's own ability. Lin Xiu thought to himself that the great endurance was indeed as impressive as rumored, but he decisively drew out his Glock 19. Since my slash couldn't inflict damage on you, surely the kinetic energy of my handgun can break through your skin. Bang, 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 bang. A volley of bullets was fired, but to Lin Xiu's astonishment, the effect of the gun was even less than the damage caused by his slash failing to leave any marks. As Lin Xiu switched between attacks, he was already lifted by the landbreaker, which had emerged from the ground to a height of 10 meters. The other massive pincer once again clamped down on him. Lin Xiu, standing on the pincer, exerted force with his legs stomping down hard, propelling himself upwards while causing the landbreaker to plummet downwards. Hiss! Boom! The landbreaker emitted an unwilling cry as its entire body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a tremendous roar. At that moment, Lin Xiu, high in the air, activated the Eye of Insight, locking onto it. However, just as Lin Xiu thought he could discern something with the newly acquired Eye of Insight, he discovered to his dismay that this excessively tough landbreaker had no visible weaknesses. What's worse was that this special zombie, which already excelled in endurance, had an extremely perverse recovery ability, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Endurance attributes enhance a person's stamina and vitality. Stamina is reflected in the ability to fight for extended periods without feeling fatigued. Vitality is demonstrated by how long one can endure after sustaining fatal injuries, as well as the recovery time after minor wounds. Compared to strength type and agility type zombies, Lin Xiu least wanted to face this type. Outside the library, even a great endurance devourer had taken him a long time to defeat, let alone this great endurance landbreaker. Especially since this landbreaker had a structure that reinforced its defenses, making it hard for him to penetrate. Even with the recovery effect of my berserker, dragging it out would only result in this landbreaker collapsing from exhaustion, while he still couldn't take it down. TSK. Lin Xiu clicked his tongue as he landed. Boom. With all three dimensions at the hero level, Lin Xiu fell from a height of over 10 meters, causing the ground to crack, while he only felt a slight pain in his foot. This made Lin Xiu even more convinced that hero-level psychics were likely akin to the superheroes in movies. As for epic level, and even the subsequent legendary level, they might truly become legends. However, just as Lin Xiu faced off against the landbreaker, contemplating how to deal with it, a sudden sound of a motorcycle starting echoed from the roadside. Lin Xiu turned sharply to see Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin already seated on a motorcycle speeding away into the distance. Damn! Lin Xiu immediately abandoned the landbreaker and chased after the two, even drawing out his Glock 19 to shoot at them. With the presence of the Eye of Insight, even at 300 or 400 meters, Lin Xiu had the possibility of a kill. Run, then die. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu aimed his gun at Xu Chongbin ahead and fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet, propelled by Lin Xiu's fury, sped towards the fleeing duo. But at the moment the bullet was fired, Xu Chongbin suddenly accelerated in the distance, causing the bullet that hit his forehead to instead strike his shoulder. A scream echoed as blood erupted from Xu Chongbin's left arm. Yet despite the pain, he let out a wild laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha, you brat. The green mountains remain, and the waters flow forever. I remember you. You remember what, you bastard?" Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xiu's bullets poured out furiously, but in his rage they began to go wildly astray as the motorcycle sped farther away. However, amidst Xu Chongbin's laughter, Lin Xiu suddenly laughed, as well, locking his gaze on Xu Chongbin as he activated his energy sensing. At the moment Lin Xiu marked, Xu Chongbin, Xie Qinglin's expression changed drastically. As a psychic ability user, he suddenly sensed an extraordinary mental force descending upon Xu Chongbin. Although it was just a fleeting moment, he knew someone had taken action against them. Moreover, this person was definitely not one of those who had been watching them before. At this moment, he couldn't comprehend how a small school not only housed a powerhouse like Lin Xiu, but also had at least 2 psychic ability users whose mental strength surpassed his own, which was simply unfathomable. Thus, upon sensing this mental energy, Xie Qinglin urgently warned Shu Chongbin, "Hurry, run. They have psychic ability users. They're about to attack us." Hearing this, Shu Chongbin's smile vanished instantly, and even ignoring the gunshot wound on his left shoulder, he slammed the accelerator. In the distance, Lin Xiu saw that his energy sensing mark had hit, and at that moment, he holstered his Glock 19. If he made such a commotion only to find himself trapped and let the damned ones escape, he would surely regret it deeply. However, after activating his energy sensing, Lin Xiu found that he could indeed observe Shu Chongbin, which relieved him. At this moment, the Earthbreaker had just caught up, launching a tail spike attack at Lin Xiu. He gently sidestepped, raising his hand to shoot the Earthbreaker, allowing his Berserker effect to continue before retreating again. Shu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin's departure was a mistake in Lin Xiu's battlefield control. But he hadn't expected that this Earthbreaker would inexplicably choose to attack him, the peripheral figure of the battlefield. Now the battle had fallen into a stalemate, with neither side able to kill the other, yet neither willing to cease their attacks, creating an infinite cycle of deadlock. With his Glock 19 continuously dispatching ordinary zombies, Lin Xiu suddenly paused, a thought striking him. Looking into his system backpack, he saw the M4A1 rifle that he had stored since the apocalypse began stirring something in his heart. While his Glock 19 was indeed a hot weapon capable of handling these ordinary zombies with ease, it was utterly inadequate against the Earthbreaker before him. If he could synthesize this elite-level rifle, perhaps the current situation could be completely reversed. Gazing at the long list of synthesis formulas for the M4A1 rifle as Lin Xiu prepared to take a gamble, his eyes suddenly froze, landing on another glowing purple synthesis formula below. He recalled that the materials for this formula were almost identical to the previous one, except the synthesis coin price was 1200, and there was a material marked with 3 question marks. However, at this moment, that question mark had transformed into the head of the spitter. Seeing this, Lin Xiu immediately opened his system backpack to examine the head of the spitter. Head of the spitter level heroic description: the head of a high-level zombie, which can be used to exchange for special strategic resources or synthesize high-level items. Special 1. When synthesizing throwing weapons, the weapon's accuracy is increased by 60. Special 2. When synthesizing explosive weapons, the weapon's damage radius is increased by 50. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's gaze sharpened, seemingly coming to a realization. Looking at his current 1300 synthesis coins, he took a deep breath, focused his thoughts, and chose to synthesize. In an instant, several items in the system backpack vanished, and the synthesis coins were promptly deducted. Suddenly, a black M4A1 rifle stained with blood appeared in Lin Xiu's hands. Ding! You have synthesized a heroic-level weapon, Butcher Rifle M4A1. Lin Xiu wasted no time, immediately stowing away his Glock 19 and checking the details of the Butcher Rifle. Butcher Rifle M4A1 level heroic synthesis price 1 synthesis formula M4A1 model numerous metal devourer heads flesh of the devourer flesh of the slaughterer arms of the slaughterer head of the spitter energy crystal core. Ability 1. The Butcher Rifle's power increases by 100 against zombies, decreases by 20 against fortifications and buildings, and overall damage is reduced by 50 in silenced mode. Ability 2. The damage of the Butcher Rifle is related to attack distance. The closer the attack distance, the higher the damage, up to 500, with a maximum range of 800 meters. Ability 3. The Butcher Rifle has unlimited ammunition, and during rapid fire there will be no jams or overheating. However, it can only be used for 3 hours each day, and the time cannot be accumulated. Ability 4. When firing, the Butcher Rifle has a 10 chance to trigger a piercing round that ignores the trajectory and directly hits the target, which cannot be blocked. Ability 5. The Butcher Rifle can store 2 grenades each day with a maximum limit of 10 grenades that can accumulate. Special 1. For each special zombie killed with the Butcher Rifle, a healing round will be obtained that can treat the severely wounded or enhance zombies. However, when used on zombies, the effect lasts only 1 hour. Special 2. The Butcher Rifle can connect with armor, allowing the damage dealt by the Butcher Rifle to heal the user of that armor at a conversion rate of 1. Special 3. The Butcher Rifle's grenade damage increases by 10 and the explosion radius increases by 100. Description: this is a unique heroic-level weapon that, when used properly, is capable of withstanding thousands of troops. Note, this weapon can be enhanced, but cannot increase its weapon level, and the usage time will decrease as enhancements are made. It is a unique equipment. Seeing these terrifying attributes, Lin Xiu's mouth dropped open in shock, nearly forgetting to swing his knife and losing the effect of Berserker. But the next second, Lin Xiu couldn't wait to look at the Earthbreaker, laughing maniacally. "Huh? You're definitely dead. I originally thought that this time the synthesis would merely turn the tide of battle, but unexpectedly, it directly determined the outcome. With the butcher rifle in hand, how could this small rift breaker still pose a threat? Lin Xiu shouted at the rift breaker, and before it even realized what was happening, he pulled the trigger. Tap, 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 tap. To prevent a decrease in power, Lin Xiu removed the suppressor from the barrel. What appeared to be just an M4A1 carbine was now emitting a sound akin to a heavy machine gun. The rift breaker looked at the butcher rifle in Lin Xiu's hands with indifference. However, just as it thought its shell would protect it again, green blood suddenly splattered onto its black carapace. Screech. Tap, 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 tap. The rift breaker let out a terrified shriek, unable to comprehend why this weapon could so easily tear through its shell. Lin Xiu, without any hesitation, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the rift breaker. The butcher rifle gave him the exhilarating feeling that it was only limited by time, not by ammunition. Moreover, this time limit accounted only for the firing duration of the bullets. In other words, this gun could continuously fire for a full 3 hours. No wonder the butcher rifle's description stated that if used correctly, it could withstand thousands of troops. The current rift breaker was the best testament to that. Bullets resembling those of a heavy machine gun formed a yellow chain in the air. The bullets traced along the rift breaker's back, directly reaching its tail, then back again to its head. In a mere 10 seconds, the entire rift breaker had been sprayed with nearly 100 rounds from the butcher rifle. For the not-so-agile and large rift breaker, the threat posed by this powerful butcher rifle was akin to an annihilation. However, although this rift breaker was foolish, it was not an idiot. When faced with Lin Xiu's lethal attack, it quickly reacted. This time it didn't even take the time to dig a hole, and directly ran towards the hole it had previously emerged from. But how could Lin Xiu let it escape? He immediately switched to the grenade launcher beneath the barrel, then activated his insight to aim. Almost the moment the rift breaker turned, he had already calculated the timing. Boom. A dull sound erupted as the lone grenade traced a white arc through the sky, finally landing squarely on the rift breaker's back as it was about to enter the tunnel. Immediately afterward, a violent roar resounded, the power of the grenade's explosion far exceeding Lin Xiu's expectations. Boom. The tremors from the explosion caused the ground to shake, even causing the tunnels previously dug by the rift breaker to collapse at that moment. The surging shockwave made it impossible for Lin Xiu to keep his eyes open. Though he knew that the weapon's power would increase as stated, this situation truly felt absurd. Is this a grenade? This is clearly a missile. Damn. After the shockwave passed, before Lin Xiu could act, the system's familiar notification sound rang out. Ding. You have killed the rift breaker hero, earning 5,000 synthesis coins. Ding. You have used a hot weapon to instantly kill a hero-level special zombie, earning the title Weapon Expert. Ding. First kill of the special zombie rift breaker, earning a choice reward: stamina, attribute, increase, attribute, enhancement, hard skin. Hearing the 3 system notifications, Lin Xiu wore a radiant smile. However, upon glancing at the zombies that had been dealt with by that grenade, he felt a twinge of concern. Lin Xiu first approached the large pit where the rift breaker lay. Tisk. Looking at the rift breaker, whose head had been completely blown off, leaving only 2 pincers and a tail, Lin Xiu tearfully collected the remaining limbs before hastily returning to the school. After completely locking the school gate, Lin Xiu cleared away the zombies at the entrance before returning to the security room to check his haul. First was the only title he earned this time. Just as he confirmed and accepted this title, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. Immediately afterward, countless pieces of knowledge related to modern weaponry flooded into his brain. After a full 10 minutes, Lin Xiu finally recovered, feeling astonished as he opened the detailed description of this title. Weapon Expert. Effect 1. As a weapon expert, your proficiency with all modern weapons increases, and you can understand their corresponding structure and principles upon contact. Effect 2. When using hot weapons, the weapon's power increases by 10. Effect 3. When you repair weapons, your proficiency will increase, and the probability of the repaired equipment having issues again is reduced. Seeing the effects of this weapon expert title, Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. This title was the only one among his several titles that was meant for assistance. Although there was a minor effect of increasing the power of hot weapons compared to effects 1 and 3, the ability of effect 2 could be completely disregarded. Even though he was now in the apocalypse and had witnessed the existence of superhumans as someone who had been educated in materialism since childhood, Lin Xiu always felt that the power of hot weapons would, without a doubt, be far superior to that of flesh and blood. Just like that escaping Shuchong Bean, who could even evolve a transformable metal within his body, yet in the end, he was still beaten senseless by the rift breaker. And this rift breaker, no matter how powerful, was still taken out with Lin Xiu's grenade. Thus, he was quite satisfied with this title, especially with the sudden influx of knowledge about modern weapons. Then Lin Xiu looked at this attribute enhancement and was equally pleased. Hard skin, as the name implies, would harden his skin. However, this attribute enhancement was a passive skill and only at D level. It merely provides defense against ordinary blade damage like that of a fruit knife. If he encountered an auditory seer or his own Tang knife, he would still be done for. Nevertheless, this skill could also be considered a roundabout improvement of his defense, and since its level could be raised, who knows, with some enhancement, he might be able to match the Rift Breaker. Thus, Lin Xiu unhesitatingly chose the hard skin attribute enhancement again. After all, although his current three-dimensional attributes were low, the numerous titles he possessed compensated for that. If he encountered a protracted battle, he would only grow stronger. So he did not have a strong demand for attributes. Instead, various titles and enhancements were his true favorites. However, it seemed that after dealing with all the zombies, Lin Xiu benefited from his misfortune. After confirming his choice of attribute enhancement, the system unexpectedly sent another notification ding. You have chosen the attribute enhancement hard skin. Your current attribute enhancement count is 5, earning a reward package. Ding. You have chosen the attribute enhancement of hard skin and your current enhancement quantity is 5, a reward package acquired. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter and opened the system backpack to select this reward package. However, just as Lin Xiu was about to open this package, he suddenly discovered something remarkable in the package's description. Skill package level epic description. This package can only be obtained through attribute enhancement rewards, and upon opening you will immediately gain an epic level mastery skill. Epic level mastery skill. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. So far he had only obtained one epic level mastery skill, which was the cold weapon mastery gifted in the beginner package. And this package would definitely grant him an epic level mastery skill. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu immediately chose to open the package. Ding. You opened the skill package and gained shooting mastery 1. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Lin Xiu's mouth dropped open. This time, it was truly a blessing in disguise. Not only did he obtain the title of weapon expert, but he also rewarded himself with a shooting mastery skill. This was a skill he had always wanted. Unfortunately, due to issues with the synthesis form, he had never known how to synthesize skills, so it had always been shelved. But this time it seemed he had suddenly found a way to acquire skills. That was the attribute enhancement package. Although the system did not provide further explanations based on the fact that every 5 titles could yield a package reward, this attribute package must be similar. And to obtain enhanced attributes, the necessary condition was to slay special zombies. Moreover, they were special zombies he had never seen before. More importantly, Lin Xiu suddenly concluded that the titles he had previously obtained were mostly related to these special zombies. Even the important synthesis materials were related to these special zombies. Additionally, in this apocalypse, the greatest threat to most people, or rather to the ability users, were only the special zombies. Therefore, Lin Xiu made an important decision at this moment. After quickly clearing the zombies in the school, he would immediately expand outside the school. Only by killing the most special zombies could he have a chance to grow. Of course, there was one more thing. He had to kill the fleeing Shu Chongbin and Xie Lin before they recovered their strength. Otherwise, the two ability users lurking in the dark would pose a threat comparable to that of special zombies to the unarmed students in the school. Moreover, the methods possessed by these two seasoned veterans were certainly more terrifying than those of special zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu suddenly activated his energy sense to check Shu Chongbin's location. Suddenly, Lin Xiu's right eye saw a different scene. His current field of vision came from directly above Shu Chongbin. The only flaw of this energy sense was probably that it fixed his vision directly above, although it could rotate, it couldn't observe in detail. After scanning the surroundings, he found that the two were currently in a warehouse, and there were no zombies nearby, so Lin Xiu ended the observation. Being able to sense their approximate location, while also gaining their perspective, meant that as long as Lin Xiu wanted to find them, there was nowhere for them to escape. Moreover, this time, using energy sense, even a mental ability user like Xie Lin would be utterly unaware of his probing. It was truly a ghostly technique. Just as Lin Xiu determined his next action target, suddenly gunshots echoed from afar, drawing near. By instinct, Lin Xiu immediately drew his Glock 19 and held it in his hand. However, this time, when he gripped the Glock 19, an incredibly familiar sensation instantly flooded Lin Xiu's mind. It felt just like when he first acquired cold weapon mastery and held the Tang Dao. At this moment, as he looked at the Glock 19 in his hand, countless data and thoughts suddenly appeared in Lin Xiu's mind. Muzzle diameter, bullet speed, trajectory, arc, wind force, humidity, target's movement speed, and so forth flashed through his mind in an instant. Listening to the gunfire, Lin Xiu stepped out of the security room, glanced back at the zombies blocked at the school gate, and casually raised his Glock 19 to pull the trigger. Ping! The silenced Glock 19 emitted a low sound, while outside the school gate 2 zombies had their heads blown apart by a single bullet. Seeing himself transform into a sharpshooter, a confident smile appeared on Lin Xiu's face. However, hearing the dense gunfire in the distance, Lin Xiu's thoughts suddenly shifted, and his gaze fell upon the dozens of zombies at the edge of his vision as he switched to the butcher rifle. He naturally raised the gun and adopted a standard shooting stance, but Lin Xiu did not immediately fire. Instead, he activated his inside eye to observe. But the next moment, Lin Xiu was stunned. At this very moment, it felt as if he had entered a sci-fi scene that would only occur in a game. Every zombie's head was marked with a bright red inverted triangle indicating that this was their weak point. Meanwhile, a blue trajectory line appeared at the muzzle of his gun, indicating the path of the next bullet. This trajectory line would change as Lin Xiu moved his gun, and at the end of the trajectory line was marked the low, medium, and high damage indicators. Moreover, with the movement of the trajectory line, it not only marked the bullet's landing point, but also displayed the current flight time of the trajectory line. And when this trajectory line pointed to the inverted triangle of the distant zombie, both the trajectory line and the weak point's inverted triangle lit up. Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he gazed at this scene, utterly shocked. But after a brief moment of astonishment, an overwhelming joy followed. Then, just as the zombie at the edge of his vision was about to disappear, he aligned the trajectory line with its weak point and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! As the bullet was fired, the trajectory line for this bullet suddenly contracted while the countdown above rapidly retreated. 1:23's Lin Xiu could barely see the countdown change. He only saw the rapidly shortening trajectory line, and the weak point marking of the distant zombie exploded. No, it should be said that the head of the distant zombie exploded just like that. The joy on Lin Xiu's face was beyond words. This time it truly was a blessing in disguise, a great windfall. This exhilarating feeling instantly addicted Lin Xiu. Since there was still enough time to use the butcher rifle, he directly raised the gun and began sweeping through all the surrounding zombies. Brother Lin, what's your situation? I've already cleared the path with my team. What was that explosion just now? Hearing Guzi's voice crackle over the walkie-talkie, Lin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. I've handled it. I don't need backup. Just stay safe. Huh. Damn impressive, Brother Lin. Already done. I thought you'd be half dead waiting for me to rescue you. Lin Xiu had long grown accustomed to Guzi's irreverent nature. The clown never spoke a kind word, so Lin Xiu simply ignored him. Shiming Xuan, however, upon hearing Lin Xiu confirm his safety, picked up the walkie-talkie and asked softly, "You're unharmed. That's good. But those two, did you?" Lin Xiu instantly understood her unspoken concern from her tone. Earlier, he'd only confided in Zhang Jiai about the incident at the teaching building. Shi Mingxian remained unaware, not only of those events, but also of the cruel depths to which human hearts could sink in this apocalypse. She might well recoil at the very notion of taking a life. This time, however, Lin Xiu truly hadn't killed anyone. They fled, slipped away while I was dealing with the zombies. At those words, Shi Mingxian let out a quiet sigh of relief, murmuring a soft Guzi, by contrast, yelped in disbelief. Fled? Could they circle back and attack? Circle back? No need. They won't have to. They'll go to them. His voice turned icy, sending a subtle chill through the group. But then, just as swiftly, he laughed. The external threat is neutralized. Now it's time to purge the campus of zombies. I heard your gunfire. I'm coming to join you. Roger. Hanging up, Lin Xiu glanced at the butcher rifle in his hands, then holstered it without further use. After all, its true battlefield lay in confronting elite zombies or overwhelming hordes. The area near the school gate had already been scoured twice, first by Xu Chongbin, then by Lin Xiu himself. Aside from zombies barred outside the gate, the zone was now immaculately clear. More crucially, having just discovered the Inside Eye's utility, Lin Xiu immediately wondered if Inside Eye synergized with his marksmanship mastery, might it also augment his melee mastery. He withdrew Tingyin, the blade, from its sheath, planted his stance, and activated Inside Eye once more. In an instant, the earlier vision replayed before his eyes, yet this time subtly transformed. Weak points still glowed atop the zombies' skulls beyond the gate, but trajectory lines had vanished, replaced instead by fine crimson threads marking precise, cutting paths across each target. Lin Xiu knew full well that even ordinary zombies would yield effortlessly to Ting Yin's edge, yet Inside Eye revealed the most efficient cuts, conserving strength and precision. These cutting vectors appeared only when his gaze locked onto a target, never obstructing his field of view, never cluttering perception. This revelation steadied his resolve. The synergy between Inside Eye and his two mastery skills felt like a flaw in reality itself, a profound game-altering advantage. For now, its sole limitation lay in its low rank. Duration lasted mere minutes, and the vulnerabilities it exposed remained superficial. Thus, upgrading Inside Eye became Lin Xiu's top priority, second only to his regenerative ability. Hearing distant gunfire, he tightened his grip on Ting Yin and strode forward, carving a path through the undead. With elite zombies eradicated across campus, his immediate objective was securing the school's interior, to safeguard his friends. If conditions permitted, his next step would be recruiting survivors to expand their nascent faction. Though Lin Xiu couldn't foresee how this world would evolve, one truth stood immutable. So long as he possessed the exchange mall, a system-level anomaly, others would inevitably seek him. Of course, should an esper capable of synthesizing food appear, he'd gladly retract that statement. In this apocalyptic world where both humans and zombies evolved side by side, espers would undeniably become humanity's foremost weapon against the undead. To prepare, Lin Xiu needed not only to recruit survivors as potential espers, but also to relentlessly hunt elite zombies, harvesting materials essential for evolution both for himself and his comrades. Moreover, the synthesis blueprint offered numerous weapons he could deploy to arm his fledgling team, bolstering the school's defenses. After cleaving down over 100 zombies, Lin Xiu had already drafted the foundational blueprint for their future stronghold. Gunfire now rang sharp and close. Ahead, a small group was besieged by a seething tide of zombies. Lin Xiu shook his Tang, sword scattering crimson droplets, then stowed it into his system inventory. With a thunderous kick, he shattered the nearest zombie, then drew the butcher rifle and sighed, clearly the road ahead remains long and arduous. Click, boom. His final stored grenade launched, calculated with pinpoint precision by insight, to detonate safely, sparing Erguzi's team. Boom. Erguzi and his squad, frantically firing pistols at the encroaching horde, froze, staring in stunned silence at the blast erupting 30 meters ahead. The explosion birthed a miniature mushroom cloud, its destructive force rivaling that of a tactical missile. Scorching flames vaporized distant zombies instantly. The ensuing shockwave hurled the rest skyward like chaff before a typhoon. Erguzi's eyes widened in disbelief, while Hauzi, recovering a split second later, roared, "Move! Into the van now!" The others snapped to attention, piling into the van as Hauzi slammed the windows shut and shouted, "Windows up! Everyone down! Down!" They obeyed instantly, understanding at last the sheer magnitude of what had just detonated. Thud! 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 Dozens of zombie corpses slammed onto the van's roof, rattling the chassis. Inside, 4 faces, heads buried in arms, flushed with raw panic. Erguzi cursed, "Shit. Did the government just write us off and nuke the whole block?" No one answered. Then, as silence fell outside, Lin Xiu's laughter crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Ha ha ha. How's that grenade's performance? Feel the terror of being ruled by artillery." Shi Mengxian and Fong Ling blinked in astonishment, while Erguzi and Hauzi instantly grasped the truth and jerked their heads up. There, wreathed in billowing fire and smoke, strode Lin Xiu, shouldering a sleek M4A1 carbine, its barrel streaked with crimson, his face alight with triumph. Lin Xiu swept his hand across the air as he gazed upon the scattered corpses of zombies surrounding him. Everyone struck by that single blast instantly vanished into his system space. Hearing Lin Xiu's voice, the 4 immediately understood who had caused the earlier explosion and hurried over, stepping down from their vehicle. "Damn it, Brother Lin. That's seriously unfair. You toss a bomb without even warning us." Lin Xiu kicked Erguzi playfully and laughed. "Go to hell. If you got hurt within that radius, you might as well drop dead right now." "Whoa, Brother Lin, you've gone cold on us. Shoo, get lost." Hauzi, unable to bear Erguzi's antics any longer, shoved him aside and rushed before Lin Xiu. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the butcher rifle in Lin Xiu's hands. "This rifle is exactly what you're thinking." Lin Xiu smiled faintly, but seeing Hauzi's eager expression, he shook his head. "Though I'm afraid you won't be able to wield this weapon." At those words, disappointment flickered across Hauzi's face. Lin Xiu could only sigh. It was marked unique in the item description after all. Yet to soften the blow, Lin Xiu raised the rifle toward Hauzi and said, "Go ahead, try lifting it. If you can, I'll lend it to you for a few days." Hauzi instantly reached out, excitement blazing across his features, only to find, as Lin Xiu had anticipated, that items labeled unique could be lifted by no one but himself. Erguzi lost all interest in testing it himself. Instead, Shi Mengxian, intrigued, asked, "May I try?" Lin Xiu nodded. As Shi Mengxian extended her hand toward the butcher rifle, he couldn't help but anticipate the flush blooming across the campus beauty's cheeks. Under everyone's gaze, Shi Mengxian's cheeks flushed faintly. She knew Lin Xiu was a cultivator with extraordinary abilities, and she'd long harbored quiet admiration for him. Yet in that moment, an inexplicable urge surged within her, to grasp that rifle, to prove she stood on equal footing with Lin Xiu. She had never envied Lin Xiu or Zhang Jiai for their cultivation powers, but now, watching Lin Xiu's overwhelming strength and Zhang Jiai's tender dependence, their frequent displays of affection stirred a fierce, uncharacteristic resentment within her. Once the campus's reigning beauty, excelling in virtue, intellect, physique, and artistry, she had never known true security until the apocalypse began and found it unexpectedly in Lin Xiu. So she longed for that same closeness, not lying awake each night haunted by the muffled sounds drifting up from Zhang Jiai's dormitory below. Clutching the rifle's grip tightly, Mengxian even braced herself with both hands, desperate to seize even the slimmest chance of lifting it. Then, she strained with all her might. Watching her solemn effort, Lin Xiu Erguzi and Hao Zi exchanged knowing, amused smiles. But as Mengxian let out a soft cry of exertion, the three men's expressions froze in utter disbelief. Thighs, this defies science. Erguzi shrieked in shock. Hao Zi stood dumbstruck, and Lin Xiu, stunned beyond measure, was the most speechless of all. Yet even as the three stood paralyzed, Zhang Jiai's voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie. Lin Xiu, I just discovered a new cultivator on campus, somewhere near the East Campus Gates Commercial District. Can you get there? Everyone instantly pulled out their radios. Lin Xiu didn't even pause to consider Mengxian still holding the rifle. He shot back. I'm already in the commercial district. Where exactly is he? I can't pinpoint the exact location, but he's outside the commercial zone, stationary, not moving. Likely somewhere along the main road beyond the perimeter. Lin Xiu frowned and scanned the surroundings. The main road? We're standing right on it, and there's absolutely no one around. At that moment, not only Lin Xiu froze, everyone present turned dumbfounded towards Mengxian and the butcher rifle in her hands. No way! Erguzi roared, then collapsed to his knees, bursting into tears. Hao Zi stared blankly at Mengxian, then slowly backed away, clutching his chest as if struck by a crushing blow, his eyes filled with sorrow. Feng Ling simply stood rooted in place, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Lin Xiu too was stunned, yet seconds later he snapped open his system interface and pulled up Mengxian's profile. Mengxian rank, Class C, Cultivator, Strength E, Agility D, Endurance D, Ability Theft, Description temporarily replicates and utilizes another's ability. Derivatives none. TCH. Lin Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. A cold, bitter wave washed over him. There was no doubt. The sudden cultivator they'd been seeking was Mengxian herself. And while that alone was astonishing, what truly defied logic was that her three core attributes matched his own, down to the last decimal. Lin Xiu, what's wrong? Why aren't you answering? Lin Xiu chuckled wryly at Mengxian's dazed expression, then replied to Zhang Jiai with weary amusement. Nothing. We've found the cultivator. What? So fast? Can she join us? Lin Xiu patted the devastated Hao Zi beside him and smiled. She certainly will. After all, she's our campus beauty student Mengxian. What a... Zhang Jiai gasped over the radio. Lin Xiu laughed softly. We'll explain everything when we return. We're all utterly flabbergasted right now. Yeah. After ending the transmission, Lin Xiu hauled Erguzi upright, then gently took the butcher rifle from Mengxian's hands and stowed it in his system inventory. He paused a moment, then gazed at Mengxian, her expression alight with exhilaration and uncertainty, and lightly tapped her shoulder. Student Mengxian, would you mind sharing how you suddenly awakened your cultivation power? Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, whispering shyly, I honestly don't know. Lin Xiu had expected as much. Zhang Jiai's awakening had been sudden and unexplained, and so evidently had Mengxian's. Where on earth could he lodge a complaint? He'd gained a divine system, yet struggled endlessly to cultivate, while two women beside him had inexplicably effortlessly ascended. Yet Lin Xiu refused to yield. He pressed again, then tell me, how did you lift that rifle just now? Mengxian looked at him and gently shook her head. I don't know. I simply wanted to lift it. Clearly no further answers would come. Lin Xiu merely shrugged at Erguzi's and Hao Zi's crestfallen faces, then turned toward the vehicle and said, let's go home. We'll sort this out later. This is unjust. Utterly unjust. And, Brother Lin, just kill me. I want to die. And, old Lin, how do we even explain this situation? Explain? If I could explain it, I'd already be a metahuman. And Lin Xiu covered his face and glanced at the group, his expression equally hollow and lifeless, before finally settling his gaze on Mengxian. Mengxian, having long passed the initial surge of exhilaration, now sat calmly in the room, her usual serene composure fully restored. Feng Ling clung tightly to her arm, calling her senior sister repeatedly, eager like the others to understand how such an abrupt transformation had occurred. Yet Mengxian herself knew nothing of it. How then could she possibly enlighten anyone else? At that moment her sole impulse had been simple, to grasp that rifle and stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiu in battle. Brother Lin, tell me this isn't real. Becoming a metahuman must demand near-fatal trials just as you endured. Erguzi wailed miserably at Lin Xiu, who rolled his eyes and snapped, get lost. Mengxian, becoming a metahuman is good news. So why the hell are you sobbing? Hao Zi chimed in. Brother Lin, of course we know it's good news. But this sudden upheaval has deeply wounded our tender youthful souls. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes again, and retorted, enough already. You mutts, stop overthinking nonsense. Jia Yi and I have both confirmed that Shi Mengxian is a metahuman, and very likely it's tied to this rifle of mine. With that, Lin Xiu placed the butcher rifle upon the table, and after a moment's pause added his Tang-style sword Tangin beside it. At the sight of the rifle and sword, Haozi and Air Guzi, whose moods had begun to settle, suddenly crumbled once more. Ignoring their theatrics, Lin Xiu murmured softly, I may have misjudged something. It's not that only I can lift these weapons, it's that besides me other metahumans can too. He turned toward Zhang Jia and said, Jia Yi, try lifting them. And she nodded, then slowly reached out her hand toward the Tang sword resting on the table. Though Shi Mengxuan's expression remained placid, her heart churned with quiet complexity and a faint private thrill. After all, even Zhang Jia had never touched Lin Xiu's blade or rifle. She was the first, and secretly she hoped Jia Yi would fail utterly to move either weapon. Whether by Shi Mengxuan's silent wish or Lin Xiu's flawed reasoning, Jia Yi strained with every ounce of strength, yet the two artifacts remained utterly unmoved. Not so much as a tremor disturbed them. A flicker of triumph flashed across Shi Mengxuan's face, swiftly masked, while Lin Xiu's brow furrowed deeply and the words ability theft surged into his mind. He recalled clearly on Shi Mengxuan's ability panel, theft was defined as copying and utilizing another's power. Initially, Lin Xiu had assumed he possessed no innate ability to steal, thus her uniqueness lay solely in being a metahuman. But now even Jia Yi, a confirmed metahuman, could not budge his weapons. That contradiction demanded rigorous re-examination. If the anomaly stemmed from the inherent peculiarity of Shi Mengxuan's ability itself, it would be unsurprising. Yet if she had somehow stolen his specific capacity to wield these singular artifacts, then her power bordered on the absurd. Should she be capable of appropriating abilities even from non-metahumans, then virtually any human feat, no matter how extraordinary, would lie within her reach. After repeated futile attempts, Jia Yi slumped back into her seat, pouting as she gazed at Lin Xiu. I can't lift them. Lin Xiu smiled, gently pinching her cheek. If you can't lift them, then so be it. I'll lift them for you and protect you. Ugh, and suddenly I smell pickled cabbage. And no, that's lemon. Pickled cabbage. Ugh, either way it stinks. Lin Xiu shot his three clueless roommates the middle finger, then turned to Shi Mengxuan. If only you can lift them, it's almost certainly due to your ability. Shi Mengxian composed herself and nodded. But I don't even know what my ability is. And Lin Xiu smiled. No matter, we'll run a test. Though Lin Xiu already knew her ability, revealing it outright would force him to justify how he knew, complicating matters unnecessarily. To avoid that, he told Shi Mengxuan, you may be able to lift my possessions because your ability shares certain affinities with mine. Try acquiring or transforming objects instead. She nodded thoughtfully, yet spent 5 full minutes inspecting and handling the 2 cans of beverage Lin Xiu had produced with no discernible effect. Lin Xiu had anticipated precisely this. Such functionality belonged solely to his system. If any metahuman power in this world could replicate a full-fledged system interface, he wouldn't have awakened here at all. He chuckled. That hypothesis fails. Let's try another. Suppose you mimic one of my intrinsic traits, say the capacity to wield my rifle. That seems plausible enough, doesn't it? The others nodded in agreement. Lin Xiu continued, now imagine Jia Yi's ability, the power to sense others' abilities, and attempt to emulate it. He added, turning to Jia Yi, go stand close to her. Perhaps physical contact is required for simulation. Jia Yi nodded and sat beside Shi Mengxian. As Jia Yi grasped her hand, Shi Mengxian blinked in mild surprise, then closed her eyes. Inside, however, her thoughts raged. She didn't know her own ability, but she ached to manifest Jia Yi's power as Lin Xiu described. For if successful, her formidable combat prowess would grant her far greater opportunity to stand beside Lin Xiu. She knew well the bond between Lin Xiu and Jia Yi, yet in this shattered apocalyptic world, mutual desire rendered such closeness neither forbidden nor improbable. As she tightened her grip on Jia Yi's hand, a sudden void opened in her mind, and the world around her sharpened into crystalline clarity. Beside her, where Jia Yi sat, a vivid crimson that now pulsed in her perception. Shi Mengxian snapped her eyes open, gazed at Jia Yi's face, and turned to Lin Xiu with a radiant smile. I did it. Hearing Shi Mengxian's words, the people present were taken aback, and Lin Xiu was equally stunned. Although he knew of Shi Mengxian's abilities, he had the existence of a system as a cheat. Shi Mengxian was a novice who didn't even know what her own special ability was, yet she had somehow mastered it just like that. Lin Xiu was momentarily puzzled, feeling that all the women he encountered were geniuses. Zhang Jia inexplicably awakened her special ability, which was a bug-like skill resembling a human radar. Now this Shi Mengxian learned to control her ability after just a few words from him. Lin Xiu met Shi Mengxian's gaze, the corner of his eye twitching slightly, and he coughed lightly before saying, "Alright, it seems my guess was correct. Now can you try to pick up my things?" Shi Mingxian looked at the knife and gun on the table, nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and reached out towards them. Everyone present held their breath, and even Lin Xiu felt a bit tense. Naturally, he did not want Shi Mingxian to pick up the listening sound and the butcher. After all, if she could lift them now, it would mean the uniqueness of these two items was not truly unique. Knowing the power of these two weapons, he understood that if they fell into someone else's hands, it would pose a significant threat to them. "I can't pick it up." Hearing Shi Mingxian's voice, Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief. As long as not everyone could pick up his things, he could venture out with confidence. After confirming this point, Lin Xiu smiled and said, "It seems my guess was correct. Your ability indeed allows you to copy others' powers, and probably you can replicate more than just special abilities." Shi Mingxian watched Lin Xiu put away the knife and gun, nodding gently. However, everyone turned to Shi Mingxian and asked, "Mingxuan, can you tell us what it feels like to have a special ability?" "Get lost, Mingxian. Are we that familiar? I at least killed zombies with her. How fresh I still have a gun. Hey, ergo, what the hell is with you today? Alright, both of you shut up." Seeing these two about to argue again, Lin Xiu quickly intervened, then turned to Shi Mingxian and asked, "Do you have any insights? How did your ability manifest? And do you feel anything now?" Shi Mingxian looked at Lin Xiu carefully, sensing the changes in her body, and gently shook her head. However, her emotions were quite complex because she vividly remembered the thoughts she had during that moment. She even had a suspicion that the so-called special ability was likely caused by the intense emotion she experienced at that time. But how could she possibly voice such things? To tell Lin Xiu that her desire to fight alongside him was what led to her awakening her special ability. She feared that not only Lin Xiu would judge her, but Zhang Jiai would also take the first opportunity to attack her. Therefore, even though she had her suspicions, she shook her head and said, "I don't feel anything. It just suddenly appeared, and I don't know why." Receiving Shi Mingxian's affirmative response, ergo and Haozi displayed expressions as if they were about to cry. "No way is this really like a lottery. This is absurd. Are we only relying on luck to see who can get a special ability on a lucky day? Damn, this apocalypse is so random, and the granting of abilities is even more random." Listening to everyone's complaints, Lin Xiu could only shake his head helplessly, wearing a bemused expression. Although he had the system on his side, the things he could obtain were always external forces, and his own physical qualities and abilities had not improved at all, especially after experiencing the sensory enhancement effect twice with the stacked berserker effect. Lin Xiu's longing for a special ability was probably even stronger than theirs. However, now that it was clear this matter was unpromising, he could only force himself to relax and deal with the current situation properly. Alright, let's put this matter aside. Perhaps there are details that even Shi Mingxian hasn't noticed, but that's not the focus. The focus is that we need to clear out the school. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone's expressions instantly became serious. Despite their banter in this apocalypse, no one could genuinely laugh without a care. At the very least, considering the current survival environment, they were still in danger. Deepening, noticing Lin Xiu addressing serious matters, immediately pulled out a stack of white papers from his desk and placed them on the table. "This is the plan I organized during the time you guys were out. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and said to Deepening, "Not bad. I think it was a wise decision to make you the steward." Deepening chuckled. "As long as you're there to deal with the zombies, I can't help much, so I can only work on these planning things." Everyone took the papers one by one to review, and Lin Xiu also looked them over seriously. He had to admit Deepening was indeed thorough in his work. This stack of plans almost listed everything conceivable after the school was cleared. First, there were plans for constructing defensive works outside the campus, then issues regarding personnel patrols, and even details about the school's power supply and future food cultivation. Looking at the extensive list of over 100 items, everyone widened their eyes. Deepening seemed to enjoy their gazes, wearing a satisfied smile. "Not bad, very good." Lin Xiu put down the completed list, nodding heavily, while the others finished reviewing their papers and looked at Deepening. "So what do you think?" Deepening asked with a smile, and everyone nodded while Lin Xiu suddenly stood up and said, "As expected from a management student, the organization is clear. We can directly follow this plan. However, there is still one crucial question." "What question?" Everyone was taken aback, instinctively asking, while Lin Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, this is the arrangement after clearing out the zombies, but the zombies are all over the school. What do you mean by question?" Everyone suddenly understood and then revealed eager expressions. In the plan Deepening had drawn up, they could already envision a campus reminiscent of the time before the apocalypse. Lin Xiu pulled out his Glock 19 from his pocket and handed it to Feng Ling, who still didn't have a gun, smiling as he said, "Great, then today, let's set a small target. Each person has to take down 500. Everyone shouted, "Let's go! Let's go!" A group of 5 set off once more, and aside from Lin Xiu, everyone else seemed somewhat excited. The excitement of Shi Mengxian stemmed from Lin Xiu seemingly casting glances at her. For Fang Ling, it was her first time holding a pistol, and she was utterly thrilled. As for Guzi and Haozi, they were completely inspired by Shi Mengxuan thinking that if they killed more zombies they might get lucky and obtain superpowers. However, Lin Xiu observed all of this, but said nothing. Excitement was a good thing, as long as nothing went wrong during the upcoming battle. He was glad they were in such high spirits. But amidst the commotion as the five walked out of the dormitory area, Haozi suddenly turned his head and asked Brother Lin, "Why didn't you agree when Qin Sheng and the others wanted to come out with us? Isn't more people better?" Hearing Haozi's words, the others looked at Lin Xiu with some confusion. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, fully aware of their thoughts, and explained, "I'm here to be your bodyguard. They are not worthy." Bodyguard? Upon hearing this, Haozi and Guzi exchanged a glance, suddenly understanding something, and a touch of gratitude appeared on their faces. As Lin Xiu led everyone forward, he continued, "Right now our school no longer has any special zombies and the environment is relatively safe. I'll be watching from the side. This operation will serve as training to prevent you from panicking in future situations. Moreover, we have guns now, and I have an unlimited supply of ammunition. This is a perfect opportunity for you to practice shooting. Of course, a more important point is that during this outing, I want to see what kind of capabilities Shi Mengxian possesses and how many possibilities there are. Given all these factors, we definitely cannot bring anyone else along. Everything on us, whether it's the guns or the superpowers, is a secret known only to us. How could we bring them along?" Listening to Lin Xiu's words, everyone suddenly understood. They hadn't realized that such a small matter had so many intricacies. They naturally didn't know that at this moment, after taking over Daqing's plan, Lin Xiu had already positioned himself as the leader of the entire campus. Thus, when considering issues, he naturally took an overall perspective. His position as a leader was well-deserved and wholly appropriate. However, he did not wish for any unexpected incidents to occur before everything was on the right track. Of course, among all these words, Lin Xiu had one important point. He hadn't mentioned the Glock 19 he provided them was a synthetic weapon of his. With each zombie he hit, he would earn a synthesis coin, and a magazine required 10 synthesis coins, but there were actually 13 bullets. Thus, bringing them along was a guaranteed profit. Those who wanted to follow him, but brought their own weapons, were clearly at a disadvantage. Moreover, regarding the group he rescued from the second floor of the gym, Lin Xiu had always held back from confiscating their weapons. This group was bound to be a cancer to the entire team, and once the campus returned to normalcy, they would be the first he dealt with. So, keeping a little trump card up his sleeve, no matter how powerful they were ultimately, he could ensure they lacked the strength to confront him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's mood improved considerably. "All right, everyone, take out your guns. Today's focus is to teach you how to use them." The eager group immediately pulled out their Glock 19s, and Lin Xiu waved his hand, giving each person 10 magazines, before also pulling out his butcher rifle. Brother Lin, what about the handguns we talked about?" Haozi said, his eyes glinting with envy, unable to hold back his complaint, while Lin Xiu rolled his eyes at him and replied, "Are you saying you don't want to learn?" "I do." Hearing this, Haozi stopped complaining. After all, he knew that the skills they were learning now were crucial for survival. Before obtaining superpowers, the guns in their hands were their only guarantee of safety. "All right, let me explain a bit. The guns you have are synthesized by me. You might have noticed that their power is the same as normal guns, but the recoil is minimal." Everyone nodded. When they rushed towards the east school gate earlier, they had indeed noticed this, or else they wouldn't have been so efficient. Those who had never handled a gun would typically suffer varying degrees of injury in their arms and palms during their first shot. However, these few who only knew how to pull the trigger experienced no discomfort after shooting all day, which was thanks to the nearly negligible recoil of their Glock 19s. The subsequent actions were straightforward, from aiming to shooting to the posture for holding the gun. Lin Xiu taught all along the way. With the title of weapon expert, he was naturally quite skilled at these matters. Moreover, regarding shooting accuracy, with his mastery of shooting, he was already hitting without fail. This scene made Shi Mengxuan's feelings surge even more. "Shi Mengxuan, your posture is wrong." Lin Xiu's sudden voice startled her out of her thoughts. Oh. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Shi Mengxuan's eyes, while Guzi and Haozi exchanged knowing glances. A mischievous grin appeared on both their faces, and then with a mutual understanding in their eyes, they raised their guns and shot, while moving away from the two. Watching the two leave, and Fang Ling, who was excitedly shooting beside her, Shi Mengxian suddenly felt a tug in her heart, and said to Lin Xiu, "I am still a bit unsure. How could you teach me?" Lin Xiu nodded, not thinking too much about it, and held Shi Mengxuan's hand that was gripping the gun, positioning himself behind her. "Don't grip your wrist too hard, and let your elbow drop a bit. Although the recoil of this gun is negligible, the movements still need to be correct." At this moment, Lin Xiu had unknowingly pressed against Shi Mengxuan's back, causing her movements to become slightly stiff. However, Lin Xiu's title of weapon expert had turned him into a rigorous shooting instructor completely unaware of the situation. Don't be too stiff, or we're not shooting at a stationary target. The opponent is moving, so you must be agile. As Shi Mingxian listened to Lin Xiu's voice beside her, the warm breath brushing against her ear made her momentarily lose focus. At this moment, Lin Xiu finally noticed something was off with Shi Mingxian and was about to inquire when she preemptively turned her head. Then, as if guided by the flow of water, the two who were close together shared a kiss in that moment of turning around. This sudden contact not only startled Shi Mingxian, but even Lin Xiu was taken aback. Fortunately, Lin Xiu reacted quickly, swiftly creating distance between the two, and awkwardly coughed, saying, "Ahem, that was unintentional." Shi Mingxian looked at Lin Xiu's embarrassed expression, her own face slightly flushed. Although she felt an indescribable sensation inside, she shook her head and said, "It's fine, I didn't know either, it was just an accident." Haha, exactly, an accident. Just then Guzi and Haozi suddenly ran back around the corner shouting, "Damn! Old Lin, Brother Lin, Dad Lin, they're coming. A lot of them. Hurry." The group armed with handguns advanced rapidly. In just half an hour they pushed through from the dormitory area to the commercial district outside the east school gate. Seeing Guzi and Haozi's shouts, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. After silently acknowledging them as good brothers, he immediately said to everyone, "Everyone stay close and shoot behind me." With that, he summoned his butcher rifle and charged forward. Bang! 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 The suppressed butcher rifle gave a low rumble at that moment. If not for the need to keep the dormitory residents unaware of their firearms, he would have wanted to fire a grenade to cover his own embarrassment. However, during the shooting process, Lin Xiu thought of the expression on Shi Mingxian's face, and his mood suddenly became complicated. Previously, Zhang Jiai had told him that Shi Mingxian seemed to have feelings for him, although he himself didn't know why. It appeared that things might indeed be as she said. "This is really giving me a headache." Lin Xiu felt a bit of pain in his head. Although there were many examples of several women relying on one man to survive in this apocalypse, it was somewhat absurd in his case. Not to mention that Zhang Jiai had already become intimate with him. Just the fact that Shi Mingxian was already an awakened individual with impressive strength made Lin Xiu puzzled as to why she would need him to survive. Tisk headache. After muttering a few words in his heart, Lin Xiu's firepower with the butcher rifle became even fiercer. The four people shooting behind him all looked at Lin Xiu, and aside from Shi Mingxian, everyone else had a puzzled expression. "What happened to our shooting practice? You're taking all the headshots. How are we supposed to practice?" It was Haozi who reacted, quickly nudging Guzi beside him with his elbow, signaling him with a wink towards Shi Mingxian and Lin Xiu. Guzi instantly understood, and the two then wore mischievous smiles, beginning to shoot slowly. However, with Lin Xiu wielding the butcher rifle that didn't need to reload, the swarm of zombies that surged out had no chance to even get aimed at before they were all taken down by him. At this moment, Lin Xiu didn't even know what was driving him mad. The butcher rifle in his hands switched to a sweeping mode, firing from left to right and then back. The zombies following from behind couldn't even get within 100 meters of them before being shot dead. Haozi and Guzi exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly, and simply put down their guns to let Lin Xiu perform. However, Fong Ling behind suddenly objected. "Hey, Lin Xiu, what's going on? Didn't you say we were practicing shooting? If you don't leave any for us, how are we supposed to practice?" Lin Xiu ignored her and continued to shoot fiercely, and his force seemed to be even more intense than before. Guzi and Haozi exchanged glances, seemingly noticing something was off. Just as they were about to ask, Lin Xiu suddenly said to them, "You four need to head back immediately and gather the previous team to go to the North School Gate." The four were suddenly taken aback, not understanding this abrupt change, but Lin Xiu had already tossed out 4 crossbows and a pile of quivers. "Go now. Don't use firearms unless absolutely necessary. There are still at least 20 survivors in the school, and you must find them before dark." The four were stunned again, and Fong Ling, who had been overlooked, directly said, "Lin Xiu, are you crazy? This school is so big, and it's already 3 in the afternoon. How are we supposed to find 20 survivors before dark?" Fong Ling was about to continue, but Shi Mingxian pulled her back and said to Lin Xiu, "Lin Xiu, do you know there are survivors in our school?" Lin Xiu nodded, still not stopping the butcher rifle in his hands, and even to make it more troublesome, he said directly, "Just consider this a derived ability of my supernatural power. I am certain there are still 20 survivors, but I don't know their exact locations. Time is tight, but everything prioritizes your safety. Save those you can and ignore those you can't. A special zombie is about to emerge here, and I can't go with you. Get in the car and hurry to rescue people." Seeing Lin Xiu's serious expression, everyone instantly realized the gravity of the situation. What surprised them even more was that Lin Xiu actually said a special zombie was about to appear here. They all knew Lin Xiu wouldn't joke about such matters, so Guzi and Haozi immediately grabbed a backpack, each distributed the crossbows, and took the two of them back towards the dormitory area. Watching the four leave, Lin Xiu finally let out a sigh of relief and reopened the system panel. Just moments ago, while Lin Xiu was shooting, the system unexpectedly popped up its first title mission, and upon carefully reading the conditions for obtaining the title, even he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Title mission: clean up the campus. Mission description: you have successfully eliminated the special zombies within the campus. Now it's time to take control of the entire campus. Mission requirement 1: a rescue campus survivors. 020 Mission requirement 2: deal with and eliminate the final hero level special campus zombie that will appear in front of you. 01 Mission requirement 3: clean up all zombies in the campus. Success reward statistics based on the completion rate of the two requirements. Statistical time: 8 hours 35 minutes and 22 seconds. Failure penalty: ordinary zombies within the campus will rapidly evolve with an 80 chance for each ordinary zombie to become a special zombie. Unpredictable rewards and terrifying penalties. Even with the butcher rifle in Lin Xiu's hands, he definitely didn't have the courage to face such a failure penalty. That's why he suddenly spoke so seriously to everyone at this moment. As Lin Xiu's butcher rifle accumulated its berserker levels to 500, the zombies in front of him finally began to change. Although Lin Xiu initially thought his next objective was to hunt special zombies in the morning, upon seeing the punishment for failing this task, he had no intention of deliberately failing. The entire campus covered an area of 100 hectares. Besides the enrolled students, staff, and visitors, the number of people during the apocalypse surely exceeded 10,000. Up to this point, Lin Xiu had only killed a few thousand. If he truly failed the mission, considering the minimum standard of 10,000 ordinary zombies, with an 80 probability of becoming special zombies, that would amount to at least 8,000. With so many ordinary zombies, even if he had a butcher rifle, it would be impossible to handle them, even if all 7 of them had won. Looking at the horde of zombies that had stopped approaching him and instead gathered together, Lin Xiu suddenly recalled the scene described by that person on the second floor of the gymnasium. At that time, the listener described how countless ordinary zombies gathered, and then one of them, drenched in blood, directly transformed into a special zombie. However, Lin Xiu noticed that this time the scene seemed somewhat different. He did not stop firing his butcher rifle, partly to maintain the effect of the berserker and partly to reduce the number of zombies. Since the current situation was similar to that when the listener appeared, reducing the number of zombies involved in the synthesis should have some effect on it. The zombies in front were gathering closely, even forming a human ladder that gradually rose higher. Each bullet fired by Lin Xiu could kill one zombie, directly scattering its flesh and blood. However, Lin Xiu soon realized that even when he shattered those zombies, they could still mix into the massive gathering. Such a performance made Lin Xiu's brow furrow. Although he did not know what abilities and attributes this upcoming hero-level special zombie would possess, such an abnormal beginning had already given him a sense of foreboding. Moreover, his sixth sense of attribute enhancement was continuously rising at this moment. This feeling made Lin Xiu realize something was wrong, and he even regretted using the last grenade of the butcher rifle so early. Lin Xiu, how are things on your side? I sense that another special zombie is about to appear in the school. Are you right there? From the walkie-talkie, Zhang Jiayi's anxious voice came through. Lin Xiu looked at the horde of zombies that had already piled up 2 stories high and answered, "Yes, right in front of me, but it hasn't fully formed yet. Can you sense its signal strength?" "I can. It's very strong. You need to be careful. Very strong." Lin Xiu's brow tightened even more. How strong is it compared to those earlier ones this morning? Even stronger. With the current energy intensity, it has already surpassed those from this morning, and I feel it's still increasing. Hearing Zhang Jiayi's words, Lin Xiu's heart sank. However, he didn't want to worry Zhang Jiayi further and suddenly changed the subject, asking, "Have Guzi and the others set off yet?" "Yes, they have set off. They brought more than 10 people, and besides the group you brought back from the gym, the boys from the cafeteria have also been taken along." "More than 10 people, huh?" Lin Xiu took a deep breath. More people meant more strength, but he didn't feel it was a good thing to take along those who lacked courage. He just hoped Guzi and the others would be decisive and would only save people when necessary. It seemed that hearing Lin Xiu's conversation with Zhang Jiayi, Sherman Xian's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie saying, "Don't worry about us. We know what to do. With the guns, swords, and bows you provided, dealing with ordinary zombies is not a problem. Just be careful yourself." Lin Xiu was taken aback for a moment. Hearing Sherman Xian's soft words, he instantly recalled previous scenes. All right. Lin Xiu, come back early tonight. I have to help Da Qing write the plan first." Just as Lin Xiu had just agreed, Zhang Jiayi's voice suddenly came through again. Although it remained calm at this moment, Lin Xiu had a more ominous feeling than facing zombies. "Sigh, women." After hanging up the communication, Lin Xiu sighed, helplessly and loosened the trigger he had been holding down, his brow knitting into a line. At this moment, the pile of zombies had risen to 8 meters high close to the third floor, but the horde still showed no signs of changing, merely gathering. More importantly, he noticed that this group of zombies seemed to be acting on some kind of command, all surging toward that direction. Even if some zombies passed right by him, they wouldn't spare him a glance. Pulling the trigger again, he looked at the time left on his butcher rifle. 2 hours and 20 minutes remained. With a daily usage time of 3 hours, it felt insufficient at this moment. Ding. All attributes upgraded to hero level, gaining temporary ability sensory expansion. Suddenly, the system's notification tone rang out. Lin Xiu did not expect that the effect of his berserker had accumulated over 1,000 layers in just 5 minutes. However, seeing that his berserker layers had surpassed 1,000, while this hero-level special zombie still had not appeared, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a bit irritable. Damn it! Lin Xiu cursed fiercely. To prepare for the upcoming battle, he decisively chose to retract the butcher rifle and picked up the Tang knife to listen. While swinging at the nearby zombies, he once again picked up the walkie-talkie and asked everyone, "Have you encountered any ordinary zombies with any special characteristics?" Hearing Lin Xiu's voice, Guzi and the others who were heading toward the likely survival point marked by dodging immediately looked at the zombies outside the car. Huh, Brother Lin, these zombies are acting strangely. We didn't notice before, but they're not coming toward us now. Not right. Lin Xiu, they seem to be heading toward the east gate of the school, your direction. It must be said that women are observant. After receiving the answer, he wanted a smile appeared on Lin Xiu's face. Looking at the zombie tower that had surpassed 3 stories and was nearly 10 meters tall, Lin Xiu's listening tool suddenly let out a light sound. Holding the blade horizontally and slicing down directly through the line of zombies, Lin Xiu finally stood still at the base of the zombie tower. Interesting. It seems this task isn't too difficult. Take this, you dogs, a sound explosion. Saying this, Lin Xiu pointed his Tang knife at the 10-meter-tall zombie tower and suddenly unleashed an invisible sound wave. Ding! The invisible sound waves spread directly, severing the towering zombie tower, which stood 10 meters high, in half. However, just as Lin Xiu thought he could slightly prevent this from happening, he suddenly discovered that the upper half, which had been severed, not only did not dissipate, but instead formed a new zombie tower upon falling. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was completely dumbfounded. If the system's task had caused 1 to become 2, he would probably be laughed at for a lifetime. Moreover, his sixth sense was already warning him about dealing with 1, let alone 2. At this moment, it seemed that Lin Xiu's attack had accelerated the formation of the zombie towers as they began to attract zombies at an ever-increasing speed. The zombies, which had been moving sluggishly, suddenly started to jog. "Hey, Lin Xiu, how's it going over there?" The voice of Shi Mengxian came through the intercom. Lin Xiu picked up the intercom and said, "This is a great opportunity. These zombies should all be coming toward me, so you all hurry up and save people. I'll hang up first." After saying that, Lin Xiu directly put the intercom into the system backpack while his hearing continued to scan the scattered zombies. Since he couldn't solve the problem at the source, Lin Xiu chose to take an indirect approach. With the system backpack at his disposal, every time he beheaded a zombie, he swiftly stored its corpse in the system backpack. Even if you can attract countless zombies, as long as I collect them quickly enough, you will never gather the numbers. Lin Xiu had a good idea, but he clearly underestimated this zombie's capabilities. Just as Lin Xiu directly severed the source of these 2 zombie towers, a wave of energy suddenly erupted from them. The unexpected attack caught even Lin Xiu, who had attained hero-level attributes, off guard, causing him to stumble and roll forward for dozens of meters. Before he could regain his footing, he suddenly felt a powerful pulling force emanating from the 2 zombie towers. With a swift motion, Lin Xiu drove his Tang deep into the ground to stabilize himself. However, the surrounding fragile zombies were swept off their feet as if caught in a tornado, flying directly toward the zombie towers. With his left hand gripping the knife to steady his body, his right hand quickly drew the butcher's rifle and began to fire into the air. Every zombie hit by the butcher's rifle exploded into a mist of blood, yet even the blood mist was being drawn into the zombie towers at that moment. Watching the zombie tower in the distance grow from 2 meters high back to 10 meters within just a minute, Lin Xiu's sixth sense warnings intensified. "Damn it. If you have the guts, come out quickly. Stop dragging your feet like a coward." Unable to tolerate the feeling of striking at cotton, Lin Xiu couldn't help but start cursing. It seemed as if the zombie understood Lin Xiu's words, as the 2 10-meter-high zombie towers suddenly ceased their forward movement. The zombies still in the air were directly thrown down, turning into a mushy mess, while the 10-meter-tall and 3-meter-wide zombie towers underwent a sudden mutation. From the very top, all the zombies exploded, causing their dark blood to flow down the zombie tower. Immediately afterward, the entire zombie tower appeared to be corroded by this spilled blood, turning all the zombies into a thick, blurry mass. The piled-up zombies melted away, transforming into a dark, sludge-like flesh. The stark, white bones fell from the zombie tower, accumulating to half a meter high on the ground. The melted flesh, however, began to move as if it had come alive, starting to shape itself. The first thing to appear was its face, which had a nose and mouth, but no eyes. Next came the shoulders and arms. The sludge-like, dark flesh rolled toward the ground, attaching itself to the bones, as if constructing a frame to form the arms and hands. Then it rolled again. The bones were drawn out to form ribs. Following that were the spine, tailbone, and pelvis, until the calves and feet were completed, thus revealing two 10-meter-tall, unique zombies before Lin Xiu. At that moment, Lin Xiu's sixth sense of danger reached its peak. Decomposer level: hero strength, B hero agility, B hero stamina, B hero ability, a decomposer with superior attributes across the board. Although it has no special abilities, both its towering physique and nimble speed can intimidate anyone. Weakness: the decomposer does not have obvious weaknesses, but areas without bones attached are extremely fragile, making them excellent breaking points. Lin Xiu swore that he had never encountered a zombie with such a good attribute panel, nor had he ever seen a zombie with abilities and weaknesses described so absurdly. The ability section was essentially blank, and the weakness section was utterly useless, akin to that of a fool. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt that this damn system was actually helping the zombie to deal with him. However, the current situation did not allow Lin Xiu any leisure time. In the 2 seconds he spent checking the system panel, the fully formed decomposer had already launched its attack. The 10-meter-tall giant form stretched the upper body of the decomposer, but this did not affect its attack speed. The arms made of flesh stretched like rubber as they attacked Lin Xiu, and before he could react, they had already smashed down toward his position. With a loud bang, the ground beneath Lin Xiu was shattered into pieces. Yet thanks to the early warning from his sixth sense, Lin Xiu had already escaped in advance, dodging the attack. Looking at the peculiar zombie before him, which he had no way to approach, Lin Xiu's expression turned extremely grim. At this moment, both sides had halted their movements. With his left hand wielding the listening sound, and his right hand the butcher, Lin Xiu felt a sudden surge of weakness despite holding two divine weapons. He swung his Tang Dao to slay the nearby zombie, enhancing the effect of his berserker ability. Just as he was about to retract the butcher rifle, planning to leverage his size advantage for close combat, he suddenly frowned and looked around. At this moment, the zombie tower had transformed into two decomposers, but Lin Xiu noticed that these ordinary zombies still hadn't reverted to their original state. They continued to move toward the decomposers. His gaze fell to the feet of the decomposers, and Lin Xiu's pupils contracted. As these zombies reached the feet of the decomposers, they almost instantly melted into a puddle of flesh and blood, then crawled toward the decomposers like slugs, assimilating into their bodies. This behavior immediately reminded Lin Xiu of the devourers he had encountered before. However, while devourers consumed ordinary zombies to replenish themselves, these decomposers made ordinary zombies merge into them. Lin Xiu furrowed his brows, deeply sensing that he might have detected something. His sixth sense even dulled the danger signals after he made this discovery. This alone was enough to indicate that the problem he had uncovered could grant him an opportunity to deal with the decomposers. However, he didn't have much time to think, as the decomposer had already swung its fist at him once more. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had his gaze locked on the two decomposers, and as soon as he noticed their movements, he had already begun to evade. Boom! This punch was even more powerful than the last, directly smashing the ground and causing the floor tiles to shatter and scatter in every direction. Although Lin Xiu managed to dodge the first punch in time, the second decomposer unexpectedly followed up with another punch, just as he hadn't yet stabilized himself. Suspended in midair, Lin Xiu had no way to evade. Facing the descending fist, he could only brace himself with the listening sound. Clang! When the listening sound met the decomposer's fist, a sound of clashing metal echoed, and Lin Xiu even saw a spark at the moment of impact. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged through the blade, and Lin Xiu, who was already airborne, was slammed down onto the ground. Boom! Fortunately, Lin Xiu had prepared for this. As the fist collided with the listening sound, he used that force to adjust his position midair, landing safely on the ground. Moreover, it was fortunate that his current three-dimensional attributes were all at the hero level, otherwise he would have been crushed into a pulp before he could even land. With the massive fist hovering above him, Lin Xiu knelt on one knee, the situation extremely perilous. If these two decomposers threw another punch, even with his full hero attributes, he would still be gravely injured. Gritting his teeth and letting out a furious shout, Lin Xiu's entire body erupted with strength at that moment. The floor cracked under the force of his feet, and the muscles in his arms bulged, veins popping. "Get off me!" With a sudden push of his arms, the decomposer that had been suppressing him was unexpectedly shoved back by Lin Xiu, almost toppling over. However, as Lin Xiu broke free from the crisis, he found that these two decomposers were not attacking. Instead, they stood in a standoff as before, and Lin Xiu suddenly realized. Although these decomposers had no discernible advantages, they also exhibited clear weaknesses. The most apparent of these was their attack interval. In an instant, Lin Xiu activated his inside eye with the listening sound in his left hand and the butcher rifle in his right. Under both methods of exploiting weaknesses, he bizarrely discovered that the decomposers were covered in red lines within his field of vision. There were no red triangular markers indicating weaknesses, but every part of their bodies aside from the bones was indeed cuttable. This outcome left Lin Xiu feeling unsatisfied, but thinking of the ordinary zombies beneath him that had turned into a puddle of flesh and blood continuously gathering toward the decomposers, he made a quick decision. Since your attack interval is high, you'll take this opportunity to chop you up. With a belly full of pent-up frustration, Lin Xiu finally erupted. He stored the butcher rifle in his system backpack and, wielding the listening sound, charged toward the first decomposer. Even if you can attack if I rush onto you, can you really hit yourself? At 10 meters tall, Lin Xiu leaped lightly, landing directly on the decomposer's shoulder, and without a word, he swung his Tang down at its shoulder. The surface of its body, constructed of filthy blood and flesh, was extremely viscous. Standing on it felt like falling into a cesspit, sticky and reeking of decay. Fortunately, the skeletal structure of the decomposer was similar to that of a human, so Lin Xiu stood directly on its bony shoulder, wildly hacking at the surrounding flesh. The rotting flesh was continuously struck out of the decomposer's body by Lin Xiu's listening sound, resembling the act of kneading jelly in a bowl. After one slice, Lin Xiu felt no impact, but the filthy blood and flesh carried away by the blade proved that his actions were not in vain. Lin Xiu's movements were so pronounced that the decomposer, as the owner of this body, naturally had a significant reaction. Upon discovering that this tiny human had landed on its left shoulder, it immediately swung its right hand toward its left shoulder. Having anticipated this, Lin Xiu promptly halted his actions. He flipped the listening sound in his hand and thrust it into the gap between the shoulder bones. Then, as the right fist came swinging in, he held the knife handle, slid gently, and swiftly moved to the side of its shoulder, hanging on securely. After this strike, Lin Xiu barely had time to observe the trajectory of the first decomposer's retracted fist before he promptly pushed off the arm bone beneath him and quickly withdrew his blade. At this moment, the second decomposer standing behind the first threw a punch, just as Lin Xiu sidestepped. Clang! The two bones collided fiercely, emitting a tremendous crashing sound. Just as Lin Xiu had calculated, the second decomposer's punch struck heavily against the shoulder of the first decomposer. With such massive bodies, the agility of the hero level couldn't be utilized at all. Thus, after receiving two attacks, Lin Xiu quickly realized that the agility they possessed was likely referring to their attack speed. After a moment of slight contemplation, Lin Xiu formulated a plan. However, he had no time to admire his masterpiece before suddenly shouting and hurriedly retreating backward. At that moment, the first decomposer was unexpectedly staggered and toppled over by that punch. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xiu cursed as he moved sideways. Although he saw the first decomposer falling straight ahead, a 10-meter-tall beast could cause a significant impact, even if it fell sideways. Fortunately, the battle was taking place in the commercial area square of the school, which was small but sufficient for two decomposers to fall. The first decomposer seemed unaware of its impending fall, maintaining its previous stance as its entire body fell face first to the ground. The ground trembled at that moment, but Lin Xiu widened his eyes, cursing as he watched the splattering blood and flesh from its body. Damn your grandpa. After the decomposer fell, its body splattered blood and flesh like jelly dropping from a height. The area of impact would nearly cover the entire square, even spilling over to the outskirts, and just the thought of being drenched in such disgusting matter sent chills down Lin Xiu's spine. However, in an instant, Lin Xiu suddenly remembered that he had a good item he had not used yet. He quickly summoned Air Guzzi's Iron Man suit from the system space and put it on, letting out a sigh of relief. Yet as he watched blood and flesh raining down on him, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He suddenly recalled that he had not refreshed the effect of Berserker during this time. If he lost the Berserker effect in this situation, it would only lead to death. However, when Lin Xiu opened his panel to check his status, he was momentarily stunned. Not only had his Berserker effect not ended, but it had also refreshed once again just a second ago. Was there an error? This was Lin Xiu's first thought, but it was quickly dismissed. The system was not prone to errors, yet the Berserker effect before him was indeed refreshing continuously. However, at that moment, Lin Xiu had no time to ponder this, as the second decomposer had already swung its fist at him once more. Boom. Even with only one attack, Lin Xiu, despite wearing the Iron Man suit, could easily dodge. However, accustomed to fighting lightly, he stored the suit back into his system backpack. The countless chunks of meat scattered across the square began to change under Lin Xiu's brief pause, gradually moving towards the decomposer skeleton. More zombies in the distance were also drawing closer, melting into this procession. With his hand, he slashed at a nearby chunk of meat, which instantly split in half, but did not stop moving, still heading toward the decomposer skeleton. Just as Lin Xiu found himself in a predicament, he noticed through the system panel that the chunk of meat had the highlighted words synthesizable. It was known that the highlighted synthesizable meant that the object before him was indeed a dead matter and could be collected into the system space. The fact that this writhing mass had the highlighted words synthesizable meant that all the blood and flesh squirming on the ground were dead. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and upon realizing this, he immediately activated the system backpack to collect the chunk of meat on the ground. As he watched the chunk of meat instantly drop into his system backpack, Lin Xiu smiled knowingly at the piles of meat around him. This truly is a case of finding something without any effort. Ahaha, I shall gladly accept your treasures. Laughing heartily, Lin Xiu stored the chunk of meat into the system backpack, then summoned the butcher rifle, beginning to shoot at the second decomposer in the distance. Though he did not know why his berserker effect kept refreshing, he did not dare to rely on it continuously. To ensure he did not encounter any accidents, he chose to take matters into his own hands. Tap, 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 tap. The butcher rifle with its silencer removed spewed flames wildly, while Lin Xiu relied on his level agility to dash around the square. Every chunk of meat writhing on the ground that he passed was collected into his system space. In just a brief 5 seconds, as the second decomposer swung its fist again, the number of meat chunks he had collected exceeded 300. Though this number was insignificant compared to the towering 10-meter decomposer, Lin Xiu's actions made the fallen decomposer tense. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones clashing from the decomposer echoed as the fallen first decomposer, seeing Lin Xiu's actions, had to rise. Its skeleton was not as intricate as a human structure. The bones were connected by those viscous blood and flesh-lacking tendons. Therefore, its movements appeared extremely weak and comical, and Lin Xiu even worried whether it could still stand with its body devoid of flesh. This time Lin Xiu seemed to have guessed right. The decomposer, without flesh, struggled even to prop itself up. Seeing this, Lin Xiu instantly understood that he seemed to have found the key to breaking the deadlock, thus accelerating his speed as he collected more flesh into the system. The square was not large, merely around 100 meters in width and length. For Lin Xiu, with his level agility, clearing all the chunks of flesh was akin to a sip of water. But the decomposer clearly would not let him succeed that easily. Just as Lin Xiu thought he could exhaust the decomposer, an unexpected change occurred. The fallen decomposer suddenly opened its lower jaw, though unable to make sounds, it nonetheless unleashed an astonishing hurricane from its mouth. In an instant, all the greenery in the square was uprooted. This hurricane did not blow outward, but rather sucked everything towards its head like a vacuum cleaner. Seeing this, Lin Xiu immediately summoned the listening sound in his hand, reinserted it into the ground, and pulled the trigger with his right hand, aiming for its head. The sound of clanging echoed continuously. Even in such a situation, Lin Xiu still did not forget to collect all the blood and flesh that passed him into his system space. The decomposer suddenly faced Lin Xiu. Although it had no eyes and could not speak, Lin Xiu could feel its current anger. But in a fight where it was either you or me, Lin Xiu had no mind to waste time with it. As soon as the hurricane in its mouth stopped, Lin Xiu charged towards it. Although the decomposer used this technique to retrieve all the flesh that Lin Xiu had not absorbed into the system space, Lin Xiu had already absorbed half of it earlier. Thus, at this moment, the first decomposer had restored its previous appearance, but now it was merely a shell of its former self. The remaining flesh clung to its bones like a layer of cling film, and due to the loss of flesh within its body, its skin had become semi-transparent. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Xiu naturally would not let this chance slip away. Just as it was preparing to stand up with its hands on the ground, Lin Xiu's listening sound had already swung towards its right wrist. The listening sound suddenly sliced across its palm, and this time Lin Xiu exerted such force that even the ground bore a deep scar. After this strike, Lin Xiu immediately opened the system panel and aimed for the wrist that had detached from the body. Seeing the highlighted words "can be synthesized," Lin Xiu swiftly stored it in the system backpack. Bang! The decomposer, having lost its palm, stared in horror at its right hand, and its entire body fell again due to the loss of balance. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiu laughed heartily, instantly jumping onto its shoulder. This is like trying to plant flowers with intent, but getting nothing while inadvertently planting willows that provide shade. With that, he swung the listening sound again, directly striking its intact left shoulder. Since his idea had been validated, the next step was to begin acting according to his own methods. Although he could not defeat this decomposer, he could take it apart directly. Decomposer, decomposer, so this name implies this. Lin Xiu's thoughts on breaking the situation had become clear, so his mood inevitably relaxed a bit, and he even started to joke. However, just as his blade struck the shoulder of the first decomposer preparing to store it in the space, he suddenly found that he was unable to do so this time. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this decomposer seemed to have become aware that its weakness had been exposed. So when Lin Xiu's blade cut into its shoulder flesh as Lin Xiu's listening sound just reached out, the flesh behind it had already begun to reassemble. Such an operation ensured that it would never face the danger of having its body separated, which also caused Lin Xiu's planned actions to fail. Just as he was about to curse his sixth sense, suddenly sensed danger, feeling movement behind him, Lin Xiu immediately pulled back and flew away. Whoosh! The fist of the second decomposer swept past Lin Xiu with a gust of wind. Lin Xiu snorted coldly, surprised that these two worked quite well together. However, now that he knew their weaknesses, there would be many ways to solve the problem. Therefore, just as the attack of the second decomposer landed, and it was preparing to retract its fist, Lin Xiu boldly leaped onto the back of the second decomposer's hand. This move was nothing short of perilous, but Lin Xiu swiftly sliced the 4 fingers at the front of its palm. Then before it could react, he had already stored it in the system space. The sudden attack caught the second decomposer off guard, and when it realized what had happened, it found it had lost 4 fingers. Furious, it seemed to have directly broken through its attack interval limit. Just as Lin Xiu jumped off its hand, it launched another attack. This punch indeed exceeded Lin Xiu's expectations, but for him, it was not dangerous. Having landed, he pushed off the ground with his legs, propelling himself away from the spot. Boom! This punch from the decomposer was packed with power, instantly cracking the ground and raising clouds of dust. Lin Xiu, who had dodged the blow, turned and charged into the dust. With the listening sound tightly gripped, Lin Xiu opened his inside eye once more. In the dust, where visibility was nearly non-existent, he saw a giant fist formed by countless red lines. A smirk slowly crept onto his lips, thinking to himself how true it was. However, instead of striking down with the listening sound immediately, he pointed the blade at the fist and unleashed a long-stored sonic explosion. Ding! With the system panel still open after the sonic explosion from the listening sound, Lin Xiu saw countless can-be-synthesized words floating out through the panel. Without needing to think, it was undoubtedly the flesh scattered by the listening sound. More critically, the fist that had been filled with red lines under the inside eye had now completely vanished. In its place was a massive can-be-synthesized text. In an instant, Lin Xiu collected all items within his field of vision into the system space and then exited the dust. At this moment, while the dust had yet to settle, the second decomposer, upon retracting its arm, was horrified to find that its entire hand, along with the flesh of its forearm, had completely disappeared. Lin Xiu grinned at decomposer number 2 and then ignored it. Both of its hands were already incapacitated, and even if it wanted to, it could no longer stop him from dissecting the decomposer on the ground. In ancient times, there was the butcher Ding dissecting oxen. Today, I, Lin Xiu, shall dissect you. With that, Lin Xiu's heroic level agility erupted, but this time he chose not to cut its wrist again. Instead, he went directly to its feet. At this moment, there were still zombies approaching it, transforming into a mass of flesh to supplement it. Seeing this, Lin Xiu naturally did not hesitate to store it in the system backpack. Then he struck down forcefully at its ankle. The listening sound successfully severed its left foot, and Lin Xiu also stored it in the system space the moment the words "can be synthesized" appeared. At this moment, the first decomposer, which had no sensation of pain, was still unaware that its foot had vanished. Since that was the case, Lin Xiu naturally did not hesitate to strike at its other foot as well. Looking at the decomposer before him, which had already been rendered useless, Lin Xiu's hands did not stop. The standing decomposer was staring at its incomplete hands while the one lying down was still searching for its own figure. Although these two decomposers seemed strong, all attributes rated B, it appeared they had considerable flaws in intelligence. In fact, he felt that these two were even inferior to the devourer he had encountered in the library before. However, the fact that the zombies had poor brains was precisely what he most wanted to see. Taking advantage of the fact that neither of the two decomposers noticed him, Lin Xiu had already approached the knee of the lying decomposer. With the listening sound raised high, this time Lin Xiu's target was its entire calf. As Lin Xiu collected the disassembled creature's legs into the system, the unfortunate creature finally realized something was amiss. Upon seeing its legs vanish completely, the remaining hand immediately swung towards Lin Xiu. Its movement was swift, but it had forgotten that its body had little flesh left at this moment. This punch not only failed to attack Lin Xiu, but with all its might caused its arm to break at the elbow, sending its forearm flying towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who was just about to evade, was momentarily stunned by this sight, but as he looked at the large letters "synthesizable," he still accepted it with tears in his eyes. Looking at the bewildered disassembler, Lin Xiu suddenly felt that this creature was rather adorably foolish. Now this disassembler before him had lost both legs. Its right hand was collected into the system space, and even its only attacking left hand was sent over by itself. At this moment it posed no threat whatsoever, unless it could absorb countless zombies to restore its body. Even getting up would be a challenge. However, although zombies continued to pour into the square, the dense mass of zombies was enough for it to recover. But Lin Xiu, having mastered their weaknesses, had long been focused on them. As soon as a zombie approached, he would rush to assist in absorption. As Lin Xiu cut off its legs, he had silently absorbed hundreds of blood clots transformed from zombies. It was probably because this disassembler realized it had not recovered that it looked down at its legs, discovering Lin Xiu's handiwork. However, Lin Xiu seemed to have forgotten that these two disassemblers were the ultimate boss before he took control of the school. Just as Lin Xiu felt confident of victory, the standing disassembler suddenly charged at him. The sudden change set off alarm bells in Lin Xiu's instincts. For safety, he quickly began to retreat while switching his audio device to the butcher, opening fire at it. However, this attack could only increase his berserker stack and did not harm this disassembler. But then Lin Xiu witnessed an unbelievable scene. The originally standing disassembler completely ignored his shots and turned its gaze to the disassembler on the ground. The two eyeless zombies locked eyes, a scene Lin Xiu had never witnessed before. Yet in the next moment, the disassembler on the ground suddenly began to struggle, seemingly trying to escape the range of disassembler No. 2. But at this moment, it could do nothing. Without any warning, disassembler No. 2 inserted its hand, which had only one finger left, into its chest. Lin Xiu's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, he grasped a notion. Devour. Disassembler No. 2, upon realizing it could not resolve its situation, chose to respond in this manner. However, just as Lin Xiu prepared to intervene, a voice suddenly echoed from the school's loudspeaker. Hey, hey! The old-fashioned loudspeaker located at the center of the school could project its voice to every corner of the campus. Lin Xiu recognized that the voice belonged to Guzi. Attention, all survivors in the school. Our rescue team is conducting operations in the order of northwest and south. All survivors, please attract our attention in your way after hearing our vehicle sounds. We have plenty of food and are currently giving it away for free. Our generator's power is limited, and this broadcast will only air once. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Seize it. The campus announcement that once caused Lin Xiu great distress felt incredibly warm upon hearing Guzi's words. Just when Lin Xiu thought the broadcast had ended, Guzi suddenly said, Lin Gu, your walkie-talkie has no sound. If you hear the broadcast, please respond. After we rescue the survivors, we will come to find you. With that, the loudspeaker fell silent. Only then did Lin Xiu realize that he seemed to have placed the walkie-talkie directly into the system space. Thus, looking at the two disassemblers entangled before him, he furrowed his brow and stopped his thoughts of interference, retrieving the walkie-talkie. Here I was fighting and had no time. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Guzi's voice came back immediately, laughing, ha. Lin Gu, I just knew you would definitely hear my broadcast. Lin Xiu chuckled, his gaze fixed ahead, and praised, not bad, coming up with the idea to power the broadcast station shows some brains. How about I treat you to a Michelin 5-star dinner when we get back tonight? What? Really? Fake? Damn. Lin Xiu laughed heartily, glancing at the battle that had already been decided, and said again, all right, no more chit-chat, my side isn't finished yet. The century battle has ended, and I need to start fighting. I'll call you back once I'm done. With that, Lin Xiu returned the walkie-talkie to the system space. Before him, the standing disassembler had successfully defeated the one on the ground. Although it no longer had a palm, its body was still full of flesh. After pinning the one on the ground, it opened its mouth wide and began to bite down, tearing off the ribs of the disassembler on the ground. To Lin Xiu's astonishment, the bones that even his audio device could not cut through were easily broken into pieces like cookies in the disassembler's mouth. With one swift move, the disassembler became even more audacious, devouring the entire body of the other disassembler in a series of bites. Afterward, the standing disassembler visibly grew back the palm Lin Xiu had taken. With the appearance of the palm, it became even more ferocious, both hands working simultaneously to devour the entire torso of that disassembler right in front of Lin Xiu. However, even so, Lin Xiu was surprised to find that the disassembler on the ground had not yet died. It merely stared at the standing one, while repeatedly opening and closing its mouth. But the victor would not cease looking at the remaining head. The standing disassembler clenched its fist and smashed down heavily upon it. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and the massive head in the distance shattered with a loud bang. Lin Xiu witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. Although Lin Xiu had witnessed the emergence of the decomposer, he only thought of it as yet another strange entity in the apocalyptic world. But when the standing decomposer smashed the head on the ground and looked at the brain matter oozing everywhere, Lin Xiu was stunned. Subsequently, even Lin Xiu, who had seen countless intestines and rotten flesh, was nauseated by the sight of the brain matter, causing his stomach to churn and vomit. With one hand holding a knife propped on the ground, and the other hand holding a gun firing shots to maintain his berserker effect, Lin Xiu gradually felt better after a full minute. Looking up again, he saw the victorious decomposer had already gnawed clean the skull on the ground, and even the brain matter was absorbed by its flesh and blood. The ground was spotless, as if nothing had happened except for the increasing amounts of flesh and blood on the ground, and the two decomposers had once again merged into one. However, just when Lin Xiu thought the next phase would be the battle, the victorious decomposer suddenly underwent a transformation. Roar! The decomposer, which had previously been unable to make a sound, suddenly let out a roar louder than before. At the same time, a powerful whirlwind suddenly erupted from its body, uprooting the remaining greenery in the square and sweeping it into its mouth. Lin Xiu's eardrums were almost shattered, but he still reacted quickly, inserting the sound detection device into the ground. This time the suction power was several levels stronger than before, and even with Lin Xiu's current three-dimensional attributes, he was still blown away by its wind, relying solely on the sound detection device for support. Lin Xiu's mood plummeted, but at this moment, he still held the butcher rifle and fired shots. If the wind created by the previous decomposer was a hurricane, then the wind created by this one was a tornado. In that instant, not only the surrounding zombies, but even the trash cans and statues on the ground were uprooted. Unfortunately, the shattered statue happened to be in a straight line with him. If he remained in place, he would likely be knocked away. In a moment of urgency, Lin Xiu's mind raced, and suddenly the evolved skill of the sound detection device activated. Just as the statue was about to collide, Lin Xiu focused his mind, and the Tang Dao sound detection device let out a soft chime, creating an invisible barrier that appeared around him, blocking the incoming statue. However, at that moment, Lin Xiu suddenly realized that his body, which had been sucked upwards, landed smoothly on the ground. This discovery brought him immense joy. The energy source of the sound detection device was based on the sound waves it absorbed, and the sound wave barrier had no usage restrictions. This meant that as long as the sound detection device stored energy internally, the barrier could be used. At this moment, the erupting tornado not only carried the roar of the decomposer, but also produced an astonishing sound of wind sufficient to keep the sound detection device balanced. Thus, Lin Xiu directly positioned the sound detection device in front of him, firing shots from the butcher rifle at the decomposer while waiting for its actions to cease. Though the bullets from the butcher rifle were severely interfered with, as long as they made contact with the decomposer, they would be deemed effective damage, stacking the berserker effect. However, after observing that the decomposer continued for a full minute without relenting, Lin Xiu realized something was amiss. Everything it absorbed would directly disintegrate upon reaching the decomposer's mouth. It was at this moment that Lin Xiu understood the origin of this decomposer. More critically, when Lin Xiu opened the system panel to look at the decomposer again, his expression instantly darkened. Decomposer: complete form, level hero strength, A epic agility, B hero endurance, A epic ability. The decomposer can generate a powerful wind comparable to a tornado to absorb objects from the entire area, but generally its primary targets are all the zombies within that area. Note that the force field generated by its upper and lower jaw can disintegrate all objects they do not approach. Weakness: the complete form of the decomposer possesses stronger attributes than the regular decomposer, but this also makes its weaknesses more apparent. Its brain is the core controlling the entire body. Destroying it will bring this massive creature down. Note the complete form of the decomposer is generally the strongest entity within low-level areas, but its appearance usually signifies that it is the last remaining zombie in that region. Upon seeing the words complete form, Lin Xiu's heart sank, and after reading the entire description, his expression turned as dark as a pot bottom. Just as the previous system task stated, his mission objective was to eliminate all zombies, but who would have thought that the one to help him accomplish this task would be the decomposer before him? Although this could be seen as a good thing. After all, eliminating it meant that all the zombies in the school had been cleared. However, he knew that dealing with this complete form of the decomposer would not be easy at all. Based on the nature of the system panel, the recorded information was undoubtedly true, but it was certainly not complete. In other words, aside from unleashing a vacuum-like tornado and disintegrating all objects near its mouth, it likely had many more skills. It should be noted that this time the panel added a note regarding this complete form of the decomposer. This was the first time he had encountered such an exception during his long use of the system, and every word on it struck him with terror. Especially the word strongest. Even though this decomposer had yet to stop its mouth, Lin Xiu's sixth sense was continuously escalating. Lin Xiu naturally did not know that at this very moment the entire campus was disturbed by this terrifying suction tornado. Countless building windows shattered, and a storm of glass shards and dust swirled in the air. Like a sandstorm in a desert city, the entire school was shrouded by the dust created by this tornado. All the zombies within the campus were almost swept up in this tornado, surging towards the commercial area near the school gate. But no matter how turbulent it was within the school, even the east school gate closest to the complete decomposer remained as calm as still water. The rescue team hiding in the teaching building all had grim expressions, although they did not know what Lin Xiu, who was battling that zombie, was experiencing. The deafening roar that echoed throughout the campus was enough to send chills down their spines. They had no idea that the greatest crisis in the school was upon them. 5 minutes passed, and Lin Xiu watched as the last zombie was devoured by the decomposer, transforming into a puddle of flesh and blood. Finally, the storm ceased. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu was horrified to discover that the decomposer, which had originally stood 10 meters tall, was now once again growing in size. With another roar, the bones of the decomposer elongated and expanded, stretching its entire body. Yet more than the increase in size, what made Lin Xiu feel the greatest sense of crisis was the sudden appearance of its eyes. What had once been merely a skull, the decomposer, now formed 2 pitch-black eyes from the writhing flesh. Inside the eyeballs, there were countless brain fluids that had previously made Lin Xiu's stomach churn. Strangely, at the center of the synthesized eyeballs, a red glow was emanating. As the fully formed decomposer surged to 15 meters in height, it seemed to have completed its ultimate evolution. Its massive head suddenly lifted, and a deafening roar erupted from its mouth. What followed was a desperate battle. Even though Lin Xiu knew that all the zombies within the school had been eradicated, he dared not gamble on whether there would still be an army of special zombies if he failed. Perhaps in the very next moment after his failure, the school gate would be breached by countless zombies, and every zombie entering the school would turn into a special one. Thus, he had to give it his all. Taking out his walkie-talkie, Lin Xiu took a deep breath and activated the communication. All the zombies in the school have been cleared. Find an opportunity to broadcast again, urging all survivors to head to the dormitory area. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the voices of Zhang Jiai and Shi Mingxian rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Xiu, how are you? The channel fell into silence for a moment, catching Lin Xiu off guard. However, looking at the decomposer that had entered its state, Lin Xiu could only say as quickly as possible, I'm fine, but you need to move faster. 2 hours have already passed and nightfall is approaching. Wait for me to return. After saying this, Lin Xiu put the walkie-talkie directly into the system space. Stopping the motion of his right hand from pulling the trigger, he realized that his butcher rifle had only 65 minutes of usage time left. What once felt incredibly powerful, the butcher rifle, had now become merely a tool for him to stack passive effects in the face of this fully formed zombie. At the moment he stopped, Lin Xiu's sixth sense alert surged, and almost instinctively he looked up at the decomposer's eyes. He saw a flash of red light in its eyes, and then a beam shot towards Lin Xiu. Even with his hero-level attributes and enhanced senses, he couldn't catch a trace of this beam. In a moment of panic, he had no way to evade and could only activate his sound barrier again. Crash! The 2 beams pierced through Lin Xiu's sound barrier, striking behind him with a sound like shattering glass echoing around him. The sound barrier, which had previously withstood even a tornado, shattered under the impact of this beam. Lin Xiu, affected by the blast, was sent flying backward with tremendous force after the barrier broke. His body tumbled on the ground, and thankfully Lin Xiu was currently endowed with hero-level attributes, who otherwise just this roll would have left his skin severely scraped and rendered him incapacitated. After several rolls, Lin Xiu's hearing device suddenly embedded into the ground, halting his tumbling posture, his feet landing and sliding along the ground with the device. Even so, his right hand still aimed the butcher rifle at the decomposer. However, the bullets fired into the decomposer's flesh disappeared without a trace, and those hitting its bones merely sparked a tiny flash before falling helplessly to the ground. Yet as Lin Xiu quickly approached and saw the 2 large pits created by the beams that had pierced his sound barrier, he suddenly halted his fire. For at the center of those pits, he immediately noticed a yellow dot. It was a bullet. The bullets that had shattered his sound barrier were actually 2 bullets fired by the decomposer. Only then did Lin Xiu realize why the many bullets he had fired earlier had not been expelled by the decomposer, but rather retrieved. It turned out that after acquiring eyes, it could also fire bullets. This was not good news for Lin Xiu. He could deduce one thing just from the 2 deep pits on the ground and the impact force that had stabilized after rolling so many times. If it weren't for the fact that this decomposer lacked the inside eyes he had, making its aim inaccurate, those 2 bullets could have taken him out instantly. Now the bullets he fired had turned into ammunition for the decomposer aimed back at him. This was troublesome. Lin Xiu sighed inwardly. Although the system panel had revealed the weaknesses of this fully formed decomposer, facing a target that could attack up close and shoot from afar, he could not mount any effective assault. But just because he couldn't attack didn't mean the decomposer wouldn't attack. After being bombarded by Lin Xiu's butcher rifle during its evolution, it had long been filled with rage. Now having discovered that Lin Xiu was suppressed, it showed no mercy. As the red light in the decomposer's eyes grew brighter, Lin Xiu's sixth sense alarm intensified. Realizing that the decomposer was likely to shoot again, Lin Xiu wasted no time and took off running. As Lin Xiu, who held the title of weapon expert, he knew exactly what was crucial when facing heavy fire from an enemy. Cover. This was the square in the commercial district, and all the vegetation and statues had long been destroyed by the previous tornado. However, this was still a commercial area, and around this 100-meter square were countless commercial buildings. Lin Xiu dared not underestimate the decomposer's damage and ammunition reserves, especially since in the half-hour he had unleashed the tornado, his butcher rifle had not ceased firing. Who knew how many bullets he had supplied it with? As Lin Xiu pondered, the two red beams in the decomposer's eyes aimed directly at him. Fortunately, these beams posed no harm, but Lin Xiu suddenly thought of a term: infrared targeting system. Not good. Lin Xiu shouted, raising his butcher rifle again and shooting at the distant decomposer while frantically moving his legs towards the buildings in the commercial area. Just as he escaped the infrared targeting system, the decomposer in the distance launched its attack. Tap, 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 tap. Countless bullets poured out, creating a thunderous roar. However, these bullets were not fired from the butcher rifle in Lin Xiu's hands. In the distance stood a towering decomposer, and as Lin Xiu sprinted towards the commercial district buildings, the openings of its eyes began to unleash a barrage of bullets. The tiles on the ground instantly shattered under the hail of bullets, sending up clouds of dust half a meter high. Wherever the infrared rays reached, no object could remain intact. Although the bullet holes on the ground shrank from a 5-meter diameter to 5 centimeters, Lin Xiu knew that the power of this dense barrage was still beyond his ability to withstand. Thus, at present, his only advantage lay in his agility, which was on par with the decomposer. Yet as a monster towering 15 meters high, even with an agility rating of B, he could not unleash his full speed. Moreover, although the decomposer's machine gun was immensely powerful, its slowly rotating head severely limited that power. As long as Lin Xiu could use his agility to circle around to the back of this seemingly uncoordinated decomposer and take it down from behind, it should not pose a significant problem. However, the plan was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Ahead lay the decomposer's furious gunfire, and if he attempted to circle around, he would inevitably disappear from its view for quite some time. In that case, regardless of whether he could successfully maneuver around, the mere drop in his frenzy level would be a fatal weakness. Therefore, Lin Xiu's current focus was on how to maintain the effect of frenzy while getting behind this decomposer. Amidst running and shooting, Lin Xiu kept an eye on the bullets from the decomposer while opening the exchange mall, searching for what he needed. Although the items in the exchange mall were merely everyday goods, if used appropriately, they could still be transformed into weapons. At the very least, based on Lin Xiu's current ability as a weapon expert, crafting a Molotov cocktail from dish soap and laundry detergent was well within his means. However, he did not have the luxury of extra hands to concoct such things, so Lin Xiu opted for the most straightforward option: alcohol. Paired with cotton strips, simply igniting and throwing it would create a fiery inferno. He did not need these bottles to inflict any damage on the decomposer, he only needed to ensure that his frenzy continued to refresh. Thus, the crafting of this item was quite crude, and after purchasing a box of alcohol, Lin Xiu even skipped the cotton strips and charged directly at the decomposer. His small stature worked to his advantage. Using the cover of the room, Lin Xiu quickly approached within 50 meters of the decomposer while shooting. At this distance, with Lin Xiu's heroic strength, tossing a box of alcohol was as easy as pie. Hiding behind the building, Lin Xiu listened to the crackling gunfire on the wall. Taking a deep breath, he dashed out of the building. As the decomposer swiftly adjusted its aim, Lin Xiu had already produced a box filled with alcohol bottles, hurling it fiercely towards the creature. Just as the box was about to land on the decomposer, Lin Xiu aimed his butcher rifle directly at the cardboard box ahead. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 quick shots, the cardboard box in the air instantly burst open, and the alcohol within ignited into flames. Then, while the decomposer's line of sight had yet to reach him, Lin Xiu moved sideways and pulled the trigger, shattering all the bottles scattered in the air. A total of 30 explosions echoed through the air, and just as Lin Xiu had anticipated, the alcohol covered the decomposer entirely. Looking at the continuously refreshing frenzy level on his system panel, Lin Xiu's expression brightened as he swiftly slipped into the high-rise buildings of the commercial district. Roar! A sudden roar erupted from the decomposer's mouth. Though it felt no pain, the tiny flames still hinted at the damage inflicted on its flesh. What was even more infuriating was that despite firing countless bullets, Lin Xiu fled like a monkey, evading every shot. Thus, upon seeing Lin Xiu fleeing again, the decomposer's furious eyes locked onto the entrance. He vanished from wildly firing its weapon. The thick wall under the barrage of fire was instantly penetrated, the entire surface shattered. Yet this time the decomposer did not see anyone leap out from inside. At that moment, Lin Xiu had already run towards the back of the square upon entering the corridor. Although the decomposer stood 15 meters tall, it still appeared small amidst the 10-story buildings of the commercial district. Therefore, Lin Xiu was not worried about being spotted by the decomposer during his escape. As long as it lacked sensory organs beyond sight and sound, it would inevitably be outmaneuvered by Lin Xiu. Boom. Just as Lin Xiu was about to circle behind the decomposer, a tremendous roar accompanied by violent ground shaking came from behind him. Watching the building gradually tilt, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. While he knew the decomposer's firepower was formidable, he never expected it could demolish an entire building. Running Lin Xiu was oblivious to the fact that the enraged decomposer, upon realizing Lin Xiu had vanished, unleashed its full firepower, blasting through the first 2 floors of the building. Naturally, a structure with its foundation destroyed could only collapse. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiu quickened his pace, feeling displeasure towards the decomposer's wanton destruction. After all, once he dealt with this decomposer, he would rule over the entire campus, and every blade of grass and tree here would be his private property. In the apocalypse, no one would speak of contract spirit, righteousness, or morality. The absence of any government intervention thus far was enough to demonstrate that the existing civilized order had crumbled. What he needed to do was eliminate everyone in his way and establish his own order. The sudden thought surged in Lin Xiu's mind, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With the decomposer's back facing him, Lin Xiu's left hand wielded the listening blade, while his right hand held the butcher rifle. He charged forward, leaping abruptly within 10 meters of its back. With a sharp sound, Lin Xiu's gaze fell upon the exposed area on the decomposer's skull, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Pointing the tip of the listening blade with his left hand, he aligned the muzzle of the butcher rifle with his right hand. After soaring 10 meters high, he unleashed a sudden attack. Sonic boom. Ding. A crisp sound echoed as the sound wave erupted, crashing directly from the back of the decomposer's head. Thus, this attack from the sound directly struck a critical hit. All the flesh and blood around the decomposer's neck detached from its body. Seeing the 3 characters can be synthesized, Lin Xiu naturally would not let it go. With a wave of his hand, all the flesh and blood entered his system space. This large movement certainly startled the decomposer awake. As it opened its mouth to roar, it realized that it had become mute due to the loss of flesh around its neck. This made its anger towards Lin Xiu reach new heights. Its massive hand reached for Lin Xiu, who had already climbed onto its shoulder. However, Lin Xiu, who had already formulated a countermeasure, would naturally not be hit by this slow attack. He swiftly blocked with the sound, preparing to use the previous move again to disarm the decomposer. However, having been tricked once, the decomposer would not be fooled again. Upon noticing Lin Xiu's sound aiming for its palm, it quickly retracted its fist. With one plan failing, Lin Xiu conceived another. Looking at the eyeball visible through the back of the head, he steeled his heart and jumped directly into the decomposer's head. Facing the viscous flesh inside, Lin Xiu chose to equip himself with the Iron Man suit. For him, as long as he kept away from the 2 dangerous incisors, avoiding the risk of dissection, he had already become a blind spot within the decomposer's body. As Lin Xiu had anticipated, when the decomposer discovered that he had actually burrowed into its head, this 15-meter-tall giant beast clearly panicked. The decomposer's head was not large, only capable of accommodating 3 people at most. To stay away from the 2 gleaming incisors, Lin Xiu moved inside, pressed against the skull at the back of its head. At this moment, the decomposer began to shake its head wildly, seemingly trying to throw Lin Xiu out, but this attempt could not shake Lin Xiu. Instead, the earlier sound attack caused the flesh atop its brain to loosen. Faced with these good things, Lin Xiu naturally collected them into his system space. However, just when Lin Xiu thought he could secure victory and directly slay it, he suddenly noticed that the originally external eyeball had reversed at this moment. What the hell? You can do that too. Lin Xiu cursed loudly. As 2 red lasers targeted him, he dived forward, jumping into its nostrils. At the same time, one hand gripped its eye socket. Looking at the semi-transparent flesh around the decomposer's eyeball, Lin Xiu suddenly conceived a plan, drawing his Tang knife and sharply stabbing towards its eye socket. At that moment, the decomposer sensed the crisis, and its head shook even more violently, but this was still futile against Lin Xiu. Instead, Lin Xiu, holding his breath, quickened his movements upon noticing the decomposer's intense reaction. Following the sound up into the eye socket, Lin Xiu's strike cleanly detached the entire eyeball from the decomposer, which had no flesh left in its oral cavity. Seeing the large characters can be synthesized appear, Lin Xiu grinned and collected it into his system space. This collection caused the previously imposing decomposer to fall into panic. The previously slight head shaking transformed into a wild lateral swing. But Lin Xiu showed no mercy. Pulling and swinging his Tang knife again, he collected the other eyeball into his system space. At this moment, it was clear that this decomposer was not as difficult to deal with as Lin Xiu had imagined. However, just as Lin Xiu prepared to strike upwards and crush its brain, the two incisors in front of the decomposer's mouth suddenly emitted light. The sixth sense of danger intensified at this moment, bringing Lin Xiu a sense of impending doom. Yet in such circumstances, Lin Xiu remained calm, especially under the assassin title, where his logical thinking became more precise. After carefully observing the positions above and below, Lin Xiu suddenly switched his sound for a butcher's rifle, aiming at the top, covered with the decomposer's brain matter, pulling the trigger. Tap, 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 tap. To maximize power, Lin Xiu removed the silencer this time, raising the butcher's rifle and fiercely firing at the dark mass of flesh above. The butcher's rifle's first ability increased damage by 100 against zombies, while its second ability granted a 500 damage boost for close-range attacks. Thus, with the muzzle nearly touching the mass of filthy flesh, even the decomposer's flesh that was immune to bullets was being struck down by Lin Xiu. Watching countless pieces of flesh marked can be synthesized fall from above, Lin Xiu spared none. Just a second later, he spotted the weakness located above the brain. "I have insight," Lin Xiu shouted, and his vision changed instantly. Facing the exposed brain matter, he suddenly realized that this time the mark of weakness was only a red triangle. A weakness, and an absolute weakness. At that moment, Lin Xiu quickly adjusted his aim, targeting the highlighted inverted triangle. But to Lin Xiu's surprise, this inverted triangle was constantly moving within the mass of red and white. Lin Xiu's bullets rained down, but the brightness below only grew stronger. Even right beneath him, a milky white light sphere had appeared in the decomposer's mouth. He believed that if he waited for this light sphere to explode, even if he managed to defeat the decomposer, he would undoubtedly perish. So watching the red triangle frantically moving above, Lin Xiu's expression became extremely fierce, disregarding everything, and leaped towards the moving weakness. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Lin Xiu had already locked onto the position of this weakness. Even if it kept moving, he had to seize it. Otherwise, the result of this reckless leap would be either seizing the weakness and breaking it, or falling directly into the milky white light sphere, turning to ashes. With his right hand maintaining fire, his left hand plunged into the mass of red and white. Just as Lin Xiu reached the highest point and was about to fall, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Got you." Looking at the pink sphere in his hand, Lin Xiu had no time to observe it and directly pulled the trigger of the butcher's rifle, aimed at it. With 3 gunshots, as Lin Xiu's body began to fall, the sphere in his hand shattered with a resounding crack. At that moment, the previously swaying decomposer also ceased its movement, and the glowing orb in its mouth dissipated. The flesh and blood above lost their cohesion, instantly falling downwards. Not only the interior of the skull, but the entire body of the now lifeless decomposer had lost its vitality. The once viscous flesh and blood began to flow to the ground like melted syrup. This was all loot, and Lin Xiu naturally wouldn't let it go, collecting everything into his system backpack. Even the massive skeleton of the decomposer was taken into Lin Xiu's possession. Without any support, Lin Xiu started to fall from a height of 10 meters, yet with his heroic attributes, he was unafraid of this short drop. However, the system prompt that rang in his mind made him raise an eyebrow. "Ding. You have killed a Lord-level zombie. The rewards during the mission will be calculated later." "Ding. You have received a new title. The rewards during the mission will be calculated later." "Ding. First kill of the special zombie decomposer. The rewards during the mission will be calculated later." "Ding. First kill of a Lord-level zombie. The rewards during the mission will be calculated later." Although all rewards would be calculated later, Lin Xiu realized that just for this single kill of the decomposer, there were actually 4 rewards. In addition, his system space was filled with countless pieces of decomposer flesh, along with its 2 eyes and its large incisors that had decomposition abilities. This time's harvest, considering the value of these corpses alone, had already far surpassed the total from the previous special zombie kills. Not to mention, there was now an additional kill reward and the comprehensive reward for the entire mission. It is known that the rewards for first kills typically involve attribute enhancements, but the rewards for first kills of Lord-level zombies are undoubtedly even more powerful. Lin Xiu even felt that his abilities might very well appear among these rewards. However, since he had already dealt with this Lord-level decomposer, he had naturally resolved all the zombies in the school. This meant that the only remaining task preventing the mission from ending was the rescue of survivors managed by Guzi and the others. With that thought, Lin Xiu took out his walkie-talkie while opening the system panel to check the current mission. Title: Mission Clean the Campus. Mission description: You have successfully eradicated the special zombies within the campus. Now it's time to begin your domination of the entire campus. Mission Requirement 1, a rescue campus survivors. 1620. Mission Requirement 2, eliminate the last campus hero-level special zombie that appears before you. 1-1. Mission Requirement 3, clear all zombies within the campus. Completed. Success reward statistics based on the completion of the 2 requirements. Statistical time, 5 hours, 18 minutes, and 8 seconds. Failure penalty, ordinary zombies within the campus will rapidly evolve with an 80 chance for each ordinary zombie to become a special zombie. Looking at the task progress on the form, Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised that Guzi and the others had been so fast. In a good mood, Lin Xiu stored the Iron Man suit in the system space and immediately activated the walkie-talkie, smiling as he said, "Hey, I've already dealt with the zombies on my side. Have you rescued the people on your end yet?" Upon hearing Lin Xiu's voice, the channel immediately became lively. "Wow, Lin Gu, you must be joking. This school is so large that just running around takes more than half an hour, let alone searching for survivors." Guzi's voice immediately followed, and then it wasn't the voice of Haozi, but that of Mingxuan. "Most of the people we've rescued this time have fainted from hunger and can't hear our broadcasts. At least 10 of them were discovered by us ourselves." "Yeah, Lin Gu, that's ridiculous. The school has so many rooms, and we only dared to search one room at a time after you said all the zombies were cleared out. We've only just entered the southern campus now." Hearing the complaints from Haozi and the others, Lin Xiu could only helplessly say, "All right, where are you now? They'll come find you. It will be faster this way." Just then Zhang Jiayi's voice suddenly came through the channel. "You don't need to go. They've already found the last batch of survivors. Hurry back. De Qing and I have discovered something, and you need to come back quickly after rescuing this batch of people." Upon hearing Zhang Jiayi's words, Lin Xiu's expression froze. Although he knew Zhang Jiayi understood that Mingxian was interested in him, he felt that ever since he kissed Mingxuan, Zhang Jiayi seemed to have been angry with him since then. Although this feeling wasn't so severe before, it was exceptionally evident at this moment. Hearing the tone of Zhang Jiayi's words, the channel of Guzi and the others fell into silence. Lin Xiu awkwardly scratched his head, ultimately only able to smile bitterly and say, "All right, I'll head back first. Guzi, Haozi, you 4 come back early and be safe." "Okay, Lin Gu, you 2 be safe on your way back." Hearing this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but roll his eyes, and at that moment Zhang Jiayi's voice came through again. "Guzi, what do you mean by what you just said?" "Oh, well, we just entered the elevator, and the signal isn't good. We're going to rescue people by." The channel fell into silence, but everyone present knew well about the tension between Lin Xiu and the 2 women. However, as brothers, they certainly wouldn't say too much, only hoping that Lin Xiu could take care of himself. Lin Xiu naturally understood Guzi's meaning, but based on his impression of Guzi, he felt that this guy was more interested in watching the drama rather than caring about him. Yet at this moment, with the situation looking so favorable, how could a mere woman halt his progress? At most. Lin Xiu's footsteps paused, suddenly realizing that this issue seemed rather serious. Currently within his base, there were only 3 ability users, and 2 of them were women related to him. If a conflict arose, his base might very well fall apart. Sighing, Lin Xiu helplessly sighed, glancing at the nearly destroyed commercial district before striding towards the distant dormitory. As Lin Xiu opened the door to the dormitory, he was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that besides Zhang Jiayi and Da Qing, there was another person inside. Among the 3, the only one showing excitement was the unfamiliar male student, while Zhang Jiayi and Da Qing appeared somewhat uneasy. Seeing this, Lin Xiu frowned slightly and sat down beside Zhang Jiayi, asking what's going on. Zhang Jiayi pointed at the male student across from her and said, "This is Zhou Chang, the survivor we found this time. He came here to share some intelligence, which is also why I asked you to return quickly." Lin Xiu nodded at the boy, who quickly stood up and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, hello. You must be the captain of the rescue team, brother Lin Xiu, right?" Lin Xiu shook the boy's hand and glanced at Da Qing, who gave him a knowing look. Lin Xiu then nodded and said, "Yes, what did you mention before? Can you tell me more about it?" Zhou Qiang nodded eagerly, hurriedly pulling out a radio from his pocket and said to Lin Xiu, "Just yesterday afternoon, I heard a government broadcast on the radio. Our military is in the city. Brother Lin, can you take us to the government's outpost?" As he spoke, Zhou Qiang turned on the radio, which this time played a recording. "This is the emergency broadcast from Magic City. 2 days ago, a worldwide disease broke out, but citizens of Magic City should not panic. Our troops have established defenses in large sports arenas, and supplies are sufficient. We hope citizens who are able can immediately go to these arenas for shelter, and rescue operations will commence shortly." Repeat. Watching Lin Xiu's brows gradually furrow, Zhou Qiang seemed oblivious to the complex expression on Lin Xiu's face and continued excitedly, "This broadcast began yesterday afternoon and plays every hour on the hour. This proves that everything they said is true. The government's military is holding back these zombies. As long as we go there, we can." Lin Xiu interrupted Zhou Chang, thinking, "Hold back zombies? I've already cleared out all the zombies in the entire school. Besides, I have an endless supply of resources. What can they possibly have in that sports arena? Although he wondered if Zhou Qiang had considered that the nearest large sports arena was at least 10 minutes away by subway, it was clear that all three people present were uninterested in the news. Now that we have food and safety in the school, how brainless must this person be to risk battling hordes of zombies to run to an arena where he has no idea what the situation is? Interrupting Zhou Qiang, Lin Xiu glanced at his wristwatch and noticed the time was exactly 7 o'clock, then picked up the radio and switched the channel. As expected, after a crackling noise, the voice of the previous announcer returned to the radio. This is the emergency broadcast from Magic City. Our government's military has established rescue points in various large sports venues in Magic City. We hope capable survivors can go there on their own. We also hope those with special abilities can cooperate with the rescue team and the government. Repeat. After hearing the last segment, Lin Xiu abruptly turned off the radio with a snap, then handed it to Zhou Qiang with a smile, saying, "Zhou Qiang, we understand your point, but we need to discuss the specifics. You should go down and get something to eat. Your room should have already received the allocated food, right?" Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhou Qiang had yet to react when Lin Xiu had already sent him out the door. The moment the door closed, Lin Xiu's expression changed instantly as he looked at the two and asked how many people know about the broadcast. Daqing sighed helplessly and said, "I'm afraid everyone knows by now." Zhang Jiai rubbed her head and added, "As soon as Zhou Qiang returned to the dorm, he shouted loudly and immediately played the radio on loudspeakers saying they had been saved. We kept him here to calm him down." A cold glint flashed across Lin Xiu's face, but he soon calmed down and returned to the table, saying, "You both heard it. Both broadcasts should be true, but what concerns me is that last one." Daqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you talking about the matter of the ability users?" Lin Xiu nodded and replied, "I originally thought that the existing civilized order had collapsed, but it seems I was too naive. More importantly, it appears that the government has already discovered and acknowledged the existence of ability users. Things are getting complicated." Zhang Jiai frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What's the complexity? We are living here, can't they just come and forcibly take us away?" Lin Xiu shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten the two people who entered the school before?" At this moment, Daqing added, "And the key point is not just here. If the government still exists and we have the chance to join them, that would be fine. But the problem lies with Lin Xiu." Zhang Jiai furrowed her brow in confusion at Daqing and asked, "What does Lin Xiu have to do with this?" Lin Xiu smiled bitterly and said, "It does, and it matters a lot. Have you forgotten about my abilities?" Zhang Jiai was taken aback, and Daqing quickly explained, "Because of Lin Xiu's presence, he can provide us with an unlimited supply of food. But if such an ability is exposed after he goes there, have you considered what the consequences might be?" Zhang Jiai suddenly realized that as an ability user, she had focused all her attention on clearing zombies these past few days. This made her nearly forget the most important thing in their survival during the apocalypse: food. Regardless of whether you are an ability user or an ordinary person in an apocalypse, as long as you have not evolved the ability to photosynthesize, you need to eat. Currently, the societal structure has brought all production to a standstill. It can be said that every bit of existing resources once used means less remains. Thus, in Zhang Jiai's view, the news that seemed entirely unrelated to them actually had countless connections upon closer examination. Especially prior to this, two ability users who were aware of Lin Xiu's powers had escaped from their school. Moreover, the official broadcast at this moment surprisingly acknowledged the identity of the ability users, directly dispelling ordinary citizens' doubts regarding them. Therefore, as long as these two went to the gym to report Lin Xiu's abilities, it wouldn't be long before troops stormed the school searching for him. Because any normal person would understand what Lin Xiu's abilities implied. At this point, after considering these stakes, Zhang Jiai looked at Lin Xiu with concern and asked, "So what should we do now?" Lin Xiu exchanged glances with Daqing, both shrugging their shoulders. Daqing helplessly replied, "As of now, there's nothing we can do. The only thing we can do is to try to persuade them not to think too negatively. Of course, if they insist on leaving, we won't stop them." However, a thought struck Lin Xiu, and he suddenly gestured for silence, then activated his quantum sensing. The two brothers were still sitting in a warehouse. In front of them lay the box of bread Lin Xiu had thrown to Shu Chongbin earlier. As Lin Xiu opened his quantum sensing, the two seemed to be conversing about something. "What do you think of the broadcast just now?" Shu Chongbin frowned, looking at Xie Qinglin beside him. At this moment, the two had changed into new clothes, with Shu Chongbin's tattered tank top replaced by a short-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with Hello Kitty. Xie Qinglin, on the other hand, donned an extremely flashy pink shirt. Hearing Shu Chongbin's question, Xie Qinglin took a deep breath and said, "It's hard to say. It's been 4 or 5 days since the incident occurred, and our abilities manifested during the apocalypse, yet the government only announced the existence of ability users at this point. It feels somewhat strange." Xie Qinglin's words caused Shu Chongbin's heart to skip a beat, and he immediately sat up straight and asked, "What do you mean?" As two brothers who had been fighting on the streets since childhood, Xu Chongbin clearly understood that their success in the city was due to his recklessness and Xie Qinglin's intelligence. So upon hearing Xie Qinglin's words, he quickly sensed something and urgently sought an explanation. Xie Qinglin shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. I just feel that since we were able to manifest our powers on the first day, it's impossible that the rescue points in major gyms took several days to discover this. More importantly," he pointed in a direction and said, "We've been to that gym before. Aside from the clean bones of those who were eaten, we didn't see a single person breathing. Although their uniforms suggested they were armed police, there wasn't even a gun beside their corpses. Don't you find that strange?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu far away in the dormitory frowned, glancing at the confused Daqing and Zhang Jiai. He gently shook his head and continued to focus on the two men. Upon hearing Xie Qinglin's comment, Xu Chongbin's expression grew slightly serious, and he then said helplessly, "So are you implying that everything in the broadcast is false? Is there something wrong with this?" Xie Qinglin was silent for 2 seconds and then nodded. "The information in the broadcast might be inaccurate, but one thing should be correct." "What is it?" "That is, they urgently need the help of ability users right now." Hearing this, Xu Chongbin's eyes instantly lit up as he said, "So should we go there now?" Xie Qinglin rolled his eyes and said, "Have you already forgotten the troubles we faced at school so quickly?" Not saying much was fine, but as soon as he spoke, a fierce look appeared in Xu Chongbin's eyes, and he said, "Damn it, that little brat, if it weren't for me being unable to beat him, I would have killed him long ago. We remain steadfast, our rivers and mountains unchanged." At this moment, Xie Qinglin suddenly smiled and said, "No need to be patient, we might just get our revenge in a couple of days." "What do you mean?" Xu Chongbin suddenly became excited, while Xie Qinglin shook his head and said, "Not yet. Although we don't know whether other gyms are also in trouble, the gym in the city definitely still has troops present. Just the day before yesterday, we heard cannon fire. Their firepower can certainly hold out until now. So should we go? Not just go, we also need to bring that kid's news with us." Hearing this, Xu Chongbin furrowed his brow and then asked, "Bring that kid's news with us? What for? What else could it be? Don't you know that kid has the ability to conjure food? What is most needed in every base right now? Food." Xu Chongbin raised an eyebrow, his heart stirred, while Xie Qinglin sneered and said, "Exactly, food. Think about it, after we enter the rescue point, while concealing our identities as ability users, what effect will it have when we report this kid's ability?" Xu Chongbin paused and then frowned, saying, "I feel like this ability is somewhat improbable. There might be other reasons, right? If we report it, I'm afraid no one will believe us." Xie Qinglin helplessly shook his head and said, "You're terribly mistaken. If this broadcast hadn't happened before, they definitely wouldn't believe it. But since they've already broadcasted, they will certainly believe it, or rather, even if they have doubts, they'll still need to visit the school. By that time, what will happen to that kid?" Xu Chongbin's eyes instantly brightened. Although he wasn't as sharp as Xie Qinglin, he was able to grasp the situation. Once the government learns of this matter, Lin Xiu's existence will undoubtedly attract significant attention. At that time, it's likely that troops will immediately set out to the school to search for him. When that happens, they won't be a group of thugs with machetes, but an army armed with rifles and cannons. If Lin Xiu's abilities were similar to those of Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin, then it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, when he alone can solve the survival issues of thousands upon thousands of people, the direction of this matter's development would no longer be in Lin Xiu's hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile. He originally intended to deal with the two of them later, but unexpectedly, they were seeking their own demise. After hearing this, the two planned to sleep early to conserve food, while Lin Xiu directly shut off the sensing and then looked at Daqing and Zhang Jiai, saying, "We guessed right. The two who escaped before are indeed planning to expose me." The two exchanged glances, then looked at Lin Xiu with surprise. Lin Xiu chuckled and said, "I made a few moves when they left, allowing me to monitor them. Just now they were discussing these matters." Upon hearing this, Daqing's eyes brightened, but then he frowned and said, "So, does this mean they are indeed going? What should we do? If they really go, we definitely won't be able to stay safe here." Lin Xiu nodded, but just as he was about to inform the two that he planned to go out to deal with these two, his expression suddenly stiffened, followed by a look of wild joy. Ding. Title task: Clean up the campus has been completed. Task rating successful. Rewards will be issued soon. Hearing the voice from the system, Lin Xiu's face showed a hint of wild joy, but glancing at the two people in the room, he suppressed his expression and smiled at them, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be out for a moment. Wait for me to return." After saying this, he opened the door and walked out of the dormitory, arriving at the dormitory where he and Zhang Jiai lived. Just as he lay down on the bed, a series of continuous system prompts suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. You have killed the Decomposer Heroic Level Lord, earning 100 synthesis coins. You have killed the local lord and cleared all the zombies in the current area, earning the title Scavenger Regional Leader. Ding. First time killing a special zombie decomposer, you receive a choice reward, all attributes level up, attribute enhancement limit breakthrough. The reward for just killing the decomposer already left Lin Xiu astonished. However, following these prompts, another set of task rating rewards surfaced in Lin Xiu's mind. Task title: Campus Cleanup, completed. Task rating S. Task description: you have successfully eradicated the special zombies within the campus. Now it's time to start ruling the entire campus. Task requirement 1: I rescue campus survivors 2020S. Task requirement 2: deal with and eliminate the last campus heroic level special zombie that appears before you 11S. Task requirement 3: clear all zombies within the campus. Completed. A. Task time 4 hours 21 minutes and 2 seconds S. Seeing this rating sheet, Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, suddenly understanding the algorithm behind this task. The first task, rescuing survivors, must have been completed in advance by Guzi and the others under his prompt, hence the S rating. As for the second task of killing the decomposer, he accomplished it all on his own, thus earning an S. Regarding the last task of clearing all zombies, it was certainly not his credit. It was all thanks to the decomposer's absorption and resolution, but due to the speed, he still received an A rating. As for the last item, Lin Xiu did not expect that there would actually be a time rating, and considering it was barely past 7 to 8 o'clock, he had 4 hours left, hence the S rating. However, after reading the form, Lin Xiu suddenly froze, because he realized that this damn system actually had no rewards. Is this a joke taken too far? I mean, I may have killed monsters without taking damage, but I was scared out of my mind by a 15-meter tall zombie. So you have inserted task score with no reward. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, wondering if the system secretly issued a reward that he did not see, so he directly opened the system panel, preparing to check his gains. However, Lin Xiu suddenly discovered that there was a problem with his system interface. At that moment, he was completely stunned. He hadn't even become stronger yet, and the system was gone. Could it be that he completed this task so flawlessly that the system didn't know what reward to give? Lin Xiu's expression was somewhat abnormal, but the next moment, as he listened to the voice in his mind, he couldn't help but smile widely. Ding. System update complete, issuing rewards for this task. Task reward 1. Exchange mall reset, allowing you to exchange for special supplies in your territory. Special zombie item exchange opened. Task reward 2. All your current titles will be changed and strengthened. Task reward 3. 5000 synthesis coins. Looking at the prompts coming from the system panel, Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately opened the exchange mall. In the spoils he obtained from his previous battle with the special zombies, almost every item had a description indicating it could be exchanged for special supplies. Now that the exchange mall appeared, he naturally wanted to see what these items had that was special. However, just by taking a look, he nearly jumped up in excitement, because the first item he discovered was actually related to the abilities he had been anticipating. Ability, Air Bullet. Level C. Description, able to compress air, control the flow of air, creating high-damage air explosive bullets with the potential to evolve. Exchange requirement, Head of Assailant, Heroic Level 10. Ability, Wave Energy Control. Level B. Description, able to control any invisible light wave and manipulate it in any way with the potential to evolve. Exchange requirement, Head of Listener, Heroic Level 10. Just having looked at 2 items, Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. The abilities here were eye-catching enough to tempt him, but the exchange requirements for each ability were absurdly extreme. For the Assailant's head, 10 pieces would be fine, but they all needed to be heroic level. Are you kidding me? If I could kill 10 elite assailants, would I still need this level ability? As for the second one, Wave Energy Control is impressive, but not to mention needing 10 heads of heroic level listeners. What's with the 3 question marks? What do those 3 question marks mean? It seems this exchange requirement isn't low, you need to add more, and it appears I don't even have that item, so you won't even show it to me. With each minimum requirement needing heroic level zombie heads, how am I supposed to use the elite level ones I have? Lin Xiu glanced down, realizing these items were just for him to exchange for synthesis coins. The key was that an elite level head was only worth 500 synthesis coins. I must be getting more than that for killing an elite zombie, right? Lin Xiu figured out that this damn system is just a profiteer. Feeling dissatisfied, he switched pages, but when he checked the current panel again, all his discontent vanished. In the updated exchange mall, it was directly divided into 3 sections, one for daily life, containing all aspects of living, if you want to live completely, without worries in the apocalypse. The last one was for special exchanges like abilities. However, in between, there was an added weapons page. Excitedly opening the weapons page, Lin Xiu's eyes instantly lit up, because he found that the weapons in there included all the firearms and cold weapons he recognized. Even there were abilities weapons he had never even seen before. However, just as he was getting excited, Lin Xiu's face instantly fell. Because this damn system really does not give people a way out. A Glock 19 that he could synthesize cost him only 500 synthesis coins, but in the exchange mall it directly added a 300 coin handling fee. Just as he was about to curse, Lin Xiu's gaze suddenly fell on its description, and his eyes instantly brightened. The Glock 19 quality ordinary price 800 description a standard handgun, but its functionality and structure have been optimized to reduce recoil and increase power. Anyone who uses it to kill a zombie will earn 2 synthesis coins. Initially thinking this system was a scam, the sudden influx of synthesis coins brought a smile to his face. Moreover, after carefully browsing through the weaponry, he discovered that the more expensive the firearms, the higher his synthesis coin earnings. The highest-yielding Barrett sniper rifle surprisingly grants him 10 synthesis coins for each ordinary zombie he kills. However, the price of this Barrett is an outrageous 20,000 synthesis coins. However, this was not the main point. The crucial part was that when Lin Xiu scrolled to the bottom, he found that there were actually defensive structures for sale. It was just like a game with items such as electric fences and barriers, and even landmines and laser cutting lines existed. Moreover, every zombie killed by these traps would bring him varying amounts of synthesis coins. Seeing this, Lin Xiu was already feeling excited. Outside, Xu Chongbin and Xie Lin were both compelling themselves to go out and risk their lives for others, intending to make their presence known. Such a thing not only in this apocalyptic society, but even in civilized times he would never have done. He had the capability to help others, but it was not his obligation, nor did he ever think of carrying the burden of humanity's fate. His wish was simple from the start: to build a paradise for himself and his brothers and women amidst this apocalypse. If others wanted to come here, they had to abide by their rules. If they sought to gain something, a fair exchange would suffice, but if they dared to forcefully buy or sell, he would respond with bullets. Thus, upon seeing these traps, he immediately thought of arming the school. Even if he didn't have to guard against those with ulterior motives, he still needed to prevent powerful zombies from entering. At the very least, he needed to reinforce the school gate, making it sturdier. Alloy gate quality excellent price 10,000 description a sturdy alloy gate that can withstand attacks from special zombies of hero level and below, equipped with surveillance, a password lock, and independent power supply. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiu was intrigued. His current synthesis coins had already exceeded 150,000, and spending 40,000 to upgrade the gate was more than enough. With the thought of testing its effect, Lin Xiu immediately chose to purchase it. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, a three-dimensional view of the entire school appeared before him. The perspective zoomed directly to the school gate, prompting Lin Xiu to select a placement position. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. This meant that as long as he had enough synthesis coins, he could place traps anywhere without needing to be on site. This was indeed a clever tool. In the future, if he encountered zombies he couldn't deal with, he could simply lure them to the school and use synthesis coins to smash them. Perhaps he could even kill them. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu immediately chose to cover the previous school gate for construction. As soon as he confirmed his choice, a loud crash resonated from outside the east gate. Everyone in the school almost heard the sound, and many thought it was the noise made by the zombie that had previously roared in the campus, causing them to turn pale with fear. But Lin Xiu lay in bed, watching the process of the gate's installation unfold before his eyes. This 10-meter-high alloy gate did not just appear abruptly after Lin Xiu confirmed it. Instead, following the loud crash, the ground at the school gate suddenly split open, and then this massive black gate emerged directly from the ground, pushing the original gate out. Incredibly, when this gate stood tall, the surrounding cracked walls seemed to fit perfectly with it, leaving no gaps. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiu happily purchased 3 more gates, fully arming the school. Lin Xiu realized that given the current situation, this apocalypse was not as difficult as he had imagined. Although countless people had turned into zombies and died, many others had survived, and among them a large portion had likely become superhumans. In the future, humanity would probably evolve into superhumans through generations of inheritance, leading to a new civilization. Additionally, with the system by his side, he had no worries about food, clothing, or shelter, so there was no need to escape far from here. He could directly treat this familiar place as his lair, continuing to establish a new order. This was his grand plan. Thus, to strengthen his base, a few thousand synthesis coins were insignificant. Soon after, 3 more loud crashes echoed across the campus, causing even Zhang Jiai and Da Qing in the adjacent room to stand up. However, seeing Lin Xiu next door, who had not reacted at all, the two exchanged a glance and seemed to understand something, opting to continue waiting. Yet Da Qing felt somewhat awkward staying in the dormitory with a woman, especially since she was Lin Xiu's woman. So after the 3 loud crashes, he helplessly shrugged and said this must have something to do with Lin Xiu. I don't know what he is up to, but I will go out to take a look and pick them up. Zhang Jiai smiled and nodded her mind, once again recalling the earlier conversation between Lin Xiu and Shi Mingxuan, falling into silence once more. Da Qing opened the door, but just as he was about to leave, another loud crash sounded. And this time the crash not only carried a continuous rumbling sound, but even the ground of the entire campus began to shake. At that moment, both he and Zhang Jiai heard the voice of Guzi from their walkie-talkie. Damn, something happened. You guys need to look outside. A row of I don't know what has suddenly appeared outside our school. We are surrounded. The two exchanged glances and immediately rushed downstairs. At this moment, not just the two of them, but most of the others who had been startled by the rumbling sound had already gathered in the dormitory lobby, discussing the recent tremors. Daqing picked up the keys and headed straight to the rooftop with Zhang Jia. To observe the disturbances, the rooftop was undoubtedly the best vantage point. However, when they stood on the rooftop and looked into the distance, just one glance left them both frozen in place. Just after Lin Xiu chose to place the 4 great doors, suddenly the system issued a prompt ding. You have obtained the title of a territory leader. Currently, it is a closed territory. Would you like to spend 500 synthesis coins to build walls to fortify it? Yes, no. Fortification. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Although 500 synthesis coins was indeed a bit much for him, who had just struck a windfall, it wasn't too burdensome. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and immediately spent the money. Subsequently, in his view, rows of walls appeared just as the doors had, directly raising the existing walls. These alloy walls, just like the doors, possessed the ability to repel special zombies below the hero level. To think that with just 500 synthesis coins, he could enclose over 100 hectares of school land was simply a massive profit. However, Lin Xiu soon discovered something even more shocking. After all the walls were leveled with the 4 doors, he noticed that the speed of their increase did not slow down. Instead, together with the 4 doors, they continued to rise upwards. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. At 20 meters high, it was already sufficient to block a Lord-level dissembler, yet the movement of the walls still showed no signs of stopping. Though the height had ceased, the thickness continued to widen. Soon, when all the commotion settled, there appeared before Lin Xiu a city wall 20 meters high and 5 meters wide. In just 9,000 synthesis coins, the whole school transformed from an academic institution into a military base. Thinking of this, a confident smile instantly spread across Lin Xiu's face. He believed that even if he did not deal with Xu Chongbin and Xie Lin, now should people from that side come, they would still feel intimidated upon seeing this city wall. After hearing the loud howls from Air Guzi, Lin Xiu picked up the intercom and said, "What are you howling about? Haven't you seen a city wall before? From today onwards, we need not worry about outside zombies attacking us." Damn. Upon hearing this, the only response from the intercom was a unified 2-word reply from everyone. This left Lin Xiu very satisfied. Everyone was extremely shocked, having never imagined that this towering 20-meter structure would actually be the wall of their school. However, while they were shocked, their hearts felt much more at ease. These past few days, it was Lin Xiu alone who had been holding the fort. Now that everything had returned to calm, Lin Xiu had actually managed to clean up the entire school and establish such a defense. In a daze, everyone felt an oddly surreal sensation. Air Guzi and the rat exchanged glances in front of the dormitory, revealing a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Shi Mingxian gazed at a certain window on the 2nd floor of the dormitory, slightly lost in thought. However, upon seeing the crowd discussing below and the approaching Zhang Jia, Shi Mingxian gently bit her lip and boldly approached them. Lin Xiu was naturally unaware of all this as he browsed the exchange shop before reopening his panel. Host Lin Xiu titles: Territory Leader, Master of Slaughter, Zombie Butcher, Elite Warrior, Rampant Slayer, Cold-Blooded Killer, Weapons Specialist, Cleaner, Strength C, Elite Agility C, Elite Stamina C, Elite Attributes, Recovery Enhancement D6, Sense C, Energy Sensation D, Insightful I C, Hard Skin D, Limit Breakthrough B. Skills Proficiency in Cold Weapons, Shooting Proficiency, Synthesis, Coins 63385. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, somewhat stunned as he discovered that his panel had changed quite a bit in an instant. First, his titles had all changed names at this moment, and even the quantity had decreased by 1, making him unable to hold back a curse. But then he thought of the title task, which had a prompt about the enhancement of titles, so he temporarily set it aside and decided to check it later. He then noticed that his 3-dimensional attributes had inexplicably all turned to Elite Level C. Following this, he looked at his title bar and suddenly noticed a detail. That is, his title of Territory Leader was unexpectedly displayed in a legendary red, highlighting it at the very front of his title bar. Furthermore, when the walls had appeared earlier, it had also mentioned the title of Territory Leader, so he immediately went to the title page to check this special title. Territory Leader Effect 1. This title activates subsequent effects automatically when you possess a territory and have absolute authority. Effect 2. All individuals within your territory will have all attributes enhanced by 1 level when fighting zombies. Effect 3. When you lead your people to attack surrounding zombies, everyone's damage is increased by 50. Effect 4. When individuals in the territory fight alongside you, the earnings from synthesis coins will double. Effect 5. When you are present in your territory, all your attributes will be forcibly raised to elite level. This level depends on your territory's level. Effect 6. When purchasing traps or defenses, the power of all weapons placed in the territory will be increased by 50. Effect 7. Any actions targeting the territory may trigger random enhancement prompts. Effect 8. When you are within the territory, you can check the status of any area at any time. Hiss. Lin Xiu genuinely gasped in astonishment at this moment, because this title was simply too overpowered. The existence of Territory Leader not only enhanced himself, but also directly boosted all the individuals under his command. Especially with Effect 5, as long as he was within the school, his attributes could directly become clever, which was an almost bug-like amplification. However, the various enhancements were not his primary concern, but rather the last effect of this Territory Leader. The existence of this effect allowed him to see everything happening within the territory, as if he were using divine sense in a fantasy, able to probe everything around him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu could not help but close his eyes, embarking on a journey beyond. Sure enough, at the moment he concentrated his mind, he seemed to fly to the center of the school, overlooking the entire campus. As his perspective zoomed in, his sight fell directly on the area below the dormitory. Here he happened to see Zhang Jia going down to meet Guzi and the others. And by a twist of fate, he also spotted Shi Mengxian looking at Zhang Jia. Even from within the dormitory, he could clearly see the sparks flying between the two. For a moment, Lin Xiu's thoughts of surveying the territory faded away, and his mind was filled with one phrase: it's over, something big has happened. The subtle details between the two women went unnoticed by the excited crowd. Guzi led the group to help the 4 survivors lying in the vehicle down. As those who were rescued saw Guzi and the others saving more people, they immediately cleared a path for them. Among the 50 or 60 people present, almost all were rescued by Lin Xiu and his group, while Guzi and Haozi were responsible for distributing food each time, making everyone exceptionally familiar with them. Seeing the crowd step aside, and some even coming forward to help, Guzi and Haozi exchanged smiles and led everyone to carry the newcomers to the dormitory. The remaining individuals also returned to their spots, either resting or eating. At this moment, the walkie-talkie at everyone's waist suddenly crackled with Lin Xiu's voice. Tell everyone that the zombies in the school have been cleared, and tonight everyone will have extra rations. After a couple of days, once we clean the school completely, we will hold a celebration feast. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the rescue team erupted in cheers. Those who had come to help were right beside Guzi and Haozi, and they heard Lin Xiu's words first, their faces displaying expressions of disbelief. Brother Go, is this true? The zombies in our school have been cleared by you. Brother Fong, extra rations tonight. What are we having? Guzi's real name is Go Su and Haozi's real name is Fong Hao. Lin Xiu and Deqing could call them Guzi and Haozi, but the others didn't dare to, nor were they that familiar, so they could only address them this way. However, it was precisely this repeated calling of Brother Go and Brother Fong that filled these two homebodies who had always stayed indoors with pride and satisfaction. Yet due to their honest personalities, aside from being able to speak freely in front of acquaintances, they really couldn't handle such occasions and could only awkwardly laugh along. It was then that Shi Mengxian, the school beauty, stepped forward, familiar with such scenes, and immediately noticed the awkwardness of Guzi and Haozi, so she addressed the crowd. Many of you must have heard earlier, right? Let me reiterate, the zombies inside our school have been cleared. What remains is the overall cleanup of the school, so everyone can rest assured now. Upon hearing this, all the faces in the crowd lit up with ecstatic expressions. Even the composed girls hugged each other, nearly in tears from excitement. There was no doubt about this, for they had all experienced the previous commotion, and they had witnessed the countless zombies flying in the sky. More importantly, Shi Mengxian and her group had no reason to deceive them, and the sheer number of people rescued in just a few short hours was the best proof. God knows how scared they were during the incident, and it was only thanks to Lin Xiu and the rescue team that they managed to endure. They just hadn't expected Lin Xiu and the others to be so fast achieving this in just a few days. Observing the crowd's reactions, Zhang Jia, who was standing by, refused to be outdone and took the lead, saying, "As you can all see, these walls represent our school's current defenses. Oh, no zombies can get in, and now this place will serve as a survivor base, welcoming more people." Hearing this, everyone glanced at the walls, momentarily stunned. Such towering walls could not possibly have been built in just a few minutes with current technology. Connecting this with the mention of superpowered individuals in the previous official broadcast, everyone quickly concluded that there must be superpowered individuals present. They just didn't know who this superpowered individual was, but they soon realized that there were no zombies here and that food was plentiful. They had never had to worry about food here, which left them momentarily confused. They already knew about the official broadcasts, but their previous desire to head there was solely for safety and resources. But now, looking at this place, they found it to be the best option. Not to mention that the rescue point was relatively far away, and getting there would mean facing hordes of zombies. Just the fact that this place had fewer people and abundant resources was enough to make one want to stay. Lin Xiu probably didn't expect that Zhang Jiayi's words would actually make everyone abandon their thoughts of leaving. Seeing the crowd's response, Zhang Jiai smiled at Shi Mengxuan, feeling a sense of triumph. After all, she had spent the most time in close contact with Lin Xiu. Moreover, not only had she been in close proximity, but she had also had lengthy interactions. During this time, she had a rough idea of all of Lin Xiu's thoughts, which was her advantage. Shi Mengxian also smiled back, but this time she said nothing more and directly walked toward the dormitory building. Zhang Jiai raised an eyebrow as if recalling something, suddenly paused, then immediately turned to Guzi, saying, "I'll leave this to you. Discuss the food distribution and the celebration feast with them. I have something else to attend to, so I'll head up first." With that, she quickly followed in Shi Mengxuan's footsteps. Little did they know Lin Xiu, who possessed the title of one who commands, had long been watching this scene unfold downstairs, his face filled with a bitter smile. Damn it, everyone else with systems seems to have endless harems, but why does my place suddenly catch fire in the backyard? Lin Xiu sighed helplessly in his heart when suddenly there was a knock on his door. He wanted to pretend he wasn't home, but unfortunately Deepening, that fool, failed to notice the tension between the two and directly revealed his location. "Lin Xiu, are you in there? I need to talk to you." Hearing Shi Mengxian suddenly change her tone to a soft and gentle one, Lin Xiu's heart raced uncontrollably. At this point, if he were to deny being home, it would probably just be inviting trouble upon himself. So he could only respond, "I'm here, what do you need?" Open the door." Lin Xiu had no choice but to get up and open the door, but just as he opened it and saw Shi Mengxuan's slightly flushed cheeks, Zhang Jiai was already approaching from the hallway. She first glanced at Shi Mengxuan, then at Lin Xiu, saying nothing, and simply walked into the room with a smile. After sitting down, she looked at Shi Mengxian and said, "Come in and speak. After all, you can avoid this matter." Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, and internally he shouted, "It's over, this is definitely going to be a battlefield." At this moment, Shi Mengxian was sitting across the table from Zhang Jiai, while Lin Xiu closed the door, staring blankly at the scene before him. Shi Mengxian remained silent, and Zhang Jiai did the same. As the root of all this, Lin Xiu could only helplessly say, "All right, just tell me what's going on." However, the two women seemed not to have heard him, and Zhang Jiai spoke, "First, you know he's sleeping with me now." Lin Xiu was taken aback, never expecting that Zhang Jiai would be so bold. Not only did Lin Xiu not expect it, but even Shi Mengxian was momentarily stunned. However, as if out of spite, she quickly added, "I can sleep too." Lin Xiu widened his eyes, realizing that the direction of the plot was not right. How did it turn into a competition over who could sleep with him? "No, wait, you all chat first, I'll step out." Lin Xiu suddenly realized it would be better not to get involved, so after saying that, he quickly slipped to the door and dashed out. Just before closing the door, he stuck his head back in and said, "However, harmony is paramount. We need to go on a mission tomorrow." The gazes of the two women shot towards Lin Xiu, making him shiver as he immediately closed the door and left. Once outside the room, Lin Xiu let out a helpless sigh. He had never encountered such a situation, not in this life and not in his past life. Right now, all he hoped for was that the two of them would get into a fight, as the whole school had only just stabilized. Pushing open the door to his original dorm, he was about to speak, but found Ergo and the others already seated, all giving him strange looks. "What the hell? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Ergo immediately laughed. "Hey, no wonder you're the man running a harem. Just look at your face, so radiant. That's only if there are conditions. Just look at you acting like that every day, and yet no girl pays you any attention." After Ergo spoke, Hausi immediately began to mock him. However, under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu would have enjoyed watching them argue. But today's events made him helplessly wave his hand and say, "If things get complicated, it will explode. I'm really panicking right now." The two exchanged glances and noticed Lin Xiu's lack of enthusiasm, so they dropped the topic. Daqing looked at Lin Xiu sitting down and said, "I don't think there's a big problem. You don't need to worry so much." Lin Xiu's eyes widened at this. "Not a big problem. That's a major issue, you know. It's a huge problem, okay?" Lin Xiu lowered his voice, afraid of being overheard. "Have you thought about it? Both of them are ability users, and we only have 3 ability users here. If the 2 we let go before really expose us, how can we defend ourselves without ability users?" Hearing this, the 3 present were slightly taken aback, and Ergo grumbled, "I was just a little envious, but now I find that both of them are ability users. I suddenly feel a bit sour." "Sour my ass, let's talk about serious matters." Lin Xiu shot him a glance, then pulled out a Colt M1911 pistol and said, "Give me your previous guns, and I'll exchange them for this one." Everyone perked up at the sight of the gun. As a military enthusiast, Hausi immediately grabbed the gun and asked, "Does this gun have no recoil like the ones we had before?" Lin Xiu nodded. This gun had cost him a hefty 1500 synthesis coins in the exchange shop. The price was certainly high, but its features were quite impressive. The silencer attached to the muzzle ensured the group's actions remained concealed, while the infrared sight and scope significantly improved their accuracy. As for the passive income from this gun, it was already as high as 4 synthesis coins per zombie. If combined with his title, he would earn 6 synthesis coins for each ordinary zombie killed. As long as there was time to take them out to kill a few hundred zombies, these guns could practically pay for themselves in a day. There were a total of 7 people in the team. Excluding himself, Lin Xiu directly spent 9 synthesis coins to purchase 6 guns, and then spent another 1 synthesis coins to exchange for bullets. When everyone received Lin Xiu's new guns, their faces lit up with joy, and some were even eager to go out and try them out. Lin Xiu then took back their previous Glock 19, and after retrieving it into the system space, chose to disassemble it. Ding. You disassembled the Glock 19 and gained 250 synthesis coins. Ding. You disassembled the Glock 19 and gained none. Ding. You disassembled the Glock 19 and gained 250 synthesis coins. Enhancement fragment 1. Although looking at the synthesis coins felt like the system was mocking him, the enhancement points that appeared at the end suddenly delighted Lin Xiu. Because these enhancement fragments, once gathered to 100, could be combined into an enhancement point, allowing him to enhance any of his items once. Moreover, this enhancement was not random. It could even be precisely targeted to a specific attribute. He initially thought that these enhancement points could only be gained by killing zombies with weapons, but now this sudden discovery made him realize that this was indeed a matter of luck. 3 Glock 19s cost 1500 synthesis coins to combine, and after disassembly, all the materials vanished, leaving only 500 synthesis coins and just a single enhancement fragment. This meant that the enhancement points not only cost synthesis coins, but also materials, and then relied on luck. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but roll his eyes at this unscrupulous system, feeling a deep disdain. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, enhancement points could only be applied to items. What he needed most right now was to enhance his attributes. With this thought, Lin Xiu suddenly raised his brow as he recalled that there seemed to be a batch of enhancement packs among his previous rewards. Bang! Just as he was about to check his earnings, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the next room. Everyone in the room froze for a moment. Even Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned. However, in just an instant, Lin Xiu reacted, cold sweat immediately crawling down his back, and he rushed out of the room at lightning speed. With his current attributes, he could clearly confirm one thing: the gunshot came from next door. No wonder the crowd was astonished. Even Lin Xiu, who never flinched while killing zombies, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. In their eyes, a girl fight would usually just involve some hair pulling, but what was this gun all about? To make matters worse, many people coming up and down the stairs had heard the gunfire and were now looking over, eager for the spectacle. Lin Xiu glanced at Guzi and the others, signaling them with his eyes. The two understood immediately and hurried to disperse the crowd. He frowned at the two of them and said, "You two, hand me the gun." Without waiting for their reactions, he snatched the Glock 19 from their hands. Then he looked at the door he had blown open and waved his hand, replacing it with a soundproof door from the exchange shop. Only then did he turn to the two of them, his expression filled with anger, and ask, "What's going on? Explain yourselves. Who fired the gun?" Lin Xiu frowned deeply. Although he had seen his two women squabbling over a man many times, this was the first time it escalated to gunfire in both of his lifetimes. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was a crucial moment for the school's development, and the ones having this conflict were the only two superpowered individuals. Lin Xiu's expression was extremely serious, because pulling out a gun was no trivial matter. More importantly, the reason these two women were at odds was still related to him. Seeing Lin Xiu's expression, the two suddenly lowered their heads. But Lin Xiu's expression grew even more severe as he shouted at them, "Speak." Lin Xiu knew that if this matter couldn't be resolved perfectly today, it wouldn't just jeopardize the existence of this team, the safety of the people within it would also be at stake. The two women, startled by Lin Xiu's furious shout, turned to him, but his expression remained unchanged. It seemed they were shaken awake by Lin Xiu's roar, realizing how absurd their actions had been. Zhang Jia finally spoke with a tone of apology. "It was me who fired the gun." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't surprised, as Zhang Jia's behavior today had been rather unexpected. However, this did not mean Lin Xiu would condone her actions, so he continued to ask coldly, "Why?" Zhang Jia looked at Shi Mengxian and gritted her teeth, saying, "She said things are different now. She can go with you to kill zombies, but I can't do anything, so I wanted to prove something to her." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu was left dumbfounded. What on earth was this? However, after understanding the cause and effect, Lin Xiu knew he had to do something. Moreover, after this incident, he suddenly realized something in just 2 short sentences. This was the apocalypse. Order had broken down, and everything needed to be rebuilt. His goal was to establish his own power here. If he couldn't handle these two women, how could he call himself a leader? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu looked at the two women before him and said, "Since you both understand that things are no longer as they used to be, you should also know what the current situation is like. I don't care what you think, Zhang Jia, you are already my woman. As for Shi Mengxian, every man desires her, but if this thought leads to the destruction of the team we have only just formed with great difficulty, it would be best to stop here." With that, Lin Xiu turned away and left without looking at the two any longer. However, at this moment, there were still many onlookers on the third and second floors wanting to know what was happening, so Lin Xiu did not want to confront them. Instead, he jumped down from the second floor and left the dormitory area. Walking through the school, Lin Xiu let out a helpless sigh, but then promptly put the matter out of his mind. The words had been spoken, he didn't care whether they listened or not. He would check back in the dormitory later to see how things had turned out. If the two really could not reconcile, because of him, he would simply keep his distance from both. In the apocalypse, one could have romantic feelings, but those feelings could never affect his future development and decisions. After all, in the apocalypse, every decision was a matter of life and death. Just like with Xu Chongbin, if he hadn't acted against him in the cafeteria, perhaps his brothers wouldn't have died, nor would they have fallen to such a state. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu immediately activated his sensing abilities and finding that the two brothers had already fallen asleep, went straight to the staff dormitory of the cafeteria, laid down on the bed, and checked his system. Since he completed the title quest, Lin Xiu noticed that his system had undergone many changes, and he had even delayed checking the rewards he had received until now. Opening the system space, he directly clicked to open the 5 enhancement packages. Ding! You have opened the enhancement package and received Strength Level 2, Agility Level 2, Stamina Level 1. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Just as he received the system notification, he felt a sudden change within himself. Although he was currently in his territory, and all his attributes had reached C level, already far surpassing the average person's enhancements. This time, however, it was an enhancement that belonged to him personally, allowing him to feel the changes in his body more distinctly. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xiu's face as he turned his gaze to the system panel, focusing on the key rewards from this title quest. Upon seeing the updated title, his eyes lit up. Master of Slaughter Effect 1. When you kill a zombie, you earn 3 synthesis coins. Effect 2. For any weapon you craft or purchase when used by others to kill zombies, you also earn 2 synthesis coins. Note, this is an advanced title for Decapitation Master. Effect 1 is originally existing, but what caught Lin Xiu's attention was that Effect 2 actually provided him with synthesis coin rewards. If he combined this with the Colt M1911 he had given to Erguzi and the others, he would earn up to 8 synthesis coins for every zombie killed. Wow, isn't this more than if I killed the zombies myself? Is the system implying that I should play the slacker role in the back? However, after some thought, Lin Xiu chose to give up. Even so, he couldn't possibly exchange for that many firearms for others to use. Firstly, he didn't have that many synthesis coins. To maintain the operation of the entire campus, he would need tens of thousands just for food each month. Secondly, he didn't have that many trustworthy people. If his guns were used against him, he would have nowhere to cry. However, given that he had received such an enhancement from the first title, Lin Xiu became even more interested in the titles to come. Zombie Butcher Effect 1. You deal increased damage to zombies, and all your attributes gain a 5-fold boost when facing them. Effect 2. After consecutively slaying multiple zombies, your gaze will cause them to tremble, impairing their actions. Effect 3. The damage dealt to you by zombies will be reduced by 30 due to their fear of you. Effect 4. After slaying over 100 zombies in quick succession, you will gain the ability to influence their behavior for a short period. Note the advanced title of Zombie Nemesis. As expected, this title also comes with an additional effect which left Lin Xiu shocked and sitting upright. His gaze was fixated on the line that stated ability to influence zombie behavior. While he found it hard to believe, he did not doubt the authenticity of the system. Moreover, he believed that when he activated this effect, it would not only be impressive, but also very flashy. If used properly, it could yield many unexpected results. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xiu scrolled down again. Elite Warrior Effect 1. When facing special zombies, all your attributes will be comprehensively enhanced. Effect 2. When encountering special zombies, the attribute corresponding to their strongest trait will increase by 1 level. Effect 3. When facing ordinary zombies, all attributes will only be enhanced by 10, with no corresponding attribute increase. Effect 4. When your attacks are focused on the same target, your agility level will continually rise, without limit. Note advanced title of Quick Attack Elite. As expected, this title also added an effect, and it was precisely what he desired. The benefits of high agility had already been deeply felt by Lin Xiu during several previous battles. Even though he had reached the hero level limit of the Berserker, he still felt somewhat strained when facing zombies rated above elite level. Now with the effect of Quick Attack Elite, it was like adding wings to a tiger. With this effect, when he faced a Lord-level zombie again, he could simply take out his butcher rifle and unleash a barrage, directly boosting his agility to an incredible level. At that moment, there would likely be no zombies capable of restraining his attacks. It is known that in combat, Lin Xiu always adhered to one principle in the world of martial arts: speed is invincible. As long as his speed was fast enough, the enemy's attacks would not catch up with him. After seeing how impressive the first two advanced titles were, Lin Xiu was instantly filled with anticipation for the title he had always relied on: Berserker. Berserk Slaughter Effect 1. Continuously slaying over 100 zombies within a short time will increase all your attributes by 50 and activate additional effects. Effect 2. Within a kilometer, as long as the zombies you have harmed are still alive, you will remain under the slaughter effect indefinitely. Effect 3. While under the slaughter effect, each time you kill a zombie, one of your attributes will be enhanced, accumulating until the effect ends. Effect 4. After the kill count exceeds 200, each zombie slain will provide a small recovery of your stamina. Note: advanced title of Berserker. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this title did not add extra effects, the existing modifications were enough for Lin Xiu to consider it a divine skill. After the change in Effect 2, it meant that Lin Xiu no longer needed to continuously kill ordinary zombies or deal damage to special ones during battles to maintain its enhancement effect. This modification could almost be said to ensure that as long as the zombies were not dealt with, his effects would remain unchanged. Next time, if he encounters a troublesome zombie like the Decomposer again, as long as he fires his butcher rifle to deal damage, he won't have to worry about his attribute enhancements dropping. Thus, he would no longer have to engage in dangerous actions like throwing an alcohol box at zombies. Satisfied. Just from what he had seen so far, Lin Xiu was already quite pleased with the task rewards. However, he did not stop there and continued to browse the next title. Cold-Blooded Killer Effect 1. When attacking from the enemy's blind spot, all your damage will be doubled. Effect 2. Remaining stationary in a dark environment for over a minute will render all your actions completely silent. Effect 3. When your attack power and endurance level are lower than your enemies, there is a 5 chance that an attack from the blind spot will result in a critical hit. Special 1. If detected by the enemy before inflicting damage while under Effect 2, the damage you receive will be doubled. Special 2. When you start slaughtering, emotional thinking will be suppressed, making your logic more coherent, and you will gain enhanced senses. Note the advanced synthesis of the titles Stealth Killer and Cold-Blooded. This one had no changes, simply merging the two titles, so Lin Xiu did not observe it further. Instead, when he saw the advanced title of Weapon Specialist, he was so shocked that he stood up. Weapon Master Effect 1. As a weapon specialist, your proficiency in using all weapons is enhanced, and you will understand their corresponding structures and principles upon contact. Effect 2. When using cold weapons, the weapon's power is increased by 30, and when using firearms, the power is increased by 20. Effect 3. Any weapon you craft or modify will not malfunction, and the synthesis cost will decrease by 10. Effect 4. When using cold weapons, there is a 1 chance of gaining temporary superpowers until the battle ends, and when using firearms, there is a 0.5 chance of having a temporary precision bombing opportunity. Note advanced title of Weapon Specialist. After Lin Xiu read this effect, he felt as if he were in a dream. Not to mention that this title directly elevated his abilities to an absurd level. Even a mere power enhancement was enough to geometrically increase his combat prowess. What's more crucial is that within Effect 4, he surprisingly had the chance to gain superpowers and missile strikes. Although the superpowers and missile strikes were temporary and their probabilities were extremely slim, he only needed to bring a weapon into battle to trigger them. The superpower was manageable, but if that 0.5 precision bombing triggered, it would mean an immediate end to the battle. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xiu's desire for battle had surged even higher. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously checked with his energy perception and saw Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin sleeping, he probably would have charged out of the school to battle them for 300 rounds. The last title was a new one he obtained from this mission. Moreover, this title was quite interesting. The Cleansing Scavenger Effect 1. The denser the zombies, the stronger your combat power will be, and as new special zombies appear, you will have a chance to gain new temporary attributes. Effect 2. When you eliminate all zombies in a certain area, you will receive additional synthesis coins based on your evaluation. This effect of the title instantly transformed Lin Xiu into a reckless man. Especially the setting that states the denser the zombies, the stronger the combat power clearly suggests that Lin Xiu should cause more trouble. Moreover, the new temporary attributes also piqued Lin Xiu's interest. Currently, his attributes only include strength, agility, and endurance, yet this effect indicated to him that there are additional attributes. This fact made Lin Xiu quite concerned. Moreover, the more critical point is that if temporary attributes can be gained, does that mean that his current attributes are not fully revealed? Or perhaps some attributes require specific methods to unlock. Nevertheless, even though he didn't know, Lin Xiu had his suspicions that it was likely related to supernatural powers. Unfortunately, currently, the people and supernatural beings Lin Xiu came into contact with were quite limited. Among the survivors he saved at school, he found no one with supernatural abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu decided not to dwell on it. If his luck were good, he would soon experience it firsthand. Instead, looking at the second effect of the cleansing scavenger ability, Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile. If the previous title Slaughtermaster hinted at Lin Xiu operating behind the scenes, then the cleansing scavenger at this moment was clearly indicating that Lin Xiu should be causing trouble everywhere. The more zombies there are, the stronger the power, and upon cleansing an area, rewards will be given. Isn't this plainly telling Lin Xiu to expand his territory and not just stay cooped up in school? He chuckled and shook his head. He truly had no intention of staying in school. From the very beginning, his goal was to establish a new order and create a safe zone of his own. The mere prevalence of supernatural beings was enough to prove that the current world was not the end of days, and that future life would be even more brutal. At this moment, he was equipped with favorable conditions. Rebuilding order in this apocalypse was certainly not an impossible task. With a surge of emotions, Lin Xiu slowly stood up and walked to the window. Just by glancing at the darkening sky outside, he suddenly felt a shift in his mind and reopened the exchange mall. Looking out at the darkening sky, Lin Xiu realized an important issue. The school had regained its former tranquility, but the critical need for daily life had not been restored. For example, water, electricity, and gas. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be references to these items during his previous browse of the exchange mall. Sure enough, at the end of the living area, Lin Xiu discovered a key item that excited him immensely. Power supply room level, epic price, 50,000. Description: a power plant that generates electricity using supernatural technology, safe and efficient, capable of directly supplying the entire city's electricity consumption. Special: consumes 10,000 synthesis coins monthly. He didn't know the principle behind supernatural power generation, nor did he care if it was scientific, but he knew that a facility capable of supplying the entire city's electricity should at least be called a power plant. However, thinking that this was a product of a dubious system, it seemed normal for it to be a bit outrageous. It wouldn't surprise him if it was called a generator. But despite the complaints, he had to spend those 50,000 synthesis coins. After all, they were all civilized people. Living without electricity would be no different from primitive humans. With this in mind, Lin Xiu paid no mind to his remaining 60,000 synthesis coins and chose to exchange. As soon as he made the choice, the dog system directly deducted the remaining 60,000 synthesis coins from him. What the hell? Dog system, you bastard. Who rents a house and pays for utilities just after moving in? He felt a moment of anger in his heart, but the dog system offered no response. Instead, the three-dimensional view of the campus reappeared before his eyes. Similar to the previous placement of the main gate, this map displayed the entire campus from Lin Xiu's perspective, and it set the position of the power supply room. Moreover, when this view appeared, all information regarding this power supply room also surfaced in Lin Xiu's mind. Upon knowing this information, Lin Xiu's expression naturally turned serious. Although he was too lazy to read the long explanation from the system about supernatural power generation, a brief glance revealed that no matter how this power supply room generated electricity, one point required his utmost careful planning. Because if anything went wrong with this power supply room, the consequences would be almost akin to a nuclear power plant disaster. The explosion of a nuclear power plant leads to widespread nuclear radiation, while if this supernatural power generation encounters issues, everyone in the entire campus would be directly infected and turned into zombies. In such an infection scenario, even supernatural beings would likely have only a few who could escape unscathed. Thus, this made Lin Xiu very meticulous about the placement of this power supply room. Not to mention anything else, the critical point is that this power supply room is merely an independent building the size of a large academic lecture hall. This makes the facility's defenses extremely weak. Once someone with ill intentions tries to create trouble, it could be easily achieved. It is precisely because of this that Lin Xiu became so cautious. After thinking for a full half hour, and considering everything he could think of, Lin Xiu chose to place this power supply room in the center of the faculty apartments. In the designated faculty apartment area within the school, there are only 3 5-story buildings. These 3 buildings stood in a triangular formation with a garden in the middle. Lin Xiu's purpose for choosing this position for the power supply room was quite simple. Now that the entire school had been cleared, they could not always stay in the dormitory, and the cleaned faculty apartments were their best living quarters. Moreover, Lin Xiu had already made a decision at this moment. Only those who earned his trust could reside in these 3 buildings. This way, the power supply room placed in the middle of the 3 buildings would always be under their surveillance. Coupled with Lin Xiu's monitoring system and the patrol team he would arrange next, it would be sufficient to ensure its safety. Once Lin Xiu confirmed the placement, sure enough, a rumbling sound came from afar. The 3-dimensional map also displayed the corresponding scene. However, at this moment, with a thought, Lin Xiu activated the effect of the Title 1 Dominator, directly projecting his vision above the target location to observe this shocking scene. The once peaceful campus showed signs of disturbance once again after Lin Xiu arranged the power supply room. The flower bed situated in the middle of the faculty apartment suddenly cracked open. The ground seemed to be torn apart, pulling towards the surroundings, and from this fissure a strange building rose up. The exterior of this building was a straight triangular prism. Its edges spanned nearly 100 meters, and its height reached 5 stories, perfectly aligning with the faculty apartment structure. Moreover, this building had a striking difference from ordinary buildings. Apart from a door at the bottom, there were no windows anywhere else. Furthermore, the entire structure was pitch black, looking exceedingly bizarre. Although it exuded an air of mystery, it was also highly conspicuous. This was precisely why Lin Xiu chose to conceal the power supply room here. Once this building stabilized, Lin Xiu suddenly discovered countless lines extending from the power supply room within his three-dimensional perspective. These lines were naturally the cables. According to the system's explanation, these cables consumed very little electricity, and they could extend further as he expanded his territory. Moreover, as long as he was within the school, he could control any power line at will with just a thought. Seeing this explanation, Lin Xiu instantly felt that the price of 60,000 synthesis coins was not so expensive after all. It was entirely worth it. After secretly praising the system, Lin Xiu had not yet stood up to turn on the daylight lamp in his room when a shrill voice from his walkie-talkie broke through. "What the hell? Brother Lin, did you do this? The power is on. Our school is actually connected to the grid." "Indeed, it was me. Our school will never lack electricity again. By the way, you three are in the dormitory, right?" "Yes, we are. What's up?" "Nothing, I'll tell you when I get back." "Oh, okay." After hanging up the communication, Lin Xiu turned on the lights in his room, truly feeling the change before leaving the cafeteria and heading back to the dormitory area. As he walked, Lin Xiu saw the streetlights lighting up across the campus, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Hearing the cheers from the dormitory area, he approached the side of the dormitory building and leaped up to the second floor. However, instead of going back to his original dormitory, he chose to visit the room where Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai were staying. After observing with the title of one who leads, he discovered that these two had not left the room at all. During the hour he was gone, it seemed they had chosen to reconcile. This left Lin Xiu, who had not heard the process, rather astonished, yet faced with such good news, he was naturally pleased. Therefore, upon returning, he immediately went back to the room. As the door opened, the two girls who had already been sitting together turned to look at him. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing the smiles on their faces, he couldn't help but smile back after a brief pause. "It seems you two have reconciled." "Hemen." Upon seeing Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai's responses, Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback and even found it hard to react. What was going on? Had they united against him after he had been gone for just an hour? But since they were fine, Lin Xiu was happy with that. However, the sudden words from Zhang Jiai made him stumble and fall to the ground. "Don't you men have just those few thoughts? But let me tell you, even though we both agree, if you dare to fool around again, we will definitely not let you off." Lin Xiu was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and quickly asked, What's going on? Why did you suddenly unite against me? What was I thinking?" Zhang Jiai squinted her eyes, glaring at Lin Xiu, while Shi Mengxian beside her had already turned red. Lin Xiu felt uneasy under their gaze, but suddenly from their expressions he realized, "What the hell are you saying?" Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he suddenly felt everything was a bit too sudden. He had merely wanted them to avoid conflict, yet he hadn't anticipated such a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu wasted no time and squeezed between the two, wrapping an arm around each of them. Upon noticing that neither of them resisted, Lin Xiu felt even more certain of his guess, almost overwhelmed by happiness. This is what it means to be a transmigrator. This is what it means to live a system life. I can punch zombies and kick lords. Oh, I've truly become a winner in life. With this thought, Lin Xiu, in his embrace of both girls, excitedly asked, "So how about we sleep together tonight?" "Oh, hiss." Lin Xiu's words were cut short as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Both Zhang Jiai and Shi Mengxian had simultaneously pinched his flesh. Zhang Jiai even said, "You think too beautifully. Are you planning to change to a bigger bed someday and bring Fong Ling from upstairs too?" Lin Xiu was taken aback and awkwardly replied, "Now that you mention changing beds, I realize this bed might not actually fit 3 people. No, let go. Quickly let go." Escaping from their grasp, Lin Xiu immediately released them and stood up helplessly, looking at the two. "I was just joking, or was it necessary to be so rough? Do you have any objections?" Lin Xiu quickly backed down. However, witnessing the scene before him, he felt completely at ease. After a silly smile, Lin Xiu finally said, "All right, it's time to get down to business. Now that everything in the school is ready, we need to make plans as soon as possible." Zhang Jiai glanced at Shi Mengxian beside her, suddenly raising her eyebrows and whispering a few words in her ear, causing Shi Mengxian's already flushed face to redden further. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, "What are you two whispering about in front of me? Do you want to keep secrets from me?" Zhang Jiai lightly huffed, rolling her eyes at Lin Xiu. "Let's get back to business. The school now has electricity and everyone's enthusiasm is probably high, so our current decisions are more likely to be accepted by everyone. Indeed, and while supplying power earlier, I discovered many issues that need immediate resolution, one of which is the two individuals we let go before. Upon hearing this, Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai exchanged glances and stood up. Let's go, Guzi and the others are waiting for us. As Lin Xiu arrived, the crowd's gaze fell upon Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai, who were holding hands. The sight of the two together caused a shift in expressions, and admiration for Lin Xiu emerged among the onlookers. Guzi and Haozi exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a shared understanding, and they simultaneously greeted Lin Xiu with a smile, saying, "Hello, Brother Lin. Greetings to the sisters." Hearing this, Lin Xiu leaned back with a tactical posture, casting an approving glance at Guzi. However, Zhang Jiai, upon hearing this, reached out and twisted Lin Xiu's waist fiercely, causing him to grimace in pain. Fang Ling looked at Lin Xiu, then at Shi Mengxian, ultimately lowering her head in silence. Deepening, noticing this subtle change, directly asked, "Old Lin, you mentioned you had something to discuss. What is it?" Lin Xiu glanced at the two behind him, took a seat, and then said, "It's about tomorrow's operation and my concerns." The crowd exchanged glances, and Lin Xiu continued, "Tomorrow, everyone will begin cleaning the campus, so appropriate regulations need to be established. While this is our comfort zone, it cannot be a charitable institution. Anyone wishing to eat, drink, and live here must adhere to our customs and rules. What are your thoughts?" The group nodded, as this had been discussed previously, so no one was surprised. Moreover, Deepening had mentioned these matters in his plan, and Lin Xiu's reiteration clearly indicated that the decision was now confirmed. Deepening immediately laughed and said, "I have no objections. This school was established by you. We're just here to enjoy the benefits along with you." He makes sense. I'm just here to enjoy the ride with you. Same here, same here. Observing the demeanor of Guzi and the others, Lin Xiu smiled knowingly, his gaze falling on Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai, both of whom nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Xiu turned to Fang Ling and asked, "What about you? Do you have anything to say?" "Off." Fang Ling was startled by Lin Xiu's question, evidently having not been paying attention before. Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai exchanged glances and sat beside Fang Ling, taking her hand. Fang Ling was momentarily taken aback by Shi Mengxian's gesture, but quickly regained her composure, nodding at Lin Xiu, and said, "I have nothing to add, you can proceed." "I'm listening." Seeing that his guidelines had been unanimously approved, Lin Xiu nodded and continued, "As for the specific rules, we'll follow the contribution point table that Deepening established earlier. Tomorrow, everyone will participate in clearing the zombies. This will be their first involvement in our collective effort. Those who join will be considered part of us. Those who do not will have to fend for themselves regarding food and shelter." At this point, Shi Mengxian suddenly spoke up. "What about the group that went with us to rescue people?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, recalling the matter, and quickly asked, "You mean the group that didn't turn in their weapons?" Shi Mengxian nodded, saying, "During the rescue, they became aware of the situation at the rescue base. They expressed a desire to go there, and they are very determined about it." Hearing this, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, it's quite simple. Just let them go, and I might even give them a vehicle." The group laughed at this, as there were no zombies here and resources were abundant. The situation was not chaotic, with very few survivors. This place was practically an Eden in the apocalypse. It was surprising that anyone thought of leaving. Everyone could only express their disbelief at such individuals. Seeing the laughter around him, Lin Xiu continued, "They are not a concern. The issue lies with the two ability users I let go earlier." "Them? What's wrong with those two?" Deepening took over the conversation, saying, "You all know about the rescue base seeking ability users, right? If those two decide to disclose our situation to the base, they will likely send someone over, and everyone knows Lin Xiu's abilities, which could lead to conflicts." "That's right." Lin Xiu nodded. "So we need to take the initiative. Starting tomorrow, you all will be responsible for ensuring the school is cleaned up. Zombie bodies should be transported directly to the small square in the southeast for incineration, and any bloodstains must be cleaned up to prevent any accidents." Hearing Lin Xiu's arrangement, Zhang Jiai frowned slightly and asked, "What about you?" Lin Xiu shrugged, saying, "Of course I'm going out first to deal with those two who want to leak information. I made some adjustments while they were escaping, so I can sense their location. It's quite easy. I want to go with you." Before Lin Xiu could finish his sentence, Zhang Jiai interrupted him. Lin Xiu sighed helplessly and smiled wryly, saying, "You should stay with them at the school, especially since there's an even more important task for you to handle tomorrow." Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai met Lin Xiu's gaze and asked in unison, "What?" "Moving house." Lin Xiu's smile grew more pronounced as he said this. "All of us here will be moving collectively to the teacher's dormitory tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone was initially taken aback, then their expressions brightened. Right, since the zombies are dealt with, moving to a new place is quite timely and appropriate. Just as Guzi finished speaking, Deepening suddenly remarked, "Aren't you worried they might have objections or become disconnected from them?" The group fell silent at this, but Lin Xiu smiled slightly and said, "Objections? Disconnection? Deepening, are you mistaken? This is the apocalypse. They can only follow us to have food and drink. Remember, we have our own confidence in our actions, and unless there are ability users among them who are equal in strength to me, no one will dare to voice objections against us." Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, Guzi and the others felt a surge of pride. It felt great. Damn it, usually at school these fat losers were often looked down upon, but now not only had their physiques changed, but their social status had also risen. Lin Xiu continued, "Moreover, another crucial point is that our power supply room is located in the teacher's dormitory. We need our own people to watch over it." After saying this, Lin Xiu reiterated the importance of the power supply room, enlightening everyone while also gaining their agreement on its significance. Finally, Feng Ling, who had remained silent until now, suddenly said, "By the way, since this place has become ours, shouldn't we give it a name?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened, and they all looked towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, saying, "My goal is to establish a safe house for us, but if we are naming it, we have now restored the tranquility before the apocalypse. How about calling it New Order? The New Order seeks to rebuild a system of their own amidst the apocalypse. The similarity between the laws of the apocalypse and primitive societies lies in the fact that in both societal states, everything is respected based on strength. The power in the apocalypse comes from supernatural beings and weaponry. The current base of the New Order, while not particularly strong, possesses an anomaly like Lin Xiu and is not lacking in weapons or supernatural abilities." Everyone murmured this name in their hearts, nodding in agreement. If nothing unexpected happens, this campus indeed stands as the only one of its kind in this apocalyptic world. The towering and sturdy walls, the safe and stable internal environment, and an abundance of resources ensured that they were not lacking in food or clothing, not to mention a supply of electricity. The existence of these elements truly restored the tranquility of the world before the apocalypse. It can be said that compared to any rescue base, this place is the beacon of hope for humanity in the apocalypse. Thus, the name New Order not only signifies their stance, but also showcases their strength, making it a highly fitting title. Good. Then it will be New Order. I will print it out now, and after we move tomorrow, I will inform everyone along with the rules for contribution." Deepening stood up with a grin, and everyone else laughed. At that moment, Lin Xiu took out a considerable amount of food from the store, laughing, "All right. Now that we've finished discussing today's matters, the focus is now to celebrate our complete cleanup of the school. We shall not leave until we are drunk tonight." Looking at the delicacies on the table and the drinks Lin Xiu brought out, everyone cheered in unison and immediately began to feast. Until the last three in the dormitory, Feng Ling had all laid down Lin Xiu and Zhang Jiai, then ensured they were settled before returning to their own dorm. However, as soon as the three returned to the room, the atmosphere eerily fell silent. "I should go back," Sherman Xian said softly. Lin Xiu was stunned, as he had not yet realized when Sherman Xian had entered the room. At that moment, Zhang Jiai leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear, then turned to Lin Xiu and said with a smile, "Tonight, I'll sleep on the top bunk. You two can stay here. I'm leaving." With that, she directly closed the door, leaving Sherman Xian's face flushed. Lin Xiu's face turned red as well. He did not expect such an opportunity tonight, but seeing Sherman Xian's demeanor, he guessed she might not be fully prepared. Just as he was about to speak, Sherman Xian quickly dashed toward the bathroom and said softly, "I'll shower first, you can sleep." However, upon hearing this, Lin Xiu could not sleep at all. Listening to the noises from the bathroom, he quickly began selecting items from the exchange store. He then placed a sheer nightgown right outside the bathroom. Sherman Xian had a tall and graceful figure, and having practiced martial arts since childhood, she possessed a striking physique that would be perfectly complemented by this nightgown. Imagining Sherman Xian in the nightgown, Lin Xiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. After a half-hour wait, Sherman Xian finally emerged from the bathroom. When Lin Xiu saw her, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The white nightgown was ethereal, revealing her alluring curves under the moonlight, and sheer fabric accentuated by tiny droplets of water on her face, captivating beyond measure. Lin Xiu, Ignoring everything else, Lin Xiu, unable to contain himself any longer, pulled her into his arms and kissed her. In the apocalypse, the emotions that sustain civilization are nothing more than those between men and women and blood ties. At this moment, with romantic feelings swelling between them, no further words were needed. Tonight was destined to be a fierce battle. "Lin Xiu, there's trouble. Get up quickly." Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the relentless knocking outside the door, both Lin Xiu and Sherman Xian woke up simultaneously. "Lin Xiu, hurry up. There's trouble." Upon hearing Zhang Jiai's voice, Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and he rolled over, but gently caressed Sherman Xian's cheek, urging her to continue resting. He opened the door directly, and Zhang Jiai, seeing the bear Lin Xiu and Sherman Xian lying in the room, stepped inside and said, "You get dressed, I have something to tell you." Lin Xiu hastily got dressed and washed his face while Zhang Jiai furrowed her brow and said, "Do you remember those people we talked about last night? They ran away." Lin Xiu paused in his movements, then raised an eyebrow and said, "Ran away. That's good news. With fewer unstable factors, we'll be more comfortable here. Is that all?" Zhang Jiai shook her head and said, "No, that's not the point. The crucial point is that they killed someone." "What?" Not only Lin Xiu, but even Sherman Xian sat up in shock. "Killed someone? Why did they kill someone?" "I don't know. When we arrived, there were already 3 bodies in the corridor on the first floor and 1 severely injured person who was on the verge of death." Hearing this, Lin Xiu's expression immediately turned serious as he rushed downstairs. At that moment, the 3 in the dormitory had already sealed off the alley. By the time Lin Xiu arrived, the bodies had already been removed from the scene, but the bloodstains remained. Deepening saw Lin Xiu coming and immediately led him inside, while saying, "We still don't have a clear understanding of what happened. The only one who knows the situation is about to die, but we have identified the ones who escaped." Lin Xiu, with a hint of anger on his face, asked, "Which ones?" "Wu Qi, Qiansheng, Lu Yi, and Li Wen. These 4 are the boys who previously refused to hand over their weapons. The girl named Sun Jiao did not leave, but when we went to find her, her expression was very unnatural, so we took her into custody." While speaking, Deepening had already brought Lin Xiu to a room where only Fang Ling was watching over a patient. Coincidentally, this patient was none other than Zhou Chang, who had previously broadcast to him in the dormitory. He had been stabbed in the abdomen, and the knife was still embedded left in place to prevent blood from spraying out. However, judging by his now trembling body and gradually weakening breath, he truly did not have much time left. However, although they were not lacking in resources, there was not a single doctor present, not even someone with basic medical knowledge. All they knew was that once stabbed, the knife must not be pulled out to avoid accelerating blood loss. At this moment, Fang Ling looked at Lin Xiu anxiously and said, "What should we do? He is about to die. Is there any way?" Lin Xiu looked at Fang Ling and sighed heavily. Although he had a system and various medicines, he did not possess anything that could bring someone back to life. So he helplessly sighed, saying, "I am not a doctor. I cannot save him." "How can this be?" Fang Ling appeared momentarily distraught, but suddenly grasped Lin Xiu's arm and said, "You must have a way. You can definitely save him." Lin Xiu looked at Fang Ling's expression, preparing to persuade her, but suddenly a flash of inspiration struck in his mind as he thought of something. Seeing Fang Ling's expression coupled with the sudden turn of events, Lin Xiu felt extremely upset, nearly cursing out loud. However, upon seeing Fang Ling on the verge of tears, he understood her current feelings. She had no real connection with Zhou Chang, and in these few short days, she had witnessed countless lives and deaths. However, those were unfortunate souls consumed by zombies during the apocalypse, while the Zhou Qiang before him was a pitiful person murdered in this hard-earned paradise. It was precisely this sudden sadness that freed Lin Xiu from his anger, allowing him to calm down. Then a sudden spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of a way to save Zhou Qiang. Physique potion. For normal people, the physique potion merely enhances the body, but if used here, it might have the miraculous effect of bringing someone back to life. After all, the function of the physique potion is to awaken the body's potential, thereby altering its state and making it stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu did not hesitate, directly synthesizing a bottle of physique potion and bringing it out, saying to Deepening beside him, "Hurry. Help him up." Deepening and Fang Ling's eyes instantly brightened at the sight of the glass jar in Lin Xiu's hand, revealing expressions of hope. They had all taken this potion before, so they knew the power of the physique potion. At this point, with no other options left, treating a dead horse as a live one was not without merit. Deepening lifted the increasingly unconscious Zhou Chang, pressing on his wound as he said, "Hang in there. If you drink the potion, you will be fine." Weakly, Zhou Qiang heard Deepening's call and opened his eyes slightly. When he saw Lin Xiu, however, his eyes widened in shock as he grabbed Lin Xiu's arm and said, "Quick, chase them. Something's going to happen here." His voice faded before he could finish the sentence. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhou Chang's words, but in the next second he immediately opened the bottle cap and lifted the physique potion, saying, "Don't talk, drink this. It can save your life. We can talk after you survive." Zhou Chang, mustering the will to look at the liquid in Lin Xiu's hand, instinctively opened his mouth. The red potion smoothly flowed into Zhou Chang's stomach, and as the last drop was consumed, Lin Xiu looked at the knife still lodged in his abdomen and said fiercely, "Pull out the knife." "What?" Fang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. If the knife was pulled out, Zhou Chang, already weak, might not last even half a minute before passing away. Thus Lin Xiu's words left her dumbfounded. But at this moment Lin Xiu had no time to explain. After taking the potion, the body's metabolism would accelerate. If the knife was not pulled out, the wound would never heal, and he would ultimately die. So when he noticed Fang Ling was stunned, he directly pushed her hand aside and yanked the dagger out of Zhou Chang's abdomen. The sharp blade sliced through flesh and blood immediately gushed from Zhou Qiang's abdomen. Even the already unconscious Zhou Qiang let out a muffled groan. De Qing also laid Zhou Qiang flat, and Fang Ling at that moment was completely unaware of Lin Xiu's previous actions. She desperately pressed on Zhou Qiang's wound, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. But whether it was because the knife had been in too long, or because Fang Ling was too weak, blood continued to pour out of Zhou Qiang's body. In an instant, the sheets beneath Zhou Qiang were soaked in blood. Sigh. Lin Xiu sighed. The physique potion they took could almost show effects instantly. However, on Zhou Qiang it took a full half a minute without showing any results. It was clear. Zhou Qiang was already beyond saving. Fang Ling sat on the ground in a daze, her hands also stopping, watching helplessly as a life slipped away before her eyes. Anyone would feel sorrow in such a moment. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave, the door suddenly burst open, and Zhang Jiai rushed in, looking at Zhou Qiang on the bed, saying, "What have you done? What? Has he become an ability user?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in shock, and De Qing and Fang Ling turned to look at Zhang Jiai in unison. Zhang Jiai nodded affirmatively and said, "That's right, I can sense him." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Qiang on the bed suddenly coughed, but in the next moment Lin Xiu noticed that Zhou Qiang's body was gradually turning red. What the hell? This is unbelievable. Upon realizing that Zhou Qiang was no longer in danger of dying, Lin Xiu felt an instant relief, but faced with this sudden change, he couldn't help but comment. Not to mention him, even the usually composed De Qing also felt an impulse to bang his head against the wall. He even thought about stabbing himself twice to have Lin Xiu feed him a bottle of physique potion. Cough, cough. Zhou Qiang on the bed coughed again, and Lin Xiu felt the heat rushing towards him, instantly realizing what was happening, and shouted, "Quick, prepare water. This kid's ability is very likely fire." Upon hearing this, De Qing immediately dashed to the bathroom to turn on the tap. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu watched the blood evaporating and the wound on Zhou Qiang's abdomen that had already disappeared, saying to Fang Ling beside him, "You hurry outside, leave the rest to me." Fang Ling stared blankly at Lin Xiu, then glanced at Zhou Qiang, who was making sizzling sounds on the bed, and slowly got up. At this moment, Zhang Jiai also came to Lin Xiu's side, helping Fang Ling up, and looking at the flames already igniting Zhou Qiang's clothes, she said to Lin Xiu, "Be careful, we're going outside first." As soon as she finished speaking, De Qing returned with a basin of water. Without saying a word, Lin Xiu picked up the basin and splashed the water onto Zhou Qiang. Sizzle. Just like quenching iron, Zhou Qiang, who was burning red, let out a continuous sizzling sound upon encountering the basin of water. In almost an instant, the entire room was enveloped in steam from the evaporating water. De Qing returned to the bathroom to fetch more water, while Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, feeling the temperature in the room rising. He suddenly grasped the now heated bed frame and shouted to Qing, "Stop bringing water. Clear the way for the people outside. Open the door. I'm taking him out." Upon hearing this, De Qing popped his head out, and upon seeing the bed drenched in water now ablaze, he immediately rushed outside to disperse the crowd. At this moment, Lin Xiu wasted no time and pulled out his Tang sword, severing the connecting rod of the upper and lower bunks, lifting the bed with both hands and charging out. As Lin Xiu carried both the person and the iron bed outside, he immediately let go of the iron window and shook his hands. In the brief moments he rushed outside with the iron bed, the entire soaked mattress had already been dried by Zhou Qiang. Moreover, the pillars of the iron bed had begun to heat up to an unbearable degree for Lin Xiu. At this moment, quite a few onlookers had gathered outside, whispering as they observed the bright red Zhou Qiang on the bed. Among them, a girl rushed directly towards Lin Xiu. "Hey, what are you doing? Get away from me." Upon noticing someone approaching, Lin Xiu immediately shouted to stop her, as the situation was extremely dangerous, and letting anyone come closer could easily lead to accidents. The girl, halted by Lin Xiu's shout, stood there frozen, but soon tears streamed down her face as she said to Lin Xiu, "Senior, I'm his girlfriend. How is he? Will he die?" Hearing the girl's identity, Lin Xiu felt a wave of relief and then smiled as he said, "Die. He won't die. Not only will he not die, but he has also become an ability user." Upon hearing the news, Zhou Qiang's girlfriend couldn't help but widen her eyes, her gaze falling on the red figure on the bed as she exhaled in relief. However, while her heart was eased upon hearing this news, her body seemed to lose all strength, and she collapsed directly onto the ground. Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Don't just sit here, everyone go upstairs. If you want to watch the excitement, don't do it here." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, De Qing began to gather the crowd to evacuate. At this moment, the iron window was already glowing red. Although Lin Xiu didn't know what changes Zhou Qiang would undergo, the current situation indicated he was extremely destructive. So for safety's sake, he decided to stay next to Zhou Qiang, while also opening Zhou Qiang's data panel. Zhou Qiang rating level ability user strength E agility, E endurance, E ability high temperature description can raise his body temperature to extremely high levels immune to any flames. Seeing this panel, Lin Xiu let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed he was merely a high-temperature user unable even to control fire and didn't need to be overly concerned. However, he hadn't expected that under severe injury and life-threatening conditions the life-saving potion would actually turn Zhou Qiang into an ability user. Shaking his head helplessly, he noticed the bed where Zhou Qiang lay had begun to turn red and melt, radiating immense heat, almost matching his own body. This heat forced Lin Xiu to step back several meters. At this moment, nearly everyone's attention was focused on Zhou Qiang on the bed. What frustrated Lin Xiu was that although this kid's ability seemed impressive, he was currently exposed his entire body bright red and naked in front of everyone. He couldn't help but wonder how much redder Zhou Qiang's face would be if he woke up and realized this. Bang! Just as Lin Xiu was imagining this, the bed beneath Zhou Qiang melted away, and at the same time, Zhou Qiang fell to the ground. It seemed this process took longer than Lin Xiu had imagined. In fact, it truly did. After a full hour, while Lin Xiu and the others were discussing whether to wait for Zhou Qiang to wake up or directly interrogate Sun Jiao, Zhou Qiang's girlfriend knocked on their door and said, Senior, Zhou Qiang is better. His body is cooling down. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately halted their discussion and rushed downstairs. Sure enough, Zhou Qiang was now surrounded by people, but the temperature he emitted was still very high, so everyone kept their distance. Lin Xiu frowned slightly and said to Deepening, let them go back. This isn't a circus, there's nothing to see here. Deepening nodded, knowing that they had an important conversation to have next, so clearing the area was crucial. It's fine now, everyone should go back for now. We have some questions to ask, so please go back. Deepening spoke first, and Guzi and Haozi naturally followed to disperse the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu watched as Zhou Qiang's skin gradually returned to its normal color, took out a coat, and draped it over his critical areas. Just as Lin Xiu's coat fell on him, Zhou Qiang opened his eyes, and when he saw the red clouds in the sky, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Is this heaven? Lin Xiu's face suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Qiang, and then Lin Xiu said, This is not heaven, and I'm pleased to tell you that you're not dead, and you've even become an ability user. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Zhou Qiang was taken aback for a moment before showing a puzzled expression. Lin Xiu then pointed at his naked body and laughed, saying, Instead of asking that, it's better to see how your current situation is. Zhou Qiang followed Lin Xiu's finger to look down and realized he was standing on the roadside completely naked. He immediately let out a scream, clutching the coat, and dashed towards the dormitory. The others exchanged amused glances and then followed after him. Inside the room, as they watched Zhou Qiang change into clothes, Lin Xiu finally asked seriously, Zhou Qiang, what happened this morning? Zhou Qiang, recalling the events that had occurred earlier, snapped back to reality and immediately said to Lin Xiu, Not good. They want to destroy this place. We must catch up to them. We can't let them notify the rescue base. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned in unison. Destroy this place. And how is it related to the rescue base? Seemingly aware that his information was limited and not convincing enough, Zhou Qiang continued, This morning as I passed by their dormitory, I suddenly heard them talking about destroying this place. I couldn't help but eavesdrop outside their room, and as a result, I heard them say they wanted to leave here for the rescue base. At that time, I didn't pay much attention, as there were more than just them who had such thoughts. But as I listened further, it became increasingly strange. Their purpose for going to the rescue base was actually to expose this place. Lin Xiu interrupted Zhou Qiang, saying, Expose? What are they exposing about us? There's nothing shameful here. Zhou Qiang looked at Lin Xiu, then glanced at himself suddenly, saying with an odd expression, Actually, I didn't believe it at first. But now, I think what they said might be true. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, Get to the point, don't beat around the bush. Zhou Qiang replied immediately. They said that at the beginning there was only one ability user, which was you, and then another ability user appeared. Plus the school zombies were cleared so quickly, they are very suspicious that you might have a way to turn people into ability users. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, while Lin Xiu displayed a look of helplessness mixed with amusement. If he knew the method to create superpowered individuals, they would have been mass-producing them here already. Wait, no, that's not right. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's expression changed again, for indeed there were superpowers available for exchange in the store, and these superpowers could even be transferred. Seeing Lin Xiu's repeatedly changing expressions, Zhou Qiang, feeling the changes in his own body, became more convinced of this point and continued, Because I heard them say that regardless of whether this matter is true or not, as long as it gets reported, it will definitely attract attention here. Moreover, with so much food here, it will surely create conflict with the rescue base. Lin Xiu nodded. This could indeed be confirmed. As long as the rescue base learned about the abundance of resources here and that there might be a way to create superpowered individuals, then they would definitely send troops to check the situation. And if that group of people who escaped spoke a few words with intent combined with the towering walls here, it would likely put the rescue base on high alert. There was even a high possibility that they would directly open fire without hesitation. However, at this moment Lin Xiu turned to Zhou Qiang and asked, "What happened next? How did you end up fighting? Why do you look like this?" Hearing this, Zhou Qiang's expression suddenly turned guilty as he said in a low voice, "It's all my fault for not thinking clearly at the time. I thought things were going so well here with food and safety, I really couldn't understand why they would go out. So I directly knocked on the door to reason with them." Everyone's eyes widened in an instant, and Lin Xiu rolled his eyes in frustration. In such matters, anyone with a bit of sense should have reported to them immediately rather than acting recklessly. At this moment, Zhou Qiang was clearly engulfed in deep self-reproach. Not even lifting his head, he stared at the floor and said, "But I didn't expect that they actually had weapons. Just as I was about to tell you about this, someone among them stabbed me. At that time, my roommate was eavesdropping beside me, and when he saw that I was stabbed, he immediately called the other people in our dorm. However, unexpectedly, each of those four had weapons and two of them even had crossbows. My roommate was shot dead right away, and since I had already fallen to the ground after being stabbed, they didn't pay any more attention to me, but after causing a commotion, they directly retreated outside." At this point, Zhou Qiang suddenly started to cry. "I'm sorry to them. If I had been calmer and not knocked on the door, perhaps they wouldn't have died." Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Lin Xiu took a deep breath, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly said, "This is not your fault. All the responsibility lies with them. I will definitely settle this score." Hearing this, Zhou Qiang suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with determination, and said, "Take me with you. I'm a superpowered individual now, I can help you." Lin Xiu smiled lightly, gently patting his shoulder as he said, "I appreciate the sentiment, but I do not plan to take more people with me. I can handle these few trash by myself. If you truly want to help, then cooperate with today's cleanup activity at school. How about that?" Hearing Lin Xiu's words, everyone was taken aback, and both Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai furrowed their brows noticeably. Lin Xiu smiled and said, "All right, you should rest for a while, familiarize yourself with your superpowers, then go upstairs to check on your girlfriend. We'll be leaving now." Hearing this, Zhou Qiang nodded, but did not follow them out, seemingly still feeling guilty over his roommate's departure. A pretty good person, just not very bright. "Lin Gu, should we bring him in?" Guzi asked from the side, and Deepening also nodded, saying, "We do lack superpowered individuals right now, but this matter is not urgent. Lin Xiu, are you sure you want to go find them alone?" Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he tightly clenched his fists and said, "I will definitely kill these people. These individuals have been disobedient from the very beginning, causing Lin Xiu to harbor resentment towards them. Although they participated in the later rescue operations, they still did not surrender their weapons and shamelessly consumed their resources. He originally planned to deal with these individuals this morning, but unexpectedly such a turn of events occurred. However, this is also good. Their current actions perfectly extinguish Lin Xiu's thoughts of negotiating with them. Killing people on his own turf was a direct provocation, and allowing them to stay here for such a long time was in fact a foolish decision. At this moment, Lin Xiu even felt that if he had dealt with this small group earlier, these individuals might not even need to die. Therefore, whether for his own justification or for those who follow him, these individuals must die. "No, I can't just let them die like this. I want to take them back and slaughter them in front of everyone." Hearing Lin Xiu's violent words, Deepening immediately asked, "Isn't that a bit too much?" Lin Xiu coldly laughed and said, "This is a great opportunity to establish authority. If you issue the rules today, there might still be dissenters, but once I bring them back and execute them, do you think anyone will dare to oppose?" Hearing this, Deepening immediately fell silent, and Lin Xiu continued, "By the way, when you announce the rules today, let them know that our food is running low. In the future, if they want to eat, they need to exchange their contribution points." Everyone fell silent. Lin Xiu's rule was reasonable, but at this moment he was clearly in a fit of rage, so it was better to remain silent. After all, such a big incident had just occurred, and the atmosphere of the entire base had already sunk to its lowest point. If such words were spoken, many people would likely voice their opinions, potentially affecting the cleanup operations at the school. However, for Lin Xiu, none of this mattered. He had already positioned himself well as the leader, placing himself in a high position. In this apocalypse, all order was non-existent, and it was a primal survival of the fittest. Therefore, for him, there was only one saying: "Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Very well, Xu Chongbin and Xie Qinglin, your lives have now been added to these four. I want to see what rewards the system will give me after I unleash a massacre. The incident occurred suddenly, and before anyone could make a decision, Lin Xiu had already brought people to the girls' dormitory on the 3rd floor. "Everyone, we need to ask Sun Jiao a few questions. Please leave for a moment, okay?" Lin Xiu spoke with a smile to the girls in the dormitory, but the coldness in his eyes instilled fear in everyone. All the girls nodded and left, leaving only Sun Jiao. What do you want from me? I didn't kill anyone. I don't know that they killed anyone. Sun Jiao nervously explained, but Lin Xiu ignored her words and gave Ergo a look, signaling him to close the door. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and Sun Jiao glanced at the others, but gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled out a crossbow from beneath her pillow. However, her speed was like that of a snail to Lin Xiu, who possessed full attributes. Just as her hand touched the crossbow, Lin Xiu had already seized her by the neck and pulled her out. Deepening was quick to react, immediately snatching the crossbow from her hands, and for the first time panic appeared in Sun Jiao's eyes. You? Wow. However, just as Sun Jiao was about to speak, she was met with a heavy punch from Lin Xiu. Though Lin Xiu had only used a fraction of his strength, the punch landed squarely on her stomach, causing her to expel the bile from her stomach instantly. Looking at Sun Jiao, who had collapsed to the ground, there was not a shred of sympathy in the eyes of the others, while Lin Xiu coldly tugged at her hair and said, I took you in because I am kind and I provided for you, because I needed your help to build this place. But your actions have already crossed my bottom line. Now, as he spoke, Lin Xiu drew a Colt M1911 and pressed it against her forehead, saying, I will give you one chance. Answer seriously, and you may live, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead. Feeling the cold gun barrel against her forehead, Sun Jiao was stunned, but the chilling sensation and the cold gazes of the others instantly brought her back to reality, even making the pain in her abdomen disappear. Speak. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Faced with life and death, no one could remain calm. Sun Jiao frantically nodded, not even realizing that Lin Xiu had pulled out quite a bit of her hair. Good first question. Did they talk to you before they acted? Why did they leave while you stayed? They did. But I thought this place was pretty good, so I didn't leave with them. I stayed because there's food and drink here. Only a madman would go to such a far rescue base. They just felt uncomfortable being under your thumb. Sun Jiao quickly explained the sequence of events, making the others furrow their brows. Her reason for staying was easy to accept. After all, it was indeed foolish to leave such a good place. However, the others found her statement about being under someone's thumb quite baffling. Did Lin Xiu ever bully them? Had Lin Xiu ever forced them into any difficult choices? Yet Lin Xiu merely curled his lips into a cold smile and continued asking, good second question, which rescue base will they go to, and what is their route? Upon hearing this, Sun Jiao was about to blurt it out, but Lin Xiu suddenly raised his gun, coldly staring into her eyes, and said, be careful with your words, sometimes one wrong word could cost you your life. The sudden threat made Sun Jiao forget the words she had prepared, while Lin Xiu's grip on her hair tightened. What's wrong? Forgot your lines. Sun Jiao's face showed a look of pain as she grabbed Lin Xiu's wrist, trying to make him let go. However, feeling his grip like an iron clamp, she could only endure the pain in her scalp and said, they don't have a route, but their destination is the nearest large sports stadium. If the roads are clear, it should take about 20 minutes to get there. Lin Xiu looked into Sun Jiao's eyes. The fierce aura from having killed thousands of zombies over the past few days made her face turn pale. After locking eyes for 2 seconds, Lin Xiu finally released her hair, directly handing the gun to Zhang Jiai beside him, while looking at Shi Mengxian and retrieving another Colt M1911 to hand over, saying, take her away, keep an eye on her, and wait for me to come back to make a decision. The two women took the gun, and just as Lin Xiu was preparing to leave with his team, he suddenly turned back to look at Sun Jiao and asked again, by the way, did they mention what they would do to this place after they left? Sun Jiao was taken aback, then quickly shook her head and said, I don't know, I really don't know. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Xiu did not ask again, but turned and opened the door to leave. Except for Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai, everyone followed Lin Xiu out, while Deepening frowned and said, Sun Jiao's words are not trustworthy. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded, while Ergo and Hao Zi raised their brows and asked, with a gun aimed at her head, does she still dare to lie? Deepening shook his head with a laugh and directly pulled out Sun Jiao's information along with that of the 4 who had fled, saying, these people are the backbone of the student council. Lying to their faces is not something they can do easily. Ergo and Deepening both leaned back in disbelief. How could this be related? Lin Xiu chuckled. Deepening, you seem to have a big issue with the student council. It's just a fact. In such an urgent situation, she spoke without even stuttering, yet pretended to tremble, and her logic was clear. This is clearly an excuse she had prepared beforehand. Didn't you notice that old Lin? Lin Xiu smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, that's why I asked her to speak seriously. The reasons and purposes for these 4 leaving are likely up for discussion, but it's not a big problem. Once I catch them, everything will be easy to clarify. Deepening stopped in his tracks and raised his eyebrows, saying, are you going to leave now? Of course, otherwise why would I only let them go? As the only two with abilities in this new order, Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai would inevitably worry about Lin Xiu when he left the school, whether for personal reasons or the development of the base, leading them to follow him out. However, someone needed to stay in the base to maintain order, especially now that Zhou Qiang had joined. It was even more necessary to leave someone behind. Moreover, Lin Xiu had many things that needed to be kept hidden. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu took out 5 walkie-talkies from the system space and handed them to Qing Xing. Use these to contact me if anything comes up. The plan to clear the campus remains the same. Wait for my return. Host Lin Xiu titles: Regional Commander, Master of Slaughter, Zombie Butcher, Elite Warrior, Berserk Slayer, Cold-Blooded Killer, Weapon Expert, Cleaner. Strength D, Excellent Agility C, Elite Stamina D, Excellent Attributes, Recovery Enhancement D, Sixth Sense C, Matter Energy Perception D, Eye of Insight C, Hard Skin D, Limit Breakthrough B. Skills: Mastery of Cold Weapons, Mastery of Shooting. Synthesis Coins 685. After glancing at his restored attributes, Lin Xiu used his left hand to sense the sounds and wielded the butcher's weapon in his right hand, directly heading towards the largest sports arena. Regarding the current traffic in the city, Lin Xiu couldn't say it was completely paralyzed, but it was certainly not smooth. Therefore, he could only internally criticize the foolishness of those who drove away in the van. On this road, not only were there zombies everywhere, but the traffic accidents triggered by the outbreak of zombies were enough to bring all routes to a standstill. Thus, walking was evidently faster than driving. This time, Lin Xiu chose to depart from the south gate, and through the usage records of the main gate, he confirmed that they had also left through this exit. Looking at the zombies crushed along the way in front of the gate, Lin Xiu observed the tire marks, which were so obvious that one wouldn't need to be meticulous to spot them. However, despite the bloodstains on the ground, the approaching horde of zombies ignited a spark of battle intent within Lin Xiu. He hadn't had the chance to utilize his recent title upgrades, and his synthesis coins had already been spent, making this an excellent opportunity to earn some money. With his sound sensing tool in hand, Lin Xiu swung it, and with a single stroke, he harvested a large number of zombies. Additionally, with the previous title upgrade from Decapitation Master to Master of Slaughter, he no longer needed to decapitate zombies to earn extra synthesis coins. Seeing the effect of gaining nearly 100 synthesis coins with each kill, a pleased smile appeared on Lin Xiu's face. However, even though slicing through zombies was exhilarating, Lin Xiu hadn't forgotten his main task, especially since he had just exited the school. If Shi Mengxian and Zhang Jiai realized what was happening, they might catch up to him immediately. Therefore, Lin Xiu summoned his Iron Man suit and followed the tire tracks, slashing forward. After charging down the highway for a full kilometer, Lin Xiu's synthesis coins had risen from a few hundred back to several thousand. More importantly, the effects of his titles, Zombie Butcher and Berserk Slayer, had accumulated to over 500 layers. The only thing that bothered Lin Xiu was that despite the noise he had made along the way, no special zombies had come to trouble him. Just as Lin Xiu was preparing to continue his slaughter forward, his gaze fell upon a van in the distance. This was the very vehicle they had lost, but through the window Lin Xiu could ascertain that there was no one inside. After glancing at the dozens of vehicles that had collided ahead, Lin Xiu smiled softly, understanding the reason they abandoned the vehicle. However, upon seeing the zombies shot down by crossbow bolts on the ground, Lin Xiu's attention was instantly drawn to a nearby shop. It was an ordinary supermarket, but at this moment the items inside were scattered outside. The glass door had shattered, leaving only the piece with welcome intact. However, seeing the fallen zombies inside, Lin Xiu had a rough idea of their movement route. As he raised his hand to slice through the approaching zombies, Lin Xiu suddenly paused and looked back at the zombies behind him. His Berserk Slayer effect had now changed, and there was no need for him to continue slashing. Therefore, after surveying the surroundings, Lin Xiu smiled slightly at a zombie in a suit and severed its legs with a single stroke. The secondary effect of Berserk Slayer meant that as long as there was a zombie within 1,000 meters that he had harmed but not killed, his slaying effect would persist. Thus, after severing the legs of this zombie, Lin Xiu gathered strength in his legs and leaped onto the roof of the supermarket. Thanks to the remote location of the school, this area consisted entirely of low 2- or 3-story buildings, making it easy for Lin Xiu to jump up and down. After discarding the Iron Man suit, Lin Xiu leaped again, landing on a 2nd-story building next to the supermarket to observe. Clearly, driving on the highway was no longer an option. According to Lin Xiu's line of sight, there was only one opposite lane at the end that wasn't blocked by vehicles. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the back door of the supermarket, where countless fallen zombies attested to their route of advance, which likely aimed to pass through that opposite lane. The streets were littered with cars, as long as one could drive, any vehicle could be yours in this apocalypse. As for the opposite lane, no one would likely adhere to any traffic rules now. What surprised Lin Xiu was that the fighting power of these 4 individuals seemed to be much higher than he had anticipated. Although the zombies scattered across the ground had almost obscured their movement route, the bodies of the fallen zombies showed that they had clearly charged through, slaying a large number of them. To be honest, Lin Xiu wasn't overestimating them. Based on their strength level, even with unlimited supplies of crossbow bolts, they would still need sufficient stamina. Though it was merely a rough estimate, the nearly 1,000 zombie kill count was indeed quite impressive for 4 individuals. Unless... Lin Xiu suddenly furrowed his brows, thinking of a possibility. Although he still didn't know the conditions required to become a superhuman, he had already discovered 3 superhumans in just these few days. The appearance probability of superhumans seemed to be quite significant. For these few individuals to have surged from the school to here in just a few hours and seemingly managed to escape, the only remaining possibility was this. TSK. Lin Xiu clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat displeased that he still hadn't acquired any powers while these people had casually gained theirs. Who was he supposed to reason with about this? Or is it that this system carries a bad luck buff, making it so he can never attain superpowers in this lifetime? Feeling indignant, Lin Xiu vented his anger on the zombies. He jumped down to the ground and began to follow the action route of those 4 wielding his sound-sensing tool to start slashing. While slashing, Lin Xiu also paid attention to the corpses he had killed, trying to discern if he could guess what their powers were. Upon careful observation, he actually discovered an anomaly. To Lin Xiu's surprise, among the corpses of the zombies he observed, without exception, all had been shot through the head by a single arrow. Moreover, none of the zombie corpses bore any arrows. There was only a large hole left behind. The absence of arrows was easily understandable after all the crossbow bolts they wielded were not like his butcher's rifle, which had unlimited ammunition. Crossbow bolts, being reusable, would naturally be collected. What intrigued Lin Xiu, however, was that all these zombies had been dispatched with a single shot to the head. Although he had been greeted by their crossbows the first time he encountered these individuals, from that one instance, it was evident that their shooting skills were not particularly high. Yet here, as Lin Xiu charged through to this position on the wrong way, he was astonished to find that every single one of these zombies had been shot through the head without exception. This was quite interesting. Unless one of these 4 possessed an ability akin to his insightful eye, capable of directly determining attack targets. Or perhaps someone with an ability that enhances accuracy akin to his mastery of shooting would be the only way to achieve such an astonishing hit rate. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's expression shifted slightly. Perhaps this ability to hit every time seemed trivial, but Lin Xiu knew that even with both the insightful eye and mastery of shooting, he could never guarantee a perfect hit rate. After all, during combat, both he and the target were in a state of movement. Even with an aiming line, there would always be slight deviations in a fleeting moment. Yet under his observations along the way, he was astonished to discover that all the holes made by the arrows were precisely at the center of the zombies' foreheads, without a millimeter of deviation. Looking at the blood stains of tire tracks on the wrong way, Lin Xiu no longer pondered so much, how could arrows be faster than bullets? At this moment, his agility attribute had reached level C, and just a little further would bring him to the hero level. However, even at the elite level C, he could easily evade bullets. How could a mere crossbow bolt touch him? Not to mention, he was wielding a butcher's rifle, a formidable weapon. While its power might diminish against special zombies, it would still dispatch any foe with a single shot. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu instantly relaxed, then swept through the nearby approaching zombies with a knife before pushing a Ferrari supercar from the adjacent lane onto the wrong way. With his strength also raised to level C, it was more than sufficient to drag a Oni into Halfton sports car. The unfortunate owner of this supercar had long since disappeared, but had kindly left the door open for Lin Xiu along with the keys. Naturally, Lin Xiu accepted this good fortune with a smile. However, just as he was about to start the car and depart, his sixth sense suddenly alerted him of danger. The sudden change made Lin Xiu alert. He immediately withdrew his foot from the sports car and looked around. However, before Lin Xiu could spot the target, the sound receiver in his hand suddenly emitted a soft beep, then seemed to vibrate towards a certain direction. Noticing the abnormality of the sound receiver, Lin Xiu quickly turned to look at the position where it vibrated the most and suddenly understood. There, on top of the streetlight in front of the sports car, stood a listener. Opening the system panel, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good as to encounter a hero-level listener here. Having seen a listener before, Lin Xiu was not worried, even though his attributes had not yet risen to hero level. With his left hand gripping the sound receiver tightly, his right hand had already drawn the butcher's rifle. However, this time Lin Xiu chose the silenced mode. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired. Although in silenced mode, the bullets still made noise. Just this slight sound, however, alerted the listener standing on the streetlight. At the moment Lin Xiu's bullets were fired, the listener moved. Ding, ding, ding. In that instant, the listener leaned to one side, and with a swift motion of its right hand, the 3 bullets were knocked away. Lin Xiu was not surprised by this outcome. After all, it was a zombie whose strength lay in agility. His intention in pulling the trigger was not to kill, but to provoke it. Sure enough, right after Lin Xiu fired, the previously still listener suddenly let out a fierce howl and charged directly towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's lips curled slightly as he boldly faced the charge, retracting the butcher's rifle and gripping the Tang knife, sound receiver tightly, colliding heavily with the listener's blade. Ding! The Tang knife sound receiver emitted a crisp ringing sound. To Lin Xiu, it was merely the sound of a bell, but to the listener, it was the toll of death. He saw the previously aggressive listener immediately withdraw, its claws covering its head and retreating repeatedly after hearing that sound. Hey, now you know, but it's too late. Yet such a wonderful opportunity, with the listener retreating, Lin Xiu would not let it escape. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, Lin Xiu directly charged toward the listener while simultaneously swinging the Tang knife toward its head. In this life-or-death battle, the listener naturally chose to swipe and counter, and in the next instant the Tang knife sound receiver emitted another crisp sound. Ding! Roar! Unable to bear the sound, the listener let out a furious roar, but Lin Xiu paid it no mind and swung his knife again. Especially after acquiring the title of Weapon Master, he suddenly discovered that under the effect of this title, his mastery of cold weapons and shooting had achieved a deeper understanding. Thus, faced with the currently disadvantaged listener, Lin Xiu did not hold back with the Tang knife in his hand. The listener, unable to defend itself, was struck by Lin Xiu's every swing, and the splattering blood never left its body, but was directly absorbed by the sound receiver. The Tang knife sound receiver emitted a faint green glow as the listener's blood endlessly converged towards it. Lin Xiu was astonished to find that after only chopping down a few dozen times, this listener before him had already collapsed to the ground, completely unable to move. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu looked at the listener with a satisfied smile. Truly, it was a precious blade with a restraining buff. However, just as this listener was about to perish, Lin Xiu took out the butcher's rifle and pulled the trigger at its head. After all, using the butcher's rifle to kill a special zombie granted a reward of medical bullets. However, before his bullet could be fired, the system suddenly sent out a prompt. Ding! The Tang Dao sound listener has been mutated. Please check the item panel. Mutated. Lin Xiu was taken aback and immediately shot the sound listener dead. After the sound listener perished, the Tang Dao in Lin Xiu's hand absorbed its essence at an even faster rate. Then Lin Xiu swept away the surrounding zombies, clearing the area, and tossed a dismembered zombie into the car to ensure the continuous effect of his frenzied slaughter before opening the system panel. Tang Dao sound listener mutation, level heroic synthesis, price 1000 synthesis, formula corpse of sound listener, ability 1. The sound listener will absorb ambient noise during swings, allowing the user to enter a silent attack state. Ability 2. After absorbing sufficient noise, it can detonate, generating a sound wave impact directly in front of the blade. Ability 3. The sound listener deals 50 more damage to sound listeners, and when damaged, it can repair or evolve by consuming the flesh and blood of the sound listener. Ability 4. The sound listener can release the absorbed noise in advance, forming a temporary sound wave barrier to resist physical attacks with projectiles. Special 1. The weapon's sharpness increases by 30. Special 2. The weapon holder's agility increases by 30. Mutation sound wave field. The sound listener can control all sound waves within a 5-meter radius, capable of eliminating or amplifying all sound waves in that area. Introduction. This weapon is condensed from the flesh and blood of the sound listener, so the sound listener will prioritize the weapon holder as the target. Please use it with caution. Note, this weapon cannot be synthesized again and is a unique equipment. In the panel, the attributes of the sound listener remained almost unchanged, but the added mutation ability made Lin Xiu's eyes shine. If this skill is indeed as the name suggests, it can truly be described as a divine skill. A complete silence within a 5-meter radius could instantly make Lin Xiu the ultimate assassin. With agility like his combined with a soundless approach, no one could escape. Moreover, amplifying all sounds within that 5-meter radius would serve as an extremely perverse eavesdropping skill. Just think about it, no matter how far away, any whisper he can hear can be amplified by the sound listener, making it crystal clear. It's simply a magical ear. Lin Xiu gazed at the sound listener with a smile, only to suddenly notice that the weapon in his hand had also undergone some changes. The original sound listener was pitch black, including the blade, but now it bore serrated teeth with holes in the back. After leveling up outside the school gate, a silver ring appeared on the handle of the sound listener, and at this moment, after mutation, a silver claw icon emerged on the blade. Glancing at the zombie at his feet, Lin Xiu held the sound listener and scratched off all its teeth before placing it in the passenger seat and activating the sound wave field. Lin Xiu revved the sports car, but unexpectedly the usual roar of the engine was completely silent at that moment. Only the vibration of the car body informed him that he had successfully started the engine. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiu laughed, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Xiu chose to mute all sounds within the sound wave field, allowing only those within the field to hear. After all, driving a sports car is about the thrill. If it's as silent as a mute, what's the point of driving it? Boom, boom. The roar of the supercar instantly ignited Lin Xiu's blood. At this moment, it had already been over 2 hours since the four had left, so Lin Xiu did not delay any longer and pressed the accelerator, starting to speed on the deserted road. The black car flashed past on the road, but at that moment Lin Xiu did not seek the figures of the four. Because along this wrong-way road, after just 5 minutes, the path ahead was blocked again. Looking at a business vehicle in front of his supercar, there was no doubt that this was the vehicle used by the four. After tossing the zombie out of the car, Lin Xiu stored the supercar in the system space. Although the system also had this item, one should never refuse something free. Looking at the zombie on the ground with an arrow through its head, Lin Xiu waved the sound listener in hand while following the path of the zombies. Though the sports car had only been driven for 5 minutes, the distance to the gym had already shortened significantly. Moreover, from the death trails of the current zombies, it was evident that the four had chosen to take shortcuts through alleys instead of the main roads. This was indeed a wise choice. While the highways were wide, the paralyzed traffic would not only restrict their movements, but also posed a risk of being besieged by countless zombies. Such a result greatly increased the likelihood of being discovered by special zombies, leading to their demise. Conversely, navigating through numerous buildings took advantage of the smaller terrain and fewer zombies, allowing for better utilization of their abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu could not help but frown, or it appeared he might have underestimated these four individuals. Initially, he thought of them as reckless fools, but now it seemed that both their acquisition of abilities and their choice of action routes proved they indeed possessed significant strength. However, the more it was like this, the more killing intent arose in Lin Xiu's heart. If they had stayed quietly at the base, even doing nothing, Lin Xiu would ensure they lacked for nothing. Yet merely because of a baseless claim of riding on his head, they had directly killed his men. Such disregard for his existence was something Lin Xiu, as the leader, could not tolerate. As he sped along, Lin Xiu could vaguely see the distant outline of the massive gym. But at that moment he discovered that the zombies shot through the head had inexplicably vanished. However, just when Lin Xiu thought that the four had exploded, he suddenly burst into laughter. Although the zombies shot through the head were gone, there were plenty of corpses with their heads completely blown off. Watching this clumsy attempt at erasing the evidence, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel ashamed of their weak counter-surveillance awareness. It was akin to someone claiming to be poor while hiding all the gold in their house and replacing it with silver. It was utterly foolish. At this moment, Lin Xiu had no time to ponder such matters. He directly abandoned checking the zombie corpses, severing another zombie's limbs before accelerating toward the gym. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt somewhat helpless as he realized that there were too many unforeseen circumstances. However, he did not anticipate that these four individuals would act so swiftly. Moreover, his only opportunity to capture these four people was on their way to the gymnasium. Upon arriving outside the gymnasium, Lin Xiu's expression grew serious. He activated the sound wave field to ensure his voice would not carry, and then began to observe the gymnasium. The road at the entrance had been cleared, and as Lin Xiu looked around, he noticed that vehicles had been pushed to the roadside. The barricades and barriers at the entrance indicated that this had indeed been a rescue base. Holding the sound device, Lin Xiu walked toward the gymnasium entrance, and along the way he indeed saw the bones, just as Xie Lin and Xu Chongbin had described. From the camouflage fabrics beside these skeletal remains, Lin Xiu could vaguely discern their identities. However, the countless corpses surrounding him made Lin Xiu's brow furrow slightly. He noticed a peculiar issue: these skeletons were far too clean. Even if zombies had feasted on them, there should be remnants of flesh and blood rather than being as pale as white jade. As Lin Xiu approached for a closer look, he discovered that the surfaces of these bones were surprisingly smooth, much like the sound device in his hand, which was quite abnormal. As he walked around to several other corpses and found them all in the same condition, he realized something was amiss. Generally speaking, when the army appears, there are bound to be guns and cannons. These soldiers could not have died without even a dagger by their side. Furthermore, even if someone had taken their weapons, it wouldn't account for all their belongings being stripped away. Each soldier should have identifiable information kept on them. Even if zombies ripped off clothing to eat flesh, they wouldn't swallow these items. And if humans needed weapons and clothing, they wouldn't leave them behind. Thus, seeing the ground littered with only skeletons, Lin Xiu could only think of one possibility at that time. This gymnasium had indeed been a rescue base, but suddenly a special type of zombie had appeared. This special zombie caught everyone off guard, which was likely why the entire rescue base had been blown up. Upon this realization, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel increasingly alert. From the many special zombies he had encountered before, it was evident that this one was unlike any he had seen previously. Its ability to reduce others to mere bones made Lin Xiu feel a sense of trepidation. Thus, as he gazed at the gymnasium's entrance, Lin Xiu began to hesitate about whether he should enter or not. Entering could very well mean facing a zombie capable of annihilating the entire rescue base, while not entering could mean missing the chance to catch those 4 individuals. Moreover, he was unaware if this zombie had already left the rescue base. However, just as Lin Xiu stepped through the gymnasium's entrance, he suddenly heard a sound beside him. The sound was extremely faint, seemingly coming from within the gymnasium, but it was too distant for him to discern much. To be safe, Lin Xiu chose to amplify the faint noise using the sound wave field. At that moment, he amplified the sound. A horrific scream suddenly rang out in his ears, followed by the incessant sounds of fighting. Upon hearing that scream, Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and he immediately switched the sound wave field to silent mode before sprinting toward the gymnasium's interior. That scream, regardless of who had emitted it, confirmed that someone was indeed present inside. At that moment, Lin Xiu knew without a doubt who it was. Moreover, the scream undoubtedly indicated that they were fighting against that zombie. The ability to combat a zombie also indirectly proved the considerable strength of these individuals. Thus, this moment presented the perfect opportunity to observe their abilities in the panel of this special zombie. Watching from the sidelines was undeniably more comfortable than charging in recklessly. With the presence of the sound wave field, Lin Xiu did not need to worry about making noise. In an instant, he reached the interior of the gymnasium. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Lin Xiu poked his head out to look inside the gymnasium. The first figure that caught his eye was Wu Qi, who was sitting on the ground and screaming. Upon seeing this person, Lin Xiu immediately confirmed their identities, guessing that, like him, they had all entered the gymnasium. Seeing Wu Qi's dire state made Lin Xiu's pupils shrink sharply, further solidifying his earlier suspicions about the gymnasium. Wu Qi lay on the ground, his left hand now useless. The entirety of his arm from the shoulder had turned to bone. But more strangely, there was not a trace of blood left on the bone where Wu Qi's arm had once been. Lin Xiu leaned in closer, intent on finding the zombie he was fighting. However, before Lin Xiu could spot the zombie, he suddenly saw a crossbow bolt flying through the air. The sudden anomaly made Lin Xiu's eyes widen as he locked his gaze on the bolt, and as he delved deeper, he finally saw the individual controlling it. Ironically, Lin Xiu had not expected that the person controlling the crossbow was Qian Sheng, who had questioned him about his abilities after being rescued. At that moment, Qian Sheng looked somewhat anxious, beads of sweat on his forehead, yet several crossbow bolts were swirling around him. Seeing this, Lin Xiu was taken aback, realizing that this person surprisingly possessed the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. At this point, Lin Xiu understood why all the zombies they had encountered along the way had been accurately hit in the forehead. However, just as Lin Xiu discovered that this ability was quite troublesome, a pool of green liquid suddenly shot out from a blind spot in the gymnasium. Upon seeing the liquid, Qian Sheng's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly rolled aside, while the arrows he controlled surged forward. Yet all of his arrows were melted by the liquid at that moment, and as the liquid hit the ground, the entire floor emitted a hissing sound. At that moment, Lin Xiu finally saw the true appearance of the zombie. Corruptor level hero, strength C, agility C, stamina B, ability. The corruptor can spew highly corrosive acid from its mouth. E, do not allow this acid to touch your flesh, for within it lies the larvae produced by the corruptor, ready to devour your blood and flesh. Weakness, its massive physique is its most deadly weakness. The not-so-agile corruptor is almost a living target. However, as long as its larvae are not completely exterminated, it can quickly reproduce and resurrect. Looking at the green-skinned giant before him, Lin Xiu couldn't help but feel a churn in his stomach. Previously, he hadn't observed closely and thought it was just a fat zombie. But upon seeing the system panel now, he re-examined and discovered that this green-skinned giant was entirely composed of countless green larvae. It was at this moment he understood why the bones outside looked so smooth. The deceased, it seemed, were not devoured by zombies, rather they were directly consumed by the larvae in the acid. Having realized this, Lin Xiu's gaze immediately fell upon Wu Qi, who had one arm dissolved by the corruptor. At that moment, Wu Qi's screams were particularly intense, with his arm exposed to reveal ghastly white bones that sent chills down the spine. However, upon closer inspection of the wound, it was evident that countless tiny green larvae were writhing at the sight. As these larvae squirmed, the flesh and blood on Wu Qi's arm were continuously diminishing, which was the reason why there was no blood flowing from the wound. Lin Xiu had now entered the interior of the gymnasium, where the entire battlefield unfolded before his eyes. As he had previously learned, Wu Qi, Qian Sheng, Lu Yi, and Li Wen were all engaged in battle with this corruptor. What was completely unexpected was that Lin Xiu discovered that of the 4 individuals here, aside from the fallen Wu Qi, the other 3 were all exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Qian Sheng's ability was arrow manipulation. Though the arrows were no longer present, he could control nearby pebbles to launch attacks against the corruptor. The other one, Lu Yi, seemed to play the role of a tank in this team, yet to Lin Xiu's eyes his appearance hadn't changed at all. However, he was able to stand at the front and relentlessly pummel the corruptor. Even when the corruptor's acid splashed onto his body, it merely produced white mist without causing any harm. As for the last one, Lin Xiu couldn't even discern what his ability was, for he merely stood there with his hands extended toward the corruptor. This bizarre ability prompted Lin Xiu to open the system panel to investigate. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Li-Wen rating level ability user strength E agility E stamina E ability mental suppression description. Lu Yi rating level ability user strength D agility E stamina D ability homogeneous skin description. Qiansheng rating level ability user strength D agility D stamina E ability telekinesis description. Wu Qi rating level ability user strength E agility D stamina E ability neural acceleration description. After reviewing the data panels of the 4 individuals, Lin Xiu was left astonished. Firstly, confirming that all 4 had become ability users was enough to surprise him, but what shocked Lin Xiu even more was that Qiansheng actually possessed a level ability telekinesis. This was something that only existed in movies, yet unexpectedly this person truly had such an ability. However, judging by the current situation, his ability evidently also had some flaws. Or rather, given that he could only manipulate arrows and small stones, his power was still quite limited. Yet for Lin Xiu, even so, it made him feel a tinge of envy. As for abilities, he could only rely on his gun to shoot and his knife to slash. What appeared to be impressive skills were all dependent on his auditory abilities and the system. He had nothing to call his own. However, just as Lin Xiu was complaining, the system suddenly emitted a sound ding. A new task has been issued, please check it yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened in shock, for previously, when facing the decomposer, the system had done the same and suddenly presented a task. So this time, looking at the corruptor ahead, Lin Xiu hurriedly exited the gymnasium to check his task. Synthesis task, spread decomposition task description. The corruptor's core possesses the ability to deconstruct materials. At this moment, it is about to evolve into a lord. After that, kill it and seize its core. Task requirement 1. Ensure the corruptor can dissolve all zombies within the designated area to complete the evolution. Progress 60. Task requirement 2. Make the corruptor reorganize at least once to activate its core energy. 01. Task requirement 3. The corruptor must die twice, before and after evolution, both of which must be accomplished by you. 02. Success reward progression of synthesis form. Obtain all item synthesis formulas and all earnings during the task will be doubled. Failure penalty. The corruptor will go berserk and summon all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius to besiege the gymnasium. Damn. Seeing this task, Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, he was currently within his sound wave field, otherwise it would surely attract the surrounding zombies. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. This sudden task, as he had suspected, indicated that this corruptor was indeed about to evolve into a lord just like the previous decomposer. However, the difficulty of this task was quite significant, and even more absurdly, he had to ensure that this corruptor evolved. What does this mean? Is it asking him to offer himself as a sacrifice? Should he make the 4 individuals in the gymnasium cease their actions, or is he to bring the zombies from outside one by one inside? Worse still, from this task, Lin Xiu learned the most crucial piece of information. That is, this corruptor must die twice to be completely defeated. Moreover, he needed to ensure that both deaths were accomplished by him, meaning he had to guarantee that no one else would seize the kill. However, the 4 individuals on site were clearly not going to stay idle. This meant he would have to deal with all 4 of them in advance to complete the task. Yet the purpose of his outing this time was to take all 4 of them away. If he were to kill them here, he would have no way to verify Sun Jiao's conspiracy, making it even harder for him to handle her. Yet in the current situation, it seemed Lin Xiu had no choice. Because at this moment, the corruptor was actually beginning to evolve. With a roar, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that all the zombies around him had shifted their gaze away from him and were now surging towards the interior of the gymnasium. For Lin Xiu, who had witnessed the decomposer before, this scene was not surprising. However, for the 4 inside the gymnasium, it instantly threw them into disarray. Due to the presence of the corruptor, no ordinary zombies had been able to enter the gymnasium. The 4 of them had always believed that this corruptor was the strongest among the zombies, thus claiming this territory much like an animal's territorial instinct. However, at this moment, they were taken aback as countless zombies surged into the previously empty gymnasium following that roar. Lin Xiu did not guard this exit, as he had to wait for the corruptor to complete its evolution due to the mission. Afterward, he needed to kill it once when it confirmed its evolution, but had not yet completed it in order to fulfill the task. When the mission was issued, Lin Xiu had indeed considered leaving directly. After all, even if the corruptor became enraged later, the surrounding zombies would not find him and he would be safe. Unfortunately, the reward for this mission was simply outrageous. It granted him the synthesis formulas for all items. What was this? It was like the ultimate gift pack worth 648 in a mobile game. With such temptation, Lin Xiu could hardly resist, knowing that his system space was filled with a ton of items. It was precisely because he had no time to verify and lacked complete synthesis forms that he had always put it aside. Not to mention, this mission's reward doubled all rewards during this period. What did this mean? It meant that if he truly obtained the energy core of the corroder, he would receive another one when the mission was settled. Having an energy core known as structural material was undoubtedly a good thing, and he would naturally not let the opportunity slip away. As he contemplated this, Lin Xiu had quietly arrived at the audience seats inside the gymnasium. Meanwhile, the 4 defectors within the gym had yet to notice his presence. After all, their attention was entirely focused on the corroder and the zombies pouring out. As for Lin Xiu, he knew that at this moment ordinary zombies would only rush towards the corroder, so he did not need to worry about being attacked. Thus, he quietly chose a clean seat and began to watch the battle, all the while holding out his butcher's rifle. To complete the task, he naturally could not let these 4 attack, but he also would not allow them to die outright. After all, disregarding matters within the base, the fact that these 4 had all turned into superhumans upon stepping outside was quite worthy of scrutiny. Either they had obtained something that granted them superpowers, or they had discovered some method that transformed them into superhumans. But regardless of which scenario, it was Lin Xiu had to obtain this information, thus providing him with a reason to spare their lives. Switching his butcher's rifle to silent mode, he stealthily killed the zombies entering the gym. Although he wanted the corroder to evolve, he had also learned something from the last encounter with the decomposer. That is, the strength of the Lord-level zombies depended on how many zombies they had devoured during their evolution. The previous decomposer had initially only consumed zombies near the school's commercial area, which allowed Lin Xiu to toy with it, directly dismantling its bones. But the final complete form had devoured all the zombies across the campus, and just a glance could make Lin Xiu unable to approach. Thus, even though this task was so stringent, Lin Xiu still had a clever way to manage it. Moreover, the defectors were currently putting all their effort into attacking these zombies, significantly reducing the corroder's strength. At this moment, the corroder seemed to have halted its assault on the defectors because they had stopped attacking it. The defectors huddled together, placing the severed arm of Wu Qi in the center, and began to repel the zombies, while Lin Xiu, as the spectator, leisurely aimed his rifle while watching the corroder's consuming behavior. It is worth mentioning that the corroder's method of consumption was quite similar to that of the decomposer, but even more ferocious. The decomposer turned zombies directly into a mass of flesh and blood, whereas the corroder spat out countless acidic liquids, dissolving all zombies that approached it. This time the dissolution was even more potent, as all the zombies turned into a pool of green liquid, not even leaving behind any bones. Furthermore, after these zombies were dissolved into green water, part of it merged into the corroder's body, while another part remained in place, continuously expanding its range and dissolving more zombies. Seeing this, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If the corroder were allowed to consume freely, wouldn't the entire gymnasium be flooded with acidic liquid? How would he fight then? Although this gymnasium was large, it was still just a gymnasium. If the acidic liquid filled it up, Lin Xiu would have nowhere to step, turning him into a live target, not the corroder. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu suddenly stood up, leaping down from the stands, and fired his butcher's rifle at one of the entrances. At the same time, he yelled loudly at the 4 huddled in the corner, "Stop being so cowardly. These zombies aren't attacking us right now. Kill them all with all you've got. Don't let that zombie evolve any further." Upon hearing the sudden shout, the defectors all turned their gazes towards Lin Xiu in the distance, their expressions revealing a hint of horror. "How did you? When did this happen?" As the 4 were still astonished by Lin Xiu's appearance and the manner of it, he had directly cancelled the silent mode, raising his butcher's rifle and starting to spray bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Hearing the deafening gunfire, the movements of the defectors all froze, their eyes filled with shock. But soon after, the expressions of the crowd changed, and Qian Sheng shot Lin Xiu a fierce glance before nodding to the others. At this moment, Wu Qi, who had been helped up, suddenly looked ahead in terror and said, "Look, he wasn't lying to us. That zombie is consuming other zombies to prepare for evolution. Everyone unleash your attacks. We must not let it evolve. These zombies truly aren't attacking us right now."